In a dark, damp, abandoned warehouse, a greasy man with crooked teeth was clumsily removing clothes, his face flushed in an unusual way, while a girl lay unconscious nearby. "Hey, Big Brother is kind to send such a good prize to his little brother," he said, as he fumbled with the girl's shirt buttons. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. The man's eyes bulged, and he fell over, lifeless. The girl, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly jolted awake, sitting up straight with a vacant stare, calling out sadly, "Mother." In the corner, two mice scurried away, startled by the sudden gunshot. Hearing the noise, the girl immediately went on high alert, her hands clenched into fists, and her eyes turned sharp and cold, like ice daggers, focused on the source of the sound. As she watched the mice escape through a hole in the wall, her keen eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, taking in the unfamiliar scene. The ground was littered with torn burlap sacks, collapsed wooden frames, and decaying, foul-smelling debris. The air was thick with a strong stench of rot. Nearby, several men with flushed faces lay scattered on the ground, disheveled and unconscious. The closest one had bulging eyes and appeared to be dead, with a bloody wound on his bare chest, crimson blood pooling around him. Seeing this, the girl's heart sank, and she quickly looked down at her clothes. Noticing that 2 buttons on her shirt were undone while the rest of her outfit was intact, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, when she saw the small black bead in her palm, her expression changed again. "Where am I?" she thought. "Mother." She called out as she tried to stand, but a sharp pain suddenly exploded in her head, causing her once rosy face to turn pale. She collapsed to the ground in agony. After 4 or 5 minutes, the pain subsided. The girl, now in tears, tightly held the black bead in her right hand, trembling with sadness. "Mother, I'm not dead. I'm alive again. I will listen to you and live well." Suddenly, a woman's sharp voice called from outside the warehouse, "Police. It's in that warehouse. Hurry and catch them." Luo Hansu quickly pushed aside her sadness as she lay on the ground, flipped over, and stood up with cold eyes. She wiped her tear-stained face and looked down at the lifeless man at her feet, whose chest had a gaping wound. "Someone just saved me." Luo Hansu guessed that just as that man was about to harm her, someone had shot him. At that moment, she heard a faint sound of breathing and quickly turned her head, her sharp eyes fixed on the corner behind a wooden frame. The voices outside grew closer. Luo Hansu couldn't hesitate any longer. She picked up a wooden stick for protection and rushed to the old wooden frame, lifting a dirty burlap cloth that was covering something. In the corner, a man with a bleeding abdomen was curled up. He had a military-style buzz cut, strong features, and many scars on his exposed arms. His lips were pale from blood loss, but his chest rose and fell slightly, showing he was still alive. He wore ordinary clothes, but Luo Hansu noticed the thick calluses on his hands and a handgun lying nearby, leading her to believe he was a soldier. She had just been reborn in this body and didn't want to get involved, but now she had no choice. The original owner of this body had been set up. Those 4 men were sent by someone who wanted to ruin her reputation and life. The group approaching outside was definitely called by the same person, aiming to destroy her. It was this injured soldier who had shot the man before losing consciousness, preventing her from being harmed. However, if the people outside came in and blamed her for the soldier's murder, she would be in deep trouble. The footsteps grew closer, and Luo Hansu no longer hesitated. She rushed over, grabbed the dead body and the 3 unconscious men, and whispered something. All 4 of them vanished into thin air. She quickly picked up the dirty burlap sack to cover the blood on the ground, then returned to smear some blood on the soldier's abdomen, face, back of his head, and neck. After that, she pulled him into her space, grabbed 2 pieces of rope, and quickly tied her hands and feet to create the illusion of being kidnapped. All her actions were completed in one smooth motion. As the warehouse door was kicked open, she fell into the position where the soldier had just been lying, closed her eyes, and pretended to be unconscious. "Hey, where did everyone go? Why are those people messing around here missing?" The woman spoke again, her voice sharp and fast, looking more anxious than the others. That's not right. I saw them messing around here with my own eyes. Where did they go? Comrade police. It seems there's someone over there. Another woman spotted Luo Hansu's feet first. Several police officers quickly rushed to the corner and saw her face and neck covered in blood, her hands and feet tied. They hurriedly carried her out, untied her, and provided help. Comrade, wake up. You need to wake up. After a few seconds of rescue, Luo Hansu opened her eyes, looking confused as she scanned the room. Many people were watching her with concern, but one woman looked puzzled and was still searching for something. She quickly understood the situation and pretended to be alert, seeing the police officers and pleading, "Comrade police, help me, please. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. We're taking you to the hospital." Luo Hansu's hands and feet were freed, and she grabbed the officer's arm, her expression filled with fear and trembling hands. "Comrade police, someone knocked me out and kidnapped me. They said they were going to sell me in the mountains and take me away tonight. Do you know the people who kidnapped you?" The officer asked urgently. "I don't know them. I was out buying groceries in the morning when someone knocked me out and kidnapped me. I was hit on the head and was half-conscious the whole way. When I woke up, I heard them say a few things. The original person had been knocked out from behind. At that moment, her soul merged with another, and she gained the memories of 2 people. The police were about to ask another question when the woman suddenly jumped in, her face full of malice. "Hey, you were hiding here. Did you see anyone messing around?" Luo Hansu wanted to steer the conversation back to her, but the woman brought it up herself, pretending to be innocent. "Auntie, what are you talking about? I wasn't hiding. I was kidnapped and have been unconscious. I don't know what you mean by messing around." Seeing the police and others looking at her, the woman's gaze became a bit unfocused. "No, I clearly heard sounds of people messing around in this warehouse, both men and women. Auntie, what you heard were probably the voices of those kidnappers. Did you see what they looked like?" Luo Hansu pressed on. No, I didn't see anything." The woman's expression became somewhat stiff. Luo Hansu pretended to regain some strength, slowly getting up with the help of the police officer. She looked around and asked a series of important questions with a confused expression. "Ma'am, this looks like an abandoned warehouse, and it smells strongly of the sea. Are we near the docks? Do you live nearby? What were you doing in this abandoned warehouse?" I came to find a relative nearby, but got lost." The woman quickly made up an excuse. An old man in the crowd, leaning on a cane with weary, cloudy eyes, looked the woman up and down and replied, "You look unfamiliar. We've lived around here for over 20 years and have never seen you. No one usually comes here."
"Who is your relative?"
"Yeah. What's your relative's name? I know all the residents on that street outside, and I haven't seen anyone visiting today," another woman said, examining her closely. The police officer nearby sensed something was off. Noticing the woman's shifty eyes and guilty expression, he sternly questioned, "What's your name? Where do you live? What's your relative's name?" "I came to visit a relative, but they don't live on that street. I took a wrong turn and ended up here," the woman said, clearly panicking. "I've been out for half an hour. I need to go back or my family will worry." "Stop right there." The police officer saw through her attempt to escape and quickly moved to block her path, restraining her on both sides. The woman struggled but couldn't break free. "Officers, what is this? I called you to catch bad people. Why are you arresting me?" "Take her back for questioning," the police captain ordered, instructing his team to take her away. The warehouse wasn't very large, and the police captain quickly searched, but found no useful clues. He hurriedly took Luo Hansu to the nearby police station to take her statement. Having absorbed the memories of the original owner, Luo Hansu was not unfamiliar with this new world. She pretended to be weak and timid, cooperating to finish her statement. She followed a female officer to see a doctor for her head injury and received some medicine for bleeding, inflammation, and fever. While the officers were still questioning the woman, she couldn't leave. She made an excuse to use the restroom and quickly slipped into the Tianju space. Seeing the familiar items piled up in the space, and the portrait of a mother and daughter hanging on the wall, Luo Hansu couldn't hold back her tears. Mother, the Tianju really can help with rebirth. I survived, and I've left the Dongling dynasty. The Dongling dynasty was the country where she lived in her past life, ruled by feudal monarchy. She was once a noble princess of the Dongling royal family. Luo Hansu had heard her mother talk a lot about the Tianju space, but this was her first time entering it. The Tianju was found by her mother during her youth while traveling and adventuring, and it was unintentionally bound to her by a drop of blood. After the contract, she discovered that the Tianju was a magical treasure containing a small, isolated space with mountains, water, and farmland, though it was only a few acres in size. Her mother came from a martial arts sect and loved to practice martial arts from a young age. She had great talent, but her grandfather, the sect leader, favored boys and constantly suppressed her to pave the way for her uncles. Due to various conflicts, she severed ties with her family and ventured out on her own. With the Tianju space, her mother accumulated wealth and established a security agency and a business association, gaining fame in the martial arts world. Later, during a delivery mission, she met a prince from Dongling who fell in love with her at first sight and began to pursue her passionately. Eventually, she married into the royal family with her entire fortune, becoming a beloved princess admired and envied by many. The royal family had many strict rules and a rigid hierarchy, and her mother, coming from a martial arts background, was often looked down upon. The eagle that should have soared freely was trapped in a gilded cage. For her daughter, she was willing to give up her freedom and her business to focus on being a good wife and mother. However, she later realized that the so-called love at first sight was a carefully planned deception. The prince wanted her vast dowry, her connections in the martial arts world, and the magical Tianju. By the time Luo Hansu was 6, her mother's property had been taken over by her deceitful royal father, who used it to recruit soldiers and forge weapons. Just before a rebellion, he personally brought poison to her and her mother, forcing her mother to hand over the Tianju, revealing his true, cruel nature. To protect her daughter, her mother had no choice but to give up the Tianju, but once he had it, he broke his promise and ordered their execution. Although her mother was trapped in the courtyard for years, she never stopped practicing martial arts and was unmatched in the martial arts world. If not for protecting her daughter, she could have easily escaped the encirclement, but in the end, she was struck by a poisoned arrow shot by her deceitful father while trying to save her. Her mother was poisoned, her internal strength gradually fading, but she still fought to escape with her daughter to a hidden place in the mountains. She was poisoned with a toxin that had no cure, suffering from intense pain day and night. The only way to manage it was with another poison, but it came at the cost of her body's gradual decline, leading to paralysis and death. Although her father took the heavenly pearl, her mother was its true master. As long as she lived, the pearl's space could not be taken, and its greatest secret would remain hidden. For the next 10 years, the mother and daughter hid deep in the mountains. The mother devoted herself to training her daughter, passing on all her martial arts knowledge. Luo Hansu was clever and quick-witted, with martial arts talent surpassing her mother's. Having witnessed her father's cruelty, she harbored thoughts of revenge. Over 10 years, she honed her skills to perfection and planned to take her paralyzed mother out of hiding to seek vengeance. Her father's rebellion had failed, but he led an army of 300,000 to capture several cities, declaring himself king. After naming himself emperor, he married the daughter of a general who had supported him, making her the empress, and later took many other noble daughters as wives, fathering 7 or 8 children. However, her mother, the original wife, and she, the biological daughter, were never mentioned in the royal records, but remained on wanted posters. Luo Hansu fought against her father for 2 years. He wanted her dead, so she made his other children die first. He wanted her mother dead, so she used every means to expose his true nature, inciting his political enemies and the people to pressure him, making it impossible for him to sit comfortably on the throne. 3 months ago, as her mother's health deteriorated, she sensed her time was short and revealed the secret of the pearl's ability to aid rebirth. To save her mother, Luo Hansu allied with her father's enemies. Taking advantage of his kingdom's troubles, she stormed his palace, bloodily attacked his court, and forced him to hand over the pearl by threatening his remaining son. The battle between father and daughter was fierce. In the end, he ordered his elite guards to kill her, but she shot him with a poisoned arrow, the same poison he had used on her mother, which had no cure and would lead to a painful death. With her last breath, she returned home and handed the pearl to her mother. However, her mother placed the pearl back into her bloodied hands, quickly shared a few final words, and took her own life. When her mother died, the contract was broken, and the heavenly pearl became ownerless. Her blood was wrapped around the pearl, and she became its new master. Her mother left her a chance to be reborn. As her unworthy father approached with pursuers, she used her last bit of energy to ignite their home. Both mother and daughter turned to ashes in the fire, completely disappearing from that world. Luo Hansu thought the heavenly pearl would help her soul be reborn in the familiar Dongling dynasty, but instead, she found herself in a completely strange time and country, merging with the original owner's soul, who shared her name. Everything in the space was crafted by her mother 12 years ago. Although the pearl had been with her unworthy father for 12 years, he was not its owner and could not enter the space or move anything within it. The precious items stored here were all collected by her mother at great expense, meant to be used as gifts for her children's weddings. Even her father did not know about these items, otherwise, he would have taken them to bribe others. Now, starting a new life, Luo Hansa had matters to attend to outside and could not stay in the space for long. She quickly subdued the 3 people, allowing them to stay inside temporarily, planning to return later for questioning. The soldier on the ground showed no signs of waking up. Luo Hansu had checked his temperature earlier. He was currently running a high fever. She fed him the fever-reducing medicine she had just obtained from the doctor. His shirt was soaked with blood, and when she opened it, she saw a palm-sized knife wound on his abdomen, still bleeding. She whispered softly, "If it goes any deeper, his intestines will be exposed." Her mother was skilled in martial arts and always kept high-quality wound medicine in the space. There was a box of good medicine in the next room. Luo Hansu chose a special medicine for external injuries, took some gauze and cotton balls, and quickly treated his wound. She also used the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine prescribed by the doctor. When she came out of the bathroom, the police questioning had already ended. The captain who brought her there told her, "That woman confessed. Someone paid her to inform her of a location and to lead people to the warehouse to catch you." Luo Hansu had suspected this and asked calmly, "Officer, will you punish her?" She admitted her mistake and returned the money. Her actions inadvertently saved your life. After careful consideration, the police department decided not to detain her but to give her a verbal warning. The punishment result was expected by Luo Hansu. She was not angry. She sensed that the woman was not telling the truth and planned to handle things privately. It was easier to deal with her outside the police station, so she pretended to be understanding and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll follow your lead." After leaving the police station, Luo Hansu did not go straight back to the original owner's home. Instead, she found a hidden corner to wait. After 5 minutes, she saw the woman come out and quickly followed her. They passed through 2 dark alleys and reached a corner where a man suddenly pulled the woman into the shadows. "Wang Chunlan, what are you doing? You can't even handle a small task I gave you." Luo Hansu hid against the wall and heard a man's scolding voice. She didn't recognize this rough voice from the original owner's memories. The woman's voice, which was usually sharp, lowered in tone, filled with anger. "Old hat, I haven't even come to settle the score with you yet, and you're yelling at me. The address you gave was wrong. There were no people messing around in that warehouse. Only one woman who was kidnapped. I took the police there and ended up saving her."
What?
"The address was wrong? Did you go to the 3rd warehouse, the one with the blue cloth on the roof?" The woman recalled carefully and confirmed, "Yes, it's the 3rd one. I didn't go to the wrong place. Only the door of this warehouse was good. The doors of the other abandoned warehouses were broken. Are you sure there were no couples messing around? The man, referred to as Old Hat, asked again. No, 4 police officers went with me, and I also called 7 or 8 others. We searched the warehouse thoroughly, and the only one there was the kidnapped woman, who had been beaten and was covered in blood. Old Hat frowned. I didn't hear the wrong address. You should quickly contact the other party to ask about the details. Today, we accidentally saved someone who was kidnapped. The police are investigating trafficking gangs, and it might ruin your friend's plans, the woman urged. Okay, I'll call and check now, Old Hat said before leaving. Once he was gone, the woman stepped out from the shadows, but before she could react, a piece of cloth fell from above, covering her head completely. Luo Hansu seized the opportunity and quickly took her into the space. She had picked up a stick in the warehouse earlier. As the woman screamed in panic, she struck hard, breaking the bones in her hands and knees. When the woman let out a piercing scream, she hit her on the mouth, knocking out all her teeth onto the ground. After the woman fainted from the pain, she kicked her out like trash and quickly followed, saying, "You should just stay home and not harm others." The Old Hat man had not gone far. He was alert and soon noticed someone was following him. He stopped at the entrance of the next alley, carefully looked around, and turned to see Luo Hansu approaching him. "Why are you following me?" Wang Chunlon said she forgot to give you something and asked me to catch up with you. Luo Hansu had just picked up a worn straw hat from the ground and put it on. Her long hair fell loosely, covering most of her face. In the dim light of the dark alley, the Old Hat man couldn't see her face clearly and asked, "What is it?" "I don't know. You can check for yourself." Luo Hansu was now 3 steps away, tossing the money bag she had taken from Wang Chunlon to him. The Old Hat man caught the bag and was about to open it when a gust of wind suddenly hit him. As he looked up to avoid it, her finger struck a pressure point, leaving him frozen and unable to move. What are you?" The Old Hat man's face changed dramatically, panic rising as he tried to shout, but no sound came out. His eyes widened in fear.
What do you want? Who are you?
He couldn't speak, but Luo Hansu understood his lip movements. Ignoring his terrified expression, she spoke coldly. "I heard everything you said to Wang Chunlon. Who told you to make her catch someone cheating?" She paused for a moment, her voice turning icy. "If you tell me the truth, I'll spare your life. If not, you'll become a living corpse." "I don't know. Please don't. I'll give you one chance." Luo Hansu interrupted his unnecessary words, her gaze locking onto his. Her eyes were chillingly indifferent. The Old Hat man felt a coldness spreading from his heels to his spine, as if an unseen Grim Reaper had locked onto him. Terrified, he quickly changed his words. "My last name is Tian. I don't know the full name, just that he's a young man in his 20s. Luo Hansu had already suspected someone and knew a few people with the surname Tian. She confirmed a detail. "Does he have a black mole on his nose?"
Yes.
Luo Hansu identified the mastermind, a glint of determination in her eyes. She asked, "Does he often make you do bad things?" The old man didn't answer, but his expression said it all. "One last question. Did you find those 4 men who were drugged?" The old man's pupils shrank, and he realized that the woman the man with the surname Tian wanted to ruin was her. Those 4 men probably wouldn't end well, and Wang Chunlon had also suffered. "It seems to be you." Luo Hansu smiled coldly, her eyes filled with resolve. "People like you, who have done many bad things, shouldn't pollute the air here. It's time to face justice."
No.
His terrified voice was caught in his throat. He didn't see her move, and his body fell straight back. When the back of his head hit the ground, he closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Half a minute later, someone discovered him. His body was already stiff. The crowd immediately called for help, and the doctor later diagnosed him with a sudden heart attack. Luo Hansu, the one behind this act, didn't leave immediately. She casually watched the commotion. Later, when Wang Chunlon was found and rushed to the hospital, Luo quietly slipped away from the crowd. Having merged with the original owner's memories, She felt a strong sense of belonging in this unfamiliar environment and quickly adapted to the bustling city. She took a driverless tram home, choosing a window seat to enjoy the tall buildings lining the streets, the elegant cars, and the fashionable dresses worn by women. In the Dongling dynasty, women had low status. No matter how talented they ended up confined to the household as wives and caretakers, bound by rules in their words, actions, and attire, with no room for deviation. But here, women lived vibrant lives. They could attend school with boys, compete in exams, apply for jobs based on their abilities, and freely converse with men without being confined to the home. If they faced oppression, they could seek help from women's organizations, and if their marriages were unhappy, they could initiate divorce. Mother, the country chosen for me by Tians is wonderful. I see great potential here, and I will live an extraordinary life. Mother, rest peacefully in heaven. I will live well. In her past life of over 10 years, Luo Hansu was constantly training in martial arts and seeking revenge, always on edge and never allowing herself to relax. Now, having been reborn in this place, her soul found a moment of peace, and she fell asleep by the window on her way back. Hey, young lady, we've arrived at Huaihai Road. Luo Hansu was awakened by a sales clerk. When she opened her eyes, she felt a bit confused, but quickly regained her composure and got off the bus.
Thank you, ma'am.
The original owner of this body was born and raised on Huaihai Road. She is 18 years old, her parents are divorced, and her grandfather raised her. Sadly, her grandfather passed away 2 months ago, leaving her as the only child in the family. She took a shortcut home, and as she was unlocking the door, her neighbor called out, "Hansu, where were you this morning? Your classmate came looking for you, but left when you weren't home. I was looking for a job. I went around but didn't see any hiring signs." Luo Hansu didn't want anyone to know about her kidnapping. She didn't want to stir up trouble. Growing up under a feudal system, she understood better than anyone the power of rumors, which can be as sharp as a knife, capable of causing unseen harm. There were already people wanting to harm her, but they were too cowardly to act openly. If she revealed anything, they would surely seize the opportunity to ruin her reputation. In her past life, she lived for revenge, becoming cold and ruthless. She wouldn't hesitate to take action against those who harmed her. One of her favorite methods of revenge was to return the favor in kind. They sent her 4 men, and she promised to return them just as they were, allowing the sender to experience the consequences of their actions. 1975. Seeing the calendar on the wall, Luo Hansu picked up a nearby pen and wrote her name on the latest page. Luo Hansu, congratulations on your rebirth. Luo Hansu, thank you for this body. Let's live bravely and wonderfully together. The Luo family now lives in a small house, about 50 square meters in total, with 3 rooms and a separate kitchen and bathroom in the backyard. They live much better than most families, which has sparked envy among the neighbors. But their jealousy was pointless. This house belonged to the Luo family, and the government had issued a certificate allowing the family to live here permanently. The Luo family was once a highly respected and prominent family in Haiqing, inheriting a vast fortune. However, after decades of turmoil and war, the elders of the Luo family devoted their resources to support the resistance, causing their wealth to dwindle significantly. After the war ended and the economy stabilized, the Luo family began to rebuild their business, and their wealth gradually increased. However, 10 years ago, they faced a challenging period. The business they operated had many connections abroad, and with the background of being red capitalists, things became complicated when Luo Hansu's parents divorced and both settled abroad. Because of this, the grandfather and granddaughter nearly faced severe consequences. Fortunately, the elder Luo made a wise decision to dissolve the workers' union, surrender most of their wealth and properties to the state, and publicly sever ties with his son. Due to their significant contributions during the war, they were allowed to remain in Haiqing. The local leaders, seeing the Luo family's compliance and the substantial assets they surrendered, decided to allow them to keep their home and even arranged a light job for the elder Luo. With her grandfather's careful protection and education, Luo Hansu excelled in her studies and learned the business trade at home. The elder Luo even secretly hired a master to teach her martial arts for self-defense. Today, she was kidnapped on the street by a group of people. Outnumbered, she was ultimately knocked unconscious and taken away. In their home, there were 3 rooms, one for Luo Hansu, a small study next door, and another for her grandfather, who has since passed away, leaving that room empty. She cleaned the room, made the bed, and laid a soldier who had been injured on the bed. The fever medicine worked well, his temperature had dropped, and the bleeding from his abdominal wound had stopped. Luo Hansu covered him with a blanket, gave him a large bowl of warm water to drink, and left a bowl of water and 2 sesame cakes on the bedside with a note. After changing her clothes and having a sesame cake for herself, she locked the door and rode her bike to take care of some matters. At the reception of the City Reform Committee, a young woman with 2 long braids looked the visitor up and down and asked formally, "What is your name? Why are you here at the Reform Committee?" "My name is Luo Hansu, granddaughter of Luo Yud, the former deputy director of the archives. I am here to report my great-uncle Luo Yuping for hiding prohibited items." This woman works at the Reform Committee and has heard about Luo Yud's achievements during his lifetime. She knows Luo Yuping and his children and grandchildren, all of whom work in government positions. Today, she came to report her own relatives, which involves issues related to officials' families and prohibited items. The woman is cautious and says, "Please wait here. I will call the leader over." Okay. Because the Luo family situation is special, Director Zhou from the City Reform Committee personally came over. When Luo Hansu saw him, she stood up and expressionlessly called out, "Director Zhou." "Hansu, I just heard from Xiaohe that you want to report your great-uncle's family. Has something happened recently?" Director Zhou has a good relationship with the elder Luo. Before the elder passed away, he asked Zhou to take care of his granddaughter, and he had also instructed the staff in Huaihai Street to look after Luo Hansu. When her grandfather passed away, Director Zhou came to pay his respects and helped arrange the funeral. The original owner always remembered his kindness, and her grandfather had entrusted her with a message saying that Director Zhou could be trusted. Although she trusts her elders, she feels she can handle the family's matters and does not want to trouble them. "Director Zhou, nothing special has happened. I just accidentally discovered that my great-uncle's family, as government officials, does not set a good example. They loudly criticize bureaucrats and capitalists, yet their own lifestyle is extravagant. They go against my grandfather's decisions and have hidden many valuable items without reporting them." Director Zhou, being very perceptive, quickly realized she felt wronged and that she was being bullied by Luo Yuping's family, which led her to report them out of frustration. Noticing she was reluctant to share specific details, Director Zhou nodded and asked, "What prohibited items are you reporting they are hiding?" "A pair of phoenix gold hairpins from the palace and a hollow gold collar worn by a royal relative. The only things I can confirm are these 2 items, which I overheard from their younger generation. There should be other valuable jewelry as well. Do you know the origin of these 2 treasures?" Director Zhou asked her. "Yes, they were gifts from the royals to the Luo family, and there are records of this in the family ledger. These items were clearly stated in a will left by the elder of the Luo family to be passed down to my grandfather, but after my great-grandfather passed away, my great-grandmother secretly took these 2 royal pieces and later denied it, claiming they were lost during the moving and division of the family. My grandfather left a detailed record of the estate division, which documents this matter and notes that these 2 items are marked as missing. I recently overheard a younger member of his family secretly say that these 2 items were not lost. The real thief was a family member. The 2 valuable artifacts have always been in their possession and are often taken out for appreciation. Old Master Luo and his half-brother Luo Yuping share the same father. Old Master Luo was born to the legal wife, while Luo Yuping's mother was just the family's maid, who took advantage of the situation when the legal wife was ill. The Luo family values its reputation highly. They were outsmarted by a maid, and the elders had to swallow their pride at that time. However, they never liked the maid or her son, Luo Yuping, and he received only a small share in all matters. because of the unfair treatment he faced growing up, along with his mother constantly instilling a sense of rivalry in him. Luo Yuping has always harbored resentment, often directing that anger towards his older brother, Luo Yud. Today, the Tian family members who attacked Luo Hansu are actually Luo Yuping's in-laws. They dare not confront her openly, so they resort to underhanded tactics against her. When old Master Luo was alive, he protected Luo Hansu well, and their various schemes were thwarted. Now that he has passed away, they believe it will be easy to deal with her, a lone girl. Director Su had Xiaohe record everything she said. Noticing her cold demeanor at such a young age, he sighed and reminded her, "Hansu, you are a smart child. You should understand what reporting today means, right?" "I know. Grandfather is my only relative. Everyone else is not." The internal conflicts of the Luo family were never hidden from the original owner. Old Master Luo informed her of all the details. In her heart, she sees Luo Yuping's branch not as family, but as enemies. Over the years, Luo Yuping's side has used countless tactics against the two of them, and her grandfather never concealed this from her. In fact, she participated in many retaliations herself. Old Master Luo's way of educating her was quite special. He did not want his granddaughter to become a sheltered flower. His son was not capable of protecting her, and if he were to pass away, she would easily be crushed by these predatory relatives without the ability to defend herself. Therefore, he raised her like a boy, exposing her to the harsh realities of the world and the coldness of human nature from a young age. Old Master Luo's educational approach was similar to her mother's, which made it easy for her to relate to the original owner's feelings and thoughts. Director Su, my grandfather's only wish was for me to live a safe and smooth life. I have no intention of competing with others. I just want to quietly enjoy each day. But some people do not wish the same for me. Since we cannot coexist peacefully and they do not care about our blood ties, I won't hesitate to take action today. This is Luo Hansu's attitude, her tone firm and unwavering. She is an adult with strong opinions, and Director Su did not try to persuade her, respecting her decision with a slight nod. "All right, wait here. I will arrange for someone to handle this matter." "Thank you, Director Su." Luo Hansu stood up to show her gratitude. Her words and actions were polite and thoughtful, but she was cautious in her dealings. She always wore a cold expression in front of others, her gaze indifferent and calm, unlike her peers who were full of energy. Director Su felt a bit sad watching her. "Hansu, if you ever feel wronged, just come to me." "Okay, thank you." Luo Hansu replied, knowing she would need to use the connections her grandfather left her. There was no need to use heavy measures for dealing with the Luo family's second branch and the Tian family. Director Su arranged for colleagues from the Reform Committee to accompany her and also notified the City Police and Inspection Committee. Once the three groups met, they headed straight to Luo Yuping's home. Luo Yuping's house was not far from Luo Hansu's, about 100 meters apart. The houses in between were originally Luo family properties, but had been handed over to the state by Luo Yud and were now assigned to dual-income families working in government and state-owned enterprises. Luo Yuping and his wife had a son and a daughter. Their son, Luo Fuyuan, and daughter, Luo Fuyun, had children of their own. Luo Fuyuan and his wife had 2 sons and a daughter, while Luo Fuyun married into the well-matched Shui family, where they had 3 daughters. All the adult grandchildren were employed in government and state-owned enterprises, and these 6 grandchildren were quite capable. "Open the door." Luo Hansu knocked on the door, and although there was movement inside, no one came to open it. She kicked the iron door. "What are you doing?" The voice belonged to He Yuling, the wife of the second branch of the Luo family, who appeared with an impatient expression. But upon seeing the group of officials behind Luo Hansu, her expression changed instantly to a flattering smile. "Director Liu, Deputy Director Wang, Captain Li, what brings you all here today?" "This is a search warrant." Director Liu from the City Reform Committee showed the search warrant without further explanation and signaled to the others. "Search. What are you doing?" He Yuling's face changed dramatically as she stepped forward to block them. Luo Hansu pulled her aside to clear the way and said coldly, "Aunt, They are performing their duties. It's best not to obstruct them. What do you want, Luo Hansu? He Yuling shook off her hand. There were many people around, and the neighbors, who were all prominent figures, quickly gathered when they heard the commotion. Now, a crowd had formed outside the Luo family home. Seeing that the police and the committee members had entered the house, Luo Hansu coldly answered her question, also addressing the onlookers. Luo Yoping's family lives extravagantly and is seriously corrupted by capitalist ideas. They have stolen and hidden royal jewelry. I represent the Luo family to uphold justice. I ask all neighbors to bear witness. Luo Hansu. He Yuling's eyes widened in anger as she pointed at her, and upon hearing the noise from inside, she hurried back to intervene. Luo Hansu watched her retreating figure, smirking in mockery, and quickly followed, calling to the onlookers, "Neighbors, what's so interesting outside?
Come in and see."
What is Luo Hansu trying to do? What else could it be? Revenge. Let's go. Hurry and see. She sounds so certain, and look at Healing's expression. It must be true. Daring to hide royal jewelry? That takes guts. As they rushed in, the police had just found a small box made of yellow pear wood under the floorboards of the wardrobe. When they opened it, it contained the phoenix gold hairpin, a golden hollow collar, and a pair of sparkling jade bracelets, just as Luo Hansu had said. What are you doing, Luo Hansu? Luo Zia, the granddaughter of the second branch of the Luo family, had been playing at a neighbor's house. Hearing the news, she rushed back and squeezed in to question Luo Hansu. Upon seeing the gold hairpin in the police officer's hand, her expression changed immediately. Luo Hansu stood in the corner, watching her coldly, deliberately provoking her. Luo Zia, today I brought the leaders to raid the house, and you should thank me for the tip-off. What do you mean? Luo Zia's face turned pale. Luo Hansu didn't answer, but gave a meaningful look, leaving everyone to speculate. At that moment, Hyuling stood at the door, sweating nervously. Though she wanted to rush in and slap her daughter, she held back and signaled for her to leave and inform the rest of the family. Receiving the signal, Luo Zia turned to leave, but Luo Hansu called out to her, "Luo Zia, where are you going? You have hidden royal jewelry in your home, and you found it in your room. Why aren't you cooperating with the investigation?" Director Su personally assigned Lu, who is reliable in his work. He signaled to his colleagues, comrades Hyuling and Luo Zia, "Please step outside and wait. Do not interfere with our duties." Director Lu, there's a misunderstanding. This doesn't belong to us. It must be Luo Hansu trying to frame us. Hyuling tried to stay calm and turn the situation around, but Luo Hansu was not easily intimidated. With a sneer, she said, "Aunt, can you at least speak honestly for once?"
Ha!
Laughter erupted from the crowd. Hyuling's face darkened, and she became increasingly frustrated. "Luo Hansu, you share the Luo surname too. You can't write the character for Luo twice. We are connected by blood. How does ruining our family benefit you? A servant's illegitimate child? The ancestors of the Luo family wouldn't even acknowledge you. Why should I show you any mercy because of our blood ties?" Luo Hansu replied bluntly, tearing into Luo Yoping's reputation publicly. "Luo Hansu." A furious voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Luo Yoping's face dark and stormy, his eyes filled with barely contained rage. Unlike his fury, Luo Hansu remained calm and continued to stab at his heart. "Did I say something wrong? Your mother was just a servant of the Luo family who took advantage of a drunken moment with the ancestor. This is a scandal for the Luo family, and it's all written in detail in the family history. I've read it countless times." Ignoring his impending wrath, she taunted, "Your descendants probably haven't seen it, since they aren't worthy of reading the Luo family history. I can generously lend it to them so they can understand the real reason they aren't accepted by the Luo family." Having grown up in her past life, Luo Hansu knew how to hit where it hurts. She never hesitated to use the harshest methods for revenge against her enemies. She understood Luo Yoping's vulnerabilities, knowing that his background was his deepest wound, a sensitive topic that outsiders should not touch. Yet, she deliberately pressed on that sore spot in front of others. She was cold and ruthless towards her enemies, Indifferent to others' opinions or how her actions might affect the future, she only cared that her enemies suffered. Did your grandfather teach you to act this way? Luo Yuping brought up his deceased older brother, wanting to morally criticize him. Luo Hansu coldly looked at him and replied firmly, "My grandfather taught me to be honest and straightforward, to act with integrity, not to use tricks to gain power or wealth, and not to resort to underhanded methods to climb to a place that doesn't belong to me. I have learned all this, and I don't need anyone else to teach me." You. Luo Yuping was so angry he could barely stand. Every word she said was a jab, and everyone present understood her meaning. "Hansu, you have gone too far today." A gentle voice came from behind Luo Yuping, filled with deep helplessness. The speaker was Luo Yuping's wife, Tianzi. She was short but well-preserved, looking like she was in her 50s despite being over 60. She usually spoke slowly and kindly, but Luo Hansu quickly sensed the sharpness in her eyes, realizing she was not an easy opponent. "Regardless of the situation, your second grandfather is an elder. He couldn't choose his background, and because of it, he has suffered in the Luo family. As a younger generation, why must you add to his pain?" Hearing her soft yet pleading words, Luo Hansu made a mocking expression. The suffering he faced in the Luo family was brought on by his mother. If he wants to blame someone, he should blame her. Since his mother chose to pursue wealth through questionable means, she should be prepared for her children to face disdain. "Enough!" Luo Yuping roared in anger, like a lion ready to pounce. Enough of what? Luo Hansu was also filled with rage. She grabbed a teapot from a nearby cabinet and threw it, making a louder noise than his roar. "My grandfather acknowledged you as his half-brother and showed you respect. How have you treated him in return? Do you think I don't know about the terrible things you've done? Should I list them one by one for you now? Luo Hansu, do you have no manners?" He Yuling jumped in again. "My manners are reserved for people, not for unworthy individuals." Luo Hansu did not name names or look directly at Luo Yuping, instead locking eyes with He Yuling. "You are not a good person either, and you have no right to talk to me about manners. Everyone knows what kind of family the He family is. Birds of a feather flock together. You fit well with your disgraceful bloodline." The family of He Yuling is also filled with troubles. Her biological parents divorced early on and later remarried. It was revealed that their divorce was due to both of them being unfaithful during their marriage. A few years ago, these issues were brought to light by someone with ill intentions, causing a huge uproar. Her parents almost faced public criticism, but it was only when Luo Yuping and his son intervened that the situation calmed down. He Yuling was so angry that her well-maintained face turned a deep shade of red, and she pointed at them, unable to say a word. Pointing at someone really shows good upbringing. "Your family's manners have opened my eyes," Luo Hansu said with sharp words. Luo Yuping shot a disapproving glance at his daughter-in-law, his face long with disappointment. "Luo Hansu, your grandfather is no longer here, your parents are abroad, and you've cut ties with them. Are you trying to sever ties with our family too?" Luo Hansu sneered. "Oh, your family has secretly tried every way to divide the inheritance, stabbing my grandfather in the back, turning my dad into a useless person, and even trying to matchmake my foolish mother with him. You encouraged them to create chaos at home, ruining the family reputation and pushing my dad away from my grandfather. Should I thank you for being such wonderful relatives?" "Luo Hansu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Yuping's voice rose. Tianzi stepped out from the crowd, looking disappointed and hurt. "Hansu, who taught you to say these things? Grandma always thought you were a smart and sensible child. How could you believe these words from outsiders? You know we haven't done any of this. You know very well whether you did or not," Luo Hansu replied coldly, giving her a mocking look. "My parents' journey from meeting to marriage to their eventual split always had Grandma's influence. You really went to great lengths to pave the way for your son. Hansu, do you really think of Grandma as such a wicked person?" Tianzi asked, her face filled with pain and disbelief. "Yes, I think of you as a wicked person. Both of you are the same, one worse than the other. There are many smart people in this world who can easily see the difference between true kindness and false kindness, between those with virtue and those without. I can't understand how lacking in morals and hypocritical you all are, and I don't have the time to investigate. I just want to tell you that since you won't let me live peacefully, I will repay you in kind, and I won't let down the kindness of my relatives." Her voice was chilling, and Luo Yuping studied her deeply, his narrowed eyes revealing a strong sense of danger. "Luo Hansu, what exactly do you want to do?" "Luo Yuping, just because I used to call you second granduncle doesn't mean you deserve my respect. You know what kind of person you are. You don't deserve any respect. Today, I invited all the leaders here, and I can clearly tell you that I came to seek revenge on purpose. Before, I held back because my grandfather was unwell. Now that he has passed away, I am alone. I have nothing to lose, and I am not afraid of you, who wear shoes. You have done so many things in secret, and today I will collect some interest." With that, she kicked open the door to the study and began searching through the drawers herself. She quickly found 2 comic books hidden in a secret compartment. After flipping through them casually, she tore a page out and threw it all in Luo Yoping's face. The images of men and women from the comics scattered across the floor. Everyone present turned pale after just a glance, with some parents quickly covering their children's eyes, their expressions a mix of shock. Even the officials were stunned. Second granduncle is indeed aging gracefully. At his age, he still knows so many moves. I wonder if second grand aunt can keep up? Luo Hansa mocked without a hint of embarrassment, speaking openly in front of everyone. Everyone in the room was speechless. How could she say something like that so boldly?
Bang!
Luo Yuping, who was older and had poor eyesight, was the last to see clearly and fell to the ground in shock. "It's not mine, it's not," he stammered, wanting to explain but at a loss for words. These books were indeed not his, but they were found in the study, so if they weren't his, they belonged to his children or grandchildren. No matter how he tried to explain, it felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. "If it's not yours, then it must belong to your son Luo Fuyuan, or your grandsons Luo Hanfeng and Luo Hancheng. If not, then it must be your granddaughter Luo Zia's." Luo Hansu pointed out all his family members' names. "It's not mine. I don't have such books." Luo Zia wouldn't admit to this, even if she were foolish. This book truly isn't hers. She only glanced at it a few times, and now her face is as red as a monkey's bottom. "It doesn't matter if it's yours or not. It's from your family." Luo Hansu sneered and kicked the blueprint at Luo Yoping's feet, sarcastically provoking him. "Second uncle, you're known for your skills in uncovering secrets. With your keen eye, you should be able to tell this is a forbidden book at a glance. I remember the Tao family hid a forbidden book years ago, and you found it." In the end, he was publicly criticized for 3 days. As a retired leader, you should set an example, right? "Hansu, this book isn't secretly kept by your second uncle. It must be." Tianzi tried to distance herself from the situation, but Luo Hansu interrupted her. "Second aunt, I believe this book isn't second uncle's. At his age, he should be more cautious about such matters. So please tell everyone here, whose book is this? Just name someone." She paused for a moment, lazily leaning against the doorframe, reminding her, "Don't try to pin this on me. When I was searching, there were 2 officials present. We found this book together. I don't have the ability to deceive you under their watch." The onlookers fell silent, holding their breaths, watching as Luo Yuping and the others were left speechless. Their gazes towards Luo Hansa changed. What a sharp tongue! What deep cunning! No wonder she is the successor carefully trained by old Master Luo. Luo Yuping and Tianzi, who usually spoke well, and He Yuling, who was also quite eloquent, now found themselves unable to make a sound, their mouths moving but no words coming out. They had plenty to say, but with the evidence right in front of them, any further argument felt futile. Today, Luo Hansa's sudden move caught them off guard, striking right at their weak spot. She was truly ruthless. They realized they had underestimated her abilities and regretted not taking action against her sooner, allowing her to seize the initiative. Luo Yuping felt deep regret. Keeping forbidden books and royal jewelry, who will drink these 2 pots of tea? You all should discuss it quickly. After speaking, Luo Hansu turned and entered the study, searching meticulously, knocking on the walls and floors, leaving no stone unturned. The officials she invited searched thoroughly. They found nothing special in Luo Yuping's couple's room, but in Luo Fuyuan's couple's room, they discovered a box of money, roughly counting over 3,000 yuan, along with 2 bank books that added up to 8,000 yuan. Second grandma, you often complain about being poor, saying that the family's expenses are high and life is tough, and that second grandpa is generous with his money, often helping the needy and orphans. You say the family is almost out of food. So this is how a wealthy family struggles? Is your pot cooking gold? Luo Hansa pointed at her, slapped her face hard, and noticed the onlookers exchanging glances, seizing the chance to add fuel to the fire. Don't say such hypocritical things outside anymore. The tricks that the nanny used to take money and divide the family assets, Grandpa has told me about. While others may not know, I am quite aware. This daughter-in-law of yours was favored by her. Before she passed away, she entrusted the family assets to you. No one knows your family's true wealth better than you. Tianingzi was steadier than Luo Yuping. Although she was furious inside, she spoke softly and calmly. Hansu, you have deep grievances against our family, and speak with sharp words. As an elder, I won't hold it against you. I won't explain much about the family savings. This is what we have saved over the years by being frugal. Every penny can stand up to scrutiny, and we will fully cooperate with the investigation. Director Liu looked at her deeply and continued, we will investigate the savings in detail. As for the banned books and palace jewelry, we ask everyone to come with us. At this point, Luo Yuping and the others had no choice but to cooperate with the investigation. As Director Liu left with the items and people, Luo Yuping shot a fierce glare back, but Luo Hansu was unfazed by his menacing look and responded with a provocative gaze. The neighbors were still standing nearby, chatting in small groups about what had just happened. Luo Hansu didn't greet them much and rode her bike home. In fact, her personality was somewhat similar to the original owners. Both preferred solitude. She was lively and cheerful as a child, but after being abandoned by her father and nearly poisoned, her character changed completely. Later, living alone with her mother in the deep mountains, she rarely interacted with others and gradually got used to being alone. The original owner also avoided close interactions with others due to family reasons, having no close friends and keeping a distance from everyone, always carrying a sense of caution and wariness. When Luo Hansu opened the door with the key and entered the house, she heard a faint sound coming from her grandfather's bedroom. She immediately locked the door and gently pushed open the door to the bedroom. As the door opened, their eyes met in silence. Luo Hansu glanced at the cup and food on the bedside table, saw that everything was finished, and expressionlessly picked up the thermos, saying, "This is my home. It's safe here. You can rest and recover." While pouring water, Zhou Moyao looked up at her delicate and bright face. A cute little face resembling hers appeared in his mind, and he tentatively called her name. "Are you Luo Grandpa's granddaughter, Luo Hansu?" Luo Hansu paused her pouring, noticing the scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Do you know me?" Seeing that it was indeed her, Zhou Moyao pressed his lips together and replied in a hoarse voice, "We've met before." Luo Hansu carefully recalled the original owner's memories, but found nothing about him. This man had a strong and resolute demeanor typical of a soldier. If they had met, she should remember him. Seeing her expression, Zhou Moyao realized she didn't remember him and introduced himself. "We met when we were kids. My last name is Zhou Moyao. My grandfather is Zhou Bingyi." "Oh, you're the eldest grandson of the Zhou family. I remember meeting you when we were young." The original owner had visited the Zhou family with her grandfather when they were children. The two grandfathers were close friends and kept in touch through letters and calls, but they hadn't seen each other in over a decade for various reasons, so the original owner's memories of the Zhou family were quite vague. During her grandfather's illness, Grandpa Zhou had invited many doctors to help and had gone out of his way to find good medicine to ease his suffering. After her grandfather passed away, he also sent his grandchildren to pay their respects. At that time, Zhou Maqin, the eldest son of the third branch of the Zhou family and the original owner's nominal fiancé, came to offer condolences. The two grandfathers had verbally agreed on their marriage and exchanged tokens of engagement. Before her grandfather passed, he had told her to take care of things in Haicheng and then go to the Zhou family in Kyoto, as he had already discussed the wedding plans with Grandpa Zhou. The original owner often heard her grandfather talk about the Zhou family, but she had only met their grandchildren when she was young. Even her nominal fiancé, Zhou Maqin, she hadn't recognized during his visit to pay respects. He had to introduce himself. At that time, she was deeply saddened and only exchanged a few simple words with him. About a month ago, Zhou Maqin's mother, the wife of the third branch of the Zhou family, called her. She said on the phone that her son and Luo Hansu only met when they were young, and there are no feelings between them. Now, with the promotion of love and marriage freedom, elders should not arrange marriages. Her tone was somewhat arrogant and harsh, implying that she does not approve of the marriage agreed upon by the two elders, and she even suggested that the original party should come forward to break off the engagement. At that time, the original party was already packing her bags to go to the Zhou family in Kyoto. After this phone call, she changed her mind and called Grandpa Zhou to relay everything that Zhou Maqin's mother had said word for word. Grandpa Zhou got angry on the phone and said he would give her an explanation, but she didn't want to trouble the elders. She also had no good feelings toward her future mother-in-law and didn't want to spend the rest of her life under the same roof with someone like that, so she directly mentioned breaking off the engagement. For the past month, the original party had completely let go of going to the Zhou family and was looking for a job, planning to stay and live in her hometown, Haicheng. Luo Hansu had heard from her grandfather that Zhou Moyao was the eldest son of the Zhou family's second branch and the eldest grandson. He was carefully trained by the elders of the Zhou family to be a successor. Following in the footsteps of his ancestors, he joined the military and achieved many accomplishments at a young age, making Grandpa Zhou very proud of him. She heard he worked in the military for a long time and guessed he probably didn't know about the broken engagement, so she didn't bring it up. Instead, she mentioned today's events. "Thank you for shooting that beast today. Was that girl who fainted you?" Zhou Moyao frowned. Luo Hansen nodded, her expression cold. "I was ambushed. You shot, and that's what woke me up. Did you call the police?" Zhou Moyao was seriously injured and lost too much blood to save her. He fainted after shooting one person. "The police are involved. The situation is a bit complicated, but I will handle it myself." Luo Hansu didn't go into detail and didn't plan to ask the Zhou family for help with her family matters. She held a glass of water to help him drink and said, "You can rest here. No one knows you're here." Zhou Moyao had heard from his grandfather that she was very smart and capable, raised by Grandpa Luo, not a sheltered flower. Seeing her deep, unreadable eyes confirmed his grandfather's words. The once delicate and obedient little girl had grown up. Without Grandpa Luo's protection, she should be able to stand on her own. "Hansu, please help me call Grandpa to let him know I'm safe." Luo Hansu didn't mind his address and nodded. "Let's call after lunch. The food at home is running low." The original owner went out this morning to buy groceries, but before she could get anything, she was kidnapped. Now she is hungry, so she cooked the only noodles and eggs she had left, making 2 simple bowls of egg noodles. "Luo Hansu, come out here." Before she finished her meal, a loud woman appeared outside, kicking the door and causing a scene. Luo Hansu was sitting quietly on the bed, eating noodles with Zhou Moyao. After swallowing a mouthful, she expressionlessly said, "You keep eating. I'll handle this." Her voice was cold, her face showed no emotion, and her eyes were filled with deep indifference, radiating a sense of loneliness. Seeing her like this, Zhou Moyao couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the passing of Grandpa Luo had affected her deeply. She likely hadn't recovered from the pain of losing a loved one. Thinking of the things his aunt and cousin had done behind the scenes made his gaze turn cold as well. The troublemaker was Luo Fuyun, the daughter of Luo Yuping. Her personality was different from her parents. She didn't inherit their shrewdness and cunning. Instead, she was impulsive, easily angered, and quite foolish, representing the less intelligent side of the Luo family. As Luo Fuyun kicked the door again, Luo Hansu opened it from the inside, pouring a bucket of yellow water right over her head.
Ah!
The scream echoed down the street. Luo Hansu coldly looked at the drenched woman, threw the bucket on the ground, and disdainfully remarked, "You scream louder than a pig at a slaughterhouse, and you look just like one too. You must have been a pig in your past life." Pfft, haha. It was lunchtime, and many neighbors were eating. A lot of them came out with their bowls to watch, unable to hold back their laughter. Zhou Moyao, lying inside and eating noodles, couldn't help but smirk at her sharp tongue. Luo Fuyun was wearing a white shirt, and after the bucket of water fell, her shirt clung to her body, revealing her tank top underneath. She had gained weight in middle age, and as she wiped off the dirt, her excess flesh shook. Luo Hansu looked at her greasy figure with disgust, feeling like she might throw up the noodles she had just eaten. She continued to speak sharply. "With all that fat, you could sell it at a meat factory for a good price. You could probably fry up a pot of oil that would feed a family for a year." Haha, haha. The crowd watching burst into laughter. "Luo Hansu, shut your mouth." Luo Fuyun finally cleaned her face, but there were still bits of leaves in her hair. She didn't care about anything else now. She crossed her arms to cover herself and shouted at her, "Luo Hansu, how dare you throw slop at me? Don't you have any manners? A fat pig comes here in the middle of the day asking for food, and I serve her a bucket of slop. Isn't that hospitality? What? Does the fat pig dislike slop and want white rice instead? Sorry, but my family is poor and can't afford to serve you. Please turn right and walk 100 meters to the pig pen of a wealthy family, where you can enjoy white rice 3 times a day." With every remark Luo Fuyun made, Luo Hansu shot back 3 times, making her so angry that her whole body shook. The neighbors watching all laughed. They had lived next to the Luo family for 10 years and had seen Luo Hansu every day, but they never knew her words could be so sharp. "Luo Hansu, how could you report my parents? They are your elders. Do you have no humanity?" Luo Fuyun came to settle family matters, but she was so furious she almost forgot her purpose. Smack! Luo Hansu slapped her back without warning. Luo Fuyun was completely unprepared and didn't instinctively dodge. The stinging slap left 5 clear fingerprints on her cheek. "At my grandfather's funeral, you hid in the back laughing. Do you have any humanity?" The original owner had wanted to hit her for a long time, but hadn't had the chance. Now that she and the original owner's spirit were one, she was overwhelmed by those emotions and decisively slapped her. "You little brat, you hit me." Luo Fuyun was stunned by the smack. In front of everyone, Luo Hansu delivered another loud slap and retorted, "Brat? You're the one who comes from a lowly background. Didn't your nanny ever tell you that?" She hit hard, and Luo Fuyun felt dizzy. The Luo Hansu in front of her seemed to be 2 figures. Shaking, her fat body lunged at her. You scoundrel. You're the one who's low. Get out. If you shout again, I'll hit you every time I see you." Luo Hansu pushed her out forcefully, picked up the bucket of slop from the ground, and with a kick, the door slammed shut. "Luo Hansu, I'm going to get you back." Luo Fuyun yelled and pounded on the door, but Luo Hansu didn't open it again. Instead, her voice came from inside. "I haven't emptied my chamber pot yet. If you keep barking, I'll dump it on your head." She went back inside to continue eating, while Luo Fuyun went crazy outside for 2 minutes before leaving in frustration. Today, the excitement on Huaihai Road was all about the internal conflict within the Luo family. Luo Hansu personally reported the issues with the Luo Yuping family, and news of it had already spread, with everyone discussing it. A group of women next door gathered, and one of them whispered, "What do you think the Luo family did to make Luo Hansu retaliate so harshly? That family has never been good. They just pretend to be nice. They probably did something terrible to bully her as a lone girl." Although Luo Hansu's words were harsh, she spoke the truth. Luo Yuping was indeed born from a maid, and I heard he only got into the family tree when he was about 10. He looks and acts just like his mother, so the elders of the Luo family don't like him. Luo Hansu must have felt very wrong to use this against Luo Yuping. She usually seems cold, but she has a fierce side. This move really hit Luo Yuping's family hard. They might not be able to recover from this. An old man eating nearby chimed in with a smirk. After 10 years, it's about time the boomerang came back to them. The group of women turned to look at him, and one asked, Uncle Hao, did you tell the Tao family about this morning's events? Someone was quicker than me. By the time I got there, the Tao family was already reaching out to others. They're probably all at the meeting now. A few years ago, Luo Yuping tried to prove he wasn't corrupted by capitalism by aggressively supporting various policies, targeting many wealthy families and well-known scholars in Haicheng. Now that Luo Hansu has reported him and found evidence in his home, those who suffered under him didn't need to organize. They all went to the meeting to apply pressure after hearing the news. At this moment, Director Su's office was crowded with about 20 elderly people, all of whom were respected and educated. Unlike loud rural women, they spoke calmly about policies and laws, discussing everything from national policies to personal morals, thoroughly shaming the Luo Yuping couple. Luo Hansu's actions today truly caught Luo Yuping's family off guard. Luo Fuyuan received the news this morning and immediately took leave to deal with family matters, but despite seeking help from many, he still hadn't seen his parents or wife and daughters. He reluctantly went to the association to see Director Su, but found his office blocked. After listening to a few words at the door, he turned around in anger and left. After meeting his sister and brother-in-law, he saw that Luo Fuyun had been beaten and had a swollen face, trampled underfoot by Luo Hansu. He vented his anger on his sister, pointing at her and scolding her harshly before seeking help from others. After finishing dinner and completing her chores at home, Luo Hansu prepared to go out in the afternoon. She went to her room and told Zhou Moyao, I need to go out for a bit. You can rest at home, and I'll be back in time to make dinner. Okay, be safe while you're out. Zhou Moyao had previously asked about the Luo family matters. She briefly mentioned the report she made in the morning and suspected that the trouble she faced earlier was caused by the second branch of the Luo family. Luo Hansu returned to her room to get a medical kit. The kit contained many common medicines, all neatly organized by the previous owner, with labels on the bags of Western medicine showing the names and dosages. You had a fever before, and I only gave you one fever reducer. If you have a fever again this afternoon, take the fever reducer yourself. Here are some disinfectants, hemostatics, and anti-inflammatory medicines. Feel free to use them. He was a soldier, so he should understand these basic medications. Luo Hansu didn't explain in detail and turned to bring over a thermos, pointing to the next room. The restroom is next door. No need to go outside. I have the key. As she turned to leave, Zhou Moyao requested, Hansu, I might be here for a while. Please help me buy 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities. Okay. Luo Hansu nodded and left. Riding her bike freely through the bustling streets, Luo Hansu felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and ease. In her previous life, she had spent nearly 10 years practicing martial arts, plotting, fighting, and seeking revenge, never able to relax. Only at this moment did she shed the burdens of her past life, beginning to enjoy the fresh air and explore all the unknowns and novelties around her. The first new experience she encountered was making a phone call to the Zhou family in distant Kyoto. She found a phone booth on the roadside, where she had to wait in line. There was someone in front of her making a call, and another person behind her, so she pushed her bike and stood third in line. Seeing the person in front of her animatedly sharing good news over the phone, Luo Hansu couldn't help but marvel. This phone is such a wonderful invention. It's much better than the carrier pigeons of the Dongling dynasty. Phone calls were quite expensive at that time. After a 5-minute call, the person on the other end clearly showed a pained expression when paying the bill. Soon, it was Luo Hansu's turn. Thanks to the original owner's memories, she was familiar with making calls and quickly dialed the Zhou family's number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, someone picked up on the other end. Hello, who is this? Hearing Grandma Zhou's voice, Luo Hansu politely responded, Grandma Zhou, it's Hansu. Oh, it's Hansu. Grandma Zhou replied with a smile. Hansu, have you had dinner yet? Grandma Zhou, I have eaten. Is Grandpa Zhou home? I need to talk to him about something. Yes, just a moment. Grandma Zhou put down the phone and called out loudly, Old man, come take the call. Hansen needs to talk to you.
Coming.
Grandpa Zhou hurried over and asked, Is this a call from Hansu? Yes, she said she needs to talk to you. Grandpa Zhou sat down on the sofa, picked up the phone, and asked, Hansu, is someone bothering you? No, Grandpa Zhou, no one is bothering me. Aside from her mother, it had been a long time since anyone had shown concern for Luo Hansu. Although Grandpa Zhou was worried about the original owner, his words still made her lonely heart stir slightly. It's good that no one is bothering you. If someone does, just let me know, and I'll take care of them. Grandpa Zhou, a veteran who had faced many challenges, spoke loudly enough that his strong voice could be heard through the phone. Okay. A small smile appeared on Luo Hansu's lips. Hansu, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Grandpa Zhou asked. Grandpa Zhou, my brother came to Haicheng yesterday. He said the work assigned to him by his leader is a bit tricky. He worked all night and got caught in the rain, so he's running a fever. He wants to rest at my house for a day or two and asked me to call you to let you know he's okay. When they were eating earlier, Zhou Moya had asked her to call their grandfather and not mention his injury, suggesting she express it gently during the call to avoid revealing his whereabouts and causing her trouble. Although Grandpa Zhou was older, he had sharp hearing and a keen mind. He guessed that the brother she mentioned was her eldest brother, Zhou Moya. He also understood the deeper meaning in her words and said seriously, Hansu, I know your brother has been very busy and tired lately, and now he's sick from the rain. Please help take care of him, buy him some good medicine, and prepare some nutritious meals for him. Okay. Grandpa Zhou, don't worry, my brother will recover after some rest. I will take good care of him. Luo Hansu didn't mention the specific injuries over the phone, but she conveyed that he was safe, and she believed the old man understood this well. Good, Hansu. Thank you for your hard work. Out of caution, the old man didn't say more. His grandson was involved in top-secret missions, and it was crucial to keep his whereabouts hidden. Knowing he was safe was enough. After hanging up, Grandma Zhou looked serious and leaned closer to him, whispering, Is Moyao in High City? He should be seriously injured but not in danger. He's at the Luo family, and Hansu is taking care of him. Grandpa Zhou had a mutual understanding with his grandson. The call to Hansu was not only to report safety, but also had a deeper meaning. After speaking, he stood up, saying, I need to go out. Don't tell anyone about Moyao in High City. You don't need to remind me about such matters. Grandma Zhou immediately saw him off. After finishing the call, Luo Hansu went to a nearby department store and bought 2 sets of clothes for Zhou and Moyao, a set of toiletries and some rice, flour, oil, and vegetables. Although the space she had was not large, only 2 to 3 acres, her mother's stone house took up only half an acre, leaving nearly 2 acres for planting crops and vegetables. She could also build a shelter to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, allowing for self-sufficiency. Even without a job, she could rely on this space to ensure she wouldn't go hungry. In her previous life, Luo Hansu and her mother lived in seclusion in the deep mountains, where they cultivated their own crops and vegetables, relying on hunting and fishing for meat. They had mastered these survival skills. She found a local agricultural store to buy some grain and vegetable seeds, as well as tools like hoes and sickles. After that, she returned to the department store to buy some fruit, planning to plant the seeds in her space to try growing fruit trees. If successful, she wouldn't need to buy fruit in the future. After finishing these tasks, she went to do something else. She rode her bike to the Tian family's house, but the gate was closed and no one was home. Nearby, 2 elderly women were knitting and chatting, so she approached them to inquire, Excuse me, do you know this family? Oh, the Tian family? Yes, we know them. What's the matter? One of the women with glasses looked up at her. Luo Hansu had dressed up a bit before coming over, using the original owner's makeup to alter her beautiful face, making it look less striking. Now, she just appeared fresh and pleasant. Grandma, I am a classmate of Tian Chunyang. Something happened at her great-aunt's house, and I came to inform her. I noticed their door is closed, so is no one home? This is the family home of Tianzi. Her brothers and sisters have long passed away, and only her nephew Tian Wenjie and his family of 5 live here. Today, the person who ordered her kidnapping was Tian Chuangyang, the eldest grandson of the Tian family. He is charming on the surface, but very cunning underneath. He is the favorite nephew of Tianzi. Tian Chuangyang has 2 younger sisters. The eldest is Tian Chunyang, and the youngest is Tian Xiaoyang. Tian Chunyang is the same age as Luo Hansu. They were classmates in elementary and middle school. She was known for forming cliques and often picked on Luo Hansu, even encouraging classmates to isolate her. The original owner was not one to back down. When they went too far, she reported them directly to the authorities, presenting a pile of evidence. Later, Tian Chunyang was forced to apologize, and the Tian family arranged for her to leave school and work at a state-owned enterprise. They are all at work or school now and won't be home until around 5 or 6 o'clock, the old lady told her, and then asked, "What happened to the Tian family's Grey Tant's house?" "This morning, someone reported them." Officials from the Public Security Bureau and the Inspection Committee went there and found jewelry like gold hairpins worn by queens and concubines in the palace, and also some inappropriate books. Luo Hansu intentionally brought up this topic. As an unmarried young woman, she naturally felt a bit embarrassed discussing such matters, forcing a shy smile. These were all discovered on the spot, along with over 10,000 yuan in savings. Tian Chunyang's great-aunt, great-uncle, and some relatives were all taken away. Upon hearing this shocking news, the 2 old ladies became excited. One quickly asked, "Young lady, when did this happen?" "About 11 o'clock this morning." Now their children are running around trying to find help. The bespectacled old lady lived across from the Tian family and knew their relatives well. She mentioned, "Tian Wenjie's family probably doesn't even know about this. My home is not far from Tian Chunyang's Grey Tant's house. I didn't see any Tian family members go by, so I came to look for her. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Luo Hansu threw the 4 of them into the living room and dropped a drop of a colorless and tasteless poison on Tian Chuangyang's skin. The poison seeped in and she whispered, "This was collected at great cost by my mother, and it has never been used on anyone before. You can experience it now." There was also a dead body in the space. Luo Hansu noticed that the body was still as soft as when it was first brought in, and it hadn't fully stiffened even after 5 or 6 hours. She guessed this might be related to the environment in the space. She removed the bullet from the chest of the corpse and tossed it into the Tian family's living room like garbage, then cleaned up her footprints. Finally, she took a brush and ink from the space and wrote a message on the wall before escaping. When she returned home, it was exactly 5:30. Zhou and Moyao had just woken up from a nap and told her, "Hansu, someone knocked on the door earlier." A middle-aged man's voice. "I didn't open it, but I heard the neighbor call him Deputy Director Luo." "That's Luo Fuyuan.
Don't worry about him."
Luo Hansu had bought a lot of food, including fruits and canned snacks, and placed them on his bedside. "I called Grandpa Zhou. You should stay here for a while." "Okay, sorry for the trouble." Zhou and Moyao's fever had gone down, but his injuries were serious. He needed to rest for 10 days to 2 weeks. There were many people outside looking for him, so it was safer for him to stay with her than to go to a hospital or a guest house. Luo Hansu placed the clothes she bought on his bed and asked, "Do you want hot water for a shower?" "Yes. Please help me with a bucket of water." While Zhou and Moyao washed himself, Luo Hansu was in the small kitchen cooking. She had bought an old hen in the afternoon, quickly killed it in the space, and was now boiling water to scald the feathers and prepare it for cooking. Although the original owner had some grievances against Zhou Maqin and his mother due to the broken engagement, she held great respect and gratitude for Grandpa Zhou. Her grandfather was not actually sick. He had been poisoned and suffered for nearly 2 years. He only told Grandpa Zhou the truth about the poisoning. Grandpa Zhou used his connections to find doctors who specialized in poisons and bought many precious medicines to help him recover and extend his life. The original owner knew very well that if it weren't for Grandpa Zhou's efforts, her grandfather might not have lasted this long, and she remembered this kindness in her heart. Now that Zhou and Moyao was injured and needed help, and he had saved her earlier that morning, it was only right for her to prepare nutritious meals to take care of him. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Luo Hansu put down what she was doing and opened the door, finding Luo Fuyuan standing outside with a cold expression. What do you want? Hansu, you went too far today. Luo Fuyuan immediately criticized her. Usually very careful about his appearance, he looked disheveled now, with wrinkled clothes, likely from running around all day without even having a warm drink, his lips almost chapped. Luo Hansu stood at the door without inviting him in, her attitude very cold. Your mother has already said the same thing. Hansu, who have you been seeing lately? This person is trying to get close to you on purpose. Everything he says is just to stir up trouble between us. We are all members of the Luo family, sharing the same blood. Now that our uncle has passed away, and you have cut ties with your parents, we are your only family. It's really disappointing to see you turn against us. His tone and expression were just like his mother, Tianzi, as he pretended to be heartbroken while blaming her actions. If you believe there is such a person, then fine. Don't come to me with emotional appeals. I have my own brain and eyes to see clearly whether you relatives are good or bad. If you think what I reported today is a betrayal and want to label me as cold-hearted or ungrateful, go ahead. I don't care. And stop pretending in front of me. I can see through your act, and it's disgusting. With that, she turned sharply and kicked the door shut with a loud bang. Luo Fuyuan's expression cracked, and a flash of intense anger crossed his eyes before disappearing. After he left, two heads peeked out from the kitchen next door. An elderly woman with gray hair whispered, Luo Hansu has quite a fierce temper. She'll suffer if she keeps being so stubborn, said another middle-aged woman. Luo old man is quite a character. His carefully raised granddaughter can't be someone without both courage and wisdom. The elderly woman, who had watched Luo Hansu grow up, felt she was not simple. She is much more composed than her peers, and her academic performance is excellent, showing she is very smart and won't take risks without confidence. True, she was raised and educated by the old man. Even if she's young and not as shrewd or experienced as him, she must have learned a lot and knows how to plan her actions carefully. The middle-aged woman leaned out to look, watching Luo Fuyuan walk away, and scoffed. Luo Hansu took action today. It seems she hit the nail on the head with the Luo family. They'll probably have a sleepless night tonight. Luo Hansu was unaware that her neighbor was talking about her, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She returned to the kitchen to chop vegetables. Zhou and Moyao finished his shower and changed into dry clothes. He had just removed the bandage from his waist and redressed his wound, then slowly made his way to the kitchen. He wore a popular white shirt and black pants, fitting him perfectly. With his tall stature and strong build, the simple outfit gave him a unique charm. Earlier, while lying in bed, Luo Hansu hadn't paid much attention to his height, but now standing, she realized he was quite tall, over 185 centimeters, taller than Zhou and Mo Qin by half a head. Mo Yao, your abdominal wound is deep. You should rest in bed, she said. I've been lying down all day. I need to move a bit, he replied. Zhou and Moyao was a true tough guy. Since joining the army, he had endured worse injuries than this, yet he never complained about the pain. He underwent surgery without anesthesia, relying solely on his willpower. Luo Hansu brought him a chair to sit by the stove and asked, Is there anything you don't eat? I'm not picky, he answered. Most soldiers aren't picky eaters and don't care much about the taste of food. They just need to fill their stomachs. Sometimes, while on missions, they would pick wild fruits or leaves to satisfy their hunger. Luo Hansu prepared a large bowl of brown sugar water for him, her expression calm. There's only one stove at home, so cooking takes some time. It'll be about half an hour before we can eat. I just had an apple, so I'm not hungry for now, he said. Luo Hansu nodded and didn't say anything more, returning to the cutting board. Zhou and Moyao was also not a talkative person. He rarely interacted with women and wasn't familiar with Luo Hansu. What he knew about her mostly came from his grandparents, and their only connection seemed to be through his cousin. When she finished cutting the vegetables and came over, Zhou and Moyao broke the silence. Hansu, I heard from Grandpa about your aunt calling you.
You.
Luo Hansu sat down on a stool by the stove, her expression unchanged. A forced relationship isn't sweet. Although your aunt's attitude wasn't good, she made some valid points. I agreed to the breakup. I've already clarified it with Grandpa Zhou. Hansu, you deserve better. Mo Qin lacks responsibility and decisiveness. He doesn't deserve you. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. The police arrived quickly, and the staff from the street office rushed over as well. They called 5 or 6 strong, married middle-aged men, who, despite feeling sick, went in and pulled the 4 people apart. Tian Wenjie and his wife returned home a bit later than their 2 daughters after work. They pushed through the crowd and saw their only son being confronted by men. In that moment, Tian Wenjie felt as if his heart had shattered, while his wife, Su Shui, fainted on the spot. Crime scene. Immediately seal off the area. No one is allowed to approach, the police captain ordered loudly with a megaphone. The crowd, which had been murmuring, suddenly turned pale and almost in unison exclaimed, "Crime scene? Someone is dead? Police, this killer is extremely cruel. You must catch him and bring him to justice." Tian Wenjie cried out in despair, kneeling on the ground and pounding his fists on the floor. "You beast, I won't let this go. Oh my goodness, I just went in for a quick look and now I feel like I might throw up," one person said. "I went in too. What kind of grudge could lead to such revenge against the Tian family?" Another asked. "It's not revenge against the Tian family. It's revenge against Tian Chongyang."
Huh?
"It's only against Tian Chongyang? How do you know?" "I saw it when I went in." There were words written on the wall in the living room with a brush. What did it say? It said, "Tian Chongyang, your people, keep them for yourself to enjoy." What does that mean? Are those men Tian Chongyang's people? Isn't it obvious? Those men were Tian Chongyang's followers. They were sent to harm others and ended up being caught and sent back for revenge. It seems that way. If that's true, then Tian Chongyang is just as bad. Tian family's son has a shady look, speaks flippantly, and is good at flattering. I don't think he's a good person. How did the attacker manage to do this? We were all at home today, sitting at the corner talking, and didn't see anyone sneak into the Tian house. When I came home from work and passed by the Tian house, I actually heard strange noises inside. I didn't think much of it at the time. Who knew it was several men? The Tian family was in complete chaos that night. Tian Wenjie and his wife, along with Tian Chanin and her sister, were all extremely agitated. However, since this involved a crime, it was no longer just a matter of conduct. The entire family was taken by the police for questioning. The 4 men, wrapped in blankets, were pulled out, their faces flushed and their eyes filled with a strange light. They struggled and shouted various inappropriate words. The lighting was dim, and while many people gathered to watch, they did not notice that the lips of one man had turned dark purple. Seeing that the 4 men were still not sober and were making a scene, some sharp-eyed individuals finally realized something was wrong. They must have been drugged with something terrible, one said. Ordinary disputes wouldn't lead to such low tactics. It seems he must have done something wrong outside, and that's why they retaliated so harshly. Didn't you say that Tian Wenjie's aunt's family was also reported today? Could it be related? No, it was a girl who reported them, the niece of her uncle. My nephew works at the Reform Committee, and I heard about it on my way back. Why would the niece report her own family? She must have felt wronged. Her grandfather passed away recently, and her parents divorced long ago, both moving abroad. Now she's all alone. Tian Wenjie's aunt seems kind and gentle, but she's actually quite formidable. I heard that she was behind her parents' marriage and divorce. Does she hate Tian Wenjie's aunt? Could she have been involved in the Tian family's troubles? The police will definitely investigate, but I think it's unlikely she did it. How could a girl alone have that kind of power? Meanwhile, Luo Hansu was at home cooking. Her culinary skills were decent, and she was preparing 3 dishes: a pot of nutritious chicken soup, a large bowl of stir-fried pork, and a plate of sautéed vegetables. She set a small table by the stove for 2, ready to enjoy a meal together. It was autumn, with pleasant daytime temperatures, but a slight chill in the evening made it perfect to eat by the small stove. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was halfway through her bowl of rice, there was a hurried knock at the door, along with a neighbor's voice calling, "Luo Hansu, are you home?"
Yes.
Luo Hansu replied loudly, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. Moyao, you can keep eating. I'll wait for you, Zhou Moyao said, also setting down his bowl. Luo Hansu opened the door and saw several neighbors outside. She asked Grandma Lu, "Is there something you need?" "Hansu, something happened with the Tian family." Luo Hansu's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained calm, and her eyes showed no sign of worry. "What happened with the Tian family?" "My son just got home from work, and before he could settle in, he got a call urging him back. He said Tian Chongyang got into trouble, someone drugged him out of revenge, and 3 other men were also affected. They were all in the Tian family's living room causing chaos." Luo Hansu listened patiently to Grandma Lu and pretended not to understand. Causing chaos?
What do you mean by that?
As an unmarried young woman, she found it hard to grasp, and a quick-tongued woman nearby jumped in. "The little book you found at old Luo's house today is just like that." Luo Hansu feigned surprise, her eyes widening and her expression turning shocked. She raised her voice slightly. "Tian Chongyang with men?" 3 men, 4 people in total. The quick-tongued woman emphasized the key details, worried Luo Hansu might miss the point. Grandma Lu sighed and added, "I heard there was even a murder. Someone died in the Tian family's living room, and preliminary checks suggest it was a shooting. This situation is very serious. The police have taken the Tian family and those 3 men for questioning. They say the killer left a message at the scene, implying that Tian Chongyang was punished for his wrongdoings." "They took them all? That's great. The Tians are all together at the police station. Auntie loves her nephew and grandnephews, so I'm sure she'll be happy to see them," Luo Hansu said, unable to hide her glee. "Luo Hansu, what did you do this afternoon?" the quick-tongued woman suddenly asked. "I went shopping." When Luo Hansu returned, she had bags hanging from her bike, and many neighbors saw her along the way. She understood the woman's probing tone and responded confidently, "I reported the Luo family. It's normal for people to think I might have a motive against the Tian family. The police can come to question me anytime, and I will cooperate fully." After she finished speaking, she turned to close the door. Another quiet woman whispered, "Tian Chongyang, and those men were in their own living room, and with the one who died, that's 5 grown men. A girl like Luo Hansu couldn't possibly handle that. The police will definitely come to question her," the quick-tongued woman said. "This is such a big case. It will probably take 3 to 5 days to sort out. We can just wait for the man to come back and hear the results." After saying a few words, they left. Luo Hansu stood behind the door for a moment, and once they were gone, she walked to the kitchen at the back. Zhou Moyao was still sitting by the stove, his meal untouched, his expression tense. When she sat down, he spoke first. "Hansu, I heard what they just said. Do you have anything to say?" "I just returned the favor." In front of him, Luo Hansu openly admitted it, her face still showing no emotion. Her dark eyes were deep like an ancient well, and her voice was cold. "He likes to harm others this way, and has often used intermediaries to do such things. I was lucky to encounter you today and escape a disaster. I believe others have suffered similarly. Let him experience it today as a form of revenge for the victims." Zhou Moyao had escaped to the warehouse this morning while being chased. Not long after, he saw the unconscious Luo Hansu thrown into the warehouse. The 4 men who brought her in were clearly thugs, speaking in a manner. He was seriously injured and exhausted, and with pursuers outside searching for him, he didn't dare to act rashly. It was only when he saw one man waking up and behaving inappropriately toward her that he took the risk to shoot. If he hadn't shot to wake her up, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Moyao's impression of her was from childhood, when she was polite, well-behaved, and cheerful, always smiling at everyone. But now, she was completely different. He hadn't seen her smile, and her face showed no expression, radiating an indescribable coldness and loneliness. He didn't know what she had gone through to change so much, and seeing her like this made him feel a strange sense of pity. Thinking about how, after Grandpa Luo's passing, those thugs bullied her with such underhanded tactics, he reminded her, "Hansu, they will guess that Tian Chongyang is behind this, and he won't let you go." Luo Hansu thought he would criticize her for being ruthless, assuming that as a law-abiding soldier, he would insist she turn herself in. But he didn't. Looking up at him, her expression was somewhat complex. She pursed her lips and asked, "You won't be a witness and take me to the police? I only know that you saved my life. I don't know anything else." Zhou and Moyao made his stance clear, giving her reassurance. Regardless of their family's relationship or the life-saving favor from today, he would not become that witness. Moreover, those people are truly despicable. They had harmful intentions, and now that she is retaliating against them, they brought this upon themselves. Just as she mentioned earlier, they likely use such methods to harm others, and it's unknown how many women have been victimized by them. These lowlifes deserve this revenge, but it still feels too lenient for them. She is unsure if her feelings towards the Zhou family stem from the original owner's emotions or from the gratitude she feels for his help today. At this moment, her feelings are quite complicated. His response was, in fact, what she expected. His choice not to report her shows he is doing her a great favor. Since she has accepted the original owner's memories, she knows that her way of seeking revenge is illegal here. If he were to testify against her, her life would likely be spent in prison. Brother Moyao, I admit my methods of revenge are a bit harsh, but I assure you, I only target bad people. I will not harm any innocent person. For now, this is the promise she can only make verbally, and it is indeed her principle. In her past life, she killed many in her quest for revenge, but all of them were connected to her terrible father. None of those she killed were innocent. They were all his executioners, responsible for the lives of innocent people. They deserved to die, so she had no hesitation in her violent actions. However, things are different here. This is not the Dongling dynasty, nor is it under her father's rule. She no longer needs to resort to extreme violence for revenge. Although there are many accounts to settle within the Luo family and people to investigate for poisoning her grandfather, she will try her best to follow the rules here and avoid the bloody revenge she used to take. Hansu, you don't need to take revenge yourself on those lowlifes. Just gather evidence in secret, and the law will punish them. Luo Hansu picked up the chopsticks and bowl beside her, a hint of sarcasm appearing on her lips. Brother Moyao, the skies over Haicheng are not clear and bright. They are shrouded in gloom and darkness. Although Zhou Moyao works in the military, he has witnessed the darker side of things in the capital in recent years. The situation in Haicheng is equally complex. Due to historical reasons and economic conditions, many industries here have faced severe scrutiny. Wealthy families like the Luo family have become prime targets, and the humiliation they have endured is beyond what outsiders can imagine. The Luo family has always abided by the law. In times of national crisis, they never chose to flee but instead devoted their resources to support the war effort. The elders acted with a clear conscience. Yet in the end, an unfounded accusation fell upon them, and countless people who had received help from the Luo family forgot their past kindness. With a shout and a wave of their hands, they united to push the Luo family to the brink. In the end, they had to give up everything to save their lives. Even while living in their own homes, they had to be grateful and listen to their condescending lectures. Every word from Luo Hansu was filled with sarcasm, reflecting the deep resentment of the original character who had never dared to speak out before but now couldn't hold back her complaints. Now, ungrateful people are in power. The Luo family and their relatives are living off the state, while my grandfather has passed away. I am just an ordinary citizen without a job, unable to bring them any benefits. They would never choose to help me. It would be a sign of conscience, just to not make things harder for me at this time. Today, although I reported the Luo family, striking them, I know I only initiated it. There are others working behind the scenes. I also understand that the chaotic laws previously enacted were created by those in power to deal with people who oppose them, not for their own kind. The Luo family is one of the main rulemakers. This report might only give them a minor setback, but it won't seriously harm them. It will merely curb their arrogance and serve as a slap in the face with the very laws they created. As for someone like Tian Chongyang, punishing him with the law isn't the best revenge. Even if he is imprisoned and educated for a few years, he will only come out worse than before. People like him shouldn't be given the chance to do harm again. The best punishment is to destroy his dignity, forcing him to hide in shame forever. Every word she spoke was sincere. Zhou Moyao also acknowledged that things were chaotic now. The environment was filled with turmoil, especially this year. Perhaps the conflicts above were intensifying, leading to even greater disorder below. The elders of the Luo family who cared for her had passed away, and she had severed ties with her parents abroad. Now she was a helpless orphan. Not only the high-ranking officials, but even ordinary citizens with some power could easily bully her. The Luo family likely bullied her behind the scenes, and if she didn't fight back to intimidate them, she might be bullied to death without anyone knowing. Tian Chongyang dared to use such despicable means against her, clearly relying on the Luo family's influence. Without their support, he would never have the audacity to act so recklessly. All right, let's eat. Luo Hansa sighed a bit, but said nothing more. She quietly ate her meal with her bowl and chopsticks. Tonight, they had half a chicken stew. Luo Hansu had a small bowl of chicken soup, leaving the rest for Zhou Moyao. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, she also helped him wash and hang up his clothes. Luo Hansu, are you home? Hearing her neighbor from the police station knock on the door, Luo Hansu responded from the kitchen and quietly told Zhou Moyao, "It's the police. I need to go help them out. You should go to bed early. I have the keys." "Okay. If there's an emergency and you need my help, just have the police notify me directly," Zhou Moyao reminded her. Luo Hansa nodded and stepped out confidently. The neighbor was there to ask her some questions at the police station. Without asking anything else, she locked the door and rode her bike to follow. She was well prepared for this. Whatever the police asked, she would answer. As for her conflicts with the Tian family, she shared everything from minor disagreements to how Tian Chongyang and his siblings bullied and insulted them, detailing the times and places she remembered. After cooperating for half an hour to take notes, the police had her fill out a form and sign it, then she was free to go. As she left the interrogation room, she ran into Tian Wenjie and the others. Tian Chunyang exploded first. "Luo Hansu, what are you doing here? I heard that Tian Chongyang had a big fight with 3 men, and there are countless exaggerated stories going around." "I came to the police station to get the real scoop," Luo Hansu replied, intentionally poking at their sore spots while ignoring their dark expressions, raising her voice deliberately. "Hey, Tian Chunyang, I heard you were the first to witness it. That scene must be stuck in your mind, right?" "Shut up." Tian Chunyang was filled with that disgusting image, wishing she could wash her brain to erase those memories. Just thinking about it made her face as red as a monkey's bottom. Luo Hansu felt pleased by her discomfort and continued to provoke. "This morning, I reported your Grey Tant's house. I found a book about, well, at their place. It must be their family heirloom meant for their grandchildren's marriage. Honestly, they didn't need to hide it. Your brother Tian Chongyang could easily demonstrate it for them." "Luo Hansu, shut your mouth. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart." Tian Wenjie and his wife shouted angrily. "Ha, can you tear my mouth apart? Can you tear apart the mouths of everyone in Haicheng?" Luo Hansu was not bothered by their angry shouts. Seeing them so upset made her feel great. She pointed outside with a mocking expression. "Your Tian family has made a name for itself this time. Everyone in Haicheng knows the name Tian Chongyang. Congratulations, your family has finally become the center of everyone's talk." "Luo Hansu, I want to kill you." Su Shuewei was furious and rushed over to hit her, but nearby police quickly stepped in to hold her back. "What? Your Tian Chongyang can do such shameless things, and I can't say anything. Your son is a worthless person. No one knows better than you how he became this way. Haven't you been enabling him? There's a saying, flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. If he were a good and innocent person, Would anyone use such methods to take revenge on him for no reason? Ha, at this point, you still want to blame me and threaten to kill me. If you had any shame, you should go in and deal with that useless thing you raised, so he doesn't come out to harm others again. The Tian family members said one thing, and she replied with countless responses, never losing ground. My son is a law-abiding citizen. He was harmed by others, Su Shuowei shouted sharply, as if trying to cover up her own guilt with her loud voice. Luo Hansu scoffed, I believe he was harmed, but calling him a law-abiding citizen? Don't insult the meaning of law-abiding. Luo Hansu, did you harm my son? Tian Wenjie's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing his reason, seeing everyone as a suspect. Especially since Luo Hansu reported his aunt that morning. He was convinced she had a motive to take revenge on the Tian family and believed she was also responsible for his son's situation. Police officer, my brother was definitely harmed by Luo Hansu. You must arrest her. Tian Chanying shouted loudly. Luo Hansu didn't explain or deny anything, just told the police officer who was taking her statement, Officer, I want to sue Tian Wenjie and Tian Chanying for defamation. All right, stop arguing. The case is still under investigation. Luo Hansu has already cooperated and can go home. The police were clear. Luo Hansu had no suspicions and could leave. But Tian Chanying, like a mad dog, wouldn't let go. Officer, she's very cunning and always schemes. My brother's situation must be her doing. You can't just let her go. Today, I have a general idea about your brother's troubles. You think I am responsible for your brother's issues? Do you believe I have the ability to quietly open your door, force your brother to talk, make him take some kind of medicine, and gather all his acquaintances at your house to do the same? Unlike Tian Chunyang's impulsive anger, Luo Hansu remained calm, though her face showed clear mockery and disdain. You must have help. Officer, there must be someone assisting her. The Luo family has powerful connections. Her grandfather left her capable allies. Tian Chunyang was determined to pin this on her. If she wanted to say that, Luo Hansu didn't mind. She shrugged. Officer, you can investigate what she said. If you need my cooperation, just let me know. Hansu, the Luo family values honesty. Grandma hopes you are an honest child. Tianingzi was already at the police station assisting with the investigation and couldn't return home tonight. After Tian Chongyang reported the incident, Luo Fuyuan hurried to the police station and used his connections to allow her to come. As she arrived, she overheard Luo Hansu confronting her nephews. Her voice was no longer gentle. Although she spoke slowly, the coldness was evident. With Tianingzi present, Luo Fuyuan and his two sons stood nearby, all exuding a chilling atmosphere. Luo Hansu coldly regarded their dark expressions and spoke sharply. Grandma, I won't mention the wrongdoings your family has done in front of the officer, but I can clearly state that I not only resent your family, but I also hate you. If I had such incredible power, I would have taken revenge long ago. I wouldn't waste my energy on Tian Chongyang. I would use it against your son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. At this point, her cold gaze fell on Luo Hanfeng, the eldest grandson of the Luo family, but she continued addressing Tianingzi. You care for Tian Chongyang, but Luo Hanfeng is your grandson. If I ruin him, it would hurt you even more, wouldn't it? Luo Hansu, you have gone too far. Our family has never wronged you, yet you report your own family. Are you even human? Luo Hanfeng accused her. Has the Tao family ever wronged Luo Yuping? Professor Li Fu from the Ocean University, Professor Meng from the School of Pharmacy, Dr. He from the People's Hospital, Editor-in-Chief Yao from the newspaper, and Editor Chu, have they ever harmed her family? Luo Hansu asked lightly. Luo Hanfeng replied firmly, they are all part of the bureaucratic class and the capitalist faction. They oppose policies and disrupt society. They deserve what they get. Is it only their opposition to policies that deserves punishment? Your family hides banned items and books, but that's not deserving of punishment? Luo Hansu retorted coldly, her voice rising as she questioned, why is it that the policies from above can only target others and not your family? You are allowed to criticize others but not to be reported for your own wrongdoings? You can set the rules, but I, as a common citizen, cannot speak up? Luo Hanfeng was taken aback by her words, his handsome face turning red, his eyes glaring at her in anger. He was at a loss for words, but Luo Hansu continued with sharp questions. What are you staring at? Am I wrong in what I said? Are the items found in your home all fake? When others find banned books, it's evidence of wrongdoing, but when it's in your home, it's not. Where did I report them incorrectly? Your grandfather reported others for maintaining proper conduct and cleaning up social issues. I am doing the same about your family. Why am I not a person? Luo Hanfeng, usually rational and clear-headed, was quite upset today and was not speaking or acting calmly. Now, under Luo Hansu's relentless questioning, he was too flustered to respond.
Hansu, enough.
Hanfeng is your brother. You share the same blood. Tian Ingzi looked pained, appearing extremely disappointed in their sibling discord. Second aunt, you always mention blood ties. While you remind me to consider family, you also touch on Grandpa's painful past, making him remember his unfortunate background. Please give him some dignity, Luo Hansu pointed out sarcastically. Tian Ingzi's expression stiffened, her mouth moved a few times, but she ultimately remained silent. Seeing her quiet and no longer using family ties to make her point, Luo Hansu sneered, Second aunt, if you have the time, why not teach your precious grandsons to be decent people? They're a bunch of rotten roots. If you don't put in some effort, they might not survive. Especially your favorite golden nephew. If you hadn't spoiled him so much, he wouldn't have faced such retaliation today. Wow, he really knows how to have fun. 3 men. You wouldn't even dare to draw that in your secret comic books. You must be extinct by the time you get to him. After saying this, she saw the couple, Tian Wenjie and his wife, looking so angry they might faint. She gave them a smug look, elbowed her way past Luo Hanfeng, and walked away. The word extinct echoed in their ears like a curse. Tian Ingzi felt her emotions surge, her heart raced, and suddenly her vision went dark as she collapsed to the ground. Mom, Grandma. Luo Fuyuan and his 2 sons quickly supported her, preventing her from hitting the ground. She clutched her chest, which hurt, and trembled as she said, Go see Chongyang, call a doctor. When they brought the doctor back, Tian Chongyang was still under the influence of the drug, his eyes bloodshot and red, his face flushed as if he had a high fever, and he made a disturbing sound, writhing on the floor like a worm. As soon as Su Shui saw her son like this, her heart ached, and she collapsed to the ground, kneeling and crying, Doctor, please save my son. Please. What happened? Chongyang, wake up. I'm your aunt, can you hear us? Please tell us who did this to you so we can find the antidote. Tian Ingzi was shocked when she heard her son mention it before, but now seeing her nephew like this, she completely broke down. Luo Fuyuan and his sons also felt a mix of emotions upon seeing him. He looked grim and said, Who did this? How could someone be so cruel? 2 police officers entered the room and restrained the person. The doctor that Luo Fuyuan had called quickly examined him and confirmed in less than half a minute, the drug he took is very potent. He's also been poisoned. His lips are dark purple and the toxicity is severe. I just noticed his eyes are cloudy. This poison likely affects the nerves. What? Tian Wenjie, who had been able to stand, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Doctor, can this poison be cured? I can't give a definite answer right now, but one thing is clear. The poison is very strong. In just 2 or 3 hours, his eyes have already become cloudy. Even if I can create an antidote, it might be too late by then. As the doctor said this, he looked at them with a complicated expression. You should ask the police to solve this case quickly and find the person who poisoned him for the antidote. Go investigate and find the person responsible. Tian Ingzi slapped her nephew, and the warmth she usually showed was gone. Her eyes looked like a snake struggling to break free. Earlier, when they faced Luo Hansu, the doctor was present. Now, after examining Tian Chongyang, the doctor delivered a devastating. The medication is too strong. Once it wears off, he may never be able to. With a woman present, the doctor didn't say more, but Tian Ingzi and the others understood. Su Shuiwei, who had been crying, realized her son was truly lost and that the Tian family might end here. She gasped and fainted, collapsing to one side. Tianzi and her cousin Tian Wenjie were also devastated, crying as if Tian Chongyang had died. At the same time, Luo Fuyuan and his two sons felt a chill. They couldn't explain why, but they sensed that this was not just personal revenge against Tian Chongyang. It seemed intended to intimidate them. His reputation was ruined, his roots destroyed, and his health compromised. Such a method of revenge was truly cruel. Luo Hanfeng felt an inexplicable chill on his back, as if someone was watching him. His lips trembled slightly as he lowered his voice, saying, "Dad, I'll investigate. Go ahead." Luo Fuyuan didn't show it, but he was also afraid, worried that one day this kind of revenge might fall on him. "Should I investigate Luo Hansu?" Luo Hanfeng asked quietly. "It can't be her. She doesn't have that capability." Luo Fuyuan thought he knew Luo Hansu well. She was smart, but he didn't believe she had the ability to orchestrate this. She might not have the ability herself, but Luo Yud left people for her. Luo Hanfeng, speaking informally, instinctively suspected Luo Hansu. Send 2 teams to investigate. Luo Fuyuan was wary of his late uncle. Over the years, they had engaged in many small schemes and suffered losses. He cherished this only granddaughter, knowing his uncle had likely made thorough plans before his death. While they were investigating, the police and other agencies were also looking into the matter, moving faster than the Luo family. The 3 thugs locked away had only been sedated, not poisoned. As the effects of the drug wore off, they gradually became aware of their foolish actions. Trembling like leaves, they revealed everything without needing to be questioned. They had no idea that Luo Hansu had drugged them. They only knew they had drunk with the old hat man, taken his money, and agreed to help him with something. But before they could ask for details, they all passed out and remembered nothing after that. Based on the clues they provided, the police quickly found the old hat man, but he was already dead. However, they discovered many items in his home. In the end, a stack of evidence showing that Tian Chongyang had ordered him to harm others was sent to the police station and to Director Su's office. Luo Hanfeng was a step behind, and Luo Fuyuan couldn't stop him in time, so he could only watch helplessly as his mother fainted from grief. After leaving the police station, Luo Hansu went home. Once she arrived, she boiled water for a bath and didn't follow up on the situation, believing that a neighbor would come to inform her of any development soon. Knock, knock, knock. When the neighbors came to knock, Luo Hansu had just changed her clothes. As she stepped out of her bedroom, Zhou Moya also opened his door and nodded at her before heading to open the front door. The visitors were the same few well-informed neighbors. The talkative one immediately said upon seeing her, "Luo Hansu, Tian Chongyang is finished." The people he was messing around with were the ones he ordered to harm others, and the police have found evidence. "Is this what you call digging his own grave?" Luo Hansu replied expressionlessly. "He's completely done for this time. I heard that thing was destroyed, and he was poisoned, affecting his nerves. He might end up becoming a fool. We just received accurate news that Tian Chongyang is truly a wicked person. He has done many bad things. He kidnapped a pair of twin girls and locked them in a dark basement. Whenever he was unhappy, he would give them to other animals to play with. The police have just rescued them, but those girls have been tortured terribly. I heard the police brought back a pile of evidence, and they are confirming each one. The person who helped him with his bad deeds has also been killed, and the evidence was found in his home." Luo Hansu hadn't pressed the old hat man about these matters before, but now she thought that letting him die like that was too easy for him. A heartless beast. "Hansu, you're right. Tian Chongyang is truly a wicked scoundrel. He acted all nice and friendly, smiling at everyone, but behind the scenes, he was such a rotten person. With all the terrible things he did, the Tian family couldn't possibly be unaware. I see this as a nest of tumors." Tian Yingzi usually treats her nephew like a treasure, often praising him for being well-behaved and filial. She even thought about matchmaking him with my cousin before, but thankfully, I didn't agree to it. The Tian family won't escape this time, and the Luo family will also suffer some losses. Luo Hansu doesn't like gossiping, so after listening for a bit, she made an excuse to wash clothes and went back to her room. Zhou Moyao had been standing by the bedroom door and overheard everything outside. Once she came in, he quietly asked her, "Hansu, do you think your second uncle's family knows about Tian Chongyang's actions?" Luo Hansu's dark eyes flashed with sarcasm as she scoffed. "They're all the same." Seeing her so certain, Zhou Moyao asked, "Have you collected a lot of evidence?" Luo Hansu didn't answer that question and said, "No rush. We can take our time. I have plenty of time to play with them. It's not fun to deal with everything at once." Meanwhile, Tianingzi at the police station had just regained consciousness after being furious and immediately slapped her nephew. She had a lot to say, but couldn't express it there, so she kept scolding him for not teaching the children properly, blaming both him and his wife for their poor parenting, and yelling at them to apologize to the victim's family. Tonight would be a sleepless night for both the Luo family's second branch and the Tian family, marking the beginning of their retribution. Zhou Moyao had just finished taking his medicine and went back to his room. Luo Hansu also returned to her own room. Since it was still early, she didn't go to sleep right away, but slipped into her space. "Mother, on the first day in Haicheng, everything is well." A portrait of her mother hung on the wall, painted by a skilled artist who captured her mother's youthful grace and beauty. Looking at the portrait, Luo Hansu felt her mother was still by her side, not gone at all. She gently touched the image and smiled softly. "Mother, the Tianju space hasn't been tended to for over 10 years. I plan to cultivate that barren land to grow vegetables and fruit trees, and in the future, raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. In the country where I was reborn, although the war has temporarily stopped and it seems peaceful, it is actually very unstable. Policies promote peace and freedom, but trade is restricted and food is supplied in limited quantities. I should grow more grains and vegetables in the space and stock up just in case. Mother, you don't need to worry about me." Thanks to the original owner, her grandfather left behind a lot of savings and connections. "Even if I don't have a job or income here, I can still live well." After talking to her mother's portrait for a while, Luo Hansu took the farming tools she bought today and started digging and planting. After working for more than half an hour, she stopped, picked up a stick from the ground, and repeatedly practiced the martial arts she learned in her past life in the quiet, empty land. The original owner had learned self-defense martial arts from a master, and her body had been trained. Luo Hansu adapted quickly and got into the rhythm. She practiced in the space for 2 hours, working up a sweat before taking a break. After resting a bit, she went to the well in the space to drink some water. Mother said this well water has amazing effects. It can improve health and relieve fatigue. If I drink a bowl, I can recover quickly, no matter how tired I am. I need to give it a try. Luo Hansu first walked around the seemingly ordinary well, but saw nothing special. She picked up a gourd ladle hanging on a nearby rack, scooped a large ladle of water, and drank it. After tasting a sip, she thought, "It tastes just like spring water." The taste was similar, but the effect was noticeable. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Hansu felt her legs were not as tired. Instead of going out at night, she rested on the original owner's bed, meditating and cultivating her inner strength in the bedroom created by her mother in the space. Although she had a new body now, self-discipline was ingrained in her soul. With martial arts skills and the ability to protect herself, she felt at ease. She meditated all night until dawn. When Luo Hansu opened her eyes, she looked at the watch on her wrist and saw it was only 5:30. She got up, moved around a bit, drank some well water, and practiced boxing for over half an hour before leaving the space. Zhou Moyao had rested well overnight and looked much better, his complexion not as pale as yesterday. He got up 5 minutes later than Luo Hansu and found her cooking breakfast in the kitchen. "Is it okay to have some noodles in the morning?"
Sure.
For breakfast, she made pork noodle soup and fried an egg just for him since he was recovering. The portion of noodles was generous. He had a large serving while she took a smaller one. Luo Hansu didn't go out in the morning, only taking out the trash and buying today's newspaper. She spent time in the study with Zhou Moyao, reading the newspaper and chatting about trivial matters. "Hansu, did Grandpa Luo paint this picture?" On the wall of the study hangs a landscape painting, directly across from Luo Hansu's seat. She looks up and nods, saying, "Yes, my grandfather painted it. It was a gift for my birthday last year." As she recalls this, memories come to mind of her grandfather's words and his expression at that time. Luo Hansu's eyes flicker as she gazes at the painting on the wall, her demeanor calm and natural. Grandpa loves painting, especially landscapes. Before the main residence was handed over to the state, his study was filled with his artwork, but most of it must have been destroyed since then. I've heard that Grandpa Luo has great talent in art. His calligraphy and paintings are top cultural treasures. Losing them is a huge loss. Mr. Zhou praises his old friend highly. Coming from humble beginnings, he never received formal education and relied solely on his courage to achieve his current status. He greatly admires educated individuals. Grandpa Luo came from a prestigious family and received the best education from a young age. He was knowledgeable and generous, without the arrogance often seen in wealthy families. He never looked down on the old revolutionaries for their rough manners. During the war, he led troops and was surrounded by enemies in the mountains, lacking water, food, and medicine. He sent a small team to seek help and found Luo Yud, who immediately sent support without hesitation. In subsequent battles, whenever there was trouble, he never refused to help, exhausting his resources to provide assistance. Mr. Zhou often shared these stories with his children and grandchildren, emphasizing that without the Luo family's strong support, he would not have reached his current position, and the Zhou family would not enjoy their current glory. He always taught them to remember their roots and the kindness of the Luo family. 10 years ago, when the Luo family faced severe oppression, Mr. Zhou was the first to confront those responsible, losing his temper and smashing a tea set in their office. He later worked hard to help, ensuring that the Luo family was not humiliated. After spending the morning reading at home, she stewed the other half of a chicken for lunch, cooked a pot of rice, and stir-fried a spicy dish. The two of them had a simple meal together. While Zhou and Moyao took a nap in his room, Luo Hansu examined the painting her grandfather had given her in the study. She turned the painting around, searching for key details. After more than half an hour, she finally discovered the hidden secrets within the artwork: backyard, ancestral grave, Jiao Mountain. 3 places that Luo Hansu was very familiar with were marked in her mind. After hanging the drawing back in its place, she threw the sketch into the storage space. When Zhou Moyao woke up from his nap, he saw Luo Hansu moving coal balls in the backyard. "Hansu, what are you doing?" "Hansu, you're awake. We don't have much coal left at home, so I'm organizing it and cleaning up. I'll buy more in a day or 2, Luo Hansu said, lying naturally. "Hansu, I have limited cash with me. Here, take this for living expenses, and I'll send you the extra later." Zhou Moyao took out all the money he had forgotten to give her yesterday, totaling $56. "Moyao, my grandfather left me some money, and we have enough for daily expenses. You should keep your money for yourself and settle up with me later," Luo Hansu said, refusing the money and continuing to tidy up. Since she wouldn't take it, Zhou Moyao put the money back in his pocket and slowly walked to the bathroom. After moving all the coal balls, while Zhou Moyao was away, Luo Hansu gently pushed a brick on the wall. One of them moved, and her eyes flickered, but she didn't take any further action. Instead, she picked up a broom to sweep the dust off the floor. When she went outside to dump a bucket of coal ash, several neighbors were talking under a tree. One of them called out, "Luo Hansu, come here. I have some news to share." Luo Hansu walked over. "Aunt Yu, what's the news about the Tian family?" "The case of Tian Chongyang won't be resolved quickly. They're still investigating and have arrested nearly 20 people. He's done for, and he'll probably face serious consequences. I just received accurate news from your second uncle's family. Your second aunt has been released. Your second uncle admitted to hiding banned books, and Healing admitted to hiding jewelry." Luo Hansu replied, "I can't believe my second uncle actually took responsibility this time and didn't push the banned book issue onto Healing. If he had, he would have lost all face. The banned books found in the Luo family were not ordinary. They were inappropriate books. If he blamed his daughter-in-law, Healing would hate him, and the public would condemn him. He would never be able to hold his head high again. As for the banned books, everyone knew they were not his personal collection, but rather hidden by others in the Luo family, likely Luo Fuyuan and his son, with him taking the blame for his descendants. What about Luo Xia? Luo Hansu hadn't forgotten her. Lu Xia has distanced herself from this matter and could have been released, but it is said that she accepted gold jewelry obtained through improper means from Tian Chongyang and is still under investigation. She will definitely not be out in 3 to 5 days. Aunt Yu had accurate information and told her the Tao family and others are working behind the scenes. They criticized the entire afternoon at the meeting yesterday, and this morning united to go to the meeting and the General Labor Union, as well as the Inspection Committee, using Tian Chongyang's case to target your second grandfather and his wife. It is said that your second grandfather and the others were not very cooperative yesterday. Luo Fuyuan has been trying to navigate the situation. Since the unethical actions of Tian Chongyang were uncovered, they changed their stance this morning and admitted to hiding prohibited items and banned books. Your second grandfather and healing will be publicly reviewed tomorrow, but the specific time and place have not been announced yet. It will be revealed before the end of the workday. Luo Hansu was quite pleased with this outcome, a slight smile on her lips. Tomorrow is a glorious moment for my second grandfather, and as his younger generation, I will definitely show my support. Everyone laughed awkwardly. With her personality, she would likely embarrass the Luo family's second branch when she showed up. It seemed there would be quite a spectacle tomorrow, and they were all a bit excited. Auntie, your second grandmother just returned. Luo Hanfeng picked her up. After just 1 day apart, her hair has turned much grayer, and she looks 10 years older, Aunt Yu informed her. Her precious golden child is about to die in such a disgraceful way, and with such a bad reputation, even the Tian family's roots are cut off. Her hypocritical facade can no longer be maintained, Luo Hansu remarked. If she had seen her, she would have mocked her further. Aunt Yu and the others just smiled. When Tian Ningzi returned earlier, they all noticed that the gentle and friendly smile she usually wore was completely gone, and her face looked frighteningly gloomy. Perhaps that was her true face. Luo Hansu finished cleaning up the ashes and went home, sharing the latest news with Zhou Moyao before taking out some flour to prepare for making noodles and dumplings. Luo Hansu worked silently, turning on the radio at home, listening to the broadcast while doing chores. Zhou Moyao lay in the old man's favorite armchair, listening to the news broadcast, occasionally watching her as she busily moved around. By evening, she had prepared a large steamer of scallion rolls, a steamer of sesame buns, a pot of pan-fried buns, and 2 big boxes of scallion and pork dumplings. That evening, we cooked dumplings and pan-fried buns, leaving the other buns for tomorrow. I also made a simple seaweed and egg soup, and the 2 of us gathered around to eat. Moyao, are you married? Luo Hansu had never asked this before, and hadn't heard her grandfather mention his personal life. She had heard that his parents were divorced, and he was the only son of the second branch of the Zhou family, favored by Grandpa Zhou. No, Zhou Moyao shook his head. How old are you this year? Luo Hansu only knew that Zhou Machin was 21, 3 years older than her, and he was the 3rd grandson in the Zhou family.
I'm 25.
Zhou Moyao was 7 years older than her. When Luo Grandpa took her to Kyoto for fun, she was a little girl of 5 or 6, while he was already 12. There was quite an age gap, and he was lively and playful at that time, so he didn't take her out to play, but he remembered her well. In the Dongling dynasty, girls were usually engaged after turning 15 or 16, while boys married after turning 20. Luo Hansu understood from the original owner's memories that the marriage age here was relatively later than in the Dongling dynasty, but most men married around 21 or 22, and women at 18. In rural areas, some got engaged or married at 16 or 17. It was rare for someone like Zhou Moyao to be 25 and still unmarried, so she curiously asked, "Do you have a girlfriend or fiancé?" I joined the army at 16 and have been working in the military for the past 10 years, rarely interacting with women. I didn't attend any matchmaking events arranged by my elders, and I haven't found anyone I like. Last year, while on leave visiting family, I accidentally saved someone on the road. Later, I don't know how their parents found out about me, but they came to my dad's house and suggested their daughter marry me as a way to repay the favor. At that time, I had already returned to the army after my leave, and my dad wasn't home. His current wife, for some hidden benefits for her family, kept this matter from us. Earlier this year, the girl's family kept coming to our house to urge the marriage. My dad only found out about it when he called to ask for my opinion while I was on a mission and got seriously injured. Zhou and Moyao paused here, a hint of sadness in his eyes, and added, I was injured, and the doctor diagnosed that I would likely be unable to have children. Luo Hansu had only casually asked about his personal life and didn't expect this. Feeling a bit awkward, she showed her apology, Moyao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up, I didn't know. It's fine, Zhou and Moyao said, not minding it. What happened next? The other party took the initiative to call off the engagement, and I have never met them. I only heard their name from my dad, Zhou and Moyao said, feeling no fondness for this person. Luo Hansu, having seen many similar cases in her past life, confidently speculated, their family probably learned about your status as the eldest grandson of the Zhou family and tried to cling to power under the guise of gratitude. Zhou and Moyao guessed it was true. I haven't met them, but my grandparents and dad have. They had a bad impression of that family and didn't agree with the engagement. When the family proposed to break it off, we were able to distance ourselves from them. This situation wasn't a traditional engagement arranged by parents. Zhou and Moyao never agreed to it. He was seriously injured at the time and didn't want to burden a woman, so he told the truth. To protect his reputation, the Zhou family wanted to keep this matter quiet, but that family was indiscreet, spreading rumors and maliciously blaming him for the breakup, making it widely known. His grandparents were furious about their shameless behavior, and his grandmother almost fainted from anger. Later, his mother stormed over to confront them, exposing their shameless schemes and giving them the label of ungrateful. At that time, his mother was anxious about his serious injury, trying every possible way to find a good doctor and medicine, losing sleep over it. When this family insulted him behind his back, her anger flared up. Because of his mother's outburst, the family's plan for their daughter to marry into a prestigious family fell apart, and they quickly arranged for her to marry into a much less distinguished family of mid-level officials. Moyao, this kind of woman is vain and materialistic. She is not a good match for you. You deserve better, Luo Hansu comforted him, returning his earlier words of comfort. Zhou and Moyao smiled at her, though it was somewhat forced. I've seen many doctors this year, and they all say the same thing. I have difficulties with fertility. I'm not considering marriage. I can't selfishly delay another woman's life. Marriage and having children are two different matters, aren't they? Luo Hansu looked at him. Zhou and Moyao was taken aback and didn't quite understand her words. Getting married, then having children and raising them. Aren't those all part of the same process? Marriage is marriage, and having children is having children. They are two separate things. Luo Hansu had a different opinion on this matter and expressed it with examples. Getting married doesn't always mean having children. Some couples grow old together without kids, while some people have children outside of marriage. Although these cases are rare, they do exist in real life. There are also couples who, due to health or other reasons, don't have children but choose to adopt. This doesn't affect their marriage at all. What she said was quite common in real life. When he mentioned to his family that he would never marry, they suggested adopting a child, perhaps from relatives, but he firmly refused. As a soldier, he often faced dangerous tasks and lived on the edge of life and death. He couldn't guarantee his own safety. If he got married and they adopted a child and something happened to him, it would leave them struggling and hurt emotionally, affecting their future. Therefore, he was resolute in his decision. Seeing he was silent, as if deep in thought, Luo Hansu brought up a sensitive topic. Moyao, I heard from my grandfather that your parents divorced when you were young. Yes, they divorced when I was 6. There was nothing to hide about this. Zhou and Moyao calmly explained. Both of them were strong-willed and focused on their careers. They met through an arranged marriage and didn't know each other well, lacking trust and understanding, which led to their divorce. My mother never remarried, while my father did for some special reasons. However, they both gave their all during my upbringing. Our family may not be complete, but they provided me with everything, and I grew up happily. The original owner also had divorced parents, but hers were not as responsible. Lo Hansa smiled slightly and shared her story. My parents divorced when I was 3, and then they both moved abroad, remarrying without caring for me at all. I have no memories of them except for some old photos. My parents are much worse than yours. There are many irresponsible parents in this world, Zhou and Moyao noted from his experiences. Lo Hansu agreed, recalling her father from her past life, who was a terrible person. This time, her parents were also irresponsible, but at least they didn't try to harm her. When discussing the fact that both of their parents are divorced, Luo Hansu brought the conversation back to the main topic. Brother Moya, our personal experiences have shown that getting married and having children are two different things. They don't need to be tied together. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a knock at the door from Aunt Yu's daughter. Sister Hansu, the punishment from your great-grandfather has come down. My mom asked me to tell you. Luo Hansu put down her utensils, grabbed a candy bag from the side, and ran to the door to hand it to her. Linlin, what time is it tomorrow? The little girl happily accepted the candy bag and excitedly replied, at Jinyuan Square, at 8:30 in the morning. The notice says all family members must be present. Linlin, I understand. Thank you. Things were moving much faster than Luo Hansu had expected. She guessed that the Tao family was working together, and the issues with Tian Chongyang were having a very negative impact. If they didn't handle it quickly, it could lead to a series of uncontrollable problems. Not far away, Tian Ingzi had also received the news. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and she had already smashed a tea set in the living room, radiating an uncontainable chill. Their family had been doing well for over a decade, much smoother than the Luo family, which had made the younger generation a bit complacent. Now, with Luo Hansu delivering a heavy, they found themselves powerless to retaliate, forced to endure this humiliation. Is there any connection between Chongyang's situation and Luo Hansu? Have you found out? Luo Hanfeng had started investigating last night and had someone watch Luo Hansu all day today. However, besides taking out the trash, she hadn't done anything else. Her movements yesterday had also been checked, and on the surface, there seemed to be no connection to her. In front of their grandmother, Luo Hanfeng reported the findings honestly, without any concealment. Keep a close eye on her. Tian Ingzi felt that every time she encountered Luo Hansu recently, she seemed different, more difficult to control and harder to read. She suspected that the sudden report was just an appetizer, and there would likely be more actions to come. Call Fuyun and ask her to come over. Tian Ingzi instructed before heading back to her room. Luo Hansu had finished her meal and completed the household chores. She first poured hot water for Zhou Moya, suggesting he go wash up and apply medicine. After he went back to his room, she lied about going out to dispose of waste. As it got darker, she quickly removed the bricks from the wall near the coal. Then, using a flashlight, she slipped into a narrow tunnel meant for one person. The tunnel wasn't very long. After counting her steps, Luo Hansu realized it was about 100 meters. At the end, there was a basement the size of a living room. The basement was filled with wooden boxes, roughly 20 in total. Luo Hansu quickly opened the nearest small box and found a stash of gold and a thick ledger. The writing in the ledger was all in her grandfather's handwriting. Since she was in a hurry, she didn't examine it closely but quickly moved all the boxes into her space. After emptying the room, as she turned to leave, her keen hearing caught a faint sound. She pressed against the wall and listened carefully to the rhythmic noise. Beep, beep, beep. A telegram sound? Luo Hansu squinted, her gaze landing on the wall nearby, her brow furrowing. This location belongs to the Luo Yuping family. Not wanting to linger in the basement, she confirmed that everything was collected, cleaned up any traces on the floor, and quickly returned home, stacking the red bricks back in the corner. She carried a bucket of leftover food to dispose of and intentionally walked back past the Luo Yuping family's door. She noticed 2 or 3 neighbors chatting outside and approached them, asking Uncle Wang, "Aunt Shan, I heard from Aunt Yu's family that my second grandfather will be criticized at Jingyuan Square tomorrow morning. Is that true?" "It's true. There's a notice posted at the street corner." Uncle Wang pointed ahead. Luo Hansu turned to look at the Luo Yuping house, noticing it was dark and the door was tightly shut. She smirked mockingly. The head of the household and his wife and granddaughter are eating simple meals, while the men in the house are so upset they can't even eat. Aunt Shan, munching on seeds, laughed and said, "After what you did to them, they've been busy these past few days. They're probably so overwhelmed they haven't even had a drink, let alone a meal. Is it really a done deal, or are they still trying to figure things out?" Luo Hansu subtly inquired. "Maybe," Aunt Shan replied with a knowing smile. "The 3 of them just left one after the other, and only your second grandmother is at home. Earlier, there were loud noises from the house, so they probably broke quite a few dishes." Luo Hansu's eyes flickered, getting the information she wanted. With a smile that didn't reach her eyes, she said, "The dishes being broken by my second grandmother aren't for my second grandfather. They're for sending off that precious golden nugget, Tian Chongyang. The Tian family has no heirs left, so the elders have to break dishes to send them off. There is a custom of breaking dishes before a funeral, but it is usually the younger generations doing it for their deceased elders, not the other way around." Luo Hansu said this on purpose to mock the Tian family and to annoy them. She believed that her neighbors would quickly spread the word to Tianingzi. Although it wouldn't cause any real harm, it would definitely upset her. 10 minutes later, this news reached the hurried Luo Fuyun, who naturally shared it with Tianingzi. They heard a series of loud noises coming from the room, along with Luo Fuyun's sharp and harsh curses. With no entertainment in the evening, no television at home, and having listened to the radio news multiple times, Luo Hansu took out her grandfather's collection of Go pieces out of boredom. "Moyao, do you know how to play Go?" "I do." Both of them knew how to play, so they sat down in the study and faced each other for a match. One played with black pieces, and the other with white. Their pace and style were quite similar, both aggressive and decisive. As the board filled with black and white stones, their competitive spirit grew stronger, and smiles appeared in their eyes, along with a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. There's a saying that a person's character is like their skill in Go, and life is like a game of Go. Their match was not just about skill, calculation, or strategy, but also about character and mindset. In this silent game, they both glimpsed into each other's hearts, feeling a mutual respect as worthy opponents. After one game, they were still eager for more and started a second round. After 3 hours of intense play, they ended in a draw. Luo and Moyao began to pack up the board, smiling. "Let's continue tomorrow."
Sure.
It was getting late, and it was time to rest. Luo Hansu still needed to organize her grandfather's belongings, so she quickly tidied up the board and rushed to wash up. In the basement, 20 boxes were filled with gold bars, all neatly arranged. Luo Hansu glanced at the numbers in the ledger and exclaimed, "Mother's dowry was quite substantial, but it pales in comparison to the Luo family's wealth." Old Master Luo was a very perceptive man. Sensing unusual signs before the special period began, he took steps to transfer 90% of the family's inherited wealth to safe locations, which were the 3 treasure spots marked on the painting. What was forcibly surrendered back then were the land and factories, while liquid assets and antiques only made up 10%, yet the amount was still astonishing enough to amaze those in power in Haicheng. Old Mr. Luo handed over these assets without much hesitation and took the person in charge to count them, leaving only 3,000 yuan in cash for the grandfather and granddaughter to live on. The house they currently live in is the smallest and most ordinary among all their properties, with no furniture or daily necessities, just a few simple walls. The responsible leaders also came to check on it. Because old Mr. Luo was very open in his dealings, there were no suspicions about him hiding family assets. However, Luo Yuping was aware of the family's wealth and knew his older brother well, being certain that he had hidden the family's assets in a place unknown to others. Over the years, Luo Yuping had been secretly searching for this large sum of money, digging everywhere he suspected, even searching the house where Luo Hansu currently lived, but he found not a single coin. He had calculated everything but never expected that Luo Yud would hide part of the wealth under his own house. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Grandpa is smart. Luo Hansu moved 20 boxes of gold bars to the storage room, keeping them separate from her mother's collection, and then went to carefully examine the ledger left by her grandfather. In addition to detailed accounts and a pile of property deeds, old Mr. Luo left a will for his granddaughter, stating that all the family's assets would go to her, with 2 boxes of US dollars reserved for his only son, Luo Tianqi, totaling $100,000, hidden in the family grave. The will specified that if Luo Tianqi returned to his senses and came back to the country, the money would be given to him. If he never returned, it would belong to Luo Hansu. Besides the ledger and will, old Mr. Luo also left a separate letter for his son, which Luo Hansu did not open and placed everything in the study. That night, she went to sleep late and woke up at dawn as usual.
Wow.
While practicing martial arts in the morning, Luo Hansu noticed that the seeds she planted the night before had sprouted, and the apple seeds buried in the soil had grown into tiny seedlings. They grow so fast, this space is amazing. She had not watered the seeds after planting them, so she quickly fetched a bucket of well water to irrigate the 3 acres of land she had cultivated. This morning, while practicing in the space, she got a bit too absorbed and came out slightly later than yesterday. Zhou and Moyao had already woken up early and was quietly preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Hansu, you're up. Zhou and Moyao had just finished steaming the buns and preparing hot water. How about some buns and a cup of milk for breakfast? Sounds good. Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth? Luo Hansu asked him. I've finished washing up. Zhou and Moyao has a strong recovery ability. He feels much better today than yesterday. The deep wound on his abdomen has started to scab. He just got up early, washed up, and reapplied his bandages. Luo Hansu finished washing up, washed 2 green apples, and made 2 large cups of milk. The 2 of them sat at the small kitchen table for breakfast. Moyao, what do you want to eat? I'm going to the meeting this morning, and then I'll go grocery shopping. I'm not picky. Simple home-cooked dishes are fine. Zhou and Moyao plans to go out today. He has some matters to handle. Hansu, I need to go out for a bit. Can you give me a set of keys? Luo Hansu looked at his abdomen, frowning slightly. Your injury is quite serious. Maybe you should wait a day or 2 before going out. I need to make a few phone calls. Although he had already asked her to relay some information to his grandfather, there are still some important confidential matters that need to be reported to the leaders, so he must go out. Luo Hansu knows she shouldn't ask too much about military matters, so she doesn't say more and points the way. The nearby residents are all dual-income families. Today, Luo Yuping is being criticized, so the neighbors on the street will probably go to watch. You should leave through the back door a bit later. Walk to the right, go up the small, and turn left at the Wudong Tree intersection. There's a phone booth about 50 meters down.
Okay.
Zhou and Moyao is only going out to make a phone call. He has no other business to attend to and will come back right after. After finishing breakfast, Luo Hansu handed him a set of keys and rummaged through her closet for a neutral gray coat and a matching hat. Moyao, wear this coat. It should fit you well enough for a simple disguise. Seeing that it came from her room, Zhou and Moyao raised an eyebrow. Have you worn this?
Luan Shunarid.
This was bought by the original owner, who had prepared several sets of men's clothing and often changed into them at night to practice martial arts with her master. A few times, she ran into acquaintances and wasn't recognized. Zhou and Moyao put on the coat, adjusted at the waist, and smiled slightly. It fits pretty well. The original body is tall, nearly 1.7 meters, and more attractive than she was in her past life. Her features are exquisite and striking, making her a stunning beauty. Taking over this body is indeed quite a gain. Luo Hansu, are you home? A strange voice called from outside. Luo Hansu signaled Zhou and Moyao to go back to his room and close the door. Once he was inside, she went to open the door. A round-faced woman stood outside the door, holding a blue-covered notebook. She looked at her with unfriendly eyes and asked, "Are you Luo Hansu?" "Yes, who are you?" Luo Hansu replied, having never seen her before. "I'm from the neighborhood office. My last name is He. Your name is on the list of people going to the countryside this month. I'm here to inform you that you need to prepare. You'll be going in 3 days to support rural development." "Going to the countryside?" Luo Hansu narrowed her eyes. "I didn't sign up for that. My family situation is special. Director Sue from the neighborhood office informed me of this when I graduated high school. I don't need to go. I don't know about those details. I just know your name is on the registration form. I'm only here to notify you," the woman said, turning to leave. "Comrade He, if you're just here to notify, then who is responsible for the registration?" Luo Hansu asked. "There are many people at the neighborhood office, so I'm not sure who handles the registration." "That's not my job," she replied, eager to leave. Seeing her rush off, as if afraid of being questioned further, Luo Hansu sneered, "Seems like you're always busy." "Fine, if you want to stir up trouble, I'll join in on the fun." As she closed the door, Zhou and Moyao came out of the bedroom. "Hansu, who do you think is behind this? Who else could it be?" Luo Hansu could easily guess it was the second branch of the family. They had suffered a big loss, so they would definitely try to make things difficult for her.
What do you want to do about it?
Zhou and Moyao asked. "Let's not deal with it just yet. I only wanted to watch the show today. Since they can't sit still and want to pick a fight, I guess I'll take my revenge on my great-uncle. I hope he can handle it at his age." After saying this, she went back to her room, opened the drawer in her wardrobe, and took out the original owner's favorite camera. Then she grabbed a loudspeaker from the study and told Zhou and Moyao, "It's time to celebrate my great-uncle's glory. I want to announce his lifetime achievements with this loudspeaker, take pictures for memories, and leave a legacy for his descendants to admire. I'll also burn some offerings for the ancestors of the Luo family to report on the actions of this unworthy descendant." Zhou and Moyao replied, "Do you need to be careful? A corner dog will jump over the wall." "I'm just afraid it won't jump. If it does, I'll cut off its claws." The original owner had kept quite a few things that Luo Hansu hadn't used yet. Since she had only been here for 2 days, she wasn't in a hurry to retaliate. There was plenty of time. After gathering what she needed, Luo Hansu prepared to leave. "I'm heading out first. I want to secure the best spot, and will share everything with you when I get back." "Okay." Zhou and Moyao smiled slightly, standing in the living room as he watched her close the door behind her. Luo Hansu arrived early and found a good spot to stand. She had just passed by a state-run store and bought a piece of sugarcane, chewing on it continuously until half a bag was left in crumbs. Because the police had posted a notice yesterday, many people came to watch the excitement today. Even before the time, Jinyuan Square was already crowded. The announcement specifically asked family members to be present, so Tianzi had no choice but to bring her whole family to the scene. They arrived just before 8:30, and it seemed like they hadn't slept well the night before. Each of them had bloodshot eyes and looked tired, standing quietly in a remote corner. Tianzi had been under a lot of stress lately. Her usually neat hair looked messy today, with noticeably more gray strands at her temples. The wrinkles around her eyes had deepened, and she appeared worn out and haggard, looking like she had aged 10 years. They're here. Today, not only Luo Yuping and He Yuling were being judged, but also several others who had engaged in shady dealings. The Revolutionary Committee members brought them up to the stage one by one. Luo Yuping was at the back, still wearing the same clothes he had on when he was taken away. His hair, which was only partially gray before, had turned completely white in just a few days. He wore a pointed hat and had a sign on his back and around his neck, both displaying his name and charges. His hands were tied behind him, causing him to hunch over. He Yuling walked in front of him, her hair dirty and messy, almost burying her head in her neck, as if trying to hide from recognition. She had completely lost her former polished appearance as a cadre. When Tianzi and Luo Fuyuan saw them being brought up, their eyes filled with tears and anger, and they turned to Luo Hansu with resentful looks. Their gazes were burning with hatred. Luo Hansu glanced back at them with a provocative smile, holding a camera and a loudspeaker, waving at them silently, conveying the message. Today, I will make my great-uncle famous. Luo Hansu, how dare you? Luo Fuyuan panicked instantly, pushing through the crowd blocking his way to rush toward her. They had chosen a secluded spot to avoid being pointed at and discussed, but now the square was packed with people, making it difficult for him to reach her. Luo Yuping and He Yuling had already been brought to the platform. Their charges were much more serious than those of the others involved in shady dealings, so the Revolutionary Committee placed them in the most prominent position. Luo Hansu didn't even need to move. She stood in place and began taking pictures. She turned on the loudspeaker and shouted to the stage, "Great-grandpa, and come on, lift your heads. I want to take a picture of you to capture this glorious moment." Luo Hansu, get lost. He Yuling was so scared that she immediately turned around, facing away from her. Luo Yuping shrank his neck, his back bent at a sharp angle, almost touching the ground, his face dark and frightening, cursing Luo Hansu's ancestors in his mind. Wow, still so arrogant. It seems the aunt has no idea she made a mistake. The two of them were not cooperating for the photo, but Luo Hansu kept taking pictures of them, speaking into the loudspeaker hanging around her neck. "Great-grandpa, who are you apologizing to? Have you realized your mistake and are now bowing in apology? Don't be in such a hurry. The leaders haven't even announced your charges yet. Why are you so eager to bow?" Seeing that Luo Fuyuan and his son were desperately pushing through, she quickly supported herself on the stage, nimbly flipping up, and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, "Everyone present, the struggle session will start in a few minutes. Let me tell you some stories and introduce a few people. This is Comrade Luo Yuping, the former deputy leader of the Haiqing Economic Reform Preparatory Group, my great-grandpa, and my grandpa's half-brother. His mother used to be our family's nanny and climbed into bed with my great-grandmother when she was seriously ill." Luo Hansu, shut up. Luo Yuping's weakness was hit hard. He suddenly looked up, his face twisted in anger, and yelled at her. Luo Hansu, holding the camera in her right hand, quickly pressed the shutter, capturing his fierce expression, and continued speaking. "My great-grandpa doesn't have many hobbies. He just likes reading comic books and collecting some old picture albums. It's my unfilial behavior as a younger generation that accidentally revealed his treasured collection. Today, I apologize to him here. When my great-grandpa passes away, I promise to burn 100 books in his honor and make 100 paper figures to satisfy him, ensuring they are all well-made. To all the grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters present, I promise to keep my word. Please be my witnesses." Finally, Luo Fuyuan and his son rushed to the edge of the stage. Luo Hanfeng, being younger and more agile, jumped onto the stage, disregarding his image as he chased after her. Luo Hansu was running in circles above, shouting, "And there's Comrade He Yuling, my aunt, a high-ranking official in the finance department of the state-owned store. The one chasing me is my cousin, Luo Hanfeng. He works in the industrial production office, and deep down, his mother dreams of being a queen. She secretly keeps a phoenix hairpin worn by royal concubines at home. There are 2 shiny, beautifully carved hairpins. I think they probably belong to some empress or queen. The younger generation in her family secretly says they often wear them at home, imagining themselves as royal princesses. Oh no, I can't run anymore. Everyone, please help me. My cousin doesn't want me to report their family's misconduct. He wants to cover it up. My cousin is quite capable. Just a few days ago, his younger cousin was involved in some questionable activities with 3 men. They were all doing things in the living room that shouldn't be seen, and he has the ability to keep it from escalating." Luo Hanfeng chased as fast as he could, but every time he was close to catching her, she slipped away like an eel. Listening to her increasingly outrageous words made him break out in a cold sweat. "Hanfeng, come down." Tianzi and Luo Fuyuan both ordered urgently, "Come down quickly." Luo Yuping, worried for his grandson, spoke with a trembling voice. "Hanfeng, come down. Don't worry about her." "Luo Hansu, you're crazy." Luo Hanfeng didn't want to risk his future. There were many familiar faces below, and this crazy girl would say anything. He was afraid of being caught and bitten, so he jumped down from the high platform immediately. Oh, I'm not chasing anymore. This is great. I can't run anymore. Luo Hansu pretended to be out of breath from running. Seeing the Tao family members crowding to the front, she exchanged silent glances with them and quickly ran behind them, continuing to shout into the megaphone. Oh, sorry. I got carried away talking about my second aunt's nephew's romantic escapades. My second aunt's nephew is quite a character, involved in all sorts of immoral activities. He has relationships with both men and women, and he has even imprisoned and mistreated girls. The list of his wrongdoings is endless. The police are still investigating, and results should come soon. For those who want to see the excitement, just wait for the outcome. Oh, by the way, my second aunt's family name is Tian. Look, my second aunt is also here, that elderly lady in the corner. She dotes on her nephew. He is her pride and joy. Her nephew is very filial. No matter what good things he gets outside, he always brings a share to my second grandmother. Look at my second grandmother, over 60 years old, but she takes such good care of herself that she looks like she's in her 50s. She eats very well 3 times a day and doesn't do any housework. She has enough savings at home to easily find $10,000. Her nephew is named Tian Chongyang, and he seems to work in transportation. Her other nephew, Tian Wenjie, also works in a government office. Their whole family is supported by stable government jobs, but they have raised a terrible person. When Luo Hansu called her out like this, Tian Ningzi was so angry that she tasted blood in her throat. She bit her lip hard to keep from shouting. Her eyes were like ice daggers, wishing she could rush over and punish her. Second grandmother, your gaze is quite frightening. You are usually gentle, speaking kindly and softly. Even if your nephew is not doing well, you should maintain your image and take care of your health. It doesn't matter if your family ties are weak. You still have children and grandchildren. Your descendants are much better than your family. Look how outstanding your cousins are. They are big shots in Haicheng, able to stir up the city with just a gesture. With such excellent descendants, my grandfather has to look up to them. They don't even respect him and call him by his name behind his back. Such remarkable children are a result of your careful upbringing. The mentioned Luo Fuyuan and his son were so angry they were shaking, their eyes almost shooting fire. Luo Fuyuan roared, Luo Hansu, what nonsense are you talking about? Be quiet. Uncle Fuyuan, why are you so fierce? I'm praising you. Can't you tell? You are already very capable, much better than that foolish man my dad is. If you stomp your foot in Haicheng, the ground will shake. Among all the people here, who has your talent? Many family members of officials are here today, and they all depend on you for their livelihoods. If you sneeze, they will be shocked and lose sleep. Right now, you are the most successful in the Luo family. My dad is completely useless. The future of the Luo family relies on you. I believe you can do it. Haicheng is your birthplace, but it won't be your final destination. This is just your starting point. Keep working hard. Compared to their anger, Luo Hansu appeared calm, as if they had a good relationship. She made an encouraging gesture and winked at him. Anne has already secretly kept the phoenix hairpin. Do you know what the phoenix represents, uncle? Anne has set her sights on it, so you should help her achieve her dreams. Her sharp tongue fired off words like hellfire, roasting everyone in the Luo family.
Bang!
He Yuling sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, shaking her head in panic. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought it looked nice and wanted to keep it for fun. Aunt, what are you afraid of? Uncle has the ability. You should trust your man. One day, you will wear that phoenix hairpin proudly on your head, without having to hide it under the floor. Seeing her so scared, Luo Hansu felt pleased and spoke brightly. Aunt, when your family becomes successful and you rise to greatness, you won't need to worry about a poor relative like me. Don't worry, I know my place and won't bother you for help. Hansu, I'm begging you, please stop. I'll kneel and bow to you, okay? He Yuling was driven to the edge. No, I can't let an elder kneel. If that gets out, people will say my family has no manners. You've called me uncultured before. I can't really be labeled as such. The whole Luo family seemed ready to tear her apart, while the onlookers had a variety of expressions, many leaders looking at Luo Hansu with complex feelings. Her words were sharper than arsenic. Anyone who offended her would find it hard to recover from her sharp tongue. Today, she seemed to target the Luo family and the Tian family, but if things were to be investigated deeply, Haiqing might see a change in leadership because of her words. I got off track. Let's not talk about the Tian family anymore. Let me tell you about my second uncle. My second uncle, though born from a maid and not of noble birth, has remarkable abilities. Over the years, he has shown all his skills. He knows the Xingyuan Square very well. He has personally dealt with at least 90 people here. My great-uncle said that these people are bad. Their thoughts have been poisoned, and they are a harmful influence on the country and society. They need to be judged and educated. His workability is unquestionable. He is fair and just, and he leads by example. Look, after he retired, he had nothing to do at home but read some silly comics to pass the time. Now he realizes he has some issues and acknowledges his mistakes, so today he willingly came here to accept the supervision and education of the people. My great-uncle dedicated his life to the country, but after retiring, he became idle and went down the wrong path. Please forgive him. He reads those silly comics so much that they are almost worn out. He is about to become a great-grandfather, so he is definitely not learning anything inappropriate. He is just bored and needs some mental stimulation to prove he is still young at heart. Everyone can understand that, right? In the background, Luo Hansu shouted this loudly, using her full voice, making the nearby Tao family members' ears ring.
Ah.
A young man standing under the tree laughed loudly, slapping his leg. Haidong is truly a place of talent and hidden heroes. Your laughter is too exaggerated. Zhou Moyao, standing next to him, patted his shoulder. He had called his boss in the morning and learned that Yang Pu had come to Haidong to support him, so they quickly met up and came here together. When they arrived, it was still before 8:30, so he heard every word Luo Hansu said from the stage. Even he admired her verbal skills. At home, she was very quiet and rarely spoke, but when dealing with enemies outside, she was fierce and her words were powerful. If he hadn't confirmed it was her voice and seen her figure on stage, he might have doubted it was the same person. Yang Pu was laughing and many onlookers were laughing too. Only Luo Yuping and his family couldn't smile. Luo Yuping's red eyes looked furious as he glared at Luo Hansu, his teeth chattering in anger. Luo Hansu, you little rascal, if you say another word, I'll shut your mouth for you. Am I the rascal here? What about you and your family? Luo Hansu's tone shifted, her expression and voice suddenly turning cold. Luo Yuping, when I call you great-uncle, it's not to give you face. It's to honor my grandfather and the ancestors of the Luo family. The descendants of the Luo family act with integrity and never harm others. Only you and your descendants have done shameful things. You do not deserve the Luo surname, and you will eventually face consequences. Luo Hansu, you need to have evidence for your claims. If you can't prove that we have done wrong, I can sue you. Luo Yuping could no longer suppress his anger. Luo Hansu smirked at him and called him by name. Luo Yuping, if you have the courage, don't just talk. The leaders of the public security are here and the people are here too. You can sue me right now. Just say the word, and I will comply.
Grandpa, sue him.
The youngest, rebellious Luo Hancheng urged from behind, his face showing anger similar to Luo Fuyuan's. Seeing Luo Yuping hesitate, Luo Hansu shot a disdainful look at Luo Hancheng. Your grandpa is a coward. He won't dare. I will sue. Luo Yuping was provoked into losing his composure, his voice rising as if to cover up his unease. All right, now you have some courage. Luo Hansu stepped out from behind the Tao family, pretending to search her coat pocket. At that moment, Tianzi rushed over with unprecedented speed, her face showing an urgency never seen before, glancing at the pocket of her coat. Hansu, your second grandpa is just joking with you. He's confused now, so don't pay him any mind. As soon as she spoke, Luo Yuping's expression changed suddenly, as if his rationality returned, and a hint of panic flashed across his weary face. Luo Hansu paused her act of searching for evidence, staring intently at the approaching Tianingzi and reminded with a half-smile, "Second grandma, your second grandpa just finally stood up for himself, and you want me to ignore him? Do you want him to admit he's a coward? To slap himself in front of everyone?" "Hansu, your second grandpa was just confused. He was only putting on a brave front." Tianingzi felt a volcano of emotions rising within her, but managed to keep it under control. Luo Hansu laughed, her smile more radiant than spring flowers, filled with mockery. "Second grandma, your second grandpa's greatest achievement in life was marrying a good wife. He has come this far mostly thanks to you. Hansu, I know you have deep misunderstandings and resentments towards our family, but no matter what, you're still a descendant of the Luo family. Even if the bones are broken, the connection remains. Even if you hate your second grandpa's family, you must consider the century-old reputation of the Luo family. You cannot disregard the family's honor because of personal grievances." Listening to her accusations, Luo Hansu's smile instantly vanished, her voice as cold as ice. The century-old reputation of the Luo family was completely destroyed the moment Luo Yuping and He Yuling stood here to be criticized for breaking the law. Luo Yuping is the disgrace and sinner of the Luo family. Her voice was chilling, each word striking fear into those nearby. Luo Yuping, angered by her scolding, felt his eyes bulge as he tried to explain, but was shouted down by Luo Hansu. "Do you still have the face to argue?
Who gave you that right?
Was it your nanny? The descendants of the Luo family have always been honorable and upright. Who has ever harmed the country or broken the law? Only you, Luo Yuping, stand here to be criticized. Back in Zhongshan, when countless guns were aimed at my great-grandfather's head, forcing him to betray the country, he never bowed down. He would rather be shot than become a traitor. He would rather die than tarnish the Luo family's reputation. But you made mistakes and committed crimes, and you don't even have the courage to admit it. You come here like a turtle, bending your neck. You have completely ruined the Luo family's face and century-old reputation. A child born to a nanny, you truly are worthless and do not deserve the Luo surname." Her harsh words trampled on Luo Yuping's dignity, causing him and his descendants to shout in anger. "Luo Hansu, shut up. And you all. None of you deserve the Luo surname." Luo Hansu pointed at them, her fury unleashed. "A bunch of cowards who only act tough at home. You think I don't know you're all just pretending? On the surface, you seem respectable, but inside, you're completely corrupt. In the past, Grandpa didn't take action to clean house to give you space to show yourselves, to see what you could achieve. You've been acting like clowns for so many years, and it's time to end this. I'm tired of your fake faces, and so is everyone else." As she said this, her sharp gaze landed on Tianingzi. "I'm talking about you. Your acting skills are top-notch, and it's a waste of your talent and ability not to perform in a theater." A wave of anger surged in Tianingzi, her eyes blazing as she gritted her teeth, words spilling out between clenched jaws. "Luo Hansu, you are something else. What's wrong? I can't keep up the act anymore?" The second branch of the Luo family was unfamiliar to Luo Hansu, and the original owner had no feelings for them. She certainly wouldn't show them any respect and publicly insulted them. A child born from a maid, and a daughter-in-law carefully chosen by a maid. What good can you be? What kind of decent people can you raise? A child born from a maid. She repeated this phrase throughout the day, like a knife twisting in Luo Yuping's heart, causing him intense pain. He felt weak and stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Dad, Grandpa." Luo Fuyuan and his son rushed over immediately. Old Luo, Tianingzi, who was closest, hurried to support him. Luo Yuping wasn't unconscious yet, but seeing everyone gather around, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Luo Hansu stood by, watching from above. She noticed his little act and coldly smiled to herself before stepping down from the high platform and walking toward a man in the front row. "Hey, big brother, can I borrow the yellow eel and loach you just bought? I'll return it to you later." Luo Hansu didn't give him a chance to hesitate and directly took the bucket from his hands, pulled out a hawthorn candy from her pocket, and gave it to the little boy next to him. Then she climbed back up to the high platform with the bucket. Tianzi and the others hadn't noticed her before, as they were busy helping the pretending Luo Yuping and discussing medical treatment with the party officials. "What doctor are you talking about? His trial hasn't even started yet." Luo Hansu rushed over to stop them, aiming the bucket at Luo Yuping. "Second grandpa's fainting issue doesn't need a doctor. I can treat him right now." "What are you doing?" Luo Fuyuan thought she was going to splash dirty water and immediately rushed to stop her. Luo Hansu sidestepped him, finding the perfect angle, and splashed the bucket of yellow eel and loach right onto Luo Yuping's head.
Ah!
A scream pierced the air, the loudest coming from Luo Yuping. The slippery creatures landing on his face startled him, making him jump up like a spring. His face turned pale as he panicked and rolled on the ground, completely losing his composure. His screams were even more pitiful than those of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Tianzi and the others were initially startled, but quickly regained their composure. Seeing Luo Yuping so frightened that he forgot to pretend, they felt a mix of anger and embarrassment and hurriedly tried to pull him up. Ah! Ah! The family on stage performed wonderfully, and the audience was laughing uncontrollably. Even the nearby officials couldn't hold back, biting their lips to suppress their laughter. Even those opportunists were huddled nearby, enjoying the spectacle and completely forgetting that they were also part of today's events. After venting their frustrations and harshly criticizing the family, Luo Hansu felt relaxed and continued to mock. "You're scared to the point of crawling on the ground because of a bucket of mud. If someone were to point a gun at your head today, you would probably kneel and beg for mercy. It's a disgrace for the Luo family to have someone like you." Luo Yu was filled with anger. The elders of the Luo family had never treated him well, but they had never humiliated him like this. Today, a younger generation member was riding high on his misfortune, trampling on his dignity. He felt like he wanted to take revenge in the worst way. Luo Fuyuan and the others felt the same, but they had calmed down. Luo Hansu was unpredictable, and confronting her directly would only lead to their loss. They decided to deal with her secretly. They wouldn't let her go. They wanted her gone, completely erased. Luo Hansu knew they would retaliate. Now that she had taken over the original owner's body and their souls were intertwined, she had to take on the original owner's responsibilities and do her best to handle these matters. It was impossible for her to coexist peacefully with the second branch of the Luo family. She had no evidence to prove that they were responsible for her grandfather's death, but she was sure they were involved. For her grandfather's life, she would make the entire second branch pay. Humiliating them publicly today was meant to provoke them into action, allowing her to retaliate one by one and uncover their true strengths and connections. The one-sided display just now was thrilling for everyone watching, especially those who knew Luo Hansu. Their expressions were full of excitement. Luo Hansu didn't care about the gazes of others or their thoughts. She picked up the bucket and began collecting the mud, putting each piece back into the bucket. She apologized to the nearby officials and, standing tall, left the stage under the spotlight. After a brief delay, it was now 8:45. The leader sent by the committee was responsible for presiding over today's trial and began by announcing the reasons for the cases and the resulting punishments. Every month, there is a big meeting at Jinyuan Square. The regular attendees are familiar with the routine and know the slogans by heart. After the leaders finish speaking, the crowd chants slogans louder and louder, while Luo Yuping and his group are scolded directly. Luo Yuping probably never imagined he would be criticized one day. Due to his background and upbringing, he values his reputation and face more than anyone else. However, the moment he was publicly shamed, all those things he cared about were lost. Being insulted like this is more painful than death, especially when someone throws rotten vegetables and dirty water at him. He became so emotional that his vision blurred, and he almost fainted.
"Stop it."
Everyone stop. Luo Fuyuan and the others desperately tried to intervene, but it was useless. Their voices were drowned out by the loud chanting. Seeing Luo Yuping's eyes filled with anger and despair, the Tao family and others who had been falsely accused felt a sense of relief. One of them said, "Finally, it's his turn." I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Luo Hance's humiliation of him went unchallenged by the party and the police. This is a sign that better days are coming, the elder of the Tao family whispered to them. Let's not talk about that for now. Luo Hance's performance today is truly satisfying. She did not tarnish the Luo family's reputation. Absolutely satisfying. She spoke the truth, and all the frustration I've been holding in was released by her words.
I feel so much better now.
Luo Hance's words were cathartic, and she really exposed the family's flaws. But this only hurt their pride, not their power. If we can't get rid of this problem, once Luo Yuping recovers, he will definitely retaliate, and then life will be hard for both Luo Hansu and us. We don't have the evidence to take him down completely, so we can only support others when they act. Luo Hansu has a lot of spirit. She has her grandfather's style, much better than her father's. It's a pity her grandfather has passed away and can't help her. I wonder if she can handle this alone. This girl is full of integrity. She is definitely a strong character. Before he died, old Master Luo must have left her a protective charm. The Luo Yuping family might not be able to touch her. With such a big scene today, the whole city will be watching the Luo family. They definitely won't dare to do anything to Luo Hansu at this critical moment. Outwardly, they won't dare, but behind the scenes, they will definitely resort to dirty tricks. Don't forget, their family is skilled at that. The elders were worried about Luo Hansu, but she was busy taking photos with Luo Yuping and He Ying. After taking a few pictures, she grabbed some rotten cabbage and started throwing it at them. She secretly mixed in a few stones she had prepared earlier, hitting Luo Yuping in the eyes with two, and causing a small dent on He Ying's forehead. After the group of people being criticized bent down to admit their mistakes, the event ended. Luo Yuping and the others were taken away again. The second branch of the Luo family wanted to help them, but the higher-ups had given orders that, in addition to being criticized, they would also undergo ideological education and punishment. Luo Yuping was punished with cleaning the pigsty for half a month, while He Ying was fired from her job, her hidden jewelry was confiscated, and she was also given a month of ideological education and cleaning public restrooms. Today, only Luo Fuyun and her niece Luo Zia were not present. Luo Fuyun, who married outside the family, wanted to attend but was firmly stopped by her in-laws, who did not want her to embarrass her family. Luo Zia was still detained at the police station. She had confessed to accepting a gold necklace and various gifts from Tian Chongyang, which added up to about 200 yuan. She had asked Luo Hanfeng to turn everything in, but due to the serious impact of Tian Chongyang's case, even though she cooperated, her punishment was still increased. She was sentenced to a month of detention for education. She used to work at a cinema that everyone envied, but this morning, she received a notice of her dismissal. Once she was released, she would be unemployed and unable to show off anymore. Luo Hansu left with the crowd. She did not see Zhou Moyao and the others. She went to the bike shed, took her bike, and rode quickly to the nearby state-run market to buy groceries. Zhou Moyao stood under a tree watching her leave until her figure disappeared at the end of the street. Then he looked away. "Boss, your expression seems a bit off," Yang Pu said. He had known Zhou Moyao for many years and understood him well. Just now, the way he looked at the girl was different from usual, something he had never seen before. "Shut up," Zhou Moyao replied, his gaze slightly restrained. Yang Pu wanted to make a joke but thought of something else, so he changed the topic. "Are we heading to your place now?" "Yeah, let's go meet her first." Luo Hansu swept through the market, buying pig trotters, pork, seafood, eggs, tofu, and other nutritious foods. She also picked up a bag of winter melon, pumpkin, and potatoes. With an injured person at home, the daily expenses were higher, so she needed to prepare more meat and vegetables. She rode her bike home and was about to take out her keys to open the door when Mrs. Liu from next door opened her gate and waved at her. "Hansu, come here for a moment." Luo Hansu walked over and saw that there were many people in Mrs. Liu's living room, all neighbors from around the area. They were definitely talking about her. She didn't go inside to greet them but just nodded and said, "Mrs. Liu, what's the matter?" This morning, someone from the street office came to knock on your door. They were looking for you, Mrs. Liu said. She had seen it from the kitchen but hadn't heard clearly. She only noticed that the street office person said a couple of things before leaving in a hurry. Some troublemakers secretly signed me up for a rural assignment. They came to inform me about it, Luo Han-su said, without hiding the truth. Mrs. Liu frowned, guessing who the troublemakers were, and told her, the person looking for you this morning with the last name He has just started less than half a month ago and is a relative of the Shui family. Yesterday evening, Luo Fuyan rushed back for a short time and only stayed at her family home for 10 minutes before leaving. The Shui family she mentioned was Luo Fuyan's in-laws, and Luo Han-su understood. I see. Thank you, Mrs. Liu. They want to get you out of Haicheng and then take action against you elsewhere. You need to come up with a plan to handle this. As long as you stay in Haicheng, they won't dare to act openly against you. Even if they try to scheme, they will have to be cautious, Mrs. Liu quietly warned her. The elder's analysis was correct, and Luo Han-su appreciated her kindness, nodding in response. When Luo Han-su entered the house with groceries, Zhou Moya opened the bedroom door and came out, with Yang Pu following closely behind. Seeing guests in the house, Luo Han-su nodded at Yang Pu and quickly closed the door behind her. Han-su, this is my comrade Yang Pu, Zhou Moya introduced her. Hello, Comrade Luo, Yang Pu smiled at her, his grin a bit cheeky. He had seen the photos on the cabinet and realized this was the home of the beautiful girl who had shown on stage before. He asked Zhou Moya to learn about their relationship. Hello, Luo Han-su replied, finding his smile a bit strange and his expression oddly animated. She glanced at Zhou Moya, silently asking if he was a bit odd. She didn't say it out loud, but Zhou Moya understood her look, his face twitching slightly as he pressed his lips together and said, We just came back from Jingyuan Square. Oh, Luo Han-su understood and said expressionlessly, How did I perform just now? Awesome. Yang Pu gave her a thumbs up. Perfect score. Zhou Moyao smiled lightly and kicked Yang Pu's foot. Han-su still is food, help her carry it. Comrade Luo, let me do it, Yang Pu said as he grabbed the basket and quickly took it to the kitchen. When he returned, Luo Han-su asked him, Are you going to stay at my house? I'm not staying here. I'm at the guest house, but I will be here for lunch today. Yang Pu had just brought Zhou Moyao many healing medicines and daily necessities to help him recover during his stay. He also asked her, Comrade Luo, Thank you for saving my boss. He needs to stay here for a while to heal, so please take care of him. Luo Han-su nodded, thinking they probably had something to discuss. She headed toward the kitchen, saying, You all keep busy. I'll go prepare lunch. Han-su, I need to ask you for a favor, Zhou Moyao called out to her. What is it? We need to send an urgent letter to the People's Hospital, but there are many eyes watching outside, so we can't show ourselves. We would like to ask you to deliver it. Yang Pu had already been to the hospital and noticed many people watching, so he didn't take the risk of going inside. Zhou Moyao decided to ask her for help. Luo Han-su didn't ask many questions and nodded, Okay, I'll go. Who should I give it to? To Li He-nan from the pharmacy department, Zhou Moyao said as he handed her the letter. Luo Han-su took it and tucked it into her coat pocket, ready to leave. Do you need me to bring back any medicine? No need. Yang Pu just brought a lot. Luo Han-su nodded, went into the bedroom to grab a few things, and then left, saying, I'll cook when I get back. There are people outside watching me. Be careful, Zhou Moyao reminded her. Luo Han-su turned back to give him a long look, raising an eyebrow playfully. I can win at chess against you, and I won't lose in a fight either. After she closed the door, Zhou Moyao smiled. She truly is the successor that Grandpa Luo has carefully trained. Boss, this girl is not simple. Some people's intelligence and charm are deeply ingrained in their souls. They are born with it. Yang Pu, having seen many people, could tell at a glance that she was not ordinary. Her fierce spirit matched the boss's presence, and they were indeed well-suited in appearance and temperament. It's a pity that the boss, if she were simple, naive, and weak, she would have been bullied by those people long ago.
Ju Montag ja admiret Grandpa Luo.
All the other relatives of the Luo family had immigrated abroad, and even his son had been away for many years. For all these years, he had been supporting the large Luo family alone and had taught Luo Han-su to be so outstanding. He was truly a respected elder. Luo Han-su didn't even glance at the person hiding in the corner. She rode her bike straight to the People's Hospital. She was already planning to apply for a job, and this gave her a good reason to come. After parking her bike in the bike shed, she went directly to the HR department for her interview. She had a high school diploma and had been recognized as an outstanding student every year, so she easily passed the first round of interviews. A classmate had informed her about the job openings at the hospital. After asking the HR director, she learned that the pharmacy department was looking for a cashier accountant, so she chose that position. After finishing the initial interview, she went to the pharmacy department for the second round. As she reached the pharmacy department's entrance, a young man in a white coat came out. He glanced at Luo Han-su and said to the HR director, "Director Zhou, this young lady is here to apply for the cashier accountant position?" "Yes, she just passed the first round." "Let Director Wang conduct her second interview," replied Director Zhou, leading her into the office. He then asked Li Henan, "Is Director Wang in?" "Yes, he's in the office." So he was Li Henan. Luo Han-su quickly glanced at his name tag, confirmed his name, and as she passed by him, she swiftly slipped a letter into his hand. When the letter was in his hand, Li Henan was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure, gripping the letter tightly as he went back to his work. When Luo Han-su entered the office with Director Zhou, Director Wang was busy. After waiting about 10 minutes, the second interview began. The questions were not difficult, but they didn't give immediate answers. They said they would evaluate all candidates based on their scores and prioritize hiring the best performers, with results to be announced the next morning. As she left the office, Li Henan was outside organizing medications. He subtly nodded at her, and Luo Han-su blinked in response. Luo Han-su got home around midnight. She checked in with Zhou and Moyao and the others. Although they hadn't cooked, they had prepared rice and cut the vegetables, so she just needed to start cooking. There were 3 of them for dishes: 2 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. Yang Pu had urgent matters to attend to, so after dinner, he quietly left through the back door. After Luo Han-su finished her chores, Zhou and Moyao handed her 100 yuan in cash and a receipt for living expenses. This time, Luo Han-su accepted the money. After a half-hour nap, she woke up and went to the space to clear land and plant some corn and wheat. Last night's chess game was very exciting, and we agreed to play again today. When Zhou and Moyao woke up from his nap, the 2 of them started a new game in the study. The next morning, after finishing breakfast at home, Luo Han-su rode her bike to the People's Hospital to check on the results. She thought she had a good chance of getting the job, but the deputy director of the pharmacy department told her she was not hired. Someone else with better performance had already officially started. Job opportunities at the hospital are very rare, like a golden opportunity, and many people applied. There were candidates who were more qualified than her, and Luo Han-su understood this, so she didn't ask many questions and prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Henan walked past her and quickly said, "Your assessment score was the highest, but someone spoke to Director Wang and got you eliminated. The second-place candidate, who scored 10 points lower than you, took your spot." Luo Han-su's eyes flickered. "Thank you for the reminder." She didn't dwell on it or confront Director Wang, as she already guessed who was behind it. She thought with a cold smile, "Even if I have to leave High City, I will take you all down with me first." This job was introduced to her by a classmate, and since it didn't work out, she planned to go thank them. She rode her bike to a nearby state-run store to buy a gift. As she reached the entrance, a 5- or 6-year-old boy rushed out, stepping on a banana peel and almost falling toward her. She quickly reached out to support him, and he landed safely in her arms. Luo Han-su let him go. "Walk slowly. There's a banana peel on the ground." As she spoke, she looked down at the boy and, upon seeing his features, her eyes widened with surprise. She glanced into the store but didn't see any parents with him and asked, "Little brother, are you alone? No adult is with you?" "My mom is inside waiting in line to buy something," I came out too, he said, pulling down his pants as if to relieve himself right at the entrance. Luo Han-su quickly pulled him to the side, near a tree trunk. Don't at the entrance. The security guard will see you. I'm not scared, the boy replied as he began to urinate. Little brother, you look like someone I know. Is your last name Shui? I'm not Shui. My name is Liang Zhou. While he was peeing, he looked up at her. I know Uncle Shui, he said. I look like him. Luo Han-su's eyes flickered. Is this Uncle Shui named Shui Haifeng? Yes, you really know Uncle Shui. Are you related to him? Just a little. Luo Han-su turned around and saw that her elder had not come out yet, so she quickly took the chance to ask, little brother, does Uncle Shui live on Nantung Street? Does your family live there too? No, my family lives on Yong'an Hutong, not in the same place as Uncle Shui. I haven't been there, and my mom hasn't either, but Uncle Shui often comes to our house and brings me lots of snacks. Today is my mom's birthday, and Uncle Shui will come to our house for dinner. He said he would buy me a tin frog and chocolate. Luo Han-su didn't need to coax the little boy. He revealed the information she wanted. A smile flashed in her eyes. Uncle Shui is really good to you. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to line up to buy something. The little boy finished and followed her into the state-run store, running off to find his mom. Luo Han-su followed at a distance and saw that his mother was about 30 years old, with a gentle and beautiful appearance, a slender figure, and a hint of classical beauty. She smiled slightly. Luo Fuyun, tonight I will definitely bring you a big gift. You better be ready. Luo Han-su bought some sandwich cookies and also got some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and broad beans, sharing half with her classmates and keeping the other half for herself as a snack. When she opened the door at home, Zhou Moyao came out immediately. Han-su, did you succeed? No, I was pushed to second place. Li Hunan told me. Luo Han-su handed him the snacks and said calmly, the Luo family is secretly working against me. This outcome was actually expected by Zhou Moyao. They have people watching you all the time. They are deliberately sabotaging you. No matter how many jobs you apply for, they won't let you succeed in staying in Haicheng. Yeah. Luo Han-su understood. She had been reading the news these days and had considered a few job opportunities, but now she dismissed that idea. As long as this mess was not cleared up, they would never let her work in peace. Even if she got a job, they would find ways to make things difficult for her. On her way back, she thought carefully. Rather than being strung along by work, it would be better to focus on dealing with them before starting a formal job. Luo Fuyun and the others had submitted her information to the youth office, so they were well prepared. Now, seeking help from her grandfather's connections was useless, and her path to work was blocked. She only had two options left: join the army or get married. Luo Han-su is still interested in joining the military. She is not afraid of the tough training because she admires soldiers due to her upbringing and the social atmosphere. She eagerly asks him, Brother Moyao, what is the process to enlist in the military now? The recruitment period has ended this year. It closed 2 weeks ago, Zhou Moyao informs her. Luo Han-su had not kept track of this, so she blinks and asks, is there another way to join, like personal recommendations? This year, it's too late for that. Personal recommendations won't work, he replies. If it were before the deadline, he could have recommended her and chosen a unit with better conditions. With this option closed, she feels she must choose the last resort. Zhou Moyao knows she wants to join the military to avoid becoming a rural youth. He can help her bypass the issues with the Luo family's second branch regarding job placement. Just as he is about to speak, she interrupts him with a surprising request. Brother Moyao, let's get married. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, his name popped out before she could think it through. Zhou Moyao's body trembles slightly, as if a current has passed through him. His dark eyes flicker, and he speaks a bit faster than before. Han-su, I can't hold you back. Also, there's no need to consider marriage right now. I can arrange a job for you immediately. I've thought it through. I'm not considering a job for now. Even if you arrange one for me, I won't be able to work peacefully. They will constantly create trouble and make things difficult for the workplace. My desire to avoid becoming a rural youth isn't because I'm afraid of the hardships. I have reasons to stay in Haicheng. The Luo family isn't as simple as they appear. My grandfather has been investigating them for years without uncovering their true connections. What I've been doing these past few days is intentionally provoking them to stir their anger and force them to activate their networks so I can follow the leads to uncover the truth. Luo Hansu hadn't shared this with him before, nor had she thought of using the Zhou family's influence against the Luo family. She is simply laying out the situation now. Zhou Moyao understands but cautions Hansu, as I've mentioned before, marriage is a serious matter. Don't rush into a decision. I can't hold you back. Is it just because I can't have children? Luo Hansu meets his gaze. Zhou and Moyao pressed his lips together, and the fact that he couldn't have children due to health issues was indeed the source of his inner conflict. His silence answered the question. Luo Hansu noticed his struggle and paused for a moment before asking, "Is there another reason besides this? Do you care that I had a marriage agreement with your cousin, Zhou, Mo Qin before? I don't care. Your agreement with Mo Qin was just a verbal promise from our elders. It's not a problem." Zhou Moyao was not concerned about that. His only worry was his health. His face was tense as he said, "Hansu, you are wonderful. You are smart, talented, and beautiful. You have many choices when it comes to a partner. Also, your father is abroad. Even if he remarried and had more children, they would be foreigners, not part of the Luo family in Haicheng. It can be said that you are the only girl in the Luo family. The ancestors and the spirit of Grandpa Luo would not agree to you marrying me, which would end the family line. Although people's thoughts have improved compared to the past, they still hold traditional views on family lineage. Most people believe that having no descendants is the greatest dishonor. Before his health issues, Zhou Moyao, despite being older, was very popular in the capital due to his handsome looks, strong abilities, and impressive family background. Every month, relatives and matchmakers would come to introduce potential partners, and during holidays, suitable young women would find various reasons to meet him. However, since the news about his health spread, no matchmaker has come to visit, and the young women who were once interested in him stopped coming to the Zhou family. Only two, with ulterior motives, came to introduce him to single mothers. For the past 6 months, his parents have faced gossip because of him, and even trivial matters have been brought up to criticize them. Not only outsiders, but also some troublesome relatives couldn't keep quiet, and often brought up this issue to hurt him. Although Zhou Moyao appeared open-minded about this, it was still a matter that hurt a man's pride. He could endure it himself, but he didn't want to hurt a young woman because of it. If they married and had no children, she would inevitably face ridicule because of him. She is young and beautiful, charming like a flower, smart and talented. She would not lack excellent suitors and could have a very happy future. But being with him means we can't have children. His job is dangerous, and he might not be there for her in the long run. Brother Moya, you're overthinking it. Before Grandpa passed away, he talked to me about this. He thought I would marry Zhou Machin, but he never mentioned having children or leaving a legacy for the Luo family. He never said that having a child must mean carrying the Luo surname. Actually, Grandpa didn't know much about Zhou Machin. What he knew was probably just the surface. Before he died, he contacted Grandpa Zhou again to discuss the marriage agreement, but he mostly wanted to ask the Zhou family to take care of me. He didn't say much about marriage, just that I shouldn't compromise myself. As for having descendants, I believe that even if Grandpa were alive, he wouldn't be fixated on that. He was a person with a high level of thinking, very open-minded, and he would respect my views on these matters. At this point, Luo Hansu paused, looking into his eyes with a hint of rare confusion. Honestly, I don't have strong feelings about marriage. I haven't met anyone who makes my heart race. I was prepared to marry Zhou Machin just to fulfill the promise between our families. So when your third aunt called to express her thoughts, I didn't hesitate to agree. At that time, I thought marriage was a task, so I went along with it. I didn't think much about what would happen after marriage. When the engagement was called off, I didn't feel bad. I just considered it a failed task, nothing more. Also, maybe because of my parents, I haven't thought much about having children. To be precise, I feel indifferent. I've seen the hardships of pregnancy and childbirth, and I know how difficult it is to raise and educate children. My parents went through a lot to have me, but I can't just ignore that. I might have inherited their cold and indifferent nature. I'm not sure if I would truly love a child I struggled to bring into the world. I can't guarantee I wouldn't be selfish and unfeeling like them. So, with so many uncertainties, I'd rather not have children at all. Her words were heartfelt. Whether in her past life or as the original owner in this life, both had shown indifference towards marriage and having children. Neither of them was naturally cold. They were deeply influenced by their parents. She witnessed her mother suffer because of a bad man. Her mother could have lived freely, but because of that terrible man, she spent many years in humiliation, unable to stand. Her mother never expressed her hatred in front of her, but how could she not know? Years ago, her mother poisoned herself to save her. She protected her with her life and endured endless suffering without ever blaming her. But as a daughter, how could she not feel guilty? She saw her mother living in pain and sometimes thought that if she weren't such a burden, her mother wouldn't have to suffer and could find peace sooner. Although her parents weren't as cruel as her previous fathers, they were still very irresponsible. When she needed their love and care, they were selfish and only thought of themselves, even during their divorce, without considering her at all. If it weren't for her grandparents, she would have likely been sent to an orphanage long ago. This experience shaped her views on having children. If you have a child, you must take responsibility. If you can't love and care for them, then don't have children and make them suffer from the start. Anshu. After saying this, if Zhou and Moyao felt no emotion, he would be abnormal. When he woke up at the Luo family home and saw her again after many years, their eyes met, and he felt a stir in his heart. Living under the same roof these past few days, certain thoughts had crossed his mind, but he suppressed them at the first hint. Now, that small spark had turned into a blazing fire. His intense gaze revealed everything, and Luo Hansu felt her heart flutter under his swirling eyes. Do you want this? Luo Hansu took the initiative again, bravely looking him in the eye. I do. Zhou and Moyao no longer hesitated. If a woman was this proactive, he couldn't refuse without losing his manhood. Perhaps the fire in his heart was urging him on. He suddenly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Luo Hansu appeared brave, but her body reacted differently. At that moment, she froze, instinctively wanting to push him away, but she hesitated for just a moment before letting the thought go. This was the first time a man had held her, and it felt unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. Hansu, I swear by my name as a soldier, I will never let you down in this life. If I ever wrong you, I would. Before he could finish his vow, Luo Hansu pushed him away, interrupting him. No need for vows or promises. I don't believe in those things. I have only one request. If one day we can no longer be together for various reasons, let's part on good terms, without hurting each other, and wish each other well. In my past life, my unreliable father made beautiful promises to my mother, but in the end, they were all lies. He used her completely and still wanted to take her life. To put it simply, those promises were just a web he wove with his words, meant to trap my mother and tighten around her until she was suffocated. All the promises and commitments in this world are unrealistic illusions. Perhaps at the moment the vows were made, there was some sincerity, but over time, most of them turned into jokes. My mother proved through a lifetime of pain that a man's promises cannot be trusted. She saw the falsehood of those vows, and in this new life, she would not believe in such promises again. Of course, Zhou and Moyao is a different person from my unreliable father, and they live in different environments with different attitudes toward marriage. Maybe he will be loyal to our marriage for a lifetime, but I believe that lasting loyalty in marriage is not about promises. It is closely related to the moral character of both individuals. Hansu, I promise you. Zhou and Moyao respects her and understands her thoughts at this moment. After discussing this matter, Luo Hansu thought about something he had been troubled by and candidly said to him, Please don't worry about having children in the future. I really don't insist on it. If you like children and want to have one to carry on our family name and take care of us in our old age, we can adopt. The Luo family also ran a charity during the war, having adopted hundreds of homeless orphans and provided them with shelter. Before the family assets were handed over, the charity was always open. I once went with my grandfather, and many of the children were abandoned by their parents or left homeless after their parents passed away. Many of them were kind-hearted and well-behaved, and every year, wealthy couples or those without children would come to adopt. If you have any thoughts about this in the future, we can adopt at any time, or we can take in a relative from the Zhou family. I fully support and agree with that. Zhou and Moyao listened to her and felt a swell in his chest, his throat slightly aching, and his expression softened. Han-su, I don't really think that having children to carry on the family line is necessary. I was worried about it before, because I didn't want to burden you. I feared that if we didn't have children, others would mock you. Their words are their own. Let them say what they want. If they speak harshly, just fight back. I'm good at finding people's weaknesses and pointing them out, Luo Han-su replied, unconcerned about others' gossip, and she certainly wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. Zhou and Moyao recalled her impressive display at the meeting and suddenly smiled. You're right. Everyone has their weaknesses. Due to his job, he usually maintained a serious demeanor, and even when he smiled, it was often subtle. This time, however, he showed a clear smile, which was rare. Luo Han-su looked at his smile and felt a moment of distraction. Zhou and Moyao's appearance and demeanor matched her taste, and most importantly, his gaze was sincere. She believed that he was the successor her grandfather had carefully trained and would stand the test of character and morals. The two grandfathers had verbally agreed on their engagement, and with Zhou and Mo Qin's withdrawal, marrying Zhou and Moyao fulfilled their elders' wishes. Previously, she had no contact with Zhou and Mo Qin and thought marrying him in Kyoto was just a task to complete, without much hope or longing. But now, after a few days of brief interaction with Zhou and Moyao, she had gained a deeper understanding of him. Although the decision to marry was sudden, she found herself looking forward to this marriage. When are we going to get the marriage certificate? Luo Han-su asked, showing more enthusiasm than he did. Zhou and Moyao's smile deepened, and he decisively replied, now.
Luo Han-su smirked slightly.
Okay. As she turned to head back to her room to change, Zhou and Moyao stopped her by grabbing her arm.
Han-su, what a moment.
What is it?
Luo Han-su paused.
Han-su, I need to go out and formally ask for your hand at the front door. Since they had decided to register their marriage, today was the most important day of their lives. He felt it was necessary to formally ask for her hand, even if her family was no longer present. He wanted to show respect and maintain proper etiquette in this matter. Additionally, he was concerned about her reputation. If they left together through the front door, neighbors and onlookers might see them and spread rumors that could tarnish her name. He wanted to protect her from any gossip that could harm her reputation. He didn't say it out loud, but Luo Han-su thought of it when she noticed a slight change in his expression. She always believed he was a rough man who didn't pay attention to details because of his time in the army, but she was surprised to find that he was quite thoughtful and meticulous. Han-su, wait for me. Zhou and Moyao had been wearing his old clothes, but now he changed into the white shirt and black trousers that Luo Han-su bought for him, topped with the black jacket that Yang Pu sent him. On such an important day, soldiers usually wear their sacred uniforms for marriage, but due to special circumstances, he didn't bring his uniform and had to wear regular clothes to register first. He planned to change into his military uniform for the wedding ceremony. Zhou and Moyao was already imagining that day. He had never thought about marriage before, especially after his injury, but today it was becoming a reality. He was about to marry the most beautiful and outstanding girl in the world, the one who made his heart race at first sight. Usually calm and rational, Zhou and Moyao couldn't stay composed today. His heart was filled with an indescribable excitement and joy. He thought he would never forget this day and this moment. Standing in the room where Grandpa Luo once lived, Zhou and Moyao stood at attention and saluted the heir, solemnly promising, Grandpa Luo, I am Zhou and Moyao. Han-su and I are about to register our marriage. I promise to love and protect her for the rest of my life. As long as I am here, I will never let her suffer or be bullied. When he left the room, Luo Hansu was also preparing in the bedroom. He quietly spoke to her at the door and slipped out through the narrow back door. After he left, Luo Hansu reported her decision to the photo of her grandfather and then stepped into her space. Facing her mother's portrait, she shared the good news. Mom, I have decided to marry Zhou and Moyao. This decision came a bit suddenly due to special reasons, but I have thought it through. I haven't known him for long and didn't have a detailed understanding of him before, but he is a soldier who protects our country and a well-trained member of the Zhou family. I believe he is a person of good character, someone I can trust. Mom, everything here is unknown. I need to keep trying and exploring, and the same goes for marriage. I cannot guarantee that Zhou and Moyao will be loyal to me for life, nor can I promise that this marriage will last forever. I don't want to think too much about the future. I just want to enjoy each day as it comes. I will always remember your teachings. No matter what, I will not give up on my passion for love. I will live for myself and make sure my life is wonderful. Luo Hansu only stayed in the space for 2 minutes before coming out. She put on her favorite outfit, took out her skincare products and makeup, and sat in front of the mirror to do her eyebrows and lips. The original owner had a delicate and beautiful face, with flawless features. A light touch of makeup made her look even more stunning. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Luo Hansu quickly put everything away and got up to open the door. Zhou and Moyao stood outside, smiling, with gifts in both hands. They pretended to have not seen each other for a long time and exchanged polite words at the door before inviting him inside. They sat in the room for about 10 minutes, each enjoying a cup of hot tea, before getting up to leave. The Civil Affairs Bureau was a bit far away, and Zhou and Moyao's injury was still serious, so they walked to the nearby street instead of riding a bike to take the trolley bus. Meanwhile, Tianzi, lying in a hospital bed, received the news and frowned. Have you found out this man's identity yet? Not yet. He suddenly came with gifts, stayed for only 10 minutes, and then they left together. This person had been watching outside Luo Hansu's house and reported back immediately upon seeing new developments. I couldn't follow too closely, so I didn't see his face clearly, but I guess he's in his 20s. Keep watching and send someone else to help, Tianzi instructed coldly. Understood. She received news that the neighbors were also discussing the matter. Someone had seen Zhou and Moyao bringing gifts and leaving with them, but no one got a good look at his face or spoke to them. After a 20-minute ride on the trolley bus, they got off at the nearest stop to the Civil Affairs Bureau. To take care of Zhou and Moyao's condition, Luo Hansu walked slowly, and they chatted about Haiqing along the way. There were many people registering today. The two of them sat on a wooden bench in the hall, waiting in line. Most of the couples registering looked happy, while a few seemed indifferent, as if it were an unimportant matter. Zhou and Moyao and Luo Hansu were both quiet and calm in front of others, sitting silently as they waited, but inside, they were both feeling quite uneasy. Soon it was their turn. Before getting up, Zhou Moyao suddenly spoke. Hansu, are you sure? Of course. Luo Hansu didn't hesitate at all and glanced at him. Are you having second thoughts? No, I'm not. Zhou Moyao shook his head, took her arm, and stood up, unable to hide his smile. Let's go register our marriage. Among the young couples registering today, they stood out for their looks and charm. The woman in charge of the registration smiled at them. You two are truly a perfect match.
Thank you, ma'am.
Zhou Moyao politely thanked her and took out a bag of wedding candies he had prepared to share the joy. Luo Hansu had no idea about bringing candies and felt a bit awkward, forcing a smile as she answered the woman's formal questions. After about 2 minutes, their marriage certificate was stamped with a red seal. Congratulations on your union. They quickly thanked the woman, took the certificate, and left. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs office, Zhou Moyao neatly folded the marriage certificate and put it in his coat pocket. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he said loudly, Comrade Luo Hansu, from now on, you are the boss at home. Everything you say goes, and I will follow your orders. Luo Hansu replied, Can you lower your voice? Passers-by were startled by him, but after hearing what he said, they all laughed.
Sure.
Zhou Maorao nodded seriously, as if it were very important. From now on, I will speak quietly at home. Luo Hansu couldn't hold back her laughter, tugging at his sleeve, her cool voice carrying a hint of amusement. All right, let's call Grandpa Zhou and the others to share the news. Hansu, it's time to change how you address them. Call them Grandpa and Grandma, Zhou Maoyao reminded her.
Oh, right.
There was a phone booth nearby. Zhou Maoyao first dialed his grandfather's number. When the old man's voice came through, he exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to the point. Grandpa, I have something to tell you. What is it? Grandpa Zhou thought he was going to talk about work and immediately grabbed a pen and paper to take notes. I just got married to Hansu.
What?
Grandpa Zhou's voice raised in surprise, and the pen fell from his hand. He blurted out, Zhou Maoyao, you little rascal, did you do something wrong? Zhou Maoyao replied, Grandpa, am I that kind of person? Then why the sudden? Grandpa Zhou was caught completely off guard and didn't want to talk. Is Hansu there? Let her take the call. The microphone was brought to Luo Hansu's ear, and she had to continue. Grandpa, I just got the marriage certificate with Mo Yao. Hansu, tell me the truth. Did that rascal Mo Yao move in with you and ruin your reputation? Is that why you suddenly got the certificate? Grandpa Zhou asked seriously. No, we have spent time together and feel that our personalities match well. We made this decision after serious discussions. On the other end of the phone, Grandpa Zhou calmed down, paused for 2 or 3 seconds, and then spoke again. Hansu, has Mo Yao talked to you about his health? He mentioned it to me, but I don't mind. We have talked honestly about this matter. I can accept it. I value character and personality more than anything else. Those are not essential conditions for choosing a partner. Listening to her, Grandpa Zhou's expression was complicated. Hansu, Mo Yao is 6 or 7 years older than you, and his health. It might be a burden for you. Grandpa Zhou, being older is good. It means he is more mature and responsible. As for the other matter, I really don't mind. We have discussed it carefully. If we want to, we can adopt a child in the future. If not, we can just enjoy our life together. I believe marriage is about the two of us. Having children can bring joy, but also some worries. Without children, we won't have to worry as much and can spend that time supporting each other. I think that's quite nice. Standing nearby, Zhou and Mo Yao felt a mix of emotion and guilt, realizing how lucky he was to have met her. On the other end of the line, Grandpa Zhou felt complicated as well, his voice a bit hoarse. Hansu, the Zhou family owes your grandfather. Grandpa Zhou, that's not true. Please don't think that way. If your grandfather were alive, he would definitely support our marriage registration. You should understand him like I do. He values character above all. My decision today was not made lightly. He would not stop me, only support me. Hansu, it's my narrow-mindedness. Grandpa Zhou sighed heavily and said, Hansu, let Mo Yao take the phone. I want to talk to him for a moment.
Okay.
The grandfather and grandson spoke on the phone for a while. Zhou and Mo Yao's serious face broke into a smile as he repeatedly agreed and earnestly requested, Grandpa, I need to stay here with Hansu for a while to handle some matters. Please help us with the wedding arrangements along with Grandma and my parents. We will return to Beijing for the wedding in some time. You don't need to ask us. We will take care of it. Just call your parents to share the good news, the grandfather replied. And please help Hansu with her matters. Make sure to protect her, he added. Old Mr. Zhou knew that the Luo family situation was complicated, but the grandson and granddaughter had always been independent and didn't want to trouble him, so he never said much. Now that the two had registered their marriage, they were officially a couple. It was the grandson's responsibility to handle matters related to his wife's family. After hanging up, old Mrs. Zhou and the eldest daughter-in-law gathered around, almost in unison, asking, Dad, did Mo Yao and Hansu get married? Yes, they just registered their marriage. Old Mrs. Zhou should have been happy that her grandson was married, but her face showed no joy. Did Mo Yao tell Hansu about his health issues?
He did.
I just spoke with Hansu, and she said she doesn't mind that. What matters to her is Mo Yao's character. They have also discussed having children. If they want kids, they will adopt, and if not, they will just be together. This child. Old Mrs. Zhou felt a deep sadness. The Luo family only has her as a granddaughter, and she is so beautiful and talented. Now she is marrying Moyao. This feels like cutting off the Luo family's roots. How can we face Mr. Luo? Dad, Mom, before, Moyao said he would never marry. He was so firm about it, and no matter how we tried to persuade him, it didn't work. This sudden change of heart must mean he had a deep conversation with Han Su and thought it through. Moyao knows she is the only granddaughter of Uncle Luo. For them to suddenly decide to marry without telling us means something must have happened. It's possible Han Su convinced him, otherwise, he would never agree to marry. The eldest daughter-in-law analyzed the situation. After the divorce of the second son, their eldest nephew was raised by the grandparents, and she had watched him grow up, so she understood his temperament well. I think these two are very determined. They registered their marriage before calling us. This isn't a discussion, it's just them sharing the good news. Since that's the case, as elders, we shouldn't dwell on it too much. Let's happily help them with their wedding and make it a lively celebration. Han Su was originally chosen as our family's daughter-in-law. It was unfair for the third branch to cause trouble and break off the engagement. We owe her an apology. Now, she doesn't hold a grudge and is willing to marry Moyao despite his health issues. Her character is commendable. With Uncle Luo gone, our family will be both her in-laws and her family. As elders, we should cherish her and make up for what she's been through. As for their future, don't worry too much. Han Su is young, and they can enjoy a few years together as a couple. When they decide to adopt or take in a child, we can help them arrange it. If they choose not to have children, that's fine too. What matters is their happiness. A person's life doesn't have to be complete with children, and having children doesn't guarantee happiness. You also don't need to worry about their old age. With so many cousins in our family, their children will take care of them. The elders listened to their daughter-in-law's words. Grandpa Zhou nodded. You're right. Both kids have their own opinions, and we should respect their decisions. They've registered their marriage and called to share the good news. Today is a happy day, and we should celebrate with them. Call the second child and have them prepare the wedding house. We'll handle the rest, urged Grandma Zhou. Wait a moment. Moyao should be on the phone with the second child, replied Grandpa Zhou. At that moment, Zhou Moyao was indeed on the phone with his father. Zhou Zhongming was surprised to hear about his son's marriage registration and didn't know that he was in Haicheng, living with the Luo family, so he began to ask about their situation. After making 3 calls to his grandparents and parents, Zhou Moyao's mother was initially in disbelief when she learned about the marriage, but later became overwhelmed with joy and cried happy tears. She then chatted for a long time with her daughter-in-law, Luo Han Su. Phone calls are quite expensive these days. Those 3 calls cost nearly 20 yuan, but Zhou Moyao didn't mind at all. As it was getting late, and since Zhou Moyao was injured and shouldn't move around too much, they were also worried about being discovered. The two of them quickly took the tram back along the same route. As soon as the two arrived home, they started preparing lunch. Zhou Moyao's wound didn't hurt as much today, so he didn't just sit idly by watching her work. He sat on a stool helping her peel garlic and prepare vegetables. Luo Hansu opened the door. Before the vegetables were even cut, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Moyao stood up. Hansu, I'll go answer the door. At the door was a woman from the neighborhood office, the same one named He, wearing an armband and holding a notebook and pen, looking very diligent. When she saw Zhou Moyao, she showed no surprise, clearly having come directly for him, and looked him up and down. This young man seems unfamiliar. Where are you from? What brings you to the Luo family? What is your relationship with Luo Hansu? I'm from Kyoto. We are married, and I'm here to see my wife. Zhou Moyao answered her 3 questions. Her expression changed, and she frowned. Married? When did Luo Hansu get married? Zhou Moyao didn't answer her question and instead asked, Are you from the neighborhood office? Yes, I'm from the Huaihai neighborhood office. We don't need to report our marriage to the neighborhood office, do we? Zhou Moyao took the initiative to question her. Young people indeed don't need to report their marriage, and her expression stiffened as she said, "The Luo family situation is special. Everything must be reported to the neighborhood office." The Luo family is special? What makes it special? Luo Hansu came out with a kitchen knife, wearing an apron, looking quite impatient. "I haven't heard of any law that says I need to report my marriage to the neighborhood office. I only know to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." She seemed unwilling to discuss this topic with her, and her attitude was poor, pulling a long face and acting arrogantly. "Show me your marriage certificate." "Why should we show you our marriage certificate? Is that part of your duties?" With her bad attitude, Luo Hansu naturally didn't respond kindly, speaking sharply. She particularly disliked people who abused their power. "Luo Hansu, what kind of attitude is that?" The woman raised her voice. "That's my attitude. So what? If I don't give you a good face, am I defying you a big official? If you're so capable, go ahead and report me, or make up a story about me." Luo Hansen knew she was here to gather information based on Luo Fuyin's words and didn't want to engage with her, giving her no friendly expression and speaking sharply. "Luo Hansu, I'm here to do my job, and your behavior is deliberately obstructing me." The other person raised their voice. "You came to work, but what exactly are you here for? You want a marriage certificate right away? That's not part of your job, so why should we cooperate?" They spoke loudly, and several neighbors from next door came over, all eyes on Zhou and Moyao. Lo Hansu, who is this man? Aunt Yu, who always had the latest news, also arrived. Lo Hansu was much friendlier to her, lowering her voice. "He's my husband."
"Ah?
"Your husband? When did you get married?" The neighbors were surprised, as they had no idea she had gotten married, although they had heard about the engagement arranged by old Master Lo. Aunt Yu quickly asked, "Is it the engagement your grandfather arranged before he passed away?"
Lo han replied with a simple yes.
Zhou and Moyao stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. My last name is Zhou, and I'm from Kyoto. Hansu and I have already registered our marriage, and we will hold a wedding in Kyoto soon. Last time, when Lo Hansu's grandfather passed away, I didn't see you," an elderly woman remarked. "Before my grandfather passed, he visited several times. During the funeral, I had to work and couldn't make it, so I asked my cousin to come instead." Lo Hansu lied. The elderly woman, who had a good memory, asked, "Wasn't that tall, thin one who came from Kyoto and helped carry the coffin his cousin?" "Yes, that's my cousin, my uncle's son," Zhou and Moyao confirmed. Seeing them speaking kindly to the neighbors, a man named he felt irritated and interrupted. "Since you're Lo Hansu's husband, please show your ID for registration. There have been many suspicious people around here lately, and we need to keep track." Zhou and Moyao was willing to show his ID. Before retrieving it, he pointed to a person hiding behind the wall across the street. "This person has been lurking there all morning, constantly looking towards my wife's house. I don't think he's a good person, so please check his information." The neighbors followed his gesture and noticed someone hiding behind the wall, with a bit of clothing visible, which they had not noticed before. Thinking about what Zhou and Moyao said about watching Luo Hansu's family, everyone present quickly guessed something. Ms. He looked a bit embarrassed for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. "I will go register," she said. Zhou Moyao's identification had no issues, and once the registration was complete, she was about to leave when Luo Hansu called out to her. "By the way, comrade, I am already married and will soon be going to my husband's workplace, so I can't go to the countryside. I didn't register myself before, and I don't know who reported me. Your street office and youth office are not doing their jobs properly. You can handle this yourselves. I will help you by expressing my frustration at home about the person who caused this trouble." The expression on her face as she left was as if she had eaten something unpleasant, likely because she hadn't completed the task assigned to her, and she was walking without paying attention to her surroundings. As a result, she slipped on a banana peel thrown on the roadside.
"Ah!"
A sudden scream made everyone turn their heads, and they saw her fall forward, landing in the nearby drainage ditch, notebook and all. Water splashed up over a meter high. The neighbors were eager to watch, and Luo Hansu followed with a kitchen knife in hand. They rushed to the roadside and saw her lying face down in the ditch, half her head submerged in water, struggling in panic, but her body was stuck tightly in the narrow space. Her arms and legs flailed, and her head shook, but she couldn't move at all. Uffed. Luo Han-su couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Others joined in laughter, especially the children, who found her fall hilarious and laughed exaggeratedly. While Aunt Yu and the others were laughing, they still went to help. A few of them worked together to pull her out of the ditch. The plump woman, who had just fallen into the dirty water, choked on it and immediately lay on the ground, trying to. After a long time, she couldn't bring anything up, and in the end, she abandoned her notebook and ran away, covered in filth. Zhou and Moyao didn't join the crowd. She remained at the door, glancing at the corners of the roadside. When they returned, she handed out a bag of wedding candies. Tians quickly received the news, her face turning pale. What a useless bunch. Everyone in their family knew that Luo Han-su was engaged, arranged by Luo Yud, but a month ago, they received news that the engagement was called off. They didn't expect the situation to change again. They had tried to find out about her future in-laws, but the two of them were very tight-lipped. Luo Yud only mentioned that he was the grandson of a close friend, so they still couldn't uncover the other party's true identity. They planned to pressure Luo Han-su to go to the countryside, but she easily turned the tables on them, making things difficult for them. Tianxi was so upset that she skipped lunch. While she didn't eat, Luo Han-su and the others enjoyed a delicious meal. They had just received their marriage certificate and officially became a couple, so this was their first meal as newlyweds, and they prepared a lavish feast to celebrate. There was a big bowl of braised pork trotters, a small serving of boiled shrimp, a steamed fish, and a bowl of vegetable meatball soup. The dishes were relatively light, but Zhou and Moyao preferred stronger flavors and loved spicy food, so Luo Han-su made a spicy dipping sauce just for him. Zhou Moyao picked up a shrimp, skillfully peeled it, dipped it in sauce, and placed it in her bowl, saying, "Han-su, you've worked hard. Eat up." Luo Han-su noticed these thoughtful details and used her chopsticks to serve him some food, choosing a piece of fatty pork for him, saying, "It's only fair. You should eat too. Let's eat together." Zhou and Moyao was in a good mood and asked her, "Han-su, can you not handle any spice at all?" "I can only eat mild spice. In Haicheng, the food tends to be salty and sweet." She and her grandfather didn't like sweet dishes, and their home-cooked meals were mostly salty, occasionally adding a little spice for variety. Zhou and Moyao served her some tender fish and asked, "Han-su, after we finish things in Haicheng, would you be willing to come with me to the army?"
To Kyoto?
Luo Han-su hadn't asked about his job before. "My work is in Yanqing." Yanqing? Luo Han-su recalled the map in her mind and confirmed with him, "Is your unit part of the South Sea Military District?" "The unit I belong to is a special unit, directly managed by higher authorities, not under the South Sea Military District. We are training at a camp over there." He couldn't share too much about the internal matters of the army. Even if she went with him, there were some work-related things he couldn't discuss with family members. That was a basic rule. Luo Han-su was a sensible and smart person, so she decided not to ask more questions and answered his earlier question, "It might take me some time to handle things here. I'll join you after I finish. I'll be staying in Haicheng for at least 2 months." Zhou and Moyao wanted to rest here for a while, leaving other matters to Yangpu for now. Once he recovered, he would be busy again. With his grandfather gone, he had no ties in High City. After finishing things here, it would be nice to go with him to another place with the military. Luo Han-su also wanted to explore different places and see the outside world. She asked him, "Mo Yao, is it easy to find a job in Yen City?" The economy in Yen City is much weaker than in High City, so it's not easy to find work there. Many military spouses from our unit have tried to find jobs, but state-owned and government positions are all filled. Any openings are quickly taken by those with connections. Han-su, I've saved up my salary and bonuses over the years, and I earn a decent amount each month. Even if you don't work, I can support our family. Once we're in the military, I'll give you all my savings to manage. Luo Han-su wanted to work not for money, as the savings from her grandfather and mother would last her a lifetime. She wanted to work to gain experience and learn about the advanced developments outside. Seeing her silent and deep in thought, Zhou Moyao sensed her feelings and said, Han-Soo, there's no rush about work. I'll keep an eye out for you. Our unit is special, and there are skill training classes available for some family members. I can take you to sign up. What kind of skill training classes? Luo Han-Soo became interested. For example, shooting, driving, making noodles and pastries, planting crops, caring for poultry, arithmetic competitions, and many cultural and sports activities. You can learn anything you want, and it's all free. Many military spouses attend classes when they have free time. Now, some are really good at making pastries, and several can drive forklifts. The women who can drive forklifts find it easier to get jobs. The military helps arrange positions, and they are now working in the logistics department's warehouse. Luo Han-Soo's eyes lit up as she told him, I can drive tractors, cars, jeeps, trucks, and forklifts. I can even drive trolley buses. My grandfather hired a teacher to teach me, and my driving skills are quite good. The instructor always gives me full marks. Zhou and Moyao replied, Did I marry a treasure of a girl? Luo Han-Soo smiled sweetly at his words, saying, My grandfather said that having many skills is beneficial. Learning more can enrich your life, provide options in tough times, and help you save yourself in danger. It's all gain with no harm. Grandpa Luo is a very wise man. Zhou and Moyao admired and respected the old man and asked her, Han-Soo, what else can you do? I can do arithmetic and participate in arts and sports. I don't need to learn those anymore. I also know martial arts and can ride horses and shoot arrows. The original person had never learned to ride, but she was skilled. She was confident that her riding skills were as good as those of the nomadic people on the grasslands. To seek revenge, she once rode alone into a heavily guarded camp and, using her excellent riding and archery skills, killed her father's most loyal general before escaping the encirclement. Zhou and Moyao was at a loss for words. He always thought he was quite capable, but it turned out his little wife was even more talented. Seeing the intense look in his eyes, Luo Han-Soo raised her eyebrows. Does your team need female soldiers? Being a soldier is tough. Female soldiers have to work much harder than male soldiers to achieve the same results. Zhou and Moyao was worried she wouldn't be able to handle the hardships. He knew better than anyone the difficulties he faced in the army and genuinely didn't want her to suffer. I'm not afraid of hardship, nor of sun or rain. Don't treat me like a delicate young lady. Grandpa raised me like a boy. I can do everything a girl can do, and I can do everything a boy can do. I believe I'm just as good as any man. Luo Han-Soo's confidence came from deep within her, stemming from the shared soul she had with the original person. Perhaps because of their similar experiences, she enjoyed taking on all kinds of challenges. Seeing her firm attitude, with her eyes shining brightly as she spoke, Zhou and Moyao couldn't bear to refuse. All right, once we're with the army, I'll take you to try it out. If you can handle the tough training and pass the assessment, I can help you apply.
Great.
Luo Han-Soo felt a bit excited about joining the army. Han-Soo, the living conditions in the army camp aren't as good as here. The transportation isn't as convenient, and the supplies aren't as abundant. Life and eating habits are also different. It will be tougher there than here. She was born and raised in Haicheng, and the Luo family was well off. He was a bit worried she might not adapt. It's fine. Give me some time and I'll adjust. Luo Han-Soo had lived in the mountains for 10 years, going from a sheltered princess to a fugitive. Even when her mother was seriously injured, she held back her tears and persevered. Even though the military camp environment is poor, it is definitely much better than the cave, where she and her mother used to hide. Besides, she is now an adult and has a space that can provide food and supplies at any time. With plenty of money in that space, she is not worried about her future. Having a marriage certificate seems to have brought them closer together. The dinner table is not as quiet as before. They chat and talk, getting to know each other better. In the afternoon, they both took a nap at home. After waking up, they played chess in the study and had 4 intense matches. By the time the last game ended, it was already 5:30. Luo Han-Soo quickly put away the chess pieces and said, Brother Moyao, I need to go take care of some trash tonight. Let's eat early and have a light meal first. I'll cook dinner when I get back. Is that from the Luo family's second branch? Zhou Moyao asked her. Luo Hansa scoffed. Luo Fuyun's husband, the head of the planning department in the petrochemical sector, is messing around with other women and even has an illegitimate child who looks just like him. The whole rural registration thing is definitely Luo Fuyun's doing. That person named, he is a relative from her in-laws. They tried to create trouble for me today, so I need to repay them tonight. I can't let their efforts go to waste. Do you want me to send someone to help you? Now that Yongpu is here, he has people he can mobilize, and Zhou Moyao just needs to make a call to bring someone over. No need. I'm just going to catch someone in the act. I can hire a helpful lady for 10 yuan to handle it. Your subordinates would be overqualified for this. A smile flashed across Zhou Moyao's face as he watched her hurriedly head to the kitchen, thinking to himself, only Hansu would go catch someone else on her wedding night. There was still quite a bit of leftover food at noon. There were buns in the steamer, so Luo Hansu quickly cooked some stir-fried rice with pickled vegetables and made a light seaweed and egg soup, heating the buns as well. They shared a meal to fill their stomachs. Before leaving, Luo Hansu brought 2 large buckets of hot water into the room for him to take a bath. Brother Moyao, the bath water is in the room, and you can put your clothes in the bucket. I'll clean up when I get back. Hansu, be safe and come back early. Zhou Moyao took out a finely crafted and very sharp dagger from his pocket and handed it to her. Keep this on you for protection. I have one, you keep it for yourself. The space has many excellent weapons that can cut through iron like butter, all collected by her mother when she was young. There are swords, daggers, bows, and hidden weapons, all made of fine iron, just as good as the weapons here. Zhou and Moyao thought that Grandpa Luo must have given her suitable self-defense tools, so she didn't insist further. After sending her to the back door and watching her figure disappear into the night, he returned to his room to take a shower. Luo Hansu didn't ride her own bike when she went out. There was another bike belonging to Tian Chongyang in the space. After walking a short distance, she found a dark corner, took out the bike, and headed straight down the main road towards Yong'an-Hatong. You clearly weren't paying attention when you dumped trash at my feet, and now you're causing me trouble. Just because your last name is Yuan, don't think I have to let you off because you're older. I got here first to throw out the trash. If you hadn't suddenly walked over and bumped into my arm, would I have dumped it at your feet? I didn't bump into you, you just didn't hold the trash can properly. Am I crazy? Why would I randomly dump trash on you? It's clearly your fault for not paying attention, and now you're blaming me. When Luo Hansu arrived at the entrance of Yong'an-Hatong, she initially wanted to ask someone about Liangzhu's house number, but she saw Liangzhu's mom arguing with an older woman by the trash pile. They didn't argue for long. After a few exchanges, Liangzhu's mom picked up the trash can and left. The older woman followed behind, spitting on the ground as she looked at Liangzhu's mom's stylish figure. Always dressing up so flashy, changing outfits all day, and even putting on makeup to take out the trash at night. With all that perfume, she doesn't care about the smell. Liang Jiang, he must be a fool to have let her cheat on him. She doesn't walk properly, swaying around in that tight dress, clearly trying to attract attention from men of all ages. How shameless, ruining the reputation of our Yong'an-Hatong. The older woman's voice was loud enough for Luo Hansu to hear clearly. Realizing she was a concerned neighbor, she immediately approached her for help. Excuse me, ma'am, could I have a moment? When the older woman heard someone call her, she stopped and looked at the pretty girl in front of her, sizing her up. Who are you? Ma'am, can we talk privately? This was the trash area, and the smell was unpleasant. Luo Hansu pointed to a nearby notice board.
Let's talk over there.
They moved to the side and the older woman spoke first. What do you need, young lady? Luo Hansu pointed to Liangzhu's mom, who was still in sight, and got straight to the point. I'm here for her. I want to ask for your help in dealing with those people who are ruining our community. Yuan Danyang's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, she really is a flirt. Did she steal your man? Luo Hansu replied. Yuan Danyang quickly realized her mistake and awkwardly laughed. I got it wrong. You're still a young girl, probably not married yet. She definitely didn't steal your man. To stop her from talking nonsense, Luo Hansu bluntly informed her, I know the man who is having an affair with her. He has a grudge against my family. I finally found out about his shady business and confirmed that he'll be here tonight. It's this woman's birthday, and he will come to celebrate with her. Yuan Danyang squinted, as if recalling something, and soon nodded vigorously, right? Today is Lu Fei's birthday. I heard her mother-in-law mention it a couple of days ago. So, she has a family and lives with her in-laws? Luo Hansu quickly asked her. Her in-laws live with their eldest son across the street. Lu Fei is the third daughter-in-law of the Liang family, and they live here as a family of 3. Lu Fei's husband, Liang Jianghe, works at a shipyard as a technician. He stays home for half a month and works at the factory for the other half. It seems like he has been very busy this month. I haven't seen him for almost a month. Yuan Danyang shared the general situation of the Liang family. Luo Hansu inquired about a key detail. Annie, I've seen Lu Fei's son, the boy named Liang Zhou. Does he look like his father, Liang Jianghe? Not at all. Lu Fei said he looks like his uncle. Lu Fei's family isn't local. Yuan Danyang's mind raced, and before she finished her thought, she suddenly realized something, her eyes widening. Liang Zhou doesn't look like his uncle. He looks like... Yes, they look like they were carved from the same mold, Luo Hansu whispered to her. Yuan Danyang's expression was colorful and exaggerated as she covered her mouth. That Lu Fei, her son, isn't Liang Jianghe's. He was born from another man. If the Liang family matriarch finds out, she will definitely be furious. Auntie, there's a money-making opportunity, but I need your help to run some errands. Are you in? Luo Hansu got straight to the point. Yuan Danyang didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. The two of them hid in a corner and quietly discussed the plan before Luo Hansu followed her to the Yuan family. The Yuan family's house is diagonally opposite to Lu Fei's home. From a bedroom on the Yuan side, one can see the front door of Lu Fei's house. Around 8:30, Xue Haifeng arrived, dressed in a long coat and wearing a hat, but Luo Hansu recognized him immediately. Is it him, little sister? Aunt Yuan asked. Yes, I would recognize him anywhere, she replied. Lu Fei's house had turned off its lights, but then the door quietly opened. As Xue Haifeng entered the house in the dark, the door closed behind him. The living room remained dark, but soon a dim light turned on in the nearby bedroom. Before long, the bedroom light went out as well. Aunt Yuan scoffed. What a shameless person. Aunt, let's split up, Luo Hansu said, grabbing a stick and basin borrowed from Aunt Yuan. They went downstairs together, and Aunt Yuan went to inform the Liang family and their relatives, while her daughter-in-law rode a bike to find Luo Fuyun at Xue's house. These days, women are quite capable. Aunt Yuan left home and gathered the Liang family and relatives in just 10 minutes. When she brought a large group, they had been warned in advance, so they came quietly without making a fuss. Luo Hansu gave Aunt Yuan a thumbs up from her hiding spot. The Liang couple led the way, looking serious, but when they reached their son's door, they quietly stepped lightly. The Liang matriarch asked everyone to lower their voices and leaned against the window to listen. After hearing some shocking sounds from inside, she picked up a kitchen knife and went to knock on the door.
Ah.
The flimsy door was kicked open, startling the two people inside, who were caught off guard. They hadn't even had time to cover themselves when the bedroom door was forcefully kicked open by the women, followed by the Liang matriarch's sharp scolding. Meanwhile, Luo Hansu banged the basin and shouted, "There's trouble. Come see what's happening." At this hour, many people were still awake, and those who had just gone to bed were not fully asleep. The loud commotion quickly drew attention, and lights turned on in many homes. The couple caught in the act was dragged outside by the Liang family and relatives, with the Liang matriarch grabbing a broom to chase and scold them. Luo Hansu called out to the neighbors and then hid beside Aunt Yuan, quietly praising her. "Aunt, you did great." The Liang matriarch was hitting Lu Fei, while the Liang men were punching Xue Haifeng, making them both cry out. When the two people were beaten and unable to get up, the neighborhood office staff finally arrived, worried that someone might get seriously hurt. They quickly pulled the Liang family apart and gave 2 pieces of cloth to cover the 2 shameless individuals. At this moment, the lights in the neighboring houses turned on, and many people were holding flashlights, revealing the face of Xue Haifeng, the man involved, to everyone. Look, Liang Zhuo looks just like him. Liang Jianghe is really wearing a heavy burden. His wife is with another man, and even their son isn't his. Liang Jianghe works hard and sends his salary to Lu Fei every month, treating Liang Zhuo like a treasure. If he knew his wife had cheated on him and that his son wasn't his, he might be so angry he could hurt someone. I've always said Lu Fei isn't a good person. What kind of woman dresses so provocatively every day? She's clearly not respectable. Liang Zhuo looks just like this man. Anyone with eyes can see he is his son. Lu Fei used to say Liang Zhuo looked like her brother, but that was a complete lie. The Liang family had been chasing after Xue Haifeng to beat him up, but as they finally got a good look at his face, their anger reached a boiling point. You shameless person! You made my son a fool and brought a child that isn't his. I will make you pay for this. The grandmother of the Liang family, catching her breath, charged at Lu Fei, grabbing her hair and hitting her hard. Lu Fei was no match for the grandmother and, wanting to save face, clung tightly to the sheet wrapped around her body, her face pale as she endured the blows. Xue Haifeng, sitting on the ground, was trembling with fear but soon calmed down. Wrapping himself in a torn cloth, he suddenly jumped up and approached the Liang men, lowering his voice to negotiate. 5,000 yuan, and all 3 of Liang's sons will get a promotion. You can keep this matter quiet. 5,000 yuan? A promotion? The Liang men were tempted, and their anger visibly faded. Seeing this, Xue Haifeng raised the stakes. I will also arrange jobs for all adult grandchildren. His offer was enticing enough, and the Liang family sensed that he might have an unusual background. Dad, what should we do? The eldest son of the Liang family was clearly interested. The grandfather of the Liang family hesitated, not because of the benefits, but because he feared that Xue Haifeng might not keep his word and could back out later. Seeing their hesitation, Xue Haifeng became calm and changed his strategy to apply pressure. I owe your Liang family an apology, but you have already vented your anger. If you refuse to settle this matter privately, I won't receive the money I promised. If my family takes action, the consequences will fall on your Liang family. Are you threatening us? The Liang family elder glared at him angrily. If we can settle this today, I will ensure that your Liang family is treated fairly, considering Lu Fei and her child, Xue Haifeng said, revealing his trump card as a temptation. Luo Hansu hid behind others, watching the situation unfold. Although she couldn't hear clearly what Xue Haifeng was saying to the Liang family, she could guess he was threatening and enticing them, so she squeezed through the crowd. Uncle, what a coincidence. As soon as her voice rang out, Xue Haifeng felt a chill, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He tightly held the blanket around him, his body stiffening as he turned, eyes wide with panic, gritting his teeth. Luo Hansu, it was you. Uncle, while you were fooling around behind my cousin's back, I helped her find your mistress and your illegitimate child. I'm sure my aunt will thank me for it. Luo Hansu shot him a meaningful glance. Xue Haifeng trembled, his teeth chattering. What does your family's internal conflict have to do with me? If you want revenge, take it out on them. I'm not getting revenge on anyone right now. I'm just here to help you. Your aunt is reckless and thoughtless, relying on her family's power to bully others at home, and she only gave you 3 daughters, not a son to carry on the family name. Now that you have a son with another woman, why let him carry someone else's surname? I'm here to help you. I've already sent someone to inform your family. Your parents and cousin are probably on their way. They will recognize this child. Seeing her half-smiling face, Xue Haifeng's expression changed drastically. Luo Hansu, you're getting back at me on purpose. You're right, I am getting even. Your aunt has enjoyed a comfortable life for too long, always looking for trouble. As her younger relative, I naturally have to return the favor. I think it's time she experienced some chaos. Luo Hansu tapped a stick on the basin, as if warning him. Uncle, Haiqing is not under your family's control. Today, your infidelity and having an illegitimate child are undeniable facts. Your threats and temptations against the Liang family are useless. Lo Hansu, you are making things worse for yourself. and that won't benefit you, Xue Haifeng said with a threatening tone. Lo Hansu sneered and replied, Uncle, if I don't take action, what will I gain? Did you ever offer me any help before I sought revenge? Xue Haifeng's expression darkened as he forced himself to negotiate calmly. If you let me go tonight, I will make sure your second grandfather's family won't bother you anymore. Director Xue, I'm not a child. Stop making empty promises. It's not that I look down on you or belittle you, but you don't have the power to speak for your in-laws, and your family doesn't have the right to mediate. Lo Hansu was tired of talking and walked away while banging the basin, saying, Director Xue, don't blame me for tonight's events. If you want to blame someone, blame your foolish wife and your cousin who follows her orders. They're the ones who caused me trouble, and that's why I'm targeting you. Aunt likes to scheme against people in Haicheng, sending them to remote areas for rural development. Your uncle is in his prime and should be working hard for the country. I think you will be working diligently. With that, she left with a disdainful look. Lo Hansu stopped right there. Xue Haifeng rushed after her, panic on his face, shouting, Don't go. If you let me go, I will trade you what you want.
Xue Haifeng, you.
Lo Fuyun arrived quickly and heard his words just in time. Seeing her, Lo Hansu banged the basin and shouted, Aunt Fuyun, come here. Uncle is out tonight with his lover for a birthday celebration, and he got caught in the act by her in-laws. He even has an illegitimate child. Lo Hansu, what are you doing here? Lo Fuyun's eyes were filled with fury. I'm helping you catch him cheating. Lo Hansu pointed at the pale-faced Xue Haifeng with a stick, smirking, Uncle, lover, illegitimate child, a happy family reunion here. You should come and recognize them. The area was brightly lit, with many flashlights aimed at Xue Haifeng and Lu Fei, clearly illuminating their faces. Xue Haifeng, you scoundrel. You betrayed me, and I won't let this go. Lo Fuyun had a bad temper and couldn't handle any provocation. When she found out that her husband was cheating, she didn't need any encouragement from Luo Hansu. She rushed over to vent her anger. The couple who had been caught were already in pain from a previous beating, and now they were being hit again, crying out in distress. The two elders of the Xue family and their 3 daughters looked extremely upset, trembling with anger at their son's actions. Luo Hansu stood beside them, pointing at the child protected by Xue Haifeng, and said softly, Grandpa Xue, Grandma Xue, you have a grandson to carry on the family name. Xue Min, Xue Lan, Xue Ping, you now have a little brother. Shut up. The 5 of them shouted angrily. The angrier they got, the happier Luo Hansu became. Since your good daughter-in-law likes to meddle in family matters and follows her mother's orders, don't blame me for returning the favor. She didn't care about what happened next. She needed to seize the opportunity and promote this news when she got back. Before leaving, she added provocatively, Grandpa Xue, Grandma Xue, I've found your family's lost bloodline purely out of kindness, so you don't need to send any gifts in return. She had previously agreed to pay Aunt Yuan $20 for her help and had already given her the money. Aunt Yuan's daughter-in-law had just gone to the Xue family to deliver the news, likely following her advice to gain something in return. She exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Yuan before leaving. At this point, Lo Fuyun had lost her reason, beating Lu Fei until her face was bruised and tearing the sheets around her. She was on top of her, shouting angrily. Xue Haifeng rushed over to stop her and protect Lu Fei and her child, which only made Lo Fuyun more furious, causing her to lash out like a madwoman. It took a lot of effort for the Xue elders to separate them. The old man gave his son 2 hard slaps, and it was only then that Lo Fuyun calmed down a bit. He immediately wanted to take them away from there. However, the Liang family quickly surrounded them. They had been watching without intervening, but now they had seen everything clearly. The man Lu Fei was involved with came from a well-off family, likely someone in power, and they didn't want to miss this opportunity. The Liang family was not to be underestimated. The matriarch was surprisingly strong, confronting the Xue family and demanding various compensations, blocking them for at least half an hour. They had just agreed on compensation when representatives from the police and the reform committee arrived and took away Xue Haifeng and Lu Fei, who were almost frozen like popsicles. Lo Hansu, I hope you have a terrible fate. When Luo Fuyun ran outside to curse, it was already early morning, and Luo Hansu was sleeping soundly. Woken up by the noise, she rolled out of bed, too tired to say a word, grabbed a broom from her house, and ran out to chase after that fat pig to beat him up in the street. The lights were on at Luo Yoping's house, and no one was asleep. Xuemin and her two sisters were crying in the living room. When they saw their mother being chased and beaten by Luo Hansu, they quickly grabbed something to help and started shouting loudly. Even though there were many of them, it was useless. None of the three could catch up to her or fight her off, and instead, they all ended up getting beaten badly. Don't worry about them. They're just brainless fools who need to learn a lesson. When Tianzi heard the news about her son-in-law's misbehavior, he was already arrested. She hurried to the police station, where she saw Lu Fei and that little boy. She initially wanted to help resolve the situation and negotiate for a lighter punishment for Xue Haifeng, but the clueless mother-in-law from the Xue family was blaming her daughter and not acknowledging her son's mistakes at all, clearly protecting that illegitimate child. At that moment, she gave up on trying to help and took her daughter and granddaughters home. Tianzi's words were like a decree in the house. When she said not to worry, Luo Fuyuan and his two sons didn't take any action, not even looking outside. Luo Fuyun and her sisters were badly beaten. She had lost a shoe, and her face and hands were covered in bruises, looking as dirty as a beggar. When they returned home, all four of them were crying loudly, but Tianzi and the others had already gone to bed, not showing any concern. Luo Hansu returned with a bent broom, and Zhou and Moyao was waiting at the door. When he saw her, he asked with concern, "Hansu, are you hurt?" "No, just dealt with a few fools, it was easy." Luo Hansu tossed the broom at the door and went inside with him. "It's still early, go to sleep." Zhou and Moyao poured her a glass of warm water. "You didn't rest well last night, sleep a bit longer in the morning. I'll go buy breakfast." "Okay." In the latter half of the night, no one went crazy, and they all slept well until dawn. When she got up and opened the door, Zhou and Moyao had already returned with breakfast. He informed her, "Hansu, Luo Fuyun's husband has been dismissed and sent to a labor camp for 10 years. "Really? The punishment came so quickly?" Luo Hansu thought it would take 2 or 3 days, but then she realized that Xue Haifeng's competitor must have seized this excellent opportunity to push for it. "I just got back from grocery shopping and heard from the neighbor next door. They are quite well informed." Zhou and Moyao didn't ask specifically. The neighbors not only have good information but also accurate news. Luo Hansu quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face, grabbed some fried dough sticks from the table, and ran to Grandma Lu's house next door to find out the latest news. She returned in just 5 minutes, sat down at the table, and smirked. "Luo Fuyun has unilaterally filed for divorce this morning, taking all the family assets and her 3 daughters with her. The daughters have cut ties with Xue Haifeng. The Xue family is protecting that illegitimate child, and I've heard they've already brought him home. They will likely add him to the family register soon. My second aunt has declared that no one in the family is allowed to get involved with the Xue family matters, and she won't care about Luo Fuyun and her daughters. After the divorce, they are not allowed to return to their mother's home and must find their own place to live." The man was criticized. The daughter-in-law and granddaughter faced punishment. The maternal family's reputation was ruined, and their lives were in danger. The nephew's whole family lost their jobs and is under investigation. Now the son-in-law has been punished. The daughter and son-in-law are divorced, and the son and grandson have unstable jobs. A series of events followed, each one hitting Tianzi hard. In just a few days, her hair turned gray, and she lost 5 or 6 pounds. The fake smile that used to be on her face was gone. "Luo Hansu, you did well. You're ruthless." Aside from the Tian family's issues, nothing linked back to Luo Hansu. Everything else was caused by her. Tianzi truly hated her. She had initially planned to force Luo Hansu out of Haicheng. Once she left and was away from Luo Yuda's connections, she had countless ways to deal with her. But things didn't go as planned, and the other side struck back unexpectedly, hitting her hard. In the end, she had underestimated Luo Hansu's abilities. While their family was in chaos, Luo Hansu lived a carefree life. After finishing breakfast at home, she washed and hung out the clothes for both of them, then went out with Zhou and Moyao, carrying a basket for groceries. Zhou and Moyao came to see his wife. Staying at home too long would raise suspicion, but his wound had healed significantly with good treatment, and going out wouldn't strain it. The two walked slowly while chatting. They met several neighbors along the way, and Luo Hansu introduced her husband warmly, with Zhou and Moyao also greeting them. When others asked about his job, he claimed he had just registered their marriage and applied to his workplace for a study opportunity in Haicheng, and he was in the process of handling the paperwork. He would be studying in Haicheng for the next 6 months. Two people walked around the farmer's market, bought a duck, weighed a pound of live shrimp that Zhou and Moyao loves to eat, and also got some noodles and tofu. They returned home together with their neighbors. Once home, Zhou and Moyao helped to prepare the duck, while Luo Hansu boiled water to scald the feathers. She slowly cleaned the duck, letting him sit nearby to drink tea and listen to the radio. No one bothered them, and the house was very quiet. The two spent their days eating, drinking, and playing chess, listening to Zhou and Moyao share interesting customs and stories from different places. Life was peaceful and fulfilling. A week passed quickly, and Zhou and Moyao's abdominal injury had almost healed. Yang Pu had also completed the paperwork for him to study at D school, and this morning he took the trolleybus to work. Yang Pu hadn't come by in days and only contacted Zhou and Moyao once by phone. They agreed to meet today at the entrance of D school. When they saw each other, Yang Pu immediately asked, "Boss, I contacted Lao Yan yesterday, and he told me you registered your marriage a few days ago. Is that true?"
Yeah, y maridanshu.
As a soldier, Zhou and Moyao needed to submit a marriage application. Since he was not at the base, he had to ask the political officer for help. Yang Pu's eyes widened, and his expression was a bit complicated. "Didn't you say you would never marry?" "I take that back." Zhou and Moyao had planned to stay single, but meeting Luo Hansu changed his mind. Yang Pu asked, "Did you tell her about your situation?" "I did." Zhou and Moyao walked alongside him and shared some of Luo Hansu's words. Their unit was not an ordinary one. All the brothers had gone through life and death trials and could trust each other completely. So, this matter was not kept secret. Luo Hansu, knowing he could not have children, still firmly chose to marry him, and he felt grateful for that. He hoped his brothers would also recognize and respect her. "Luo Hansu, there's a package." When the mailman called from outside, Luo Hansu was watering the vegetable garden in her space. Hearing the voice, she quickly came out to open the door. "I'm coming." Today, there were 2 packages, both sent from Kyoto, addressed to her from Zhou Zhongming and Yu Yulan, Zhou and Moyao's parents. The packages were heavy. Next door, Grandma Lu was hanging out laundry and casually asked, "Hansu, who sent you so many things?"
My in-laws sent them.
After signing for the packages, Luo Hansu carried them inside. She had just put it down and was about to enter the space again when she suddenly heard a scream outside. "Grandma Lu, quick. Help Dunzi. Dunzi got hurt by Sister Xuemin, and there's a big cut on his head, and he's bleeding a lot."
What?
Dunzi was Grandma Lu's precious grandson. After breakfast, he had gone out to play with the neighbor's kids. Hearing that her grandson was hurt, she dropped what she was holding and rushed over. Luo Hansu quickly closed the door and followed. She hadn't been out much these days but had heard from the neighbors that Luo Fuyun had brought her 3 daughters back to her family home. However, Tianzi didn't agree to let them stay at her house, so they were renting a place next door. When they arrived, Dunzi was covered in blood, and a group of kids were so scared they hid behind the adults, afraid to come closer. Luo Fuyun was desperately trying to stop the bleeding with a cloth, while some neighbors were helping. Xuemin stood nearby, looking dazed and scared, and when she saw Grandma Lu, she panicked and explained, "I didn't mean to. It was an accident."
Dunzi.
Seeing the cloth in Luo Fuyun's hand soaked with blood and the big on her grandson's head, Grandma Lu was terrified, and her legs felt weak. Luo Hansu rushed over as fast as she could, pushing Luo Fuyun aside. "His head is badly hurt. Stopping the bleeding like this won't work. We need to take him to the hospital right away." She picked up Dunzi and ran, saying, "Grandma Lu, come on. I'll take Dunzi there first." Wait, Hansu, please hurry." Grandma Lu couldn't keep up with her and didn't have time to ask what happened. While running, she called out to a neighbor for help. "Xiaomei, please call Mr. Zheng and his wife to hurry to the hospital." "Okay, you go to the hospital." The neighbor named Xiaomei had also been helping to stop the bleeding and was covered in blood. Seeing that Luo Fuyun and her daughters were still frozen in place, she pushed them, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry to the hospital. If anything happens to Dunzi, you'll have to deal with the Lu family's anger." Xuemin, who had been in shock, finally snapped back to reality after being pushed and quickly ran after them. Seeing them hurry away, another neighbor shook her head with a frown. "Xuemin is just like her mother, hot-tempered and spoiled. I think the Su family made the right choice to back out of the marriage." Did the Su family come to break off the engagement just now? Yes, they did. Xue Haifeng got into trouble and was sentenced, and the Luo family has its own issues. The Su family is very smart. The three of them just came to call off the engagement. Luo Fuyun and Xuemin disagreed about breaking off the engagement, but the Su family was firm. They didn't ask for the betrothal gifts back, considering it compensation for Xuemin's reputation. After clarifying this matter, they left. As soon as they left, Xuemin got angry at home and started throwing things around. The child was playing nearby and got hit on the head by a scissors she threw. The two old men from the Luo family are very shrewd. Luo Fuyun doesn't know who she inherited her bad temper from, but she's not very bright either. It's said she was arrogant at the Xue family, often disregarding her in-laws. Whenever things didn't go her way, she would throw tantrums at home, which explains why Xue Haifeng went out to cause trouble. Their family is a mess right now, with one person after another being sentenced. Who would dare to marry into their family? Exactly, the Su family has been reasonable, not calling off the engagement the day after Xue Haifeng's scandal broke. They have given the Xue family some face. While the neighbors were still discussing, Luo Hansu had rushed to the hospital emergency room with the child, covered in blood. After handing the injured child to the doctor, she leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Grandma Lu arrived a few minutes later and saw the blood on her coat. She rushed over. "Hansu, how is the child?" "When I brought him here, he was awake. He's been inside for 3 minutes now, and the doctor is trying to save him. I'm not sure of the details." At that moment, the emergency room door opened and a nurse hurried out. "The child has lost too much blood and needs a transfusion." "Who is his guardian?" I'm his grandmother." "What's your blood type?" the nurse asked. Grandma Lu shook her head. "I don't know. I'm not familiar with blood types." Seeing more people arriving, the nurse asked again. "The child is type B. Does anyone here have type B blood? We need to transfuse 200 milliliters. Our family all has type A blood." Luo Fuyun was worried about the child's condition and wanted to donate blood to help, but their blood type didn't match. "I'm type B," Luo Hansu said. Not wanting to get involved in the mess with Xuemin, she stepped up to help since they weren't the same blood type. She took off her coat and prepared to donate blood. "Nurse, saving him is the priority. Take my blood." "Okay, come with me quickly," the nurse said, leading her to the next room. Grandma Lu hurried after them. "Hansu, thank you for saving the child. Once your Uncle Zheng and the others arrive, we'll properly thank you." "Grandma Lu, let's focus on saving the child first. We can talk about everything else later." Lu Jingxin works at the police station and received a call, so he immediately took leave to rush to the hospital. When he arrived, Dunzi was receiving a blood transfusion and was no longer in danger. After understanding the situation, he didn't say much to Luo Fuyun and her daughter and directly asked them to leave the hospital. Luo Hansu had just finished donating blood, and the nurse brought her a cup of sweet water. After drinking it, she sat on a chair to rest and felt better now. "Hansu, thank you so much today. If you hadn't helped bring Dunzi and donated blood, he might have." "There's no need for thanks. We will remember this kindness and repay it in the future." The Lu family expressed their gratitude, and Luo Hansu accepted their feelings, saying, "No need to be so polite. It's good that Dunzi is okay. You take care of him here. I will head home first. Mom, Hansu just donated blood and is weak. You should take her home. I'll stay here with Dunzi, Lu Jingxin arranged. Okay, I'll take Hansa home and then come back. No need to send me. I can walk by myself. Luo Hansu felt fine after donating 200 milliliters of blood, but Grandma Lu insisted on escorting her home, supporting her along the way, worried she might feel weak and fall. Once they got home, Grandma Lu immediately brought milk powder and red dates to help her regain strength, preparing a big cup of each and repeatedly reminding her to drink before leaving. The events of the morning reached Tian's ears. She called her daughter and granddaughters to her home. The family was already facing many issues, but these foolish girls managed to create more trouble, making her furious as she scolded them. Did you all ignore what I said a few days ago? Are you so bored that you have to stir up trouble every day? Today, you hurt old Lu's grandson and brought more trouble to the family. Are you too comfortable in life and looking for excitement? Luo Fuyun had lost quite a bit of weight in just a week, and the extra flesh on her face had reduced. Hearing her mother's scolding, she felt upset. Mom, Xiaomin didn't do it on purpose today. I already said it was an accident. She didn't mean to hurt anyone. You're still defending her. I've told you to correct her temper, but you indulge her just like yourself. Is breaking off an engagement something to be proud of? You're making a scene at home, and now everyone knows about it. You should have kept this low-key. Now that it's out, are you satisfied? Tianxi just learned that Su's family has called off the engagement. She understands her granddaughter's anger, but breaking things in a fit of rage will only lead to more personal loss and damage her reputation. It won't hurt the unfeeling Su family at all. Xuemin, who is strong but not very thoughtful, takes after Luo Fuyun. She cannot understand her grandmother's feelings and thinks she is not supporting her. Angrily, she says, Grandma, now that I've been rejected, am I embarrassing you? Don't worry, I am a Xue, not a Luo. I am the one losing face for my family, not the Luo family, so it won't affect you. Xiaomin, how can you speak like that? Luo Fuyun glares at her disapprovingly. Xuemin, already hot-tempered, jumps up and says with red eyes, Mom, can't you see? You are married now, and to your family, you are an outsider. In your grandmother's eyes, you are even less important than a distant cousin. Xiaomin, what nonsense are you talking about? Tianxi says, with a dark expression. Grandma, did I say anything untrue? You run around helping your cousin's family with their problems, which is clearly a settled matter, yet you still spend money to help them. When it comes to our issues, my mom was clearly betrayed by my dad. She suffered, and when my grandparents blamed her, you didn't say a word to support her. When she got divorced and came back, you wouldn't even let us in. Did we embarrass you? Now that I've been rejected, is it my fault? It's clearly the messy things done by your elders that have affected me. What's wrong with me breaking a few things at home to vent? I may have acted out and hurt someone, and that is my fault. But if it weren't for my grandpa, my aunt, my dad, and the Tian family causing trouble, would Su Yang have called off the engagement? Would I be breaking things? All you do is blame and scold me, and criticize my mom. Have you ever comforted us? Have you ever stood up for us or said a word in our defense? You only care about the Luo family and the Tian family, especially Tian Chongyang. We, the useless ones, are just a bother to you. The troubles we face are not your concern. Xuemin feels very hurt by her grandmother's actions. In a fit of anger, she expresses her feelings, tears streaming down her face as she turns to leave, calling for her two younger sisters. Let's go. Why are we still here? Are we waiting to be thrown out? Xiaomin, you shouldn't have that attitude towards Grandma. Luo Fuyun quickly tried to pull her back, but Xuemin shook her off. Mom, if you like being scolded, you can stay here and take it. I can handle my own matters. Watching the three sisters leave, Tianxi felt a knot in her heart. Xiaomin really misunderstands me. How did she change so much? Luo Fuyun remained silent. She had taken her daughter's words to heart. The two siblings had very different personalities since childhood. She was straightforward and quick-tempered, while her older brother was thoughtful and composed. She knew she was not as favored by their parents as her brother. She was aware of her place and never competed with him for anything, but the events of the past few days had truly hurt her feelings due to their parents' attitudes. When her family was reported by Luo Hansu, she rushed out to defend them but was met with scorn. Instead of supporting her, her mother scolded her for being impulsive, and her brother criticized her for not thinking things through. But who was she defending when she confronted others? Her mother wanted to expel Luo Hansu from Haicheng, so she quickly devised a plan to enlist her sister-in-law's help and got Luo Hansu's name included in the rural placement list. In return, Luo Hansu retaliated by exposing Xue Haifeng's infidelity, leading to the end of their marriage. Instead of blaming their son, her in-laws criticized her for being impulsive and blamed her family's issues for affecting the Xue family. Her mother came over, but didn't support her. She only said a few casual words before taking her home. Neither her brother nor her parents stood up for her afterward. After her divorce, she returned with her 3 daughters, and her mother even looked down on her for the divorce, refusing to let her enter her family's home. She understood some things. Her mother had been busy behind the scenes, using connections and money to deal with the Tian family's issues, trying hard to protect Tian Chongyang. Yet, she showed little concern for her own daughter. Luo Fuyun's attitude indeed hurt her, but she didn't dare to resent her. Having divorced Xue Haifeng, her only support was her family, and she couldn't voice her grievances. Tian Yingzi saw through her thoughts. Just as she was about to come for her, Xue Ping rushed back, looking anxious. Mom, the eldest sister, went to the hospital. She said she was going to apologize and handle the trouble she caused. How is she going to handle it? Luo Fuyun quickly asked. She said she would transfer her work to the Lu family. Transfer what work? I can just pay for it. Luo Fuyun rushed outside. Tian Yingzi quickly followed, shouting, Xiao Ping, go stop your sister. Grandma will talk to the Lu family about compensation later. No need. We can handle our own matters. Xue Ping was different from Luo Fuyun. She was more like Xue Haifeng, with deeper thoughts than Xue Min. She resented her father for being unfaithful to the family, but she also blamed her maternal grandfather's issues for affecting them. Many of the things Xue Min said were things she and Xue Lan had discussed. The 2 younger girls had the strongest dissatisfaction with their grandmother, and although Xue Min was simple-minded, she listened to their words. Seeing that all 3 granddaughters resented her, Tian Yingzi felt a chill in her heart, and her expression darkened even more. Luo Hansu was unaware of what was happening on their side. She had just finished drinking several bowls of blood sugar tonic made by Grandma Lu and was in her bedroom opening a package sent by her in-laws. The package from her father-in-law was filled with nutritional supplements, while her mother-in-law sent clothes and shoes, all for her, along with a stack of textile coupons that could be used to buy yarn at state-run stores. She had planned to visit Jiaowa Mountain today to retrieve hidden treasures, but after donating blood, she decided to change her plans and go tomorrow instead, spending the whole day meditating in her space. Zhou Moya had classes at D school all day and arrived home at 4:30 p.m. Xiao Zhou, you're back from work. Grandma Lu saw him and immediately came out. Xiao Zhou, my grandson was injured by Xue Min this morning. Luckily, Hansa helped take him to the hospital, and she even donated 200 milliliters of blood. She has been resting at home since returning. I came by at noon to knock on the door, wanting to bring her some chicken soup, but she didn't get up to answer. Please wake her up and see how she is. Upon hearing about the blood donation, Zhou Moya quickly took out his keys, opened the door, and called out, Hansu, Hansu, open the door. Luo Hansu was meditating in her space. Hearing his voice, she immediately exited her meditation, quickly left her space, and pretended to just wake up. I'm up, just a moment. Hansu, do you feel better? Grandma Lu followed him. Grandma Lu, I'm fine now. I was just a bit tired and weak, but after a good sleep, I feel much better. Luo Hansu hurriedly messed up her bed and tousled her hair in front of the mirror, pretending to have just gotten out of bed, and slowly went to open the door. When she opened the door, Zhou Moya noticed her face was rosy and her lips had color, which reassured him. Hansu, you donated blood today. Take good care of yourself at home these days. If you're tired, rest and sleep more.
Okay.
Luo Hansu replied, looked at her watch, and asked him, "Why are you back so early?" "We're here for class, not a formal job. Once today's lesson is over, we can go home." Zhou Moyao was an efficient person. He pretended to attend class but was actually investigating. Today, he and Yang Pu worked well together and found some clues. To avoid alerting anyone, they returned right after class. Grandma Lu made chicken soup for lunch, giving half to her grandson and saving half for Luo Hansu, keeping it warm on the stove. Now she brought the soup over. Luo Hansu had been meditating all day and hadn't eaten lunch, so she was hungry. Accepting Grandma Lu's kindness, she took the soup and asked, "Grandma Lu, is Dunzi okay now?" The doctor said he's out of danger, but he needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Dunzi had 8 stitches on his head, and there's a big scar. His clothes were soaked in blood. Grandma Lu had seen her grandson covered in blood when she changed his clothes, and she felt weak. Her daughter-in-law had taken leave to come back, and now they were both at the hospital, while she stayed home to cook and bring food. Zhou Moyao made tea for the elders and had heard that the person who hurt the child was named Xue. He asked, "Grandma Lu, is Xuemin the neighbor you mentioned?" "Yes, she's the eldest daughter of Luo Fuyun." After Luo Fuyun divorced and moved out of the Xue family, she rented a place next door with her 3 daughters. They've been living there for almost a week. This morning, Xuemin's fiancé and his parents came by. They insisted on breaking off the engagement. Xuemin has a temper like her mother, fiery and impulsive. She was upset about the breakup and started throwing things at home. A pair of scissors flew out the window and hit my grandson on the head. Luo Hansu didn't know about the breakup and quickly asked, "Did she break up with Su Yang?" Yes, the Su family was very firm about it. They didn't come to discuss, they just came to inform us. Luo Fuyun and her daughters disagreed. I heard Su Yang's mother said some harsh things, directly stating she didn't want her son to have a father-in-law with a bad reputation, nor did she want Su Yang's children to have their futures ruined from birth. The Su family initiated the breakup. I heard they gave a significant amount of betrothal gifts, but they didn't ask for it back, saying it was compensation for Xuemin. Thinking about the betrothal gifts reminded Luo Hansu of her own past experience with a breakup. She still had some matters to settle with Zhou Maoqin, but she didn't mention it here. "Grandma Lu, your grandson is hurt so badly. How will this situation be handled?" Zhou Moyao asked her. "My son initially wanted to handle things formally, but later Xuemin came to the hospital to apologize. Her attitude was quite good. She took responsibility, paid all the medical bills, and even transferred her publishing job to my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law works hard at a state-owned factory, often working shifts and overtime. With this job, she can't take care of the home or help the kids with their studies, and she's been thinking about changing jobs." They thought Xuemin's apology was sincere, and since she didn't mean to cause trouble today, they decided to settle things privately. Grandma Lu only found out about the private settlement when she went to bring her grandson some clothes. Since her son and daughter-in-law made the decision, she didn't say much. After all, even if they reported it to the police, it would ultimately end with compensation. Xuemin's publishing job is a good one, and it was Xue Haifeng who helped her secure it. She hasn't been officially hired yet, but even as a temporary worker, this job is much easier and more respectable than what Lu's daughter-in-law does. Did Xuemin give it up voluntarily? Or did someone suggest it to her? Luo Hansu pointed towards the direction of the second branch of the Luo family. She gave it up voluntarily. Later, Grandma Lu inquired further and whispered to her, "It seems that Xuemin and her 2 sisters have a deep resentment towards the old lady. They had an argument today and left in anger. After Xuemin discussed things with my son and daughter-in-law, Luo Fuyun confronted them for a talk. Xuemin had a loud argument with her by the roadside, saying some harsh things, claiming her mother was probably picked up by the Luo family and wasn't a real daughter, and that her status in the eyes of the 2 old folks was lower than that of Tian Wenjie and his son." Hearing this, Luo Hansu spat out a chicken bone and frowned. What Xuemin said is true. The old lady has been busy with Tian's family affairs, and she must have used connections to keep that scoundrel safe. The neighbors are all talking about this. She hasn't been idle these days, going out early and coming back late to handle Tian's matters, even bringing Luo Yuping along when it's on the way. Not just Xuemin, even the neighbors have noticed how biased Tianingzi is towards her family. Tian Chongyang has become such a scoundrel, and it's closely related to her. She must be enabling him from behind. There are many clever people in the world. Seeing that everyone had already guessed, Luo Hansa thought that Tianingzi's hypocritical facade would soon crumble. Grandma Lu didn't stay long. She still needed to take food to the hospital. After Luo Hansa finished eating, she took the bowl and went home. After she left, Zhou and Moyao spoke up. "Hansu, you've drawn so much blood. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "No, 200 milliliters isn't much. I'll be fine after a good sleep," Hansu replied as she got up and took out 2 packages from the bedroom. "Brother Moyao, your parents sent a package with a lot of things." "They are also your parents," Zhou and Moyao reminded her. Hansu hadn't adjusted yet and managed a shy smile. "Got it, my parents." Seeing baby formula, calcium tablets, and a small bag of dried squid, Zhou and Moyao picked one up. "Hansu, let's make squid soup tonight to help you recover." "Okay, I'll do it." "No need for you to do it. You should rest today. I'll cook." Zhou and Moyao could cook. He pointed to the clothes and shoes in the package, quickly recognizing they were bought by his mom. "Hansu, my mom bought you clothes that are perfect for the season. Don't keep them in the closet. Wear them." "The clothes are a bit thick. I'll wear them when it gets colder," Hansu replied as she put the package away. Zhou and Moyao checked the cupboard in the kitchen and saw only fish and vegetables, which weren't suitable for making squid soup. He hurriedly rode his bike to the market and bought a chicken. When he returned, he boiled water, cleaned the chicken, and plucked its feathers. Hansu wanted to help, but he wouldn't let her get her hands dirty and told her to sit in the lounge chair and listen to the radio. Watching him busy around the kitchen, Hansu reflected on the differences in attitudes. In the Dongling dynasty, men often held traditional views, believing cooking was a woman's job. Even men from poor families might never cook for a woman in their lives. However, here, many men cooked and helped with household chores, also caring for and spending time with children. During the week they lived together, Hansu cooked all their meals, but Zhou and Moyao helped with washing vegetables and dishes, and he also cleaned and took out the trash, sharing half the chores. When they went out to buy groceries, he always carried the basket while she handled the shopping and payments, taking care of the physical work himself. At mealtime, he always served her the first bite, peeled shrimp and crab shells for her, and removed fish bones before giving her the fish. He piled her favorite dishes in her bowl and only took what she didn't like for himself. Because of his thoughtful actions, Hansu's feelings for him grew steadily, and she quietly noted his kindness in her heart. Knock, knock. The door outside was open, and Lu's daughter-in-law came in after knocking. "Xiao Zhou, Hansu, are you cooking?" Luo Hansu stood up to greet her. "Aunt, you're back. Did Grandma Lu take food to the hospital?" "Not yet. I came back to help my mother-in-law cook. My father-in-law just took an hour off to visit Dunzi at the hospital and asked me to watch him for an hour." Lu's daughter-in-law had just bought a lot of gifts from the state-run store, filling a big bag that she placed on the counter. She thanked her, saying, "Hansu, thank you so much today. I've been at the hospital with Dunzi and didn't have time to come, and thank you. Are you feeling better now?" "Aunt, I'm fine now. Grandma Lu made me chicken soup and brought many nourishing supplements. I have no discomfort anymore." "That's good to hear. You donated such a large bag of blood to Dunzi today, so you need to replenish your strength. I just bought some supplements. You should cook them for the next few days to help your body recover." "Okay, thank you, Aunt."
Luan understood her intention.
Lu's daughter-in-law had a few more things to discuss, so she pulled her into the study next door. "Hansu, come here. Dunzi's dad asked me to tell you something." The two whispered in the study for about 5 minutes. When Luo Hansu saw her off, she quietly said, "Aunt, please thank Uncle Jingxin for me. I'll reach out to him when the time is right." "Sure, I'll let him know." Lu's daughter-in-law agreed and patted her shoulder, reminding her, "Be careful when you go out, and stay alert when interacting with others." Luo Hansu replied, "I know, thank you." Lu's daughter-in-law needed to return home to help with cooking. She exchanged a few polite words with Zhou and Moyao in the kitchen before hurrying back. Lu Jingxin worked at the police station and, grateful for her saving his son, had just asked his wife to relay the information that Luo Hansu wanted. All of it was related to the Lu family's second branch and the Tian family, but she would need to investigate further herself. Luo Hansu did not doubt that the Lu family was deceiving her. The original owner had many clues that matched some of what the Lu family provided. The clues from the Lu family were a bit scattered, and she needed to organize them and choose two directions to explore. Luo Hansu leaned back in the lounge chair, squinting her eyes in thought. Zhou and Moyao, who had been chopping vegetables, quietly went to the bedroom, took out a light blanket and covered her with it. As Zhou and Moyao approached her, Luo Hansu opened her eyes. He draped the blanket over her, saying, "It's getting a bit chilly these days. Cover yourself with the blanket so you don't catch a cold." "I wasn't sleeping. I was just thinking. Even if you're not sleeping, you should still cover up." Zhou and Moyao tucked the blanket around her tightly. Perhaps because it was warm and the radio nearby was playing the news as a lullaby, Luo Hansu soon felt sleepy and gradually drifted off to dreamland. Her breathing became steady, clearly indicating she was asleep. Zhou and Moyao quietly prepared dinner, using the spatula gently to avoid making noise that might wake her. As it grew darker outside, dinner was finally ready. Zhou and Moyao first served a fragrant bowl of chicken soup and then dished out the rice before coming over to call her. "Hansu, wake up, it's time for dinner." "Oh, I'm awake."
Luanshu blinked sleepily, looking a bit dazed.
"I really fell asleep. It's normal to feel tired after giving so much blood today. After dinner, you should rest early." Zhou and Moyao returned the blanket to the bedroom and walked over. "Hansu, first drink a bowl of chicken soup to warm up. After the soup, you can eat." In addition to the squid chicken soup, he also stir-fried 2 dishes, all served in large bowls with generous portions. The vegetables were cut into big pieces, unlike the delicate way Luo Hansu usually cooked. Luo Hansu tasted each dish and smiled slightly. "It's delicious, even better than what I make. I added a bit more seasoning. I'm glad you like it." Seeing her enjoy the food, Zhou and Moyao kept serving her more. "Hansu, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. You should eat too." Having had the chicken soup, Luo Hansu felt a bit hungry and quickly started eating with her bowl and chopsticks. She preferred lighter flavors, while Zhou and Moyao's dishes were richer in taste, but he had taken care to suit her preferences, adding only a little chili for flavor, making it appetizing without being too spicy. Luo Hansu had a big appetite that night, finishing a large bowl of chicken soup, 2 bowls of rice, and then slowly sipping another bowl of soup. Zhou and Moyao noticed how much she enjoyed his cooking, which made him happy. When she set down her bowl and stood up to clean up, he said, "Hansu, you sit and rest. I'll take care of it. I'll wash the dishes."
Luanshu stood up.
"No need, I'll wash them. You should rest. I'll finish washing and then get you water for a bath." Previously, when he was recovering, she did most of the household chores. Now that his abdominal injury had healed, it was time for him to take care of her. Luo Hansu felt a bit full from eating and didn't want to lie down or sit, so she got up to collect the clothes drying by the back door. She neatly folded his clothes and took them to his room, only to find that the quilt on his bed was folded perfectly, like a block of tofu. The clothes and pants in the closet were arranged neatly, and his shoes and daily items were lined up in a row. Luo Hansu felt a bit embarrassed when she thought about the mess in her own room. Zhou Moyao worked quickly. After washing the dishes, he took out the kitchen trash. Seeing her standing by his bed, unfolding the freshly folded clothes, he smiled gently. "Hansu, let me do it myself." "Brother Moyao, did you learn to fold clothes and quilts in the army? Is that part of the training?" Organizing personal items is a basic skill for new recruits. Zhou Moyao folded the clothes quickly and well. With a smile in his eyes, he asked, "Hansu, do you want me to help you organize?" No, my things are a bit messy. I bought a lot of random stuff, so I'll organize it myself slowly." Old Luo cared for the original owner and never deprived her in terms of finances. He used to work at an archive and gave most of his salary to his granddaughter, never limiting her spending. She could buy whatever she liked. In Haicheng, there were plenty of goods available. The original owner often shopped at state-run stores and occasionally at overseas Chinese shops. Whenever new items came out, she would visit and buy what she liked. Hansu, I have a good salary. Buy what you like without saving. I can help you organize later. She didn't care about his financial situation and chose to marry him, so he shouldn't let her standard of living drop too much. Luo Hansu smiled slightly. Okay. Are you going to shower now or later?
Now.
I'll go get you some. Before Zhou Moyao could finish his sentence, someone kicked the door from outside, and they both stepped out of the bedroom. The front door was not fully closed, just ajar, when Xuemin kicked it open. Luo Hansu's expression turned cold upon seeing her. If you want to drink the same dirty water as your mom, keep kicking the door. Xuemin kicked the door open but didn't enter. She glanced at Zhou Moyao, then glared at Luo Hansu with a hint of triumph. Don't think I don't know. You got your engagement canceled too. He's not your fiancé at all. When did I ever say he was my fiancé? Luo Hansu looked at her with disdain. Xuemin heard about her marriage from someone else and did not know about Zhou and Moyao's identity. Today, for some unknown reason, she came to confront Zhou and Moyao, almost like reporting someone, and said, Luo Hansu has a fiancé who broke off the engagement with her. I know. Zhou and Moyao replied openly. The marriage between our families is not a secret. My grandfather and Luo's grandfather are close friends. They arranged the engagement for us. They originally preferred a cousin who was a better age match, but since he fell in love with someone else, I was chosen to fulfill the engagement with Hansu because our personalities match better. Xuemin was completely unaware of this and looked upset. You're saying the engagement was switched? Zhou and Moyao did not answer her question and instead asked, Is there a law that our marriage has violated? Xuemin was momentarily speechless. Even she knew their marriage was not illegal. She had come to mock Luo Hansu and stir trouble between them, not expecting the engagement to have been switched. She was the one who got dumped and rushed here to find some sense of balance. Luo Hansu saw through her intentions and said mockingly, Coming to me for balance makes it seem like being dumped is something to be proud of. Should I help you promote that? Xuemin was indeed seeking balance. She had always been jealous of Luo Hansu and everything about her. The thought that she too had been dumped lightened her mood, and she hurried over to rub salt in the wound. Luo Hansu, don't be so arrogant. Even if you're marrying someone else now, it doesn't erase the fact that you were once dumped, Xuemin insisted. So what if I was dumped? Is that something shameful?
Luo Hansu replied.
I've been dumped, and you have too. Your parents are divorced as well. Your dad is the one causing trouble outside, ruining the marriage of the Liang family. That's the real shameful thing. Luo Hansu was skilled at hitting where it hurt, and Xuemin was no match for her. As soon as she mentioned Xue Haifeng's affairs, Xuemin's face turned pale.
Luo Hansu, shut up.
If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't be like this. If you say another word, I'll make you regret it. How is your family's situation my fault? Did I force your dad to cause trouble? Did I send him to Lu Fei's bed in the Liang family? Did I make him sneak around to meet his mistress? Or should I say, did I tie him up, take off his pants, and hold a knife to his neck, forcing him to mate with women outside? Unlike her anger, Luo Hansu's calm series of questions were filled with clear disdain. Mating? Reproducing? Those are behaviors only animals exhibit. It was as if she wanted to call Xue Haifeng a beast. Grandma Lu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, overheard and couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Moyao's face twitched slightly as he covered his mouth with a fist, looking at her with a fond expression. Xuemin was left speechless and blushed with anger, exclaiming, Stop talking nonsense. My parents divorced because of you. You ruined our family. I didn't force your parents to divorce. I just helped your family find a way to continue your lineage. You should be thanking me, not blaming me. It's ungrateful of you. Besides, the divorce was your mother's decision. She initiated it. Don't put the blame on me. If you don't want your parents to be divorced, why not try to get them back together? Let your mom wear the metaphorical hat and bring your dad's partner home to live with you, raising that child as your own. You could all live together happily. Luo Hansu was much sharper with her words. For every sentence Xuemin spoke, she had 3 responses that left Xuemin at a loss for words. In the end, Xuemin's anger turned into a curse. Luo Hansu, you will definitely meet a terrible end.
Splash.
What answered her was a bucket of cold water, drenching her completely. And Zhou Moyao's cold voice followed. Get lost. He had thrown the water, holding a bucket that he didn't have a moment ago, emptying it all over Xuemin's face. Xuemin instinctively wanted to curse, but the harshness of his gaze made her words retreat back into her stomach. She stepped back 2 paces, frightened by his fierce look, and then turned to run away. Seeing that a single glance had scared her off, Luo Hansu looked up at him, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. Zhou Moyao quickly softened his demeanor when facing her, his voice much gentler. She's just a foolish person. Ignore her and treat her words as nonsense. Luo Hansu ignored Xuemin's insults and didn't think much of her foolishness. Her target was the second branch of the Luo family. Once she dealt with them, Luo Fuyun and her daughter would not have a good ending. Hansu, go get your clothes. I'll pour you some hot water for a bath, Zhou Moyao said as he closed the door and headed to the kitchen. Next door, Grandma Lu was still washing dishes. Upon hearing Zhou Moyao's stern voice, she quietly told her husband, "This young Zhou seems quite impressive. Old Luo is no ordinary person. The grandson-in-law he personally chose can't be just anyone." A couple of days ago, Lu Lao had met Zhou Moyao at work and immediately sensed he was special. He told his wife, "Luo Fuyuan probably realizes that young Zhou is not simple. He's applying to teach at D school for a couple of days, likely to meet him and find out more." Grandma Lu looked surprised. Does Luo Yoping's family not know about Hansu's background? It seems they don't. Lu Lao clasped his hands behind his back and said meaningfully, "This is probably a protective card that old Luo left for his granddaughter." Grandma Lu pondered for a moment and quietly asked, "Hansu has been making moves lately, striking at Luo Yoping's family every few days. Each strike is critical. Is her family and man supporting her from behind?" "That's possible," Lu Lao replied, not entirely sure. Young Zhou said he would study in Haicheng for about half a year. "I think he's mainly targeting Luo Yoping's family. There will likely be a lot of excitement to watch soon," Grandma Lu said, looking forward to the upcoming events in the Luo family, feeling that they would be quite spectacular. At that moment, Xuemin had run to her doorstep. She was still shaken by Zhou Moyao's gaze. Although her head was wet and cold, it was nothing compared to the chill seeping from her back. Who exactly is he? Feeling cold all over, Xuemin managed to calm herself and quickly pushed the door open to enter the house. Luo Fuyun was coming out of the room and noticed her wet hair and half-soaked clothes. She frowned. "Xiaomin, what happened to you?" "Mom, what is Luo Hansu's man's background?" Xuemin rushed to ask. "Why are you asking that?" Before she could answer, Luo Fuyun's voice rose. "Did you go over there? Did Luo Hansu splash water on you?" "It wasn't her. It was her man." "Why did he splash you?" Luo Fuyun asked quickly. Xuemin, not daring to hide anything, honestly recounted what had just happened and, with a serious face, repeated her earlier question. "Mom, what is his background?" "I don't know. Your grandmother and the others are looking into it." Luo Fuyun had a gloomy expression on her chubby face, feeling very irritated. Luo Hansu is acting crazy now because she thinks she has the support of her in-laws. Don't provoke her for now. Let's wait until your grandmother and uncle find out about her family's background. Xuelon came out of the room and, seeing her sister's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but criticize. "Sister, why can't you be more patient? Can't you just hold back for a while? Our family has suffered so much because of her." "I want to get some payback," Xuemin said with a frown. "How much payback have you gotten? Is it just this bowl of water?"
Sulantito.
Xuemin was taken aback and shot her a glare. "Can you think a little before acting so impulsively? Haven't you learned from this morning's loss?" Xuelon, 2 years younger, was the most thoughtful among the three sisters and often criticized her mother and sister for their reckless behavior. I may have acted impulsively, but if I hadn't taken the lead, she would think we are easy to bully, Schwemin insisted, not feeling she was in the wrong. Proving you're not easy to bully, how did that lead to you getting splashed with water? And now you're back here looking defeated?
Sulanthiplit irritabili.
Enough arguing. Luo Fuyun interrupted their quarrel, pushing Schwemin's arm. Go dry your hair and stay home more often. Schwemin didn't move. Instead, she grabbed her arm and said seriously, Mom, I think Luo Hance's man is probably not an ordinary person. How could that old man find her an ordinary man? Luo Fuyun, despite her lack of intelligence, understood this point. Your grandmother and uncle have been investigating, but they haven't found any useful information. Until they uncover this man's background, don't provoke them. You won't gain anything by confronting Luo Hansu without knowing his details. Xuelon stood by, not interrupting Schwemin this time. Instead, she brought up another issue. Sister, leave dealing with Luo Hansu to Grandma and the others. Don't act rashly and mess up their plans. You should focus on your own situation. You've been rejected by the Su family, and your job has been transferred to the Lu family. If you don't sort out your work quickly, you might be sent to the countryside. Xuelan's reminder caught both Luo Fuyun and Schwemin off guard, and their expressions changed. I warned you this morning not to impulsively hand over your job, even if it meant losing some money. You didn't listen, and now you're regretting it. Xuelan couldn't help but express her frustration with her sister's foolishness. Schwemin did feel a bit regretful, but she found an excuse. I told you before that the publishing house changed its leadership. That old man from the Tao family, who has a grudge against my grandfather, will definitely make things difficult for me and try to force me out. If you don't make mistakes and work hard, he won't have a reason to push you to resign. Xuelon disagreed with her. On the surface, he acts one way, but behind the scenes, it's different. Schwemin thought about how her grandfather was criticized because the old man from the Tao family organized it. She said with a frown, that old man holds a grudge against my grandfather and is always watching for him to make a mistake. Now that Luo Hansu is leading the charge, he won't miss this chance for revenge. Working under him, he'll make my life miserable every day. Now that she had transferred her work, she completed the paperwork in the afternoon. So complaining now is pointless. Xuelon said sternly, you need to find a way to resolve your work situation quickly. You can't delay. Luo Hansu is watching us. If this goes on, she will retaliate against Mom and force you to go to the countryside. This time, Schwemin didn't argue with her sister and took her words to heart, blaming Luo Fuyun. Mom, it's because you listened to Grandma and plotted against Luo Hansu that our family is in this situation. If you hadn't plotted against her, she wouldn't have deliberately sought revenge on you, making Dad's issues public. If she hadn't made it public, we could have secretly dealt with that awful mother and son, and the troubles wouldn't have spread. Dad wouldn't be facing prison. You wouldn't be divorced. I wouldn't have been rejected by the Su family, and I wouldn't have lost my job. Thinking about how she suffered the most in the family, Schwemin couldn't hold back her resentment. Clearly, it's a conflict between my grandfather's family and Luo Hansu, which has nothing to do with us. But because you got involved with your family matters, you ruined us. The worst part is, you got involved and helped them out, but you didn't gain anything good from it. Everyone is blaming you for being useless. Luo Fuyun felt bad too, but there was nothing she could do. Alright, enough talking. I'm suffering so much, and I can't even say a few words. Schwemin raised her voice. Okay, big sister, you should go take a shower. Xuelon pushed her back to her room, saying sternly, it's useless to talk about this now. You need to calm down and think about your work situation, it's urgent. After the two sisters entered the house, Luo Fuyun stood still, lost in thought for about 4 or 5 minutes before finally moving. She opened the door and stepped into the night to visit her family. Meanwhile, Luo Hansu had finished her bath. She intended to do the laundry, but Zhou and Moyao wouldn't let her, taking a bucket of dirty clothes to wash instead. Mom, the man I married seems pretty good, Luo Hansu said to a portrait in her space, a gentle smile on her face, clearly in a good mood. Mom, you were right. There are bad people in the world, but there are also good men. We can't judge all men based on one bad person. There are good and bad people, regardless of gender, and many cannot be judged simply as good or bad. After speaking to the portrait, Luo Hansu went to the well to fetch water, bringing back a bucket to boil. The taste of this water was no different from the water outside, but drinking it did help relieve fatigue. Zhou and Moyao quickly finished washing and hanging the clothes, coming over to say, "Hansu, go to bed early tonight." "Okay, I'll sleep after the water boils." Luo Hansu brewed 2 cups of tea, and they sat by the stove, chatting about trivial matters. Luo Fuyin had just returned from visiting her family and saw Xuemin. She said, "Xiaomin, I just spoke with your grandmother and uncle. They said it's not safe lately and want you to leave Haiqing for the countryside for a while."
What?
Go to the countryside? Xuemin was already frustrated with her grandmother's family, and this decision reignited her anger. "I've been through so much, and now they want me to go to the countryside? Why should I listen to them and do farm work?" "Don't shout. Lower your voice and let me finish," Luo Fuyin replied, giving her a look. Their rented house had poor sound insulation, and they could be overheard easily. Xuelon came out of the bedroom, looking gloomy as she scolded, "Elder sister, can you stop shouting when you're upset? Does yelling solve anything? If you don't want to go to the countryside, just refuse. Yelling won't help." Xueping had just returned from a classmate's house and stood behind her second sister for support. "Elder sister, if you keep shouting, the neighbors will know you lost your job and you'll meet the conditions to go to the countryside." Feeling frustrated by her 2 younger sisters' comments, Xuemin's expression darkened, and she lowered her voice. "Fine, I'll keep my voice down." Then she glared at her mother. "I don't need them to manage my affairs. I won't listen to them and go to the countryside." Luo Fuyin quickly explained, "Xiaomin, try not to hold a grudge against your grandmother's family. There have been many troubles at home lately, and countless eyes are watching them. Your grandmother and uncle are also in a difficult position. They suspect that someone is using Luo Hansu to target the family. Luo Hansu is just a tool for someone else, and they're still investigating who is behind her. Your grandmother suspects that the person who is being harsh on Chongyang is the same one who is directing Luo Hansu. At this critical moment, they can arrange a job for you. It's best to wait until this situation calms down. Sending you away from Haiqing is to help you avoid trouble so that this person doesn't target you and try to use you. Your uncle said that once this situation passes, he will deal with the person behind it and then bring you back to arrange a job." Xuemin understood her words, but her face still looked unhappy. "Is there no other option besides going to the countryside? Can I be assigned a job somewhere else? Your grandmother just wants you to go away for a short time, maybe for half a year. She said she would arrange for you to go to a rural school in the wealthy Sioux City area, where you can teach without having to do hard farm work like other young people." Xuemin and her sisters grew up in comfort, never experiencing hardship or knowing how to farm. She didn't mind teaching at a school, but she added conditions. "I can't be sent to a very remote or poor place. It needs to be close to the city. I've already talked to your grandmother about it. She said she would find someone to arrange it. You should try to stay home as much as possible these days and not let anyone know what's happening to avoid any trouble." Luo Fuyin thought she would protest loudly and refuse to go to the countryside, but seeing her agree so quickly, she secretly sighed in relief and turned to leave. "I'll go tell your grandmother. You all should get some rest." After she left, Xuelon thoughtfully said, "Eldest sister, things are not peaceful right now. It's good for you to leave Haiqing for a while. Once you're in the countryside, just focus on being there. We will write to you often, and once things settle down, I will urge Mom to get your job sorted out quickly." Xuelon and Xueping are still in school, one in high school and the other in middle school. They won't graduate until next year, and if Xuemin doesn't get a job arranged by then, she might also have to go to the countryside. Xuemin now has no other choice but to follow the elders' arrangements to go to the countryside, and she truly regretted impulsively transferring her job to the Liu family. No matter how easy the work in the countryside is, it is far less respectable than working at a publishing house. Whenever she thinks about her current situation being caused by Luo Hansu, she feels a surge of anger and storms back into the house. A chilly autumn wind swept through Haiqing. When Luo Hansu stepped outside in her thick coat, Zhou Maorao had already prepared breakfast. He heated up the leftover chicken soup from the night before, boiled eggs, and steamed buns, making a nutritious meal. After they finished breakfast together, Zhou Maorao reminded her to rest at home before rushing off to catch the tram for work. Luo Hansu had planned to visit Jialo Mountain soon, but she changed her mind. Instead, she decided to stir up some trouble for the second branch of the Luo family, making it hard for them to keep an eye on her while she quietly collected treasures. After spending half an hour in her space watering the crops, she finally rode her bike out. As soon as she left, the people hiding nearby followed her. Luo Hansu knew someone was behind her but didn't look back. She rode at her usual speed straight to the state-run store, where she used the textile tickets her grandmother sent her to buy 5 pounds of dark blue yarn. After making her purchase, she rode away. This time, she deliberately sped up and avoided the wide main road, taking a winding path through a crowded alley, quickly losing her pursuers. The two followers searched the alley for a while but couldn't find her or her bike, so they temporarily gave up and returned to their tasks. They walked past her without noticing, even though she had changed her clothes and was crouching at the corner. Once they were a bit farther away, Luo Hansu got back on her bike and followed them. After about half an hour, they reached their destination. Luo Hansu had never been here before, but she had seen many people with baskets nearby. They were cautious and had companions keeping watch, clearly there to sell goods. She guessed this was a black market for trading. Although the original owner had never been to a black market, she had heard about it and knew some basic trading rules. After parking her bike, she calmly followed the two men inside. This black market is a long air-raid shelter, filled with people walking around. Some are selling goods, while others are buying. They speak in hushed tones. It's crowded but not noisy. After a short walk, two men ran into an acquaintance. The other person asked, "Hey, Kuan Xiaopai, why are you back so early today?" "I came back to take care of some business." Kuan pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to him, asking, "Hazai, how's the supply lately?" "Not great. I've only collected less than 2,000 pounds this week. I just got scolded by Liao, and I'm thinking of finding some new customers to see if I can gather a bit more." Hazai lit the cigarette and exhaled, asking for help. "Kuan Xiaopai, do you know anyone with goods? Can you help me meet this month's quota? If I can't deliver, Liao will be furious with me. I'll ask around later. If I find anything, I'll send it over for you to deliver," Kuan replied. "Thanks, Kuan Xiaopai. Once I finish this month's task, I'll help you out for a couple of days," Hazai said with a smile.
Sure.
Xiaopai patted him on the shoulder, and he followed Kuan as they walked ahead. Luo Hansu stood about 5 meters away, pretending to look at the goods at a small stall while actually listening to their conversation. After the two men parted ways, Luo Hansu glanced at Hazai as she walked past him, continuing to follow the two men. "Kuan, it's been a while. Where have you been making money?" "Kuan, Pai, come, have a smoke." "Kuan, I heard your wife had a baby recently. Here's a basket of eggs for her to regain her strength." "Pai, are you free tonight? The brothers are waiting for you to join us." Along the way, many people greeted them, mostly vendors who seemed quite familiar with the two, offering compliments and flattery. The two accepted everything offered to them, their ears filled with cigarettes, and their hands carrying 2 heavy baskets. Luo Hansu followed from a distance until she saw them reach the end of the shelter and knock on the door of a house to enter. Knowing their destination, Luo Hansu didn't rush. She found a secluded corner and quickly took out half a basket of potatoes from her space. These potatoes were grown in her special environment, which allows crops to grow much faster than outside. The potatoes planted 10 days ago were harvested that morning and looked similar to those sold at the market. Luo Hansu did not choose a spot to set up her stall. Instead, she carried her basket around, intentionally moving in the direction where the man was going. After about 5 minutes, she spotted him haggling with a bun seller, eventually getting a whole basket of buns for a low price. She quickly found an empty spot nearby and placed her heavy basket on the ground. After waiting for 2 minutes, the man approached her and asked, "What price for the potatoes?" When Luo Hansu changed her outfit in the space, She intentionally made her face look less attractive and even added some brown spots under her eyes. She lowered her voice to sound a bit hoarse. 6 cents a pound. She had just walked around the air raid shelter and learned the price of potatoes. Others were selling at that rate. How many pounds do you have? He asked as he looked through her goods. 20 pounds. Do you have more stock? He inquired. Luo Hansu had been waiting for this question. She looked up at him, her gaze deep. How much do you want? How much do you have? He squatted down to ask. It's almost potato harvesting season. In the village, I could easily gather several hundred to 1,000 pounds, she replied. Although the original owner had not lived in the countryside, she understood the basic harvest seasons and had paid attention to the timing of crop yields while frequently buying vegetables. Seeing she was from the countryside, he asked, besides potatoes, do you have anything else? I can get 100 or 200 pounds of sweet potatoes and vegetables without a problem. As for grains, I could gather 200 to 300 pounds if I look around, Luo Hansa said, avoiding mentioning large supplies to prevent him from becoming suspicious. Many people from the suburbs come to the city to sell goods for money. The man had a few regular suppliers, and their usual amounts were similar, so he didn't suspect her. He proposed, can you get me 500 pounds of rice in 2 days? I'll pay you 18 cents a pound. 18 cents? That price was very high. Luo Hansu pretended to be surprised. Brother, I don't often sell goods, but I understand grain prices. This price is too high. Are you trying to fool me? The outside supply price for rice was 13 cents. Even without ration tickets, it wouldn't sell for 18 cents. Luo Hansu acted as if she didn't believe his offer, but she suspected that his difficult task was likely about collecting grain. He preferred to pay a higher price to gather a large amount of food. It was an interesting discovery that the second branch of the Luo family was secretly collecting a lot of grain. This trip was worth it. I don't have the time to fool you. I'm just asking if you want to do this business? Haza usually has a high tone. If it weren't for completing the task, he wouldn't bother dealing with small vendors. Seeing this, Luo Hansu pretended to be interested. Is it really 1.8 yuan? Cash on delivery. I guarantee you won't lose a penny. Haza took out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and pointed with his chin to the side. Ask them, I never cheat in business. I don't play tricks when weighing, and I never shortchange anyone. The price I say is the price you pay, no delays. Miss, are you new to business? Do you not know Haza? A middle-aged man asked her. Luo Hansa shook her head, pretending not to know. I've never seen this big brother. I've only come a few times with others, and I left right after selling vegetables. Haza is a well-known figure here. Don't worry. He won't cheat you out of your money. Our brother Haza is very wealthy. Even a little he gives away can feed you country folks for a year. He wouldn't even look at your small amounts. Exactly. Haza only drinks the best liquor and smokes premium cigarettes. A few 100 pounds of grain is not even worth 100 yuan. That's not enough for him to smoke and drink. Haza seemed to enjoy their flattery, raising his chin with an air of pride. In this business, honesty is key. Cheating you out of a little money won't make me rich. I look down on such things. This girl is new. She probably hasn't heard of Haza. A young man laughed and praised him. Haza, sorry, I didn't know you before. I was just worried about being cheated, so I asked a few questions. Luo Hansa pretended to believe them and stopped questioning. Thank you, Haza, for the high price of 1.8 yuan. I will bring you 200 pounds of rice tomorrow night. Can't you bring 500 pounds all at once? Haza asked eagerly. Haza, my home is in the countryside, and I don't have a vehicle. I need to find someone to buy the rice and wait in line to mill it, which takes time. Luo Hansu had no grain on hand, and the rice in her space couldn't be harvested yet. She needed to go back and ask Zhou and Moyao for help. It would take time for him to arrange everything. It is indeed inconvenient to transport things from the countryside to the city, and Haza understood this. All right, bring what you have first. Also, send me more sweet potatoes, and vegetables. The price will be fair. Okay, Haza, where should I deliver the grain? Just bring it to the entrance where you came in. If I'm not there, have that old man by the shed call for me. After they agreed on the matter, the man gave her 2 dimes and took all the potatoes from her basket. Once he left, Luo Hansu asked the people nearby, "Brothers, who is this guy? You all seem to know him well." "We don't really know him well either. We just see him often at the market and know a bit about his background." "What background does he have?" Luo Hansu continued to inquire. "He's a subordinate of a black market leader," the person quietly told her, adding, "If he approaches you to buy food, just sell it to him. He won't cheat you. He also collects goods for others every month. We deliver to him, and we've never lost a penny." "Oh, I see. Thank you, brothers." Luo Hansu politely thanked them and then left with her basket. After exiting the black market, she went straight to the bike shed to get her bicycle. She casually glanced at the old man pretending to sleep, then rode back the way she came. She had never been in this area before and was unfamiliar with the roads. Today, she took the opportunity to explore a few circles around, bypassing the air raid shelter to the other side, pretending to pass through the entrance of the house where Koen and the others had entered. Koen and his group were inside discussing matters, completely unaware that she was watching them. They were busy calculating their task completion data. Luo Hansu had been out all day, following up on leads sent by Lu Jingxin's wife. Besides the black market, she also confirmed other evidence and didn't return home until 5:30 p.m. Zhou Moya arrived home earlier. The rice was already cooked. When he saw her, he asked, "Hansu, didn't you rest at home today?" "No, I had some important matters to attend to." Luo Hansu had changed back into the clothes she wore when she left in the morning. She took the warm water he poured and drank it all, saying, "Brother Moya, I found out some things today, and I need your help later." It was the first time his wife asked for his help, and Zhou Moya didn't hesitate at all. "Hansu, just tell me. No rush. Let's prepare dinner first, and we can talk slowly while eating." Luo Hansu had a simple bowl of noodles for lunch at the state-run restaurant and was already hungry. After finishing her water, she immediately helped wash and chop vegetables. For dinner, she made 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, enough to fill the largest bowl at home. The two of them sat at the small kitchen table, eating and talking. Upon learning that the people outside were from the black market, tasked with buying large amounts of food every month, Zhou Moya narrowed his eyes. "Hansu, do you want to connect with them and track the food's destination to uncover the true background of the Luo Yuping family? These lackeys are assigned tasks every month, and the amount of food they acquire is large. I feel this isn't just ordinary speculation." Although Luo Hansu only made a quick trip to the black market today, she clearly noticed that these lackeys were acting quite openly, showing no fear of outsiders knowing they had someone backing them. This indicates one thing: their master is not simple. "Hansu, I'll handle the food arrangements. I'll assign 2 more people to assist you, and they can take care of the tracking." Zhou Moyao's subordinates are all highly trained elites, capable and meticulous in their work, so having them take over will ensure nothing goes wrong. "Brother Moyao, I know you have important matters to attend to in Haicheng. This tracking task will likely take more than a day to complete, so I can manage it myself. Please ask your brothers to help me gather the food and coordinate with me. When it's time to wrap things up, I'll ask for your assistance." Luo Hansu understood the situation and didn't pry further into his affairs, but she was certain that he was on a mission in Haicheng, likely involving important confidential tasks. She didn't want to complicate his personal matters. Zhou Moyao hesitated for a moment, but agreed to her plan. "All right, just be careful while tracking." "Okay." Luo Hansu nodded in response. She was confident she could handle gathering evidence, but she would definitely need his help when it was time to take action. The situation in Haicheng is quite complex. The Luo family's second branch has been secretly operating for years, and their web of interests is not simple. With some clues in her possession, when the time comes to uproot the Luo family's second branch, it might cause turmoil, and the military will surely need to step in to maintain stability. The next day, after Zhou Moyao finished work, they had dinner at home and then quietly left together. Zhou Moyao first introduced her to 2 of his subordinates. They exchanged a few words, established fake identities that could withstand scrutiny, and then set off to deliver the food. As the 3 pushed a cart filled with goods to the entrance of the black market, the contact person was absent. Luo Hansu asked an old man to notify him. After about 20 minutes, the contact arrived with some people, speaking with a somewhat arrogant tone. How much did you bring? Brother Ha, we have 200 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of potatoes, and 100 pounds of vegetables. Luo Hansu had intentionally dressed down for the night, maintaining the same appearance as yesterday and lowering her voice. The contact had others inspect the goods, glanced at the two men standing beside her, and asked, "Are they your family?" "I have two cousins, and most of these grains and vegetables are grown by their family." The two brothers arranged by Zhou and Moyao come from a rural background and are playing the role of farmers today. They are dressed in worn-out clothes and shoes typical of ordinary farmers, with tan skin that makes them look nothing like elite soldiers. One of them, who is quite clever, took out cigarettes for Hago and his companions, lighting them up and speaking with flattery. "Hago, thank you for taking care of my little sister. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know." Hago accepted the cigarette, took a few puffs, and casually replied, "Your sister promised to send us 500 pounds. When can we expect the rest?" "Hago, we've already bought some from relatives and neighbors today. We still have about 300 to 400 pounds of rice at home, but it's a hassle to mill it in the countryside. We need to get up early tomorrow to queue for milling, so it might be the afternoon at the earliest before we can deliver it. Forget milling the 300 to 400 pounds. Just bring it over directly." Hago was eager to hand in the grain to complete the task. Although Kuan-ji's people helped collect quite a bit today, it still wasn't enough. "Can you get another 1,000 or 2,000 pounds? Seeing he wanted so much, Luo Hansu's eyes flickered, and she spoke up. "Hago, 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of rice can be bought in the countryside, but it will take some time. We can't manage it in 1 or 2 days. If we act too quickly, we might attract attention. If we get caught, it would be bad for us." Zhou and Moyao's people could easily arrange for 2,000 pounds of grain, but they couldn't show it. Supplying too quickly would raise his suspicions and ruin the plan set for today. The brother, who was smoking, chimed in. "Hago, we have to work on the farm during the day to earn points, so we can only deliver at night. Even if we managed to collect 2,000 pounds, it would take at least 4 nights to deliver it all with a wooden cart. We really can't do it in 1 or 2 days." Hago glanced at the wooden cart and asked, "Where are you from?" "From the southern Chanyang commune." Luo Hansu and the others had agreed on this response before coming. Hago was familiar with Haicheng and its surroundings and had been to Chanyang commune once before. It was nearly 20 miles away, and even driving a tractor would take over half an hour. He arranged, "All right, you help me gather more grain tomorrow during the day. Rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, or potatoes will do. Try to get as much as you can. Bring the grain to the side door of the oil mill in Chanyang commune, and I'll come pick it up with the tractor at night." Luo Hansu exchanged glances with the two brothers and nodded in agreement. Okay. They agreed that the frog would have his companions weigh the goods and pay the price they discussed yesterday. Then they pushed the cart with the grain and left. The three of them didn't stay long. After getting the money, they returned along the same path. As they passed a dark corner, Luo Hansu discreetly signaled. Zhou Maorao stood in the corner, watching them leave before quickly disappearing from sight. Half an hour later, the two met at the agreed place. Zhou Maorao brought her the results of his surveillance, saying, "2 tractors of grain just arrived at the front grain station." "Okay, I'll follow up from here," Luo Hansu replied. She had just bought 3 baked buns on the way and handed 2 to him, saying, "They're still warm. Eat up." "Where did you buy them?" Zhou Maoyao asked. "At the cinema entrance." Haicheng is a prosperous city with a bustling commercial street. At night, the lights are bright and the shops are open with many people walking around. Zhou Maorao had been in Haicheng for half a month, recovering at home and not going out at night. Today, he finally got to venture out and noticed many young people laughing and playing together, while some young couples were secretly meeting. Feeling excited, he said, "Hansu, it's still early. Shall we go watch a movie?" "Sure." Luo Hansu had never seen a movie before. Although she had the original owner's memories, the owner hadn't gone to the cinema in the past 6 months and hadn't seen any new releases. Seeing her agree readily, Zhou Maoyao smiled slightly. "Let's go buy tickets." There were quite a few people at the cinema that evening, with a long line at the ticket counter. The cinema was not small, with 5 screening rooms on 2 floors, each showing different war-themed movies. Brother Moyao, which one do you want to see? Luo Hansu asked him. Any of them is fine. Zhou Maorao stood protectively beside her, making sure no one pushed against her. Hansu, pick one you haven't seen. Luo Hansu noticed his gesture and felt warm inside. She looked up at him and said, if I haven't seen it, you might have. Let's choose one that neither of us has seen. Zhou Maorao looked down at her, his gaze gentle. I haven't seen any of them. Luo Hansu was surprised. You haven't seen any? Looking into her clear eyes, Zhou Maoyao's voice softened. I'm usually busy with work and don't have time to watch movies. The unit organized some viewings, but I always miss them. With many people around, he spoke carefully, deliberately avoiding mentioning the military. He is usually quite busy. When he's not out on a mission, he's training and learning with his team, leaving no time to relax by watching a movie. Let's watch this new movie that came out last month. Luo Hansu picked a movie and noticed that the temperature had dropped a bit more. She said to him, after the movie, let's go shopping. Winter is coming, and you don't have warm clothes. You should buy a few warm outfits. She had bought yarn today, planning to knit him a sweater vest, but since it would take several days to finish, she decided to buy a few thick clothes for now. Okay. Zhou Maorao also wanted to accompany her to shop for some things. Just as he was about to say something, a strange male voice suddenly called out from behind, Luo Hansu. They turned their heads at the sound. Luo Hansu glanced coldly at the group approaching and quickly looked away. The one who called her was Su Haiba, a cousin of Tian Chongyang, a year or 2 older than her, and they attended the same middle school. He often secretly helped Tian Chongyang plot against her and was later reported by her for forming a small group, which forced him to graduate early and find a job. Following him were Su's mother and a mother-daughter pair who resembled each other. All 3 were carrying bags, clearly having just shopped nearby. Su's mother stepped forward, glanced at Luo Hansu, then turned her scrutinizing gaze to Zhou Maoyao, asking her, Luo Hansu, who is this? Luo Hansu was too lazy to respond. She took out some sunflower seeds from her pocket and casually started to snack. Ignoring the group, Zhou Maoyao also chose to disregard them, continuing to protectively guide her forward. Luo Hansu. Seeing her ignore them, Su's mother approached her, adopting a condescending tone. I'm talking to you, and you're ignoring me? Is this how the Luo family raises you? Zhou Maoyao slightly turned his head, his deep, sharp eyes fixed on her. His tone was extremely indifferent. Ignoring you is lack of upbringing? But you come here to question her, and that's considered good manners? He realized that ever since Grandpa Luo passed away, Hansa lost her protector, and people unrelated to her began to bully her. If she were weak and submissive, they would have taken advantage of her long ago. My mom was just curious, Su Haiba said, having been sizing up Zhou Maoyao. Upon meeting his gaze, he sensed that this person was not to be trifled with and quickly tried to ease the tension. Luo Hansa turned her head to look at him and spoke in a calm tone. Your mother is so curious and likes to meddle in others' affairs. She must have a lot of free time. Your aunt's case is probably about to be judged, and your family might have a relative facing serious charges. The verdict will likely shake Haicheng, which is much more exciting than my situation. I suggest she go to the police station to get the latest news and satisfy her curiosity. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and many people were in line. As soon as they heard the words serious charges, everyone's eyes turned to Su's mother and son. The gazes felt sharp, and Su's mother and son immediately changed their expressions. Su Haiba looked unhappy and said, My mother just asked about you casually. Why bring this up? I'm just mentioning it casually too. Everyone in the neighborhood talks about your aunt's case and shares the latest updates. Am I not allowed to say anything? Luo Hansu replied lightly, showing a hint of disdain, then shifted the topic back to him. Su Haiba, you are very close to your cousin, so you should know his character better than anyone. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? Su Haiba's expression darkened, and he glared at her angrily. Luo Hansu, stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just trying to give you some advice. Luo Hansa glanced at the woman standing behind Su's mother and said meaningfully, I heard you are engaged and will be marrying soon. You should get a checkup to avoid passing any germs from Tian Chongyang to your future wife. The mother and daughter standing behind Su's mother exchanged glances, their expressions visibly darkening. Luo Hansu, what nonsense are you saying? My son is healthy. Stop trying to slander him. Su's mother raised her voice and quickly explained to the mother and daughter behind her, Dear relatives, don't listen to her. Haiba had a good relationship with his cousin before, but he hasn't been involved in anything inappropriate. He works hard every day and even puts in extra hours on weekends. Jiao Yan, who works in the same office, should know his character. Don't listen to her. She is just trying to sow discord. Everyone knows the relationship between your son and your nephew. Before the Tian family had issues, your family was always praising them. Now that something has happened, are you eager to distance yourselves? Seeing that Luo Hansu was still talking, Su's mother was furious. Luo Hansu, do you think everyone is like you? You have no sense of family and even reported your own relatives. You are heartless. Luo Hansu stuffed the sunflower seed shells into her pocket and replied, I reported my own relatives because they broke the law. They are government officials who preach policies and criticize capitalists, yet they secretly hoard banned items and engage in inappropriate relationships, ruining other families and having illegitimate children. They're doing illegal and immoral things that harm society. Shouldn't I stand up for justice, even against my own family? What she pointed out was all true. The members of the Luo family's second branch had already been punished. Su's mother couldn't twist the facts and could only shout at her, you anyway. You personally reported them, which is heartless. If you want to label me as heartless, that's fine with me. Everything I did was wise and correct. I am helping the government clean out corruption and also clearing out the bad elements in the Luo family to maintain our reputation. I have no regrets. Luo Hansu didn't care about being called heartless. The feud with the Luo family's second branch was not just a family dispute. It was a deep-seated grudge, and neither side could back down. Seeing Su's mother about to shout again, Zhou Moyao quickly asked, Excuse me, are you criticizing Hansu to defend Luo Yoping's family? Are you trying to protect them? I am not. No matter how angry Su's mother was, she wouldn't be foolish enough to openly defend Luo Yoping's family and give others a reason to attack her family. Unlike her agitation, Zhou Moyao remained calm and spoke evenly. That's good. If you ever change your mind and want to speak up for them, please go directly to the police or relevant authorities. Don't come to Hansu for explanations. She has no obligation to answer you. Also, please don't keep talking about manners. Hansu was raised and educated by Grandpa Luo, and her character will not tarnish the family's reputation. She doesn't need outsiders questioning her. Furthermore, Hansu is my wife, not something you can demean. I hope you show more respect to my wife and speak politely. Otherwise, don't blame me for bringing trouble to your family. You might not be able to handle the consequences. He was making a clear threat. Su's mother was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't dare to confront him and angrily pulled her son away. As Su's mother and son walked away, Zhou and Moyao looked back down and accidentally bumped into a clear spring, their eyes meeting and creating ripples. Some things don't need to be said. For those who understand you, a glance is enough. Although they had registered their marriage, they had never discussed their feelings during this time. Yet an unspoken understanding had formed, and their fondness for each other was gradually deepening. Zhou and Moyao usually didn't talk much, but every small act of care he showed was like the warm sun in winter, slowly melting the frost in Luo Hansu's heart. Hansu, were that mother and son relatives of the Tian family? Zhou and Moyao spoke coldly to Su's mother but was gentle with her, his seriousness softening. They are Tian Chongyang's aunt and cousin. Luo Hansu took a few sunflower seeds and placed them in his palm, leaning slightly closer to him as she talked about the past. Su Haiba is a year or two older than me. We went to the same middle school, and he often bullied the weaker students with his friends. Birds of a feather flock together, Zhou and Moyao summarized. Luo Hansu agreed with him. Su Haiba had always been close to Tian Chongyang, often following him around. Now that Tian Chongyang was in trouble, Su Haiba would surely be questioned by the police as well. Even if the Su family handled things carefully, they would still be affected by the Tian family. My second grandmother has always favored her nephews. Tian Wenjie's wife, Su Shuoei, was personally chosen by her, and she put in a lot of effort to bring her into the Tian family. Su Shuoei's father was once a top leader in Zhou province and later transferred to the capital, holding real power. At that time, the Su family was very influential, but Su's father passed away from a sudden the year after moving to the capital. After Su's father died, the Su family fell from grace, and the connections they had were all used for their two sons. Su Haiba's father and uncle had limited abilities. They previously worked in Zhou province and squandered the connections left by the old man, so they had to come to Haicheng to rely on Su Shuoei and live off the Tian family's support. The Su family's development has not been smooth in recent years. They have weak foundations in Haicheng and rely on the Tian family to stay afloat. Su Haiba follows Tian Chongyang around every day, often taking advantage of his aunt's family, and the work in the government office is all thanks to the Tian family's efforts. Over the years, Grandma has not said much on the surface, but she is actually very unhappy with the Su family's incompetence and shamelessness. Behind the scenes, she treats Su Shuoei poorly. If it weren't for her giving birth to a son and two daughters for the Tian family, and if Tian Chongyang wasn't good at making people happy, she would have forced Tian Wenjie to divorce and remarry long ago. Regarding the matters between the Tian and Su families, Luo Hansu found everything in the memories of the original owner. Although the original owner did not live under the same roof as the Luo family's second branch, she was aware of many things. After waiting in line for nearly 20 minutes, the two finally entered the theater with their movie tickets and casually chose a seat near the middle. Although there were many people in the screening room, both side windows were open, letting in a cool breeze. Zhou and Moyao noticed a woman in the front row shifting positions with a man sitting against the wall and quickly asked her, "Hansu, are you cold?" "A little bit, but it's okay." As Luo Hansu was about to put her hand in her pockets, Zhou and Moyao took her slightly cold right hand in his warm palm. He pressed their hands together into a fist and gently tucked them into his pocket. His hand was warm, like a piece of charcoal, quickly driving away the chill from her palm. "Hansu, put your other hand in your pocket." Zhou and Moyao held her right hand tightly. Perhaps feeling nervous, he gripped it a bit harder, wrapping her fist securely in his palm. Luo Hansu was experiencing skin contact with a man for the first time in her life, and she felt a bit shy and anxious. When he held her hand, it felt like an electric current passed through her body, causing her to tremble slightly. Mo Yao, Hansu, relax." Zhou and Moyao noticed her tension. His deep eyes, like an ancient well, gazed at her as he spoke in a voice they could both hear. "Hansu, don't be afraid. I'm just warming your hands." Luo Hansu bit her lip lightly, her delicate eyelashes fluttering slightly. Her eyes sparkled as she softly murmured, "Okay." The distance between them was very close. Even in the dim light of the theater, Zhou and Moyao could clearly see the fine hair on her face and smell her fresh scent. Looking into her beautifully shimmering eyes, he unconsciously swallowed, his voice becoming husky. "Put your left hand in your pocket. Don't let it get cold." Luo Hansu obediently tucked her hand into her pocket, her voice a bit soft. "Your grip is strong. Can you loosen it a little?" Zhou and Moyao immediately relaxed his grip slightly, but didn't let go. Instead, he turned his hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. Warmth spread from their fingertips and palms, slowly melting away the cold in her hands. She wasn't sure if it was his body heat or the rising emotions within her, but Luo Hansu felt her body heating up, and her face gradually grew warm. Zhou Maorao appeared calm on the outside, but his heart raced. It was his first time holding a girl's hand. Her fingers were long and delicate, and her skin was smooth. He was afraid of holding too tightly and hurting her, yet he didn't want to let go. Soon the movie began. It was a war film, portrayed realistically, with actors deeply immersed in their roles. expressing the brutality of war and the spirit of sacrifice. Many viewers were moved to tears. Luo Hansu had witnessed the bloody cruelty of war in her past life, where battles with cold weapons ended in rivers of blood and devastation. Watching the soldiers charge into battle on screen, her heart raced. When she saw them bravely sacrificing themselves, her eyes began to well up, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhou Moyao's hand. Zhou Moyao had experienced war firsthand. The front lines were far more dangerous than depicted in movies. Yet, he had never felt fear while charging into battle, showing the same bravery as the heroes on screen. Now, with a wife and a beloved woman by his side, he sincerely wished for a world without war, hoping for lasting peace. As the movie ended, many emotional viewers were in tears. Luo Hansu didn't cry, but her eyes felt hot, and her turbulent emotions took a long time to settle. It wasn't until Zhou Moyao led her outside, where the cold wind blew, that the warmth in her eyes slowly faded. Nearby, there was a large state-owned department store with a wide variety of products. The second floor was filled with clothing, shoes, bags, and home goods, and many customers were shopping there in the evening. Zhou Moyao held her hand the whole way, their hands warm in his pocket. He only let go when they reached the somewhat crowded store, guiding her up the stairs to the second floor. As winter approached, stylish and warm cashmere coats were very popular, and they waited in line for over 10 minutes before it was their turn. "Get us one of the black ones on the left to try," Zhou Moyao said. He rarely bought clothes, usually wearing what the army provided. He had initially wanted to buy a simple cotton jacket, but Luo Hansu insisted on getting a coat, so he obediently listened to his wife. The salesperson noticed the attractive young couple and brightened up, realizing they had money. She became much friendlier, saying, "This tall gentleman has a strong build, and the sizes at the counter are a bit small. Please wait a moment. I will get the largest size from the back. Excuse me, could you also bring the largest size of that black cotton coat on the far right?" Luo Hansu pointed out.
Sure.
While the salesperson went to the back, Luo Hansu looked at other clothing styles and asked Moyao, "Do you know what sizes your parents and grandparents wear?" The Zhou elders had been very kind to her, sending many gifts and even giving her 200 yuan each. She wanted to buy some gifts to send back. Zhou Moyao had never bought clothes or shoes for his parents or grandparents, and he looked a bit embarrassed. "I don't know. I've never bought them these. I usually just bring back cigarettes, alcohol, tea, health products, or local specialties."
How tall are they?
Luo Hansu had visited the Zhou family when she was younger, but didn't remember much, only that there were many family members. Grandpa is about the same height as Grandpa Luo, Grandma is similar in height and build to Grandma Lu next door. Dad is half a head shorter than me, and Mom is quite a bit shorter than you and a bit plump. Luo Hansu got an idea of the sizes. When the salesperson brought the clothes, she immediately had him try them on. If they fit, she would choose them for her elders. Winter in the north is cold, and regular coats aren't warm enough. Luo Hansu picked the thickest cotton jackets for her 4 elders and also chose new fur-lined boots for them and Zhou Moyao. She had the salesperson pack everything into 2 woven bags. After buying these, Luo Hansu went to another counter to buy Zhou Moyao a wool sweater and thermal undershirts, along with 2 pairs of thicker pants and a complete set of socks, hats, scarves, and gloves. She was busy shopping while Zhou Moyao quietly carried the bags, watching her. "Buddy, your wife. She's not someone an ordinary family can afford to support," said a man nearby who was also carrying bags for his wife. His wife was choosing affordable items, while Luo Hansu focused on more expensive choices. In just half an hour, she spent 200 or 300 yuan, and he felt a bit pained just watching. Zhou Moyao didn't mind the money. He just wanted her to be happy. He replied, "She hasn't bought anything for herself. She doesn't want to spend money on herself. Everything is for me and my parents and grandparents, and she picked only the best." The person next to them noticed that Luo Hansu was dressed well. Just by looking at her outfit, it was clear she came from a wealthy family, likely raised in comfort. He smiled awkwardly, but didn't say anything else. Luo Hansu bought 3 or 4 bags of items, none of which were for herself. Once she finished shopping, Zhou and Moyao immediately took her to the women's clothing section. They switched roles. He picked out clothes while she tried them on, and they ended up buying a whole bag before stopping. They had bought quite a lot that evening, and carrying so many bags made it inconvenient to continue shopping. They agreed to go out again the next night, and took the tram back home. When they got off near their home, it was already 9:30 p.m. These days, there are fewer evening activities, and most people go to bed before 9. As they returned with their bags, most of the neighbors had turned off their lights. As they approached a turn less than 20 meters from Luo Yoping's house, Zhou and Moyao, who was half a step ahead, suddenly stopped and pulled Luo Hansu back into the shadows. Hansu, someone is climbing over the wall. Though Luo Hansu was a bit behind, she was trained in martial arts and had good night vision and hearing. She also saw a figure climbing over the wall of Luo Yoping's house. The two of them quietly set their bags down on the ground. Zhou and Moyao stretched his neck to look and saw that the person had climbed over and was cautiously glancing around before leaving. Hansu, you go back first. I'll follow them. Be careful, Moyao, Luo Hansu whispered. Zhou and Moyao nodded, and when he saw the figure disappear into the darkness, he quickly followed. Luo Hansu hurried home, put down her things, and immediately went to the basement. She listened closely for a while. This time, she didn't hear the sound of the telegraph, but she did hear some faint noises. Just as she finished washing up, Zhou and Moyao returned. As soon as he entered, he quietly told her, Room 201, East Building, number 9 Gaoping Road, surname Liu. Okay, I'll look into it. You hurry and take a shower, Luo Hansu replied. This person named Liu was key. Luo Hansu felt that if she could uncover his background, she would have a good idea of the Luo family's second branch. Hansu, be careful. This Liu has some skills and seems to have received special training, so he might have some counter-surveillance abilities. Zhou and Moyao was more capable than the other person and had followed him, without being noticed. Luo Hansu understood and nodded. Okay, I'll be careful. While he went to take a shower, Luo Hansu organized the items she bought for her grandparents and planned to send them to the post office the next day. After finishing that, she went back to her room to sleep. The crops in the space are thriving with the help of well water. Vegetables like radishes and cabbages are ready to be harvested. Looking at the lush green plants, Luo Hansu feels a strange sense of satisfaction. She hasn't planted many grains and vegetables in the fields, as she doesn't plan to sell them on the black market. Most of her crops are summer vegetables, and there are fewer vegetables in winter. She intends to keep everything she grows for herself, and if there are any extra winter vegetables, she will donate them to a welfare home. She also plans to raise some chickens, ducks, and geese in the space, using old and spoiled leaves to feed them. A few days ago, she bought some wire at the store and found some discarded wooden boards and bamboo at the recycling station. Tonight, she spent half an hour making a simple fence. After finishing this task, she returned to her bedroom to meditate and practice her inner strength, only going to bed in the early hours of the morning. Luo Hansu went to the post office early in the morning. After that, she disguised herself in the space and arrived at the entrance of the East Building on Gaoping Road, Lane 9. There was a phone booth at the entrance, and an elderly woman was guarding it. She wore thick glasses and had a loud voice. When she saw Luo Hansu, she asked, Hello, young lady. You look like a stranger. Are you looking for someone? Luo Hansu had already taken a stroll around the area and approached her to ask, Grandma, I have a relative who wants to rent a house. I was sent here to inquire if there are any available rentals. Is there a formal job? The elderly woman asked. Yes, he works at a food factory. He used to live in a dormitory while single, but he got married last month. His wife is a temporary worker, and they don't have separate housing qualifications yet. They want to rent a place nearby for now. Luo Hansu lied smoothly, without a hint of nervousness. The elderly woman only asked a few questions to understand the situation and pointed to the red brick building behind her, about to give directions when a middle-aged man came down the stairs. Xiao Lu, why are you going to work at this hour? Upon hearing the man's surname was Lu, Luo Hansu subtly turned her body and glanced at him. When she saw his face, her pupils shrank, and she quickly pulled down her hat to cover her profile. The man named Lu was of average height and slim build, wearing black-rimmed glasses. His hair was neatly styled, and he wore a long dark gray coat. His shoes were polished to a shine, and he carried a briefcase under his arm along with a luggage bag. As he walked down, he glanced at Luo Hansu and replied to the elderly woman, "Aunt Wu, I won't be going to work for the next few days. I have a business trip to Lin City for a week and am heading to catch the train now. You're always coming and going at odd hours. You must be quite busy. As the year comes to an end, things are getting busier. Once this rush is over, I can finally take a good break," the person said as they approached. They glanced at Luo Hansu and asked the old lady, "Aunt Wu, who is this person?" "She is here to rent a house," the old lady replied, pointing in a direction. "Young lady, you should go find old Yao in room 105. His son's place just became available, which is perfect for a young couple."
"Okay. Thank you, Grandma."
"I'll park my bike first," Luo Hansa said, lowering her voice to sound hoarse. She turned naturally and calmly pushed her bike to a corner to lock it. Mr. Lu watched her for a moment, seeming a bit rushed. "Aunt Wu, I need to catch my train, so I'll leave now." "All right," the old lady replied. While bending down to lock her bike, Luo Hansu sensed someone watching her. She didn't turn to look back, finished locking her bike, and walked briskly to find old Yao. Mr. Lu didn't go far. He noticed that Luo Hansu's back looked somewhat familiar, but her voice was unfamiliar. He stood in a nearby corner with his luggage, smoking. After about 10 minutes, he saw Luo Hansu come out of the alley and ride her bike in the opposite direction, which made him feel relieved enough to leave. Luo Hansu took a detour in the alley and approached the bus stop. After watching him board the bus and leave, she took off her hat, revealing a face dark with worry. "Lu Xiaoping, he's still alive. Now he's working hard for the second branch. It seems the issues with Grandma's family back then are closely tied to the second branch. The original owner's grandmother's surname was Chung, and her family was once a respected scholarly family in Jinling. However, due to war, only one male heir remained in the last generation, her nephew Chung Rongguang. Chung Rongguang lost his parents early in the war and spent 2 years moving between orphanages in Jinling before his grandmother found him. He then moved to Haiqing to live with her. He was the last bloodline of the Chung family, and his grandparents treated him like their own child. He was very filial and respectful towards them and had a good relationship with the original owner's father. Due to his upbringing, Chung Rongguang despised the enemies who invaded his country and harmed the people. As an adult, he decided to join the army to serve his country, serving for 5 to 6 years until returning to Haiqing after the war ended. With his military achievements, he could have held a position in the army or entered government service, but he chose to work at the Public Security Bureau. After entering the police station, the main character and a female colleague, Lu Xiaowei, exchanged glances and fell in love, eventually getting married. The main character's grandparents organized a lively and warm wedding for them and gifted them a house as a wedding present. In the second year of their marriage, Lu Xiaowei gave birth to their eldest daughter, Cheng Sui, and 2 years later, they had a son, Cheng Ziming. During both of her postpartum recoveries, the main character's grandmother personally took care of her. When Cheng Sui turned 10, Chung Rongguang died while on duty. This tragedy brought great sorrow to the Chung family, and the main character's grandmother fell ill from the grief of losing her son. 6 months after Chung Rongguang's death, the grandparents received a letter from Lu Xiaowei, sent through a colleague. The letter revealed that Chung Rongguang's death was related to her half-brother, Lu Xiaoping. She had confirmed that Lu Xiaoping was involved with bad people for personal gain, and Chung Rongguang had found evidence against him, which led to his desperate actions to silence him. Upon receiving the letter, the grandparents immediately reported it to the police, who rushed to Lu's home but arrived too late. Lu Xiaowei had been stabbed multiple times and was barely alive. Her stepmother was shot 3 times while trying to protect her son and died on the spot. Lu Xiaoping was also shot twice and fell in a pool of blood. Both siblings were hastily sent to the hospital but could not be saved. The incident shocked Haiqing, and the news of Liu Xiaoping's collusion with criminals to harm his brother-in-law came to light. The police conducted a major sweep based on this information, dismantling several illegal operations hidden in Haiqing. At the time, the main character was nearly 10 years old and spent her days at home with her grandmother and the Chung siblings, supporting them through their darkest days. 8 years later, when she saw Liu Xiaoping again, despite his changes, she recognized him immediately. When Cheng Rongguang and his wife were alive, they often visited the main character's family with their children, treating her grandparents like their own parents and showing her much affection. Liu Xiaoping would also visit during holidays, so the main character had many memories of him. Now that she confirmed Liu Xiaoping was alive and working for the Luo family, many things became clear. Adding 2 more lives to the count, Uncle Rongguang and Aunt Xiaowei, very good. To avoid alerting anyone, Luo Hansu did not investigate near Liu Xiaoping's residence. Instead, she hurriedly rode her bike through a shortcut to the train station. Her grandfather had left her with many connections, and there was a trusted elder at the station. After explaining her purpose, the elder took her to the entrance to confirm her information without hesitation. Liu Zhongxing. The introduction letter is stamped by the General Purchasing Department of the Supply and Marketing Headquarters, and the destination is Sioux City. At noon, when Luo Hansu rode her bike home, she saw many neighbors gathered at the bulletin board looking at a notice. A few were discussing, mentioning the name Tian Chongyang. She braked sharply in front of them. "Hey, Hansu, you're back." Aunt Yu was the first to notice her, speaking quickly. "The case of Tian Chongyang has been decided. Death penalty, execution in 7 days. Tian Wenjie and his wife, along with Tian Chunyang, have all been dismissed from their jobs. The illegal money Tian Chongyang obtained amounts to nearly 40,000 yuan, and it must all be returned." Luo Hansu had expected this outcome for Tian Chongyang, but she was not satisfied. Tian Wenjie and his wife were only dismissed? They weren't sentenced? Aunt Yu frowned and pointed with her chin towards the second branch of the Luo family, saying with a half-smile, "Your second grandmother is busy every day trying to find connections to help. She can't protect her nephew, but she might still help her son." Another neighbor shared the latest news. Tian Wenjie and the others have lost their jobs, and their house has been taken by the government. Tian Chongyang's actions have had a bad impact, and now the street officials and neighbors are urging them to leave. They have to pack up today. They have nowhere else to go, and will likely come to your second grandfather's house. Luo Hansu replied, "Their street doesn't take out the trash. Does that mean our street is a garbage collection center?" "Our street is not a garbage collection center either. We won't agree to that." Luo Fuyun and her daughters won't agree. Aunt Yu said with a smile. Luo Fuyun is just divorced and back at her parents' house. Tian Yingzi won't even let her in. If Tian Yingjie brings his whole family over, and if she allows them in, knowing Luo Fuyun's character, she would definitely go back and cause a scene. Causing a scene won't help. Her only support now is her family. She can't afford to make things too difficult with her parents and siblings, so she'll probably just complain a little. Yes, now Xuemin is unemployed and Xuelan and Xueping are still studying. The 3 sisters depend on the Luo family for work and marriage support. No matter how unhappy she is with her mother's favoritism, she has to endure it. The 3 sisters, Xuemin and the others, usually spend money freely and never save. Relying on Luo Fuyun's salary alone is probably not enough to make ends meet. They might already be living off their savings and will likely need support from the 2 older folks in the future. Now, Tian Chongyang has become a fool. The police investigation revealed nothing. They turned his hiding place upside down but couldn't find all 40,000 yuan. The remaining debts were filled by Tian Wenjie and his group. I heard they sold all the valuable things at home, even using the sisters' private savings to cover the gaps. The day Tian Chongyang had his incident, all the savings of Tian Wenjie's family were stolen clean. The furniture and appliances at home aren't worth much. They can't cover the debts at all. So, the debts were filled by Tian Yingzi? Of course, she filled them, but it wasn't openly acknowledged. The money that Tian Yingzi brought out was probably what Tian Chongyang had given her as respect. Now she just returned it. Now, The whole family has lost their income, and they will all depend on her. Her daughter and granddaughter are also looking for her help. He Yuqing and Luo Zia both lost their jobs too. With so many mouths to feed, their family will have a tough time ahead. While they were chatting, Luo Hansa squeezed in front of the bulletin board and finished reading the notice posted by the police. Turning around, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Aunt Ping, you underestimate the skills of the housekeeper. She has worked hard to climb the social ladder, like a mouse in the Luo family for 20 or 30 years. Do you think she only managed to take a few pieces of jewelry?" Aunt Ping smiled and squinted, asking Hansu, "Can you share a little with us?" Don't even think about getting just a little. Even if you dug 3 feet into their home, you wouldn't find a single cent. Luo Hansu ignored the neighbor's gossip and rode her bike home to cook lunch. This morning, after mailing a package at the post office, she visited the farmer's market and bought a lot of meat to store. On her way back, she stopped by the black market to buy a batch of chicks. Since Zhou Moyao wasn't coming home for lunch, she cooked rice, fried a small bowl of tofu, and stir-fried a small bowl of asparagus for a simple meal. In the afternoon, she stayed in and practiced meditation in her space. Zhou Moyao returned from work and then cooked dinner, making 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. After they were full, they went out to handle their business. Zhou Moyao's 2 subordinates had already prepared the grain and delivered it to the side door of the oil factory as instructed. When the 2 arrived, they were guarding the grain there.
"Boss, sister-in-law."
Zhou Moyao brought them food and even 2 apples. "You guys eat first. We'll inject something into the vegetables." Lo Hansa brought a syringe filled with a colorless and odorless liquid from home. She made small holes in all the vegetables and injected a tiny bit of the liquid. "Boss, what did sister-in-law inject?" one of the brothers asked. "It's a substance that can cause skin sores and decay." After meeting Lu Xiaoping today, Lo Hansa changed her mind and decided not to personally oversee where this batch of food would go. She wanted the people who would eat these vegetables to reveal themselves, making it easier for her. Another person laughed and whispered, "Boss, your taste is indeed unique. This poisonous rose suits you well." Zhou Moyao kicked him with his foot, saying, "Get lost." Hee. The 2 brothers laughed while holding their bowls. They spoke quietly, so Lo Hansa didn't hear them clearly and didn't ask. She focused on injecting the liquid, making sure not to miss any. Not long after finishing, Gezi arrived with a tractor. They checked the goods quickly, probably because they had other matters to attend to that night. They weighed and accepted the delivery without much fuss, paying her the full amount without rounding down, and instructed them to continue receiving goods for a long-term partnership. After the tractor disappeared into the night, Zhou Moyao came out from the shadows, riding a bike with his wife back to the city. The couple continued their stroll in the lively and bustling commercial street. The 2 brothers returned to the city with them, but didn't want to be a third wheel during the boss's date, so they parted ways as soon as they arrived. Zhou Moyao had been to Haiqing many times, but each time was for work and tasks, leaving little time for sightseeing. Tonight, they were out specifically for fun, and Lo Hansa took him straight to the riverside to enjoy the night view. While they were enjoying their time outside, the second branch of the Luo family was having a fierce argument that could be heard down the street, with Luo Fuyun's angry shouts echoing. After the Tian family's house was reclaimed by the government, Tian Wenjie and his wife had to pack their bags and bring their 2 daughters to stay with their aunt. Just as they settled in, Luo Fuyun stormed in after work. Seeing her mother agree to let her cousin's family stay and even prepare the house she lived in before marriage for them, all her grievances poured out at that moment. She didn't know what had upset her today, but her emotions were particularly intense. No matter how Tianxi tried to persuade and comfort her, she wouldn't listen. She pointed at her mother and vented her frustrations, recounting all the unfairness she had faced since childhood, shouting hysterically for nearly half an hour. When Luo Fuyuan and his son returned home from work, Luo Fuyun's crying had not yet stopped. After understanding the reason for the argument, they immediately advised her to stop making a scene. Their biased and indifferent attitude reignited her fading anger, and she quickly turned her frustration towards her brother's children. The 3 Xue sisters did not enter their grandfather's house. They stood outside, neither trying to persuade nor scolding the elders for their favoritism. However, their cold expressions towards their grandmother and uncle were evident. The argument at their home was not hidden behind closed doors, and many neighbors were watching from outside. Tianzi and her son wanted to keep their family issues private and hoped to discuss things calmly behind closed doors, but Luo Fuyun's temper flared, leaving no chance for them to handle the family matters quietly. After being publicly criticized by her daughter for over half an hour, Tianzi could no longer maintain her usual friendly and gentle facade. Sitting on the sofa, her face turned pale, and a storm of anger brewed in her eyes. Those who knew her recognized that she was furious, and a tempest was about to break. Xuelon stood at the door and, from her position, saw her grandmother's frighteningly dark expression. Understanding her grandmother a bit, she quickly stepped inside, saying, "Mom, let's go." "I'm not leaving. I haven't finished speaking," Luo Fuyun replied, her voice hoarse but still filled with anger. As she tried to continue expressing her grievances, Xuelon pulled her aside, saying, "Mom, stop it. Your parents raised you, provided for you, and arranged your work and marriage. They haven't wronged you." "Xuelon, do you even know what you're saying?" Luo Fuyun shouted in disappointment. Xuelon subtly signaled her to leave, urging, "Mom, this isn't your home. Let's go back to our own house." At that moment, Xuemin and Xueping also approached. Xuemin, unusually calm, said coldly, "Mom, what the second sister said is true. This isn't your home. This house belongs to our grandparents and uncle. They can let whoever they want stay here, and you have no right to interfere. We have our own home. Let's go back. Mom, let's go. This isn't our home, and no one welcomes you here. Please don't come back," Xueping insisted, pulling her away. The words and attitudes of her three daughters deeply hurt Luo Fuyun. Overwhelmed with feelings of grievance and disappointment, tears streamed down her face as she was led away. Luo Fuyun noticed that his three nieces were very upset with them and quickly said, "Xiaomin, Xiaolan, Zhaoping, please take Fuyun home to calm down and talk to her. We can discuss this calmly later." Xuelon turned around and shook her head coldly. "Uncle, there's no need to talk. Today, Mom was wrong. I apologize on her behalf, and I promise this won't happen again." Luo Fuyun frowned at her words. "Xiaolan, you don't. Uncle, you're busy, so we won't disturb you." Xuelon pulled her mother away forcefully, not looking at their grandmother or speaking to her at all. Tianzi, with red eyes, stood up and called out to them, "Fuyun, please calm down. We're all family. Mom and Dad don't favor anyone you." "Grandma, there's no need to say anything." Xuemin interrupted her, her eyes red and her tone sharp. "We three sisters are Xue. Mom is married now, so we're not family with you, and we won't associate with criminals." She emphasized the word criminal, not naming anyone, but everyone present knew she was referring to Tian Chongyang. "Xiaomin, you've gone too far." Tian Wenjie, who had been silent, finally spoke up, his face showing anger that made him look much older. "My daughter hasn't done anything wrong," she didn't say. Luo Fuyun opened her mouth to defend her daughter, but Xuelon stopped her. "Mom, there's no need to waste your breath. Let's go home." She signaled to Xueping, who always listened to her older sister, and immediately pulled her along to leave. Once the four of them left, the living room fell silent, and the commotion was over, with the curious neighbors quietly dispersing. Tianzi had been under a lot of stress lately, and was not in a good mental state. After Luo Fuyun had shouted for over half an hour, her head was spinning, and she felt heavy in her chest, collapsing back onto the sofa. Luo Fuyun was pulled home by her three daughters and cried loudly, feeling heartbroken. Xuelon didn't comfort her and said sternly, "Mom, stop crying. No one will pity you for it. It will only make them dislike you more." "Mom, are you really the biological child of Grandpa and Grandma?" Xuemin had wanted to ask this for a long time and couldn't hold back anymore. Xuelon tapped her arm, signaling her not to ask such a silly question. Her mother didn't look like their grandmother, but resembled their great-grandmother and had some features of their grandfather. She was definitely Luo's biological daughter. She just wasn't favored by her parents. Shui Ping handed her mother a handkerchief to wipe her tears, furrowing her brow as she sought advice from her two sisters. Eldest sister, second sister, what should we do now? Shuemin was usually indecisive in tough situations and habitually looked to Shuelon for guidance. Pack your bags. We will return the house tomorrow and move back home. We need to take back the big house of the Shui family, the connections Dad built, and the savings and resources with Grandma and Grandpa. We cannot let that outsider benefit from it. Shuelon had this idea when her grandmother refused to let them in. However, her mother insisted on renting a place here, and she couldn't argue against it. Now, with her grandmother and uncle's attitude, she felt completely disheartened. They had no reason to stay here and be looked down upon. Luo Fuyun had stopped crying and looked at her with teary eyes. Xiaolon, are we really moving back? If we don't move back, where else can we go? Shuelon replied sternly, her expression showing some frustration. Mom, at this point, you should see clearly that Grandma, Grandpa, and Dad cannot be relied upon, and neither can Grandpa and Grandma or Uncle. You can only rely on yourself. You have cried, made a fuss, and argued over the years, but in the end, you got nothing. All you received was their disdain, which also affected how they feel about us. Stop going to them to cry and complain, and don't point out their unfairness. If they cared about you, they would have addressed your concerns the first time you spoke up, but they have treated you this way for so many years. You should understand that what you want she will not give you. In her heart, she only cares for her son and nephew. Everything she has is meant for them, and only if there is anything left will she give you a little. Now that the Tian family is in such a situation, if she has anything extra, she will only think of leaving it for them, not giving you a single cent. Her words struck a nerve with Luo Fuyun, and the tears she had just stopped flowed down again, making it hard for her to control her sobs. Shuelon was not in the mood to comfort her. Sitting on a stool with a troubled expression, she suddenly became serious and said, Mom, stop crying. I need to talk to you about something important. What is it? Luo Fuyun was sobbing so hard that her face was dirty and unappealing. Shuelon frowned, looking deeply concerned. Mom, you mentioned that someone was secretly instigating Luo Hansu against Grandpa. I suspect this person is also behind the issues with the Tian family. Grandma and Uncle have been investigating for so long without finding out who it is, but I feel their true target is our grandfather's family. Luo Fuyun also thought of this. Your grandmother and uncle said the same thing. Since they confirmed it, we definitely shouldn't get involved with your grandfather's family, Shuelon said, raising her voice slightly. What do you mean, Xiaolan? Luo Fuyun didn't understand. Mom, this person wouldn't target your grandfather's family without a reason. Either they did something bad to him, and he's retaliating, or he's being directed by someone to take action against them for a purpose we don't know. Anyway, your grandfather's family is being watched now, and this person is likely to take further action. We can't get entangled with them anymore. Dad has been sentenced, and our lives have already been tough because of his issues. If we attract more trouble from your grandfather's family, we 4 women will have nowhere to go in Haicheng. Shuemin hadn't thought of this before, but after her sister said it, she immediately jumped in agreement. Mom, the second sister is right. When Grandpa was criticized and the Tian family's issues arose, we were all called in for questioning by the police. Each time we went, people pointed fingers at us, and the comments got worse. Later, when Dad was involved in scandals, we were unaware, but our reputation suffered because of it. Mom, now I've lost my job, my engagement with the Su family was called off, and I have a father with a bad reputation. If your grandfather's family gets into trouble again, and we are called in for questioning, my life will be ruined. Luo Fuyun, who had a bad temper but truly cared for her 3 daughters, calmed down and asked her most decisive second daughter, Xiaolan, what do you think we should do now? Mom, we should place an ad tomorrow and immediately cut ties with your grandfather's family, Shuelon decisively decided. What? Cut ties? Luo Fuyun's voice rose, shaking her head repeatedly. No, we can't cut ties. We just had an argument. It's not at the point of severing ties. Second sister, there's no need for that. We can just avoid contact with your grandfather's family for now. Shuemin hesitated, lacking her sister's boldness. Xuelon shot her a glare and said sternly, "If we don't cut ties now, when something really happens, will you be able to protect yourself?" Xue Ping, who had been silent, was a strong supporter of her second sister and stepped forward to back her up. "Mom, elder sister, when Dad caused that mess, luckily Mom was the victim, and we decisively cut ties with him. Our work and studies weren't affected. The situation with my maternal grandfather's family is much more complicated than with Dad's. Tian Chongyang's issues have a worse impact. If we don't cut ties with them, we might get dragged in, and Mom's job will definitely be at risk. We three won't be able to work or study peacefully anymore." The two of them were thinking long-term, and they had a point, but Luo Fuyun couldn't agree. "Xiaolon, Xiaoping, we are moving back to the Xue family tomorrow, and will no longer have contact with your grandfather's family. Don't mention cutting ties in the newspaper again. Mom, you need to make the right decision." Xuelon disagreed and wanted to persuade her, but Luo Fuyun interrupted. "Xiaolon, if we do this, people will talk. They will say we are heartless and will criticize us. Our reputation will suffer even more. We need to leave ourselves a way out. You three sisters should know your grandparents well. They favor boys over girls. Right now, they are focused on that illegitimate child, and we can't count on them in the future. Mom knows she is not capable. In the future, when you work and marry, you will still need the Luo family to support you. If we cut ties with them now, it will be like closing off your future. I understand you are worried about your grandfather's family, but don't underestimate your grandparents and uncle. The person causing trouble might create some issues, but it doesn't mean they will be defeated. Your grandmother won't just sit back. Once they find out who it is, they will fight back quickly." Xuelon considered her words and asked, "What if your grandfather's family loses?" "They won't lose," Luo Fuyun replied confidently. Although she resented her parents and brothers for their favoritism, she understood their abilities. However, there were some things she couldn't share with her three daughters. Seeing her confidence, Xuelon thought for a moment and said, "Mom, we can keep ties with your grandfather's family, but we must cut ties with the Tian family." "Yes, we should cut ties with the Tian family and not have any dealings with them in the future." Xue Min supported her sister this time. "Mom, I heard that the families affected by Chongyang are still causing trouble for the Tian family. They have moved to Grandma's house, and sooner or later, they will come looking for us. We shouldn't stay here. We need to cut ties with the Tian family immediately to avoid any trouble." Xue Ping agreed with her sisters. Luo Fuyun already resented Tian Wenjie for taking away her mother's favor, so she didn't hesitate. "All right, we will announce our decision to cut ties with the Tian family tomorrow." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Xue Min was persuaded by them and immediately got up to take action. "Let's pack our things now, and not wait until tomorrow. We'll move back tonight and make Grandpa and Grandma arrange a job for me tomorrow. If they don't help, I'll make a fuss. If they want to support that child, they'll have to compromise. All right, let's go back tonight." The three sisters agreed on this matter and quickly went inside to gather their belongings. "You're right. Everything in the Xue family should belong to you. We can't let that child benefit from it." Luo Fuyun was moved by her three daughters. She wiped her tears and got up, chasing after Xue Min Xiaomin. "Xiaolon is right. Don't go to the countryside to hide. That won't solve anything. Once your household registration is moved, it will be hard to come back. We'll go back and ask your grandparents to arrange a job for you quickly. Don't be too picky. Just take any proper job for now, and you can switch later when something better comes along." Xue Min listened and nodded. "Okay. Eldest sister, you need to think before you act. You should learn from what has happened recently," Xuelon said while packing her things. "I understand," Xue Min replied without arguing. Xue Ping nudged her arm and suggested, "Eldest sister, in the future, discuss things with us first before making decisions. Our family is different now. You should see that others can't be relied on, and we must depend on ourselves. We need to be careful with every step we take. We can't afford to make mistakes." Her two younger sisters were more sensible and thoughtful, making Xue Min feel a bit guilty. She murmured, "I know." The four of them had quite a bit of luggage, but didn't plan to move everything today. They only packed the essentials. It was dinner time, and many neighbors were outside discussing the Luo family situation. When they saw the four of them leaving with bags, one curious neighbor asked, "Luo Fuyan, what are you doing? Where are you going with those things?" Xuelan replied, "We're not renting anymore. We're going home." "Home?" the neighbor asked back, but Luo Fuyun and the others didn't respond. They locked the door and left. Watching them go, the neighbor quietly said to others, "Are they going back to the Xue family?" Besides going back to the Xue family, where else could they go? When a man betrays his family and in-laws are unkind, and you can't go back to your own family, Luo Fuyun, who is so naive, is finally facing the consequences. Her personality is not good. She is overly arrogant and fierce. However, she has done well by her 3 daughters. She may have spoken harshly to the 2 old men from the Xue family, but she took care of them when they were sick and handled family matters. Now that they treat her this way, it must be truly disheartening for her. The woman next door is really heartless. No matter how foolish Luo Fuyun is, she is still her own flesh and blood. After being betrayed by her husband and mistreated in her in-laws' home, she returned from her divorce only to be denied entry to her own house and not given any support. That is truly unfair. Not all mothers in this world love their biological children. She usually knows how to put on a good front, but lately, with so many chaotic issues at home, she seems exhausted and has stopped pretending, not caring about the consequences anymore. Her nephews and nieces are her lifeline. With Tian Chongyang, a bad person, out of the picture and the Tian family completely ruined, her life feels like it has been cut in half. How can she have the energy to deal with her daughters and granddaughters? The old woman is biased in how she treats people, and even her biological brother Luo Fuyuan is the same. Truly, like mother, like son. Such people are naturally cold and unfeeling. They are not to be trusted deeply. Luo Fuyun's 3 daughters, Xue Min is just as foolish as her mother, while the 2 younger ones are much sharper, especially Xue Lan, who has inherited the cleverness of both families. It seems she will be the one in charge at home in the future. Their sudden decision to leave and return home was likely made by Xue Lan. Xue Lan's decision was correct. The sisters should not have impulsively moved out of the Xue family and followed that foolish Luo Fuyun back to her mother's house. Luo Fuyun probably never expected her mother to be so heartless or her brother to be so unfeeling. This time, she must have seen her family's true colors and will likely be more cautious in the future. Luo Fuyuan received the news and rushed over, but Luo Fuyun and her 3 daughters had already left. Hearing the neighbors label him as cold and unfeeling, he darkened his expression and chased after them. A gentle autumn rain began to fall, lightly drizzling like silk, wrapping the city with a veil of mist that carries a rich history. When Luo Hansu stepped outside with an umbrella, she happened to run into Grandma Lu returning from the hospital. "Hansu, did you and Xiao Zhou go out to have fun last night?" "Yes. We went to Jiangpan Commercial Street." Luo Hansu casually closed the door and asked her, "Grandma Lu, is Dunzi still unable to be discharged from the hospital?" They were supposed to be discharged yesterday, but with the drop in temperature, he caught a bit of a chill and had a slight fever. The doctor advised him to stay another day for observation. This morning, his fever has gone down, and he has completed the discharge paperwork. He will come back for lunch. Grandma Lu took out 2 walnuts from her pocket and told her about yesterday's events. "You missed quite a lively scene since you weren't home. Last evening, the Tian family moved in. The old lady let her nephew's family stay at their house. When Luo Fuyun came home from work, she rushed over and exploded in anger, complaining to her mother and brother for half an hour about feeling wronged and accusing them of favoritism. The 3 Xue sisters didn't cause a scene inside the house. They were probably disappointed and upset by their grandmother and uncle's attitude. They went in to pull Luo Fuyun away and then returned to pack their things to move back to the Xue family. I heard that Luo Fuyuan chased after them later, offering them money to settle in, but Xue Lan threw it on the ground, saying they weren't beggars and didn't need his charity. This morning, the 4 women from the Luo family published a notice in the Haiqing Daily to cut off their family ties with the Tian family. They moved a lot of luggage back last night, but some items were still left. This morning, the three Shui sisters came back to move the remaining things. Tian Yingzi and Tian Wenjie rushed over upon hearing the news, subtly blaming them for being ungrateful and demanding they take down the notice from the newspaper. Tian Wenjie spoke very harshly, taking on an elder's tone to scold them. Shui Min, who has a bad temper, couldn't be held back by her two younger sisters and directly confronted him, exchanging all sorts of hurtful words. On the surface, Tian Chunyang seemed well-behaved, but she was quite fierce with her words, using Shui Haifeng's past mistakes to retaliate against the three sisters. Shui Min got so angry that she immediately started fighting, and both of their faces ended up scratched. Tian Yingzi tried to break them apart for a long time, but it was only when the neighborhood committee arrived that they were separated. Later, the Shui sisters returned the house and moved back to their family. Many residents on this street disagreed with the Tian family moving in and went to the neighborhood committee to voice their objections. Director Su had previously visited Luo Yoping's house to convey the neighbors' opinions, telling the Tian family to move out within 3 days. I heard that after he left, the old lady smashed a tea set. Luo Hansa got home last night at 10:30 after playing, and by then, the neighbors were all asleep. She slept in this morning and had no idea about the commotion outside. After hearing all this, she pouted. It really was quite a lively scene. Grandma Lu chuckled lightly and pointed to the house of Luo Yuping, whispering, "Your second grandma can't keep up her fake smile anymore. Since the day you reported her, that smile has disappeared, and her hair has turned much grayer. Now she finally looks like a woman in her 60s. After enjoying a comfortable life for so long, she should experience some hardships." Luo Hansu was going to the Chung family today. She chatted with Grandma Lu for a moment, holding an umbrella and carrying a basket of seasonal vegetables from her garden. After the passing of Chung Rongguang and his wife, Ching Sui and her brother were taken in by their grandmother to live with the Luo family. They only moved back home after their grandmother passed away. Due to the early loss of their parents and their unique upbringing, Ching Sui and her brother matured quickly. When they returned home, Sui was only 15 and her brother Ching Ziming was 13. They quietly supported their family. Sui performed well in school and chose to honor her parents' wishes by working in the household registration department of the city police after finishing high school, taking on the responsibility of caring for her brother. In the past 2 years, their grandfather's health declined rapidly, and he spent most of his time in bed. The siblings took turns visiting on weekends and evenings to care for him, helping Luo Hansu a lot. After their grandfather's passing, they came to assist with the funeral arrangements as grandchildren. Luo Hansu had occupied the original owner's body for half a month and had not yet met the Chung siblings. Today, she planned to visit them and invite them over for dinner in the evening to meet Zhou Moyao. It was a weekday and Sui was at work while Ziming was attending a school for children of government employees. The siblings would return home for lunch, so Luo Hansu waited at their doorstep with the vegetables and fruits she had brought. Big Sister Hansu. Ziming's school was very close to home, just a 2 or 3 minute walk. He arrived home before Sui and rushed over to Luo Hansu as soon as he saw her. Luo Hansu smiled gently at him, noticing he was wearing a thin shirt without a warm jacket. She expressed her concern. "Ziming, it's gotten colder these days. You should wear something warmer to avoid catching a cold." "Big Sister Hansu, I did wear a thick coat, but when I got to the school gate, a classmate slipped and fell into a puddle, so I lent him my coat." Chung Ziming quickly took out the keys to open the door, picked up the items on the floor, and invited her inside, speaking a bit fast. "Sister Hansu, we have something to ask you. Last night, my sister came home and said she heard someone say you got married. Is that true?" "It's true. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to come by. I came today to invite you all over for dinner tonight to formally meet him." The Chung siblings knew she was already engaged, as they had met Zhou Machin at old Master Luo's funeral. They asked her, "Didn't you say you were going to Kyoto? Is Machin coming back?" "I'm not marrying Zhou Machin." "Really? Not marrying him?" Chung Ziming was surprised and pressed for more details. "Sister Hansu, didn't Grandpa confirm with the Zhou family before he passed? What changed? What happened during this time?" Zhou Machin's mother disagreed with the marriage. She called me behind Zhou grandpa's back, speaking in a condescending tone, looking down on the fallen Luo family, implying that I should take the initiative to break off the engagement. I later called Zhou grandpa and withdrew from the marriage. I'm not planning to go to Kyoto anymore. About half a month ago, Zhou Moyao, the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, came to Haicheng. After spending time together, we found that our personalities and temperaments matched well, and we shared similar ideals and ambitions. After serious discussions, we decided to get married. We have already obtained our marriage certificate and plan to hold a wedding in Kyoto in a while. We have informed the elders of the Zhou family. After she finished speaking, Cheng Ziming said, "So, you're still marrying into the Zhou family, just with a different person, Zhou Machin's cousin." "Yes, Moyao is 7 years older than me, has good character, and is excellent in many aspects. He is the successor that old Master Zhou has carefully trained. I believe he is more suitable for me than Zhou Machin." Luo Hansu had initially decided to marry Zhou Moyao temporarily, but after spending time together, she felt she hadn't made a mistake. He was worth a lifelong commitment. "Sister Hansu, where does your husband work?" Cheng Ziming was not familiar with the Zhou family's background and hadn't asked much about them, only knowing that old Master Zhou was a close friend of their grandfather. "We can talk about your brother-in-law's work when you meet him tonight." Luo Hansu was cautious and didn't say much. It wasn't that she didn't trust the Chung siblings, but there were some things she wasn't clear about and didn't want to say too much. They could discuss it further when they met Zhou Moyao. "Okay." Cheng Ziming didn't ask more questions and carried the vegetables into the kitchen. "Sister Hansu, let's get dinner ready. I'll help you." When Cheng Sui rode her bike back, the two of them were in the kitchen chopping vegetables. She smiled when she saw Luo Hansu and said, "Hansu, what brings you here today?"
I came to talk to you about something.
Luo Hansu poured her a cup of warm water and noticed her coat was wet. "Sui, your clothes are wet. You should change quickly to avoid catching a cold." Cheng Sui was a year older than her, with gentle and beautiful features, a soft expression, and an elegant demeanor. She resembled a beauty from ancient Jiangnan paintings, with a unique charm in her every smile and frown. Her looks and grace were similar to their grandmother's, different from the original owner's bright and delicate appearance. The two sisters had their own distinct kinds of beauty. Cheng Ziming took after his father, Cheng Rongguang, looking quite similar to him. Both father and son were raised by the Luo family's elders, and they shared similar personalities and ways of dealing with people. Cheng Sui quickly changed her clothes and took out various snacks from the cupboard for her to eat, while also asking about her marriage. The girl was quite attentive and asked detailed questions. She learned that Zhou Moyao was 7 years older than her and immediately asked the key question. "Hansu, he is the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, carefully groomed to be a successor. The elders of the Zhou family must value him highly and will arrange a suitable marriage for him. Why hasn't he married at this age? His job is a bit special, and he has been too busy, which delayed things until now." Cheng Sui was tactful and didn't pry further into his work. Instead, she said, when Grandpa passed away, Zhou Machin came to pay his respects and helped host the guests. I had a good impression of him at that time. But then he turned around and acted this way. If Grandpa had known he would behave like this, he definitely wouldn't have arranged this marriage for you, nor would he have repeatedly entrusted the Zhou family with this. I am grateful that he came to pay his respects when Grandpa passed away. Actually, his mother wasn't entirely wrong. We didn't grow up together, and there is no emotional foundation between us. Our connection was just a verbal agreement between the elders, which binds us together, but such a marriage won't last. I heard from Moyao that his mother is very controlling, always focused on benefits and losses, and tends to be calculating. He has been raised to be somewhat weak and indecisive. His mother prefers a girl from a suitable family who can help his future, while I can't provide that support, so she is unwilling for him to fulfill our family's marriage agreement. This matter could have been resolved between the two of us directly. I didn't want to cling to him, so when his mother called about it, I promptly called Grandpa Zhou to discuss ending the engagement. His mother has a strong personality, and I also have my own principles. Living under the same roof would likely lead to frequent family conflicts in the future. Since I can see how life will be, it's better to cut losses now and end the engagement amicably for both of us. The Chung siblings are not outsiders. Luo Hansu briefly explained the situation and has no regrets about ending the engagement. Hansu, your decision is correct. If Grandpa knew about his situation, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned the marriage before passing away. He might even have taken the initiative to break the engagement himself. Chung Si, though not married yet, works at the police station and has seen many disputes arising from family conflicts. She has a clear understanding of relationships and marriage. Chung Ziming was busy cooking and, distractedly listening to them, chimed in, Sister Hansu. What's the situation with your fiancé's family? What are his parents like? His parents only had him and divorced when he was around 6 or 7. I'm not sure about the exact reasons for their divorce. Both of his parents are very career-oriented. After the divorce, his mother didn't remarry, but his father did, marrying the widow of a comrade. They didn't have any children together. His father's comrade has a daughter about my age who lives with her mother in the Zhou family, but Moyao doesn't have much contact with them. Even though his parents are divorced, they both treat him well. They are open-minded and respect his decisions, so he has a close relationship with them. Seeing that his parents were also divorced, like Luo Hansu's, Chung Si asked, so does your fiancé live with his dad or his mom? After the divorce, he was taken in by Grandpa Zhou for upbringing. The Zhou family has 3 sons and 2 daughters. His father is the 3rd son, and the 2 elders live with the eldest son. His uncle and aunt are very kind to Moyao. He lived with them until he was 16 before starting to work. He usually keeps in touch with his parents, but doesn't live with them, and we won't live with them after we get married. Chung Si smiled slightly. That's good. Different living habits can lead to conflicts, so not living under the same roof can reduce family issues. Luo Hansu briefly mentioned her own situation and shifted the topic to Sui. Sui, did you have any progress with the match your neighbor introduced you to, the one who works at the hospital? There hasn't been any progress. We only met twice before it ended. Chung Sui has reached the age for marriage, but now all her caring elders have passed away, so she must arrange her own marriage. Previously, a neighbor introduced her to a potential partner. After some thought, she agreed to meet him, but his family was difficult to get along with. She felt uncomfortable and ended the connection after just 2 meetings. The person the neighbor introduced was decent. He is an intern doctor at a hospital, but his family was hard to deal with. During our first meeting, a bunch of relatives came over, including his mother and 2 sisters along with some aunts and cousins. They were rude, immediately judging me and asking intrusive questions about my job, income, and family background. I had a very bad impression of them. At the second meeting, his mother and sister came again and started making decisions for me, saying that after marriage, I should be a housewife and let his sister take over my job. When I heard that, I didn't want to say anything more. I just grabbed my bag and left. Luo Hansu frowned and said coldly, that neighbor, Aunt Zhao, used to be very close to your mother. What does she mean by introducing you to this kind of family? People's hearts can change. Chung Sui summarized everything with those 4 words. Luo Hansu understood and scoffed. Do they think that since Grandpa has passed away, we have no support and can be easily bullied? Hansu, don't get upset. It's not worth it to be angry over these people. Actually, blind dates aren't completely useless. At least they have shown me the true nature of the elders I used to respect and helped me see the ups and downs of human relationships. Chung Sui was quite open-minded about it. She didn't confront her elders, but simply reduced her interactions, becoming a bit more distant when they met. Don't associate with such people in the future. Luo Hansu, with a different personality, comforted her. There's no rush with marriage. When the time is right, fate will come. Since our elders are gone, we need to be more discerning when looking for partners. We must be patient and carefully evaluate their character, never choosing blindly. Hearing her insights, Chung Sui couldn't help but smile. Hansu, marriage really does change a person. You've changed a lot. Just a little bit. Luo Hansu smiled slightly and naturally shifted the topic to discuss matters related to the Luo family's second branch with her siblings. The lunch was prepared by Cheng Ming with 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. The siblings had to go to work and school in the afternoon, so they left right after eating and Luo Hansu went with them. Luo Hansu invited the Cheng siblings over for dinner that evening. On her way home, she bought some meat dishes. Once she got home, she went straight to her space to meditate. Hansu, I'm back, Zhou and Moyao said as he arrived home at 5:30 p.m. He invited Yang Pu over for dinner. Yang Pu came bearing gifts of canned fruits and cheerfully called out, "Sister-in-law." As he entered, Luo Hansu smiled lightly and invited him to sit down, making them some hot tea. "It's getting colder today. How about we have a hot pot?" "Sure, I'll take care of it," Zhou and Moyao said as he changed clothes. He asked Hansu, "When will the Chung siblings arrive?" "They won't be here until 6. Sui works during the day and can only come after her shift." Luo Hansu offered Yang Pu some fruit and briefly explained the Cheng family situation. "I had lunch with them today and didn't mention your military background. They might ask about it when they arrive, so you should discuss it together first. They're family, we can be honest. Sui works at the police station, and we might need her help with some things later," Zhou Moyao replied. Hearing Zhou and Moyao call out Sister Sui, Luo Hansu showed a slightly complicated expression, forcing a smile. "Sister Sui is only a year older than me and 6 years younger than you."
Jumontakya.
Yang Pu laughed while holding his teacup. "Boss, you're going after younger girls. Sister-in-law, all these young sisters in your family are getting called old by you." "Shut up." Zhou and Moyao kicked him lightly and asked, "Hansu, is your cousin married yet?" "No, she's still single." Upon hearing that she was unmarried, Yang Pu immediately promoted himself. "Sister-in-law, I'm 22 this year, the perfect age for your cousin. I'm single, can you help me out?" Before Luo Hansu could respond, he continued, "I don't have a rank as high as the boss. I'm at the regiment level, earning about 110 yuan a month, plus an extra bonus of around 1,000 yuan for completing tasks each year. Also, I'm from Han City. My parents work in the military industry, and I'm the youngest of 3 siblings. I have an older brother and sister, both of whom are married. My father is involved in research and is a small leader at his unit, while my mother is retired and helps take care of my brother's and sister's children. Both my sister-in-law and brother-in-law work at the same place. I am the only one in my family serving at the front lines. My siblings have a great relationship, and my parents are open-minded and reasonable. They do not interfere with my marriage, and I don't have to give them money to show my respect. They have no requirements for me to find a partner, as long as I like the person." Luo Hansu looked at him intently and asked, "Your family is doing well, so why haven't you gotten engaged earlier?" "Like the eldest brother, I have been training and leading missions for a long time, so I haven't had time for blind dates. Also, our unit is quite special. There aren't many women in our team. The women in the logistics department of the hospital and school are all married military spouses. The only 2 unmarried female soldiers are tougher than I am. They don't find me attractive, and I can't impress them." Yang Pu confessed honestly, without holding back, and his expression was serious. "Sister-in-law, I'm serious. If you know any suitable women, please introduce me." Luo Hansu had never played matchmaker before and wasn't good at it, so she awkwardly smiled and said, "Sister Sui will come over later. You can meet her first. If you like her, you can make your move."
Yang Pu agreed. "Okay."
After they finished their tea, they went to the kitchen to help prepare dinner. Luo Hansu had bought a chicken, ribs, some seafood, tofu, and vermicelli, and picked a lot of fresh seasonal vegetables from the pantry. The hot pot ingredients were almost ready. Cheng Jia and her siblings arrived right at 6 o'clock. When they knocked and entered, the kitchen was already filled with delicious aromas. Cheng Sui had just bought half a braised duck on the way and walked in with it. "Hansu, what are you cooking? It smells amazing." Yang Pu was standing at the kitchen door, eating sunflower seeds. When he turned around, his eyes sparkled brighter than the light bulb above. Chung Soo-yi paused at the door, glancing between the two men. She smiled politely at Yong-poo, then looked at her cousin. Hansu, which one is my brother-in-law?
Sui, hello.
I am Hans's husband, Zhou Moyao, and this is my colleague, Yong-poo. Zhou Moyao stepped forward to introduce himself and shook her hand. When he saw Chung Zaiming following closely behind, he greeted him. You must be Zaiming. Hello, brother-in-law.
I am Cheng Zemin.
Chung Zaiming smiled and shook his hand, also greeting Yong-poo. Hello, Yong-ge. Hello, everyone. Yong-poo quickly composed himself, naturally talking to the siblings. I've been working with the eldest brother in Haiching recently and came along today to join for dinner. Chung Soo-yi smiled gently, her smile as light as snow.
Chomrade yang, well chome.
Sister Sue, Zaiming, come over to warm up by the fire and have some hot tea. Luo Hansu added 2 pieces of wood to the small stove she had set up a few days ago and brought over 2 small stools for them to sit on. We're having hot pot tonight. It will be ready in 5 minutes, cooked by brother Moyao. Chung Zaiming looked at the ingredients in the pot and smiled, saying, Brother-in-law, it looks delicious. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, just sit down, Zhou Moyao replied with a slight smile. Yong-poo leaned closer and whispered to him, Boss, I really like your sister-in-law's cousin. Zhou Moyao smirked. I can see that. Your eyes are shining bright. I want to pursue her. After saying that, Yong-poo went to the fire and started chatting with Cheng's siblings. Seeing how Yong-poo quickly lifted the mood, Zhou Moyao leaned in closer to his wife and quietly asked, Hansu, your cousin is attractive and has a decent job. Why hasn't she dated anyone yet? She has only been working at the police station for 2 or 3 years. Besides her job, she helps me take care of Grandpa and looks after Zaiming's studies. She says she can't focus on dating right now. Luo Hansu understood her cousin well. She didn't want to marry early while her brother was still in school. If she got married, he would be left alone at home, and she couldn't bear that, so she found excuses to turn down introductions. The last time she agreed to a blind date was because she felt she was getting older, and her brother would graduate high school in 6 months. He encouraged her to consider her own future, which is why she met the guy. Yong-poo says your cousin has captured his heart, Zhou Moyao told her with a smile. Yong-poo has good qualities and seems to match her cousin well, but relationships aren't just about external conditions. Her cousin is a rational person, and Luo Hansu believes she will consider everything carefully. No matter what decision she makes, her cousin will have her support. Let them get to know each other, she said. The chicken and ribs were still simmering in the pot. Zhou Moyao prepared dipping sauces for everyone. His and Yong-poo's were spicy red oil, while Luo Hansu and her siblings had a mild garlic sauce. Time to eat. Zhou Moyao brought the steaming iron pot to the stove, and Luo Hansu served each person a big bowl of rice, with fresh green vegetables and side dishes arranged nearby. Everyone gathered around the fire to enjoy their meal. Chung Soo-yi just warmed up by the fire and took off her coat before sitting down. She smiled at her cousin. Han-soo, you've gained a bit of weight lately. Your face looks fuller. Is your husband cooking delicious meals for you every day? Pretty much, his cooking is tasty, Luo Hansu replied with a slight smile. Yong-poo, holding a bowl, raised an eyebrow and said, Boss, if the guys find out you've become a home cook, they'll definitely laugh.
What's so funny about that?
Cooking for your wife is just the right thing to do, Zhou Moya said, enjoying making her 3 meals a day. Every time he saw her eagerly looking at the food he was cooking and finishing everything on her plate, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Yong-poo noticed the pride in his words and clicked his tongue. All right, I get it. You have a wife now. Don't rub it in for us single guys. Brother Yang, you're not married yet? Chung Zaiming asked him. Not yet, still a single guy. You should be about the same age as my brother-in-law, so why aren't you married yet? Chung Zaiming looked back and forth between the two of them, noticing they both had darker skin and seemed mature, guessing they were around the same age. Yong-poo replied, I'm not as old as your brother-in-law. You're not that young either, just an old bachelor like him, Zhou Moya teased.
Haha.
Chung Zaiming couldn't help but laugh. Luo Hansu and Chung Soo-yi also laughed, but being sisters, they kept it more reserved, holding back their laughter. Yang Pu laughed too, grinding his teeth in jest as he introduced himself to the Chung siblings. I'm 22 this year, 3 years younger than the boss, just at the right age for marriage. My neighbor is also 22. 3 years ago, he went to the countryside, and last month his family of 5 moved back to the city, Chung Ziming shared. Yang Pu replied, I can only envy that. I can't do the same.
Who is it?
Luo Hansu asked curiously. She knew the Chung family's neighbors, as the original owner used to visit them almost every week. It's Wei Ge from Aunt Zhao's family. Years ago, Wei Ge wanted to join the army, but Aunt Zhao and her husband disagreed, leading to frequent arguments between mother and son. In anger, Wei Ge signed up to go to the countryside and chose the most remote farm in northeast China. While there, he met his current wife, who is also a young educated person from the north. She's graceful, hardworking, and has given birth to 2 children in 3 years. First, a pair of twin boys, and then a daughter. Her parents are ordinary workers at a state-owned factory. Aunt Zhao has become quite vain and looks down on her daughter-in-law, but for the sake of her 3 grandchildren, she found a way to bring them back to the city. Wei and his wife are both temporary workers with low incomes and high living pressures. Aunt Zhao favors her younger son and is reluctant to transfer her job to Wei, so she is considering other options. Chung Si didn't say everything clearly, but Luo Hansa guessed that Aunt Zhao had previously introduced her to unreliable partners, likely due to some shady deal with that family. While the sisters were chatting, Zhou Moyao served them food with a spoon and called out to his cousin, Ziming, help yourself. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chung Ziming had talked to Yang Pu earlier and knew they were all soldiers. Since they were in Haiching for a secret mission, he asked, brother-in-law, when will you and Sister Hansu hold your wedding? Zhou Maorao glanced at his wife and smiled. The elders have picked an auspicious date for us in mid-November of the lunar calendar, which is a little over a month away. Is the wedding in Kyoto? Chung Ziming asked again. Yes, we will have the wedding in Kyoto first, and then Hansu will join me at the base for a simple celebration with my comrades. Zhou Maorao had discussed this with Luo Hansu, and she agreed to his plans. The timing for her joining the military was not set yet. She planned to finish dealing with the Luo family's matters first. Now that the topic had come up, Zhou Maoyao invited the siblings, Suyi, Ziming, Hansu. You 2 are our only family now. We are formally inviting you to our wedding in Kyoto. Will you be able to come? Brother-in-law, thank you for the invitation. We will attend and will ask for leave from our jobs and school in advance. Chung Suyi readily agreed. With their grandparents gone and Hansu's parents far away, they had effectively severed ties. As the only relatives left, it was only right for them to attend the wedding. Luo Hansu added some food to their plates, smiling. We'll set off together. Great. We can discuss the exact departure time later. Chung Sui thought about how their elders were no longer around. The siblings had received so much kindness from the Luo family, and now that their only cousin was getting married, as the eldest sister, she should prepare a good dowry for her cousin. Brother-in-law, is your unit in the north or south? When Hansu joins the military, will you be settling there long-term? The unit is in Yanqing, and we will be living there for at least a year. What happens after that is uncertain. Job transfers for officers are common. Once the order comes down, he must follow it. He had mentioned this to Luo Hansa beforehand. She didn't want a life that was always the same and was willing to travel with him. She was quite interested in the different customs of various places and looked forward to experiencing them. Luo Hansu, come out here. They were having a good conversation when an annoying, sharp voice interrupted the atmosphere, followed by a few hard knocks on the door. Luo Hansu set down her dishes and replied coldly, if you knock again, I'll break your legs. The others also put down their dishes. Chung Ziming picked up a broom nearby, angrily opened the door, and pointed the broom at them. Are you itching for trouble again? Chung Ziming, get away from me. I'm not looking for you. The one shouting outside was Xuemin. When she saw Luo Hansu come out, she asked sharply, Luo Hansu, did you report me for the countryside assignment? Luo Hansu reached the door and saw that Luo Fuyun and her 3 daughters had arrived. She spoke rudely, if you're sick, go get treated. Don't come here causing a scene. Luo Hansu, did you sign Shuemin up for the countryside? Half an hour ago, someone from the youth office had come to the Shui family to deliver the countryside assignment notice. That was when they learned that Shuemin was on the list, and after asking, they found out it was reported this afternoon. But Shuemin hadn't left the house all day. She was busy tidying up at home. She hadn't signed up for the countryside. Last night, she had pressured her grandparents to arrange work for her, and today her family was already trying to find a solution, so she wouldn't have gone to sign up. The four of them immediately thought of Luo Hansu. Last time, Luo Fuyun had schemed against her, and now they believed she was retaliating, which seemed very likely, so they rushed over to question her. Luo Hansu had no idea about this. Seeing they all accused her, she didn't bother to explain and retorted to Luo Fuyun, "If I wanted to retaliate against Shuemin, would I wait until today?"
Exactly.
If she transferred her job to Aunt Lu next door that same day, it would make more sense for Sister Hansu to retaliate without waiting until now. Cheng Ziming, who had heard about the recent events from her cousin at noon, looked at them with disgust and said, "You should think about your own behavior. How many people have you offended? There are probably many waiting for a chance to step on you. Cheng Ziming, this isn't your business. Be quiet." Lo Fuyun stood with her hands on her hips, looking aggressive. Zhou Moya stood beside his wife, his expression stern. "This isn't about Ziming, it's about me. Are you bullying my wife in front of me? Do you think I'm just a decoration? We're not bullying her. She clearly set my daughter up." Lo Fuyun's voice was sharp and piercing. "If you're so sure that Han Su set her up, take your evidence to the police. We will fully cooperate with the investigation. Don't come here making a scene." If they had evidence, they would have gone to the police already instead of coming here to question her. Shuemin's anger was evident. "Lo Han Su, do you dare to swear an oath? I haven't done anything wrong, so why would I be afraid?" Lo Han Su didn't want to explain further. It didn't mean she was willing to take the blame. "If I set you up, I deserve to be struck by lightning. Is that enough?" Seeing her unwavering confidence in swearing an oath, Lo Fuyun and her daughters exchanged looks silently. "Have you called the police yet?" Zhou Moya asked them. Lo Fuyun and her daughters remained silent, which was an answer in itself. "Han Su, I'm going to report this." Zhou Moya refused to let her reputation be tarnished and started to leave, but Cheng Sui stopped him. "Brother-in-law, wait a moment." During the commotion, neighbors had gathered outside, forming a large crowd. Cheng Sui glanced at the Tian Chunyang sisters standing at the back of the crowd and asked Shuemin, "Where did the other party register? Who informed you about going to the countryside? Did you check the exact registration time?" Shuemin, who had been filled with anger, became calmer after Lo Han Su swore an oath. She answered, "Shanghai Youth Station, they registered around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Comrade Lu Fong from the Shanghai Youth Office notified us. Han Su was at my house from 3 to 4 in the afternoon, playing with Dunzi for half an hour, and then she spoke with me and Xiaomei's mother-in-law before going home to prepare dinner after 4. Grandma Lu testified. Her words cleared Lo Han Su of suspicion, proving she wasn't involved. Cheng Sui quickly went inside and took out a small booklet from her bag. "Brother-in-law, go report this. Have the police call the Shanghai Youth Office. Here's their phone number. Please have comrades Li Xia and Hao Xiaomin, who were in charge of registration this afternoon, come over." Zhou Moya gave her a deep look and nodded. "Okay. Comrade Zhou, since it's clear that Han Su didn't set up Xiaomin, let's handle the rest ourselves and report it." Tian Yingzi arrived at some point, looking exhausted and worn out. She said to Luo Fuyun and her daughter, "Fuyun, Xiaomin, since this wasn't done by Hansu, you should apologize to her. I will accompany you to the police station to report this." "I don't need them to apologize. I want to report this and find out who did it. This person is clever and used a 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. We must uncover their identity. I won't take the blame for them." Luo Hansu understood Tian Yingzi's intentions. She was stepping in to calm things down, likely with her own motives. She wouldn't simply go along with her wishes. Not giving Tian Yingzi a chance to say more, she turned to the sharp-minded Xuelon and said, "Xuelon, Please take Xuemin with you and go to the police station with my husband. Once everyone is there, we will clarify everything. What happened? Tell me, Lu Jingxin said as he returned from work, wearing his police uniform and standing at the back. He hadn't heard their conversation clearly and approached on his bicycle. Seeing him back, Luo Hansu quickly explained what had just happened. Lu Jingxin listened without saying much, then went home to make a phone call. 2 minutes later, he came out and asked Xuemin, "Have you had any recent arguments with anyone?" "I haven't, I've been at home." Xuemin instinctively denied it, but a neighbor interrupted her. "You had a fight with Tian Chunying this morning." The fight this morning was just a misunderstanding between the sisters. It wasn't a deep grudge. They exchanged a few harsh words and then calmed down. Chunying wouldn't do something to harm her own sister, said Tian Wenjie, who had just arrived and understood the situation. As soon as Tian Wenjie spoke, everyone turned to him, and Cheng Suyi looked over as well. "Are you sure Chunying wouldn't? Do you dare to swear?" "What do you mean, Cheng Suyi?" Tian Wenjie narrowed his eyes. "I think you don't really know your own children. I sincerely advise you not to make such absolute statements," Cheng Suyi replied coldly, shifting her gaze to Tian Chunying without mentioning her name. "This matter isn't hard to investigate. Once the 2 comrades responsible for registration from the Xinghai Youth Office arrive this afternoon, the truth will come out." "Tian Chunying, it was you." Even Xuemin understood now and rushed forward like an angry hedgehog, but was stopped by Tian Wenjie. "Xuemin, you believe someone's provocation just like that? Do you have a pig's brain? Calm down, sister." Xuelan pulled her back, standing between her and Tian Wenjie, speaking sharply. "Cousin, if Qingxi is stirring trouble, the police and the youth office staff will find out soon enough. Don't be too quick to call my sister foolish. If she guesses wrong, then you can criticize her later. However, if this is really Tian Chunying's doing, let me make it clear, we won't let this go with your family." They were in a standoff. Tian Chunying, standing behind them, felt her heart racing like a drum. She was trying hard to stay calm, but it wasn't working, and she was sweating on her forehead. Her expression said it all, and anyone with eyes could guess what was happening. Tian Wenjie turned to see her distress. Noticing she wouldn't meet his gaze made him furious, and he stared at her in silence. "You can easily call me foolish, but you can't say anything about her?" Xuemin, held back by her sister, couldn't rush over to confront anyone. She pointed at Tian Chunying and shouted, "When the youth office arrives, if they identify you, I will make sure you regret it." Tian Ningzi, feeling frustrated by the younger generation, stepped in to mediate. "Xiaomin, Chunying hasn't said anything."
Please don't.
"Mom, be quiet." Luo Fuyun finally lost her temper, directing her anger at her own mother, shaking with rage. That heartless person tricked Xiaomin into going to the countryside, sending her to the northwest desert. "Today, I will do everything I can to bring this person to light. Grandma, this is my issue, and you don't need to interfere." Xuemin, with red eyes, looked at her warily. "If Tian Chunying didn't do it, I would apologize. But if she did, I won't let this go. I will hold a grudge against her for life. I'm not here to interfere. I'm suggesting you talk calmly. Until the matter is clear, don't act like enemies. That will only make you a laughingstock." Tian Ningzi wanted to downplay the situation, but the mother-daughter pair was too angry and resentful, making her words useless. Luo Hansu, standing nearby, chimed in, "Your family puts on a show every day from morning till night. We can't even have a peaceful meal. You've become a big joke, and we're tired of it. Whether it's morning arguments or evening shouting, it's always chaos. Don't you have any manners?" A male neighbor added, unable to hold back. "And you call yourselves children of officials? You're no different from country ruffians. An unsteady upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. They are all not good people. I think this was done by Tian Chunying. She always smiles at everyone, just like her brother, but she's actually a bad seed. People like her, who act one way in front and another behind, are the most insidious. I need to tell my kids at home not to associate with such people, or they might get hurt one day." The neighbors were talking loudly, and Tian Ningzi felt so angry that her stomach hurt. Her cold gaze fell on Tian Chunyang and then on Su Shuoei, who had been silent, filled with anger and blame. Tian Chunyang felt restless and wanted to sneak away, but Xue Ping stood beside her, staring at her, making it impossible to escape. Before long, the people from the Xinghai Youth Office arrived. Lu Jingxin stepped forward to explain the situation and asked Luo Hansu to come forward for identification. Is she the one who registered for Xuemin today?
No.
Both shook their heads. They didn't know Luo Hansu and had never seen her before. Comrades, are you sure? Lu Jingxin repeated formally. Sure. Li Xia, who was in charge of registration today, confirmed decisively, saying this afternoon, only 4 people registered for the countryside, 2 men and 2 women. One of the women I know is the daughter of the Tao family at number 9 Xinghai Street. The other woman who registered is named Xuemin. I remember her because she shares the same name as my cousin's granddaughter. I can confirm that it's not this woman. The person who registered is about the same age but much shorter, around my height, with long hair down to her waist, wearing a red headband, and has several marks on her neck. She said she didn't want to go to the countryside because she was beaten at home. The features Li Xia described matched Tian Chunyang perfectly. Xue Ping forcefully pushed her forward and shouted, "Comradely, is it her?" Tian Chunyang was caught off guard and stumbled a few steps before steadying herself. As soon as she regained her balance, Comrade Li Xia sentenced her. Yes, it's her. Now it was 4 against 1 and the fight began. This morning, Xuemin didn't have the upper hand in the fight and even lost some hair. With her mother and 2 sisters helping, she fought fiercely, cursing not only Tian Chunyang but also the entire Tian family lineage. Tian Yingzi and Tian Wenjie tried to break up the fight, but Su Shuoei remained silent, holding her younger daughter Tian Xiaodong back, preventing her from helping. Tian Yingzi shouted for a long time and pulled hard, but she couldn't get through to Luo Fuyun and the others. Seeing her daughter-in-law looking cold and not helping, she angrily yelled, "Su Shuoei, Chunyang is about to be beaten to death. How can you just watch her get hurt like this as a mother? Being beaten now is better than being shot later," Su Shuoei replied, her eyes filled with sorrow. Smack! A loud slap landed on her face, causing her to stumble back 2 steps.
Mom.
Tian Xiaoyang quickly supported her, tears in her eyes as she looked at Tian Wenjie. "Dad, how can you hit Mom?" Tian Wenjie ignored her and shouted at his wife, "Su Shuoei, are you even speaking like a human? Do you deserve to be a mother?" After being slapped, Su Shuoei covered her face with teary eyes, her voice trembling. "I didn't raise them well, so I don't deserve to be a mother. Chongyang and Chunyang are both your teachings. They turned out this way because of you. You're a good father, so keep teaching them like this." With a numb and sorrowful expression, she told him, "Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to handle the divorce. I won't be a burden to your family anymore." She turned to leave with Tian Xiaoyang but looked back at the still-beaten Tian Chunyang, her eyes filled with pain and determination. "Chunyang, don't blame me. I've taught you what I could. If you don't listen and make mistakes, you have to bear the consequences. Take care of yourself." Watching the mother and daughter leave, Tian Wenjie's eyes turned red, like an enraged beast. Losing all reason, he turned and charged at Luo Fuyun, pushing the hefty woman to the ground. The 3 Xue sisters, caught off guard, were also shoved down. With a significant difference in strength between men and women, and fueled by anger, Tian Wenjie pushed hard, causing Luo Fuyun and her daughters to fall and scrape their skin. Luo Fuyun and Xue Ping hit their foreheads, while Xuemin and Xuelan scraped their hands, and all 4 women were screaming. Tian Chunyang, who had been surrounded and beaten for 5 minutes, looked terrible. Her long hair was pulled out, her clothes were torn, and her shoes were missing. The most distressing sight was her face, once beautiful, now bruised and bloodied, with 2 front teeth knocked out. Luo Fuyun and her daughters were quite ruthless, treating Tian Chunyang like an enemy, completely forgetting their blood ties. Tian Yingzi's attempts to persuade them went unheard, as they seemed intent on venting all their grievances onto her. Both sides were tough, and the neighbors didn't intervene, standing by to watch the drama unfold. It was at this moment that Lu Jingxin spoke up. All right, we've got to the bottom of this. Tian Chunyang used Xuemin's name to sign up for the countryside program, and it has nothing to do with Luo Hansu. This is a criminal act, not just a family dispute. Come with me to the police station to file a report. Comrade Li Xia added, there's one more thing. Xuemin's registration information has already been submitted and cannot be withdrawn. She must go to the countryside in 3 days. Comrade Li, I didn't sign up. She used my name. If anyone should go, it should be her, Xuemin said, no longer crying and quickly getting up from the ground. As far as I know, you are currently unemployed and not married, which meets the criteria for the program. Even if this issue didn't come up today, you should still be prepared to go. I am looking for a job. At that moment, Xuemin regretted impulsively quitting her job. She angrily pointed at Tian Chunyang. She is also unemployed and not married, so she meets the criteria too. After what she did today, she should be sent for labor reform in the Northwest Desert. I will report this to the youth office for further action, Comrade Li Xia said before leaving. With the youth office gone, Lu Jingxin took Tian Chunyang to the police station. After such a big mess, Tian Wenjie had no choice but to accompany them to handle the situation, leaving Tian Yingzi and her grandson Luo Hanchan behind. That evening, Luo Fuyuan and Luo Hanfeng were out for some unknown reason and hadn't returned, completely unaware of the chaos at home. Fuyun, you should come back with me, Tian Yingzi suggested, hoping to mediate. But Xuelan directly spoke for her mother, Grandma. We're hurt and need to go to the hospital. We can't go tonight. Tian Yingzi glared at her granddaughter, her face stern. Xiaolan, do you really hate your grandma? I don't hate Grandma. I just think there have been too many issues at your house lately. It's better if we handle our own matters without bothering you. Xuelan spoke more smoothly than Xuemin, but her tone was firm. After saying this, she pulled her mother and sister away. Tian Yingzi felt frustrated and didn't notice the complex looks from those around her. With a dark expression, she chased after them, trying to negotiate. Fuyun, wait a minute. They left, and the onlookers dispersed, while Luo Hansu and the others turned back to continue their meal. Fortunately, tonight we are having hot pot. The stove is gently warming up, and the vegetables in the pot are still hot. Zhou Moyao added 2 more pieces of wood to the fire so everyone could enjoy the meal. Luo Hansu sat down and asked, Sui, how did you know that Tian Chunyang was the one who set up Xuemin? This afternoon, I went to the Shanghai Youth Office to deliver some documents and happened to see Tian Chunyang filling out a form for going to the countryside. I thought she was going to the countryside. Chung Si thought that since the Tian family had lost their jobs and Tian Chunyang met the requirements to go to the countryside, it might be a good way for her to avoid the family's bad reputation, so she didn't think much of it. Chung Ziming took a few bites of rice and said with his mouth full, once close sisters have completely turned against each other. This is the most exciting drama of the year. Neither of them are good people. Chung Si grew up in the Luo family and knew very well the character of the second branch of the Luo family. She didn't like the Xue sisters or the Tian family and never interacted with them. Yang Pu, who was just watching the drama unfold and didn't understand the relationships involved, asked, Sui, Ziming, what is your relationship with that family? They are from the second branch of the Luo family. That old woman is Hansu's second grandmother. Luo Fuyun is her daughter, and the 3 Xue sisters are her granddaughters. The man who slapped his wife, Tian Wenjie, is her nephew, and Tian Chunyang is her grandniece. The old woman favors her son and her nephew, always protecting her family. Luo Fuyun resents her mother's favoritism and often argues with her. Chung Sui had been busy with work lately. Regarding the conflicts between the second branch of the Luo family and the Tian and Xue families, she only learned the details from Luo Hansu at noon today and shared some important conflicts with him. While they were talking, Luo Hansu and the others did not interrupt, continuously adding ingredients to the pot and encouraging Chung Ziming to eat. Hansu, open the door. Hearing Grandma Lu knock, Luo Hansu immediately got up to open the door. Grandma Lu, what's the matter? Seeing them eating in the kitchen, Grandma Lu smiled at the group of young people, but did not enter. She stood at the door and quietly told her, Luo Yuping is back.
Huh?
He's back already? Luo Hansu calculated the time and frowned. Isn't there still a day left? Yes, there is still a day. Luo Fuyuan brought him back, and he came alone. He Yuqing and Luo Zia didn't come back. They just ran into Luo Fuyun and her daughter at the street corner. Earlier, Tianingzi had chased after them, asking them to go to her house, but they didn't go. Luo Yuping called them back, and they agreed, skipping the hospital visit and going back with the father and son. Grandma Lu just saw Luo Yuping return home, and her expression was quite varied. Your second grandfather has probably been through a lot lately. In just over half a month, his hair has turned completely white. He has lost at least 20 pounds, and his clothes hang loosely on him. I almost didn't recognize him when I saw him just now. Luo Hansa listened without showing any emotion and asked, "Does he smell like pig manure?" Grandma Lu replied, "He probably does." She hadn't been close enough to him to answer definitively. In the living room of the Luo family's second branch, Luo Yuping sat on the sofa while Luo Fuyun cried and reported recent events, sobbing uncontrollably. The three sisters, Xue Min and her siblings, also wiped their tears and added to the story. Once they finished, Luo Yuping's cold gaze fell on Tianingzi. Is what they said true? Did they exaggerate? It's true, but I'm not biased. There are many unavoidable issues during this troubled time, Tianingzi replied, her face equally dark. Fuyun came home after her divorce, and you won't let her in. Who is threatening you with a knife? When your family comes to seek refuge, it's not a troubled time. Luo Yuping didn't say anything else but used these two matters to question her, his anger boiling over. Tianingzi, this family is named Luo, not Tian. I may not be home, but I'm still alive, and the Luo family hasn't disappeared. Dad, please calm down. Things at home have been. Luo Fuyuan tried to intervene, but Luo Yuping interrupted him. And you? Do you not know who shares your surname, who is your sister, who is your niece? Fuyun is impulsive, but when she went to confront Luo Hansu, who was she doing it for? Wasn't it for me, for your wife and daughter, to stand up for us? As her brother, she was betrayed by that scoundrel Xue Haifeng and bullied by the two old Xue family members. Instead of helping her, you won't even let her in. Do you deserve to be her brother? Your mother is biased, and now you are too. If you can't even handle these small family matters, how can I trust you with bigger issues in the future? Don't you understand that a troubled home leads to misfortune? With the family in such chaos, being laughed at every day, don't you realize that's exactly what those watching want to see? Luo Fuyuan, now a person of high status, felt uncomfortable being scolded like this by his father, his face darkening. I've talked to Fuyun, but she doesn't listen to me. Seeing that he didn't realize his mistake, Luo Yuping shouted angrily, "What did Fuyun do wrong that requires you to teach her a lesson?" Luo Fuyuan's face tightened, hesitating but remaining silent. Can't you see why Fuyun resents you? Luo Yuping, gripping the teacup in his hand, threw it at him, his face full of anger. You are a Luo. You should take care of Luo family matters and protect Luo family members. Other people and issues are none of your concern. Other matters, to put it simply, refer to the Tian family. He was humiliating Tianingzi in front of their children and grandchildren. Enough. Tianingzi exploded, her anger greater than his. Luo Yuping, seemingly provoked tonight, was overflowing with rage. You handle your family matters. I won't allow anyone to interfere with the connections I have built. Also, if you care about your children's future, make sure the Tian Wenjie family leaves tomorrow and cut ties with them. After saying this, he turned to praise Luo Fuyun. Fuyun, it was right for you and your mother to publicly sever ties with the Tian family. His attitude comforted Luo Fuyun and also reassured Xue Min and the others, who were moved to tears. Luo Yuping stood by his daughter and directed his anger at Tianingzi, his voice even louder than before. I won't even mention that scoundrel Tian Chongyang. You raised Tian Chunying yourself, and the Luo family has never treated her poorly. What Xiaomin has, she also has. Is it right to stab Xiaomin in the back over a small dispute? Without the support of the Luo family over the years, what is the Tian family? Now they have nothing and come to the Luo family to show off. Where did Fuyun go wrong in criticizing them? Now the household is in chaos, and Tian Chunyang, instead of helping her elders with family matters, is stabbing her own family in the back. How is her behavior any different from a wolf in sheep's clothing? Let me make this clear. From now on, she is not allowed to step through this door again. If you allow her to enter, you can go back to the Tian family with her. Having been away for half a month and seeing the chaos at home, Luo Yuping was quite upset. For the first time, he spoke harshly to Tian Ningzi in front of the younger generation. For Yuan, you need to handle this matter tonight. Whoever reported it should go to the countryside. This ungrateful, narrow-minded person, who only stabs her own family in the back, should be sent away quickly. You must deal with it personally. We can't let her ruin the reputation of Han Feng and the others. After giving instructions to his son, Luo Yuping didn't even glance at Tian Ningzi and walked to the study. Fuyun, you and your mother come with me. Once they left, the living room fell silent. Luo Fuyuan sighed wearily. Mom, do you know what Chunyang did today? I don't know. Tian Ningzi truly didn't know about it, but when Chungsi had questioned Xuemin earlier, she suddenly remembered that Tian Chunyang had gone out in the afternoon. Seeing the panic in her eyes at that moment made her guess what had happened. Mom, Chongyang and Chunyang have indeed been spoiled. Luo Fuyuan felt resentful as well. Luo Hance's actions had struck a nerve at home. Because of issues with his father and wife and daughter, his work had been very difficult lately. Yet his mother was using all her resources to help her family and secretly spending a lot of money to manage things. There were things he didn't say, but he was aware that his mother was indeed too biased toward her family. Chunyang is an adult now. What she did today was truly ungrateful, and she deserves to learn a lesson. They have lived too comfortably for too long. They have forgotten the humiliation they once faced and don't realize the dangers around them. Since she chose the harsh life of the Northwest Gobi, she should experience it for a couple of years and learn a good lesson. And when Wenjie returns, let them move out tomorrow. Give him some financial support so that the three of them can rent a place outside and not come back for a while. After arranging this, Luo Fuyuan was about to leave when Luo Hanchen called out to him, Dad, my aunt said she wants to divorce my uncle. She took Xiaoyang and has already left with her luggage. When did this happen? Luo Fuyuan was unaware of this. It was during the earlier commotion when my aunt and the others were hitting Sister Chunyang. My aunt didn't intervene and just watched Sister Chunyang get beaten. My uncle took out his anger on her, saying she didn't deserve to be a mother. My aunt replied that it was better for Sister Chunyang to be beaten now than to face worse later. My uncle slapped her, and then she took Xiaoyang and left. Luo Fuyuan frowned slightly at this news. Seeing that his mother had nothing to say, he simply stated, We won't interfere in their marriage issues. Let them handle it themselves. After Luo Fuyun and her mother entered the study, Luo Yuping took a stack of money from a hidden compartment in the cabinet and tossed it onto the desk before sitting down in the chair. Back then, it was my father who misjudged and chose that scoundrel Xue Haifeng. Now that things have come to this point, there's no use in regretting it. You four women need to face reality and plan for the future. Your decision to move back to the Xue family is the right one. Even though you and Xue Haifeng are divorced, the older members of the Xue family have no right to kick you out. Half of the house you live in was part of my dowry, and it's registered with the housing authority. If they go too far, you can make them leave and take their child with them. Also, don't act impulsively. When making decisions, think about your three daughters and their futures. Xiaomin, you too. You often act without thinking, just like your mother. If it weren't for your foolishness, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Luo Fuyun and her daughter knew they had made mistakes and were already regretting it. They listened to his advice in silence. Luo Yuping didn't scold them much more and pushed a stack of money toward them. Here is 3,000 yuan. Fuyun, take it to live on, and use some to help Xiaomin find a job. There are many eyes on our family right now, so we can't arrange jobs ourselves. Let the old man Xue handle it. Xiaomin is a Xue, not a Luo. She is their granddaughter. The Xue family has benefited from the Luo family over the years, so they should help with the three sisters' matters. If they only protect their own and refuse to use their resources for Xiaomin and her sisters, let me know, and I will teach them a lesson. With his support, Luo Fuyun felt more confident. Okay, this period is unstable. Once Xiaomin's job is arranged, you four should work or study as needed and try to be low-key. Don't be as flashy as before. If there are matters to handle at home, do it privately and don't let everyone know. If you don't have important matters, avoid coming here for now to prevent being targeted. If I need you, I will call. The four women listened quietly, and Xuelon responded, Grandpa, we understand. Xiaolon, you are the most sensible and intelligent. Teach Xiaomin and Xiaoping at home. Additionally, I have another task for you. Your father has ruined his life and cannot recover, but he had many connections and likely saved some money. Find a way to secure all of it without letting your grandparents take it for their own. This task is a bit challenging for Xuelon. To be honest, I can try to find the money that Dad has hidden, but I have no experience with his work and know nothing about it. I will have Han Feng investigate and compile some information for you. You can learn from him and ask him for help. Your mom and Xiaomin are simple-minded. As long as they can manage the household without causing trouble, that's good enough. Xiaoping is still young, so the family can only rely on you. You will graduate from high school in 6 months and will soon start working. It's good to get involved in these matters early. I will leave you some resources for the future. You and Han Feng will help each other, and our family will be fine. Hearing these words that sounded like a final message, Luo Fuyun frowned. Dad, is something wrong lately? Always be prepared for the future. Planning ahead is not a bad thing. Luo Yuping didn't say much more, just advised her if a marriage ends, it ends. Focus on securing your job and taking care of the 3 kids at home. Live a low-key life. Don't blame your mom for favoring her relatives, I know about it too. I turn a blind eye to pave the way for the Luo family. You are my daughter, and I will not treat you unfairly in the future. This was a comforting reassurance, and Luo Fuyun's feelings of resentment faded away. Dad, I understand. Don't blame your brother either. He isn't indifferent. Too many people are watching him lately. He has to be cautious and would rather be seen as cold than give anyone a reason to attack our family. Your mom has been a bit extreme lately because of the Tian family's issues. Her mental state isn't good, and she can't handle stress well. Your brother has to cooperate with her on the surface. Luo Fuyun, who is simple-minded, felt better after his few words and some money. When she came out of the study, her expression had clearly improved. When they came out, Tianingzi was not in the living room. Only Luo Hancheng was there. Seeing his grandfather, Luo Hancheng immediately stood up. Grandpa, Dad just called. He said the issue with Chunyang Jia has been resolved. She will go to the countryside in the northwest the day after tomorrow. Dad is taking her to the hospital to treat her injuries, and Uncle is at the Su family with Aunt. What does your grandma think about their divorce? Luo Yuping asked him. Grandma just told Uncle on the phone that if they are to divorce, it must be the Tian family that brings it up, and Aunt is not allowed to take Xiaoyang away. Luo Hancheng replied honestly. Luo Yuping nodded, but said nothing. He let Luo Fuyun and her 3 daughters go to the hospital to treat their wounds and instructed his grandson, Hanchen, make me a bowl of noodles and bring it to the study. Dad, I'll make it, said the nephew. Luo Fuyun didn't let her nephew go and quickly turned to the kitchen. The 4 of them hadn't had dinner yet, so they cooked noodles together. Luo Hansu and the others took a bit longer with their hot pot, and after finishing all the prepared dishes, the 5 of them felt quite full. The couple cleaned up the dishes and busied themselves with chores while the 3 guests sat by the stove, warming up and drinking tea. Zhou Moyao was in charge of washing the dishes, and Luo Hansu tidied up the kitchen before taking out the bucket to throw away the garbage. After she finished, she saw Luo Fuyun coming out from her family home. The 4 of them looked in good spirits, with Xue Min smiling happily. Luo Hansu quickly hid in the shadows. Mom, let's not keep the money from Grandpa at home. We should take it to the bank tomorrow, suggested Xuelon. Luo Fuyun replied with a smile. Yes, it's safer in the bank. It's not safe at home. Your grandmother may seem quiet, but she's probably thinking of something sneaky. Mom, Grandpa gave us 3,000 yuan. With our savings, that's quite a bit. Don't put it all in one account. We should divide it up and keep the passbooks hidden separately. Don't store them in the same place, Xuelon reminded her. Hiding in the shadows, Luo Hansu raised an eyebrow and smirked at this. Luo Yuping was indeed generous, handing out 3,000 yuan. This money certainly wasn't from honest earnings. It was likely ill-gotten gains, and they shouldn't benefit from it. Unaware that she was eavesdropping, Luo Fuyun continued, "The savings we had before, I'll keep those. The 3,000 from your grandfather will be divided among you 3 sisters, 1,000 each. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the bank to open accounts. Keep the passbooks safe and don't tell anyone. You can use the interest as pocket money." The 3 sisters were delighted and responded happily, okay. The 4 of them went to the nearest hospital to treat their minor injuries. Luo Fuyun finished first, and after applying the bandages, she got up, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." Luo Hansu initially wanted to create a distraction to send Luo Fuyun away, but seeing her go to the bathroom alone, she smiled slyly. What a perfect opportunity. When Luo Fuyun came out of the restroom, a sack was thrown over her head, and before she could react, she was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. Luo Hansu quickly took the money hidden in her coat pocket and tossed it into the space, then turned and left like a gust of wind. At the hospital in the evening, there were few people around. By the time Luo Fuyun was found collapsed on the floor, 5 minutes had already passed. Luo Hansu had long since used her slight inner strength to float back home. The 4 women in the Luo family were happy for less than 10 minutes before another round of howling and shouting began. Xue Min hurriedly called the hospital security, while Xuelon went to report to the police. This time, Luo Fuyun was smart. Instead of impulsively admitting to losing 3,000 yuan, she only said 300 yuan was stolen. The police and security personnel investigated for half an hour, asking many people questions, but they found no clues and had to let them leave. Luo Fuyun had just left her family home smiling, but now she returned in tears. Luo Yuping, upon learning that she had been knocked out and her money stolen, looked more serious than ever. "All right, stop crying. You reported it to the police, so let them handle it. There are probably people watching our every move, so you 4 should hurry home, stay in for a while, and be cautious when you go out. Don't go alone, and be careful with what you say. Dad, you need to be careful tomorrow when you go to clean the pig pen." Luo Fuyun finally realized that things at home were complicated, and she felt a bit scared. Luo Yuping had 1 more day of punishment. Today, Luo Fuyuan had specially gone to negotiate and took a leave to come back for a shower. He would have to return to clean the pig pen early tomorrow morning. After they left, Luo Yuping instructed his grandson, Hancheng, go check on Luo Hansu and her husband. Find out if they went out just now. Luo Hansu had gone out to dispose of waste earlier, and no one saw her. When she returned, she used her lightness skill to avoid the neighbor's sight. Hancheng asked around but found nothing useful. "Grandpa, they didn't go out. I just looked at their back door and saw all 5 of them in the kitchen, warming themselves by the fire and drinking tea." Luo Yuping sat at his desk and replied with a sound of acknowledgement, instructing him, "Fuyuan is back. Have him come to the study."
Okay.
Not long after Luo Fuyuan got home, the Chung siblings prepared to leave, and Yang Pu walked with them. Zhou Moya had assigned him a task to the Chung siblings' home, and Yang Pu gladly accepted the mission. After sending them off, once Zhou and Moyao closed the door, Luo Hansu took out a stack of money she had obtained and handed it to him. "This 3,000 yuan is from Luo Yuping to Luo Fuyun. It must be illegal money. We will use it to buy winter supplies and food to donate to the veterans in the Glory Home in High City." Zhou and Moyao asked, "But Hansu, when did you get this?" "I just picked it up while taking out the trash." Luo Hansu playfully smiled and pushed the money into his hand. Luo Fuyun said it was 3,000 yuan. "I didn't check it, so you can count it." "No need to count. I'll take care of this tomorrow." Zhou and Moyao placed the money in the bedroom cabinet and pulled her to the fireplace to warm up. "Hansu, your great-uncle has 3,000 yuan at once. It seems he has quite a bit hidden away. Because of family issues, the elders of the Luo family don't think highly of him. Most of the family resources are given to my grandfather, and he only received a small portion of the assets. The Luo family used to be wealthy. Even a small portion would still be a significant amount. Later, he used this money to build many connections and got to know people who secretly helped him. They partnered in many shady businesses and made a lot of money. 10 years ago, during the special period, my grandfather handed over the family assets, and he took out some too. With the connections he built, his family avoided disaster. In the last 10 years, his family has been thriving. Those two old men have cultivated many loyal subordinates, most of whom are from the Revolutionary Committee, and their connections are very strong. The money involved is likely untraceable. When this big tumor is cut out, High City will probably see a major change. Zhou Moyao's mission in High City was related to the political situation. After a moment of thought, he quietly asked her, Han Su, would you like to cooperate with me? Luo Han Su looked up, scrutinizing him. Your mission aligns with my goals? Pretty much. Zhou Moyao couldn't go into details and could only give a vague answer. Luo Han Su didn't hesitate and asked, what kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Start with the second branch of the Luo family, stir up the waters in High City, force them to act, and then we can take advantage of the chaos. Okay. Luo Hansu agreed and asked about the next steps. What do you want me to do? We entered D school for training this time to investigate some matters. The first few days went well, but ever since Luo Fuyuan was assigned to teach, he has been closely watching me and Yang Pu. It has been difficult to act these past 2 days. Please come tomorrow to help me and drive him away. You could have told me about this earlier. I could have gotten rid of him on the day he arrived, Luo Hansu replied. Zhou Moyao's eyes were deep. He came to probe us, and we took the chance to probe him back. Tomorrow, I'll create some trouble for his family, and then he'll have to leave, Luo Hansu said. Luo Yoping's punishment ends tomorrow, and Luo Hansu planned to strike again, giving him no chance to breathe. With him away, the Luo family's second branch lacked a strong leader. She needed to take this opportunity to cut down the main branches he valued, leaving the old root for last. The sun is already high, and he still hasn't come to clean the pig pen. He really has been slacking off here for half a month. Luo Hansu was waiting for Luo Yuping at the pig pen, where he was serving his punishment, but after half an hour it was almost 8 o'clock, and he still hadn't arrived. The smell around the pig pen was overwhelming. She hid behind a tree for 2 minutes before retreating to practice her martial arts. After practicing light skills for about 10 minutes, she heard some movement outside. She quickly emerged and saw Luo Yuping finally coming with a broom. She swiftly jumped onto the roof of the dilapidated pig pen. No one was watching him work, so he was quite relaxed. Instead of starting right away, he stood in a clean spot and smoked a cigarette. After finishing one, he dragged the broom over, opened the pigpen gate, and pretended to clean with a look of disdain. Suddenly, a roof tile fell and landed near Luo Yoping's feet, startling him. He looked up to see the beams shaking. Not good. He immediately ran, but the tiles seemed to chase him, falling one after another. The pigs in the pen panicked and scattered, and he was soon knocked down by a large pig. Ah! Ah! Several pigs trampled over him, and the sound of real pig slaughter echoed in the pen. Hiding on the roof, Luo Hansu heard the sound of bones breaking. Seeing him in pain and unable to get up, with blood covering his face, she smiled in satisfaction. Before the person in charge of the pig pen arrived, she quickly cleaned up the traces on the roof and quietly disappeared. Half an hour later, Luo Hansu arrived at D school, looking refreshed and holding a file. She went to the reception desk to register her information. Hello, I need to deliver an important document for my husband, who is studying in a training class. He forgot it at home and called me this morning. Please fill out this form, and I will take you there shortly, the male staff member said, handing her a form. Okay, thank you. Luo Hansu quickly filled out the form and followed him to the classroom on the second floor. As she reached the stairs, she could hear Luo Fuyuan's passionate voice teaching. We must always stay vigilant and remember the importance of class struggle, as it drives the development of our society. The lessons on class struggle we discuss today must be taught every year, learned every month, and memorized every day. We must never forget them. When Luo Hansu reached the classroom door, she heard this statement and kicked the door open. Is there no one with integrity leading in Haiching anymore? Luo Hansu, what are you doing here? Luo Fuyuan's expression changed upon seeing her. Luo Hansu walked straight into the classroom, casually glancing at the people seated. She discreetly signaled to Zhou Moya, who was sitting in the middle of the room, then stood at the podium and said, "You don't need to worry about why I'm here. You should ask yourself what qualifications you have to teach. Are you aware of your family situation? Have you lost all sense of shame? Shaoli, inform the security department to remove any irrelevant individuals who are disrupting my class," Luo Fuyuan said, trying to assert his authority. The male staff member who brought her in stepped forward to intervene, but Luo Hansu shrugged off his hand, smirking. "Director Luo, what a show of power you have. You really know how to act like an official. Luo Hansu, this is a classroom. Please do not cause a scene here." Luo Fuyuan scolded her sternly and pointed at the students. "Zhou Moya, Luo Hansu is your wife. I'm giving you 2 minutes to take her out, or I will take disciplinary action. My husband is sitting there quietly and not disrupting anything. What right do you have to take action against him? Has your family gotten so used to fabricating charges against others over the years? You just accuse people without reason. Why don't you start a factory for making accusations?" Luo Hansu slammed the file bag on the podium, standing tall and confident. "Luo Fuyuan, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to deliver something to my husband. I didn't know you were teaching here. If I had known, I would have gone to the city council and the D school office earlier. Who is causing a scene here?" A staff member from the neighboring office rushed in. Luo Hansu had never seen this person before, but Shaoli quickly reported the situation. Upon hearing her name, the staff member's expression darkened. "Your family matters should be handled at home. This is D school, not a place for personal issues." "Excuse me, I'm not here to chase after Luo Fuyuan for personal matters. I'm here to deliver something to my husband, and happened to find Luo Fuyuan teaching." Seeing that he clearly knew about the family issues and was not friendly, Luo Hansu didn't hold back. "Are you a leader at D school? Is it true that you can't find any teachers with good character here? Has no one in Haiching been found who is respected and has integrity?"
What do you mean by that?
He frowned. "That man." Luo Hansu pointed at Luo Fuyuan, her voice clear and loud enough for the whole classroom to hear. "His father has hidden banned books and was just criticized for it 2 weeks ago. He is still under punishment. His wife and daughter have hidden valuable royal artifacts, and their punishment isn't over yet. His cousin has committed serious crimes, including kidnapping and abusing girls, and is facing the death penalty. With so many criminal relatives, what right does he have to stand here and teach? Is the standard at D school so low now? No political review? No background checks on teachers? Can anyone just be picked to fill a position?" As she spoke, she revealed Luo Fuyuan's background, and the once quiet classroom became lively with whispers and curious glances.
Quiet.
The staff member at the podium clapped his hands and noticed Luo Fuyuan's face was ashen. Adopting a formal tone, he said, "Director Luo was sent here by the city council to teach. His family matters do not reflect on him personally, and his character and work abilities are beyond question. Comrade, can I understand your words to mean that our country's political review can be cancelled? Those who want to join the military or enter politics no longer need to undergo a political review or have their immediate family background investigated, as long as they have strong work abilities, right?" "That's not what I meant." The other person's expression changed dramatically, and they hurriedly explained, "What I meant is that Director Luo was sent here by the municipal committee and has been approved by the leaders." "Then please tell me the names of the approving leaders. I will go ask them myself. I need to confirm personally whether this leader is giving special treatment because of the Luo family's past contributions, or if Haiching's legal system is different from the national one, as there are special regulations here. If Haiching's laws are indeed different, those capitalists and feudal landlords who were criticized and sent for re-education will probably be so excited by this news that they won't be able to sleep." Her words were sharp enough to leave the other party at a loss. their expressions serious enough that they didn't dare to respond. Sitting below, Yongpu and Zhou and Moyao exchanged glances and stood up to support her. Deputy Secretary Yuan, is what this young lady said true? Are Director Luo's father, wife, daughter, and cousin really all criminals? Deputy Secretary Yuan, is this true? Another active participant also stood up to question. Deputy Secretary Yuan, please tell us the truth. Is Director Luo's family situation as she described? If so, he is a criminal's family member and shouldn't be teaching us. Yes, we are all outstanding performers in our units, selected through strict processes. Each of our backgrounds can withstand scrutiny, and the teacher sent here should also be able to pass a background check. What does it mean for the Haicheng Municipal Committee to send a criminal's family member to teach us? That young lady said the police have reported on this, so it seems to be true. What does the Haicheng Municipal Committee and D-School mean by sending a criminal's family member to teach us? Is this an insult to us? We're not having this class today. Let's go to the D-School office and ask the secretary for a reasonable explanation. Yes, let's go find the secretary. All the people here for training are ambitious young leaders, and they are all outstanding in their original units. They were outraged and questioned, leaving Luo Fuyuan and others completely at a loss. The class could not continue, and Luo Fuyuan had to leave, his face cold and frightening as he walked away. Although he left, the situation was not over. After Luo Hansu handed the file to the man, she followed others demanding explanations to the D-School's office, fiercely debating with the leaders for over half an hour. With strong arguments, she made the leaders blush, and in the end, they reluctantly removed Luo Fuyuan from his position. Zhou Moyao and Yang Pu did not join the commotion. Instead, they took advantage of the situation to quickly sneak into a special office and obtain the documents they needed. Having achieved their goal for the day, Luo Hansu exchanged a glance with Zhou Moyao before leaving quietly. Luo Fuyuan had been temporarily assigned to teach there, but now he was disrupted by Luo Hansu. Back in his temporary office, he erupted in anger, still fuming when he suddenly received an urgent call from home. In a rush, he hurried downstairs without even saying goodbye. He arrived at the hospital as quickly as possible, but Luo Yuping was still in surgery. He rushed in and asked, "Mom, what happened? Why is Dad so badly injured?" They said at the pig pen that the roof was old and the beams were loose, causing tiles to fall. Your dad was cleaning there and got knocked down by a pig, breaking his bones. Tianzi was the first to receive the call from the pig pen. By the time she arrived, Luo Yuping had already been taken to the hospital and was in surgery. The nurse informed her that his injuries were severe. He had arrived unconscious and covered in blood, likely with many broken bones. Is it really just a coincidence that this happened on the last day? Luo Fuyuan doubted it. Tianzi also did not believe it. I've already called the police. Han Feng is with them checking the scene. Last night, they had dealt with the divorce of Tian Wenjie and Su Shuoei, returning home in the early hours. Luo Yuping had talked with them overnight and learned about Luo Fuyuan being attacked and robbed at the hospital. Since they hadn't identified the attackers when they reported it last night, and now this sudden incident, they were sure it was not an accident, but something intentional. It must be related to Luo Hansu. Luo Fuyuan had no evidence, but firmly believed she was involved, his eyes dark and fierce, like a ghost from. Luo Ye definitely left her with capable helpers. She distracts us in the open while her accomplices act in secret. How can you be so sure? Tianzi asked quietly. She just went to D-School and caused a scene, ruining my plans completely. Luo Fuyuan's application to D-School was not to avoid trouble. She had a purpose. With her causing a scene, he would surely be dismissed, and completing the mission would be impossible.
Good job.
Tianzi was so angry that she felt like her blood was boiling. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Have you found out about Zhou and Moyao's identity? We found some information, but it's a mix of truth and lies, so we can't fully trust it." Luo Fuyuan went to D-School to make contact because of this uncertainty and even place someone close to him, but she hadn't uncovered much useful information. Half an hour later, Luo Yuping was brought out of the operating room. Although his life was saved, He had 3 broken ribs, a fractured leg, and finger bones. His head, neck, and face were badly injured, and even if he healed, he would be disfigured. Luo Fuyun was the last to receive the news. When she arrived with her 3 daughters, she cried as if she had lost her father. When Luo Hanfeng arrived with the police, the whole family was in the hospital room. Luo Fuyun jumped up and asked Hanfeng, "Have you found out what happened?" "We haven't found any evidence of foul play." Luo Hanfeng had investigated thoroughly, even climbing to the top of the pig pen, but Luo Hansu had been very careful and erased any footprints she left behind, so he found no useful clues. The police officer accompanying them was familiar with Luo Fuyun. Upon entering, he reassured them, saying, "We have carefully checked all the footprints around the pig pen." Xiao Luo also climbed to the roof and confirmed that the beam was indeed damaged by insects and was leaning, but not completely broken. Fortunately, it didn't fall. Otherwise, the old man standing below might not have survived. Luo Fuyun trusted her son's abilities and asked, "Comrade Qin, what was the exact time of the incident?" "Around 8:10. "Okay, I understand. Please investigate further. If it turns out to be an accident, we will close the case normally. If there are any doubts, please inform me immediately." The more they found no clues, the more Luo Fuyun was convinced this was not an accident. However, she couldn't share her thoughts with outsiders. She signaled her son to the police officers out first. After sending the police away, Luo Fuyun asked her son to close the hospital room door and then turned to her sister. "Fuyun, I haven't had a chance to ask you about last night. I only heard a bit from Dad. Now, please answer my questions honestly, without any concealment." Luo Fuyun realized last night that things at home were complicated. She didn't dare to act out and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Brother, you speak." The first question was, "Last night, when Dad gave you money, were only you 4 women in the study?" "Yes, it was just the 4 of us," the 4 women answered in unison. Luo Fuyun asked the second question, "After leaving the study, who did you see?" "We saw Han Chun in the living room. Dad didn't have dinner, and we didn't eat either. We went to the kitchen and cooked 6 bowls of noodles. We all ate together. After dinner, the 4 of us left and went straight to the hospital. We didn't talk to anyone on the way, though we saw a few neighbors but didn't greet them. When we got to the hospital, we went directly to the nurse's station to treat the wound. I was the first to get the medicine. After that, I went to the restroom. After I finished in the restroom and opened the door, something dark was thrown at my head. I raised my hand to block it, but didn't see anyone. Then my neck hurt, and I don't remember what happened next." After she finished speaking, Luo Hanfeng asked the third question, "Aunt, did you discuss the money Grandpa gave you on the way to the hospital or after you arrived?" Luo Fuyun and the 3 women exchanged glances, and all nodded. Xuelon answered, "We talked quietly on the way to the hospital, discussing how to save the money. We spoke softly, and I paid attention to our surroundings. There was no one nearby, and no one passed us. Yes, it was just the 4 of us. No one else was close," they confirmed. Tianzi, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "People trained in martial arts have much better vision and hearing than ordinary people and are skilled at hiding. You left home at night when it was dark and there were no streetlights. This person likely hid in the shadows and listened without you noticing." The 4 women didn't argue with her this time, and the thought of being followed by someone skilled in martial arts made them shiver with fear. "Uncle, Grandpa's injury today wasn't an accident. It was caused by this person who knows martial arts, right?" Xuelon, being quite clever, had already figured it out. "We haven't found any evidence." Luo Fuyun answered her question, agreeing with her suspicion that it wasn't an accident, but there was no proof. Luo Yuping underwent major surgery and is bandaged up like a mummy, so he won't wake up for a while. The whole family is here, but it doesn't help. Luo Fuyun arranged for the Xue sisters, Xuemin and Xuelon, to stay close by while he went out to handle some matters. During the day, Luo Hansu was busy. In the morning, she visited a welfare home that the Luo family had supported, donating paper, pens, and other school supplies for the children, along with some cabbage and radishes grown in her space. For lunch, she had a bowl of wonton noodles at a state-run restaurant. In the afternoon, she disguised herself and went to the grain station at Qianmen, where she stole the accounting book from the previous quarter. Riding her bike back home, she noticed more eyes watching her. There were people lurking at every intersection, and the street in front of her house had more pedestrians. She smirked to herself, pretending not to notice, and leisurely made her way home. After locking her bike and closing the door, she collected the laundry from the backyard, turned on the radio to listen to the news, rinsed rice, and prepared dinner. "Hansu, I'm back," said Zhou Moyao, who took the tram to work and returned with a takeout order of salted duck. When she opened the door, they exchanged a glance without saying anything and then began preparing dinner together. While sitting in the living room to eat, Zhou Moyao quietly asked, "Hansu, what did you do today?" "I didn't do anything." Luo Yuping had an accident while cleaning the pig pen and got seriously injured. Today, none of the neighbors came by to share the latest news, so Luo Hansu was still unclear about the specifics, only knowing that he had a fracture and was badly hurt. Zhou Maorao chuckled softly, his gaze deepening. "It seems they suspect you are involved. Last night, I just lost 3,000 yuan, and this morning he was trampled by pigs. They aren't as foolish as Luo Fuyun. They will definitely connect the dots to me." Luo Hansu wasn't afraid of them finding out about her. In fact, she hoped they would take action so she could strike back and thoroughly muddy the waters. "What are your next steps?" Zhou Maorao admired her speed, waiting for the results of that batch of vegetables. The tainted vegetables had been sent out for a day or two now, and they should be in someone's stomach by now. Results might come soon. Having been busy today, she asked him, "How about you? Is everything going smoothly?" "Yes, smoothly." Zhou Maorao had obtained important items, and the rest had been handed over to Yang Pu and other subordinates. They would be laying out plans tonight, and some big fish hiding deep would gradually surface. "Hansu, how should we deal with those people outside? Should we let them keep watching?" Zhou and Moyao just returned and roughly counted. There were at least 10 people watching outside the front and back doors. Perhaps there were also people in the nearby apartment building using binoculars to keep an eye on things. The weather forecast says there will be a strong typhoon tonight with temperatures only around 3 degrees. "I want to see how determined the people trained by Luo Yuping are," he said. After dinner, the two of them sat in the living room, playing chess by the fire, leaving the curtains open and allowing the watchers outside to see them. They only turned off the lights and went to bed after the fire went out at 9 o'clock. Luo Hansu rarely slept in her bedroom, spending most nights in her own space. Tonight was no different. After practicing martial arts for 2 hours, she finally lay down to rest. The temperature in her space was comfortable, while outside, the cold wind howled fiercely. The watchers hiding in the dark were shivering from the cold. They wanted to go home to their warm beds, but they had received strict orders and had to endure the chill. The biting wind howled all night. When Luo Hansu emerged from her space in the morning, she shivered and quickly put on her sweater and long underwear. "Hansu, are you up?" Zhou and Moyao had gotten up earlier than her.
Yes.
"The coal stove went out last night, so we can't cook breakfast at home. Shall we eat outside?" "Okay, give me a moment. I still need to wash up." When they stepped outside dressed warmly, the watchers were nearly frozen. The person scheduled to replace them hadn't arrived yet, so they had to continue following. When they saw the two enjoying steaming bowls of noodles, they could only gulp down the cold wind to fill their stomachs. "Can we share a table?" A familiar voice came from above. Zhou Moyao and Luo Hansu looked up simultaneously to see Li Henan, who worked at the hospital, along with 2 companions. All 3 were there for breakfast, holding bowls of noodles. They both nodded, sure. Li Henan sat next to Zhou and Moyao, quickly signaling him under the table while pretending to eat his noodles without speaking. Luo Hansu and Zhou and Moyao remained silent as well. They finished their noodles and left naturally. Zhou Moyao had to go to work today. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Luo Hansu accompanied him to the nearby station to catch the tram. "Hansu, you might catch a cold. Rest at home this morning and drink plenty of water. I'll take you to the hospital for medicine when I return at noon," Zhou and Moyao reminded her before getting on the tram. Luo Hansu understood his concern and nodded, "Okay. It's cold outside. Hurry back. Zhou and Moyao waved goodbye as he boarded the tram and left. Luo Hansu pretended not to see the person hiding in the shadows, followed by buying a newspaper at a nearby stand and returning the same way while reading it. Luo Hansu, where did you go so early? When she reached the street corner, she met Aunt Yu and a few other women carrying baskets to buy groceries. Luo Hansu folded the newspaper and nodded at them, saying, "The charcoal fire went out last night and I couldn't cook breakfast at home, so I took him out for noodles." "Is Xiao Zhou at work?" Aunt Yu asked her. "Yes, he just left." Luo Hansu nodded, thinking they were out of eggs at home, and decided to go to the market with them. "I'll go buy some eggs too." Another woman, munching on sweet potato chips, asked, "Luo Hansu, your great-uncle is seriously injured and in the hospital. Aren't you going to visit him?"
Ha!
Seriously injured? Luo Hansu paused, pretending not to know. "When did that happen? You didn't know?" The group of women stopped walking, 5 pairs of eyes staring at her. Luo Hansu's expression remained unchanged, and she naturally replied, "I heard from Grandma Lu the night before that he was back. She told me Luo Yuping had lost a lot of weight, but didn't mention an injury. I even calculated the time. His punishment was supposed to end in a day, and he should have been cleaning the pigsty yesterday." Seeing she genuinely seemed unaware, Aunt Yu leaned closer and asked, "Weren't you home yesterday?" "I was out looking for a job. I didn't get back until almost 5 in the afternoon." When she returned on her bike, the neighbor eating sweet potato chips had seen her and told her, "Your great-uncle went to clean the pigsty yesterday. The roof was in bad shape and almost collapsed. Some tiles fell, scaring the pigs, and he tripped over them, getting badly injured. He broke 3 ribs, fractured bones in his left hand and his left leg, and his face was hurt badly. I heard he lost a big chunk of skin," and you added, always more accurate with her news. Luo Hansu's expression changed slightly, but it was not exaggerated. Her words were still heartfelt. The first in the Luo family history to almost die under a pig's hoof. Great-uncle should be famous again now.
Oft.
The group of women couldn't help but laugh. He must have been taking out his anger on the pigs lately. They're not stupid and took the chance to retaliate. He deserves it. Luo Hansu spoke loudly, intentionally letting the person following her hear, eagerly anticipating them to repeat her words back, hoping it would make Luo Yuping furious. Aunt Yu smiled and then told her, "I heard that he had surgery for almost 5 hours yesterday. He was taken in around 9 in the morning and didn't come out until nearly 2 in the afternoon. At his age, he survived, but the doctors can't guarantee he will fully recover. He will need to stay in bed for 3 to 4 months, and they said his face is badly disfigured. No wonder Luo Fuyuan ran away so quickly yesterday. It turns out he had an accident." Luo Hansu pretended to just remember this. What happened to Luo Fuyuan? Aunt Yu and the others quickly caught on to the main point. Luo Hansu walked with them and said, "Yesterday morning, Moyao left something at home, so I took it to D school. When I got there, I found out that Luo Fuyuan was the one teaching them. His family has such a bad reputation now, and his close relatives have been punished. How can he have the face to teach? Our city still has officials. It shouldn't be his turn." The neighbors didn't know about this, and Aunt Yu laughed. "So those policies only target others, not the Luo family?" "Hansu, didn't the students in class complain?" Another neighbor asked her. "The students in the training class are from other places sent to Haicheng for study. They don't know about the Luo family's issues. When I caused a scene yesterday, they found out and went to the secretary's office for an explanation, and later, Luo Fuyuan was dismissed." Luo Hansu chatted with them about the Luo family's second branch, exchanged a lot of recent news, bought eggs at the market, and then went home. When the follower went to report, He Yuling and Luo Zia had just returned home after their punishment. In just half a month, they had lost a lot of weight, and their winter clothes looked wrinkled. They were sitting in the living room listening to Luo Hanqing talk about recent family events. After hearing the report, Luo Fuyuan didn't say much. He just told them to keep following and report any useful information promptly. Try not to go out during this time, and avoid confronting Luo Hansu. We will handle her situation. Luo Fuyuan had many matters to attend to today. After giving a few reminders, he stood up and added, Zia, you rest at home today, and tomorrow go with Xiaomin and the others to take care of Grandpa. Okay. Luo Zia had been confined for ideological education, attending classes and writing summaries every day, completely cut off from the outside world. She finally returned today, only to find that the situation at home was dire. He Yuling was punished to clean the public restroom, and Luo Hanshu would bring her meals every day. She was aware of everything happening at home, but she looked tired and didn't say much before going to take a shower. After that, she went to the hospital to visit her children. The second house was filled with gloom, but Luo Hanshu was relaxed and carefree. When she got home, she started a charcoal fire and sat by it to knit a sweater. One old tree's roots are wasted, the other should be pulled out by the roots too. When Zhou Moyao returned at noon, Luo Hanshu had already prepared the meal. After learning to cook with him these days, her skills had noticeably improved, and even the shredded potatoes tasted much better than before. As soon as she sat at the table, Luo Hanshu eagerly shared the latest news, her usually cold face showing a rare hint of excitement. Hanshu, I just received confirmed news that Tian Chongyang's execution is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. This was also great news. Luo Hanshu smiled slightly. The old woman should have received the news too. Her precious nephew is finished. I wonder if she will still protect him. After finishing their meal, they immediately went out. Luo Hanshu pretended to have a cold and coughed heavily as they left. Zhou Moyao rode his bike to take her to the hospital. They registered for a checkup and asked the doctor for some cold medicine before heading to the pharmacy. The pharmacist was Li Hunan, who handed them a small paper bag with a note inside. Zhou Moyao took it and said, Hanshu, I'll go get some warm water for you to take your medicine. You can sit and rest over there.
Okay.
Luo Hanshu, wearing a mask, quietly sat on a wooden chair in the corner. Zhou Moyao quickly returned with a pot of warm water, pretending to help her take her medicine. He quietly told her, last night, 6 or 7 patients with skin rashes and sores came in. They are dock workers from Beiyang, and their identities have been confirmed. They recently came into contact with chemical products. The doctor diagnosed them as having a toxic reaction to the chemicals, and they are allergic. They haven't tested positive for poisoning, and they are currently hospitalized on the first floor of the East District. The task of coming to the hospital today was to gather this information. As Luo Hanshu pretended to take her medicine and drink water, she noticed a familiar face coming down from the second floor and leaned closer to the man. Zhou Moyao reacted quickly, shifting his body slightly to perfectly block her face. Luo Hanshu smiled and winked at him, silently thanking him. Her eyes are beautifully bright, round and full like a lychee, clear and watery. Her long, curled eyelashes stand out like a brush, and her pupils shine like black glass, captivating anyone who sees them. Zhou Moyao really likes her eyes. Every time she winks at him, he feels a tickle in his heart, as if a feather is gently brushing against it. His feelings were stirred, but he didn't forget the matter at hand. Hansu, should I follow them? No need. Luo Hansu pretended to drink water, glancing at a familiar face from the corner of her eye. Once the person disappeared at the door, she slowly stood up. Let's go back. Hansu, aren't you going to check? Zhou Moyao, who had been facing away, didn't turn to look. I'll follow them tonight. Luo Hansu tugged at his arm, and they both stood up, put on their hats, and headed home. Zhou Moyao had things to do in the afternoon. After dropping her off, he rode his bike away, with some followers behind him. However, during the busy lunch hour, he quickly lost them in the flow of cyclists. Nearly 20 people took turns following them, but they found nothing that Luo Fuyuan wanted. When they reported back in the evening, Tianzi ordered, let's pull back. They already noticed us, and were acting for your benefit. Grandma, are we not sending anyone to watch anymore? Luo Hanfeng asked. We need to keep an eye on them, but we can't send those same people again. I'll assign 2 capable ones to watch. We underestimated their abilities. Tianzi regretted her earlier decisions, her face darkening. Luo Yuda's chosen-in-law is definitely not an ordinary working-class family. This Zhou Moyao is not simple. He probably sensed the surveillance right away and has been acting for our eyes. When Zhou and Moyao got home, it was almost dark, and the people following him had left. He took his keys, opened the door, and called Han-su, "I'm back." No one responded, but the lights in the living room and kitchen were on. He closed the door and walked quickly to the kitchen. He saw food warming on the stove and a note left on the small dining table. He quickly read it and tossed the paper into the fire to burn. Luo Han-su had plans that evening and had eaten dinner early. As soon as the followers left, she slipped out. Today, the familiar face she saw at the hospital was Lu Xiaoping, who had returned from Sucheng. He had just come down from the senior staff ward on the second floor, likely visiting Luo Yuping right after arriving. In the past couple of days, she has been very active, and with one move, she seriously injured Luo Yu. They definitely won't just sit back and wait. They will mobilize their trusted people to deal with her. Lu Xiaoping's return at this time surely means he received orders, and Luo Hansu is eager to gather information from him. With a typhoon passing, the temperature is quite low today, and no children are outside playing. With no one around, it's easier to find a good hiding spot. Luo Hansu, dressed in black to blend in with the night, with a matching scarf and hat, hides diagonally across from Lu Xiaoping's place, holding a small telescope to observe. The telescope was a gift from her grandfather, imported from abroad, small and easy to carry, and today it is coming in handy. After being outside in the cold wind for over half an hour, Lu Xiaoping finally came out. He rode his bike, and Luo Hansu had to take Tian Chongyang's bike to follow him. She kept her distance on purpose, staying out of Lu Xiaoping's line of sight, so he didn't notice her at all. Knock, knock. Lu Xiaoping stopped outside a quiet house. As he locked his bike and knocked on the door, Luo Hansu quickly hid her bike and, like a ghost, slipped around to the back door and climbed over the wall. Just as she entered the house through the back window and hid, 2 footsteps came in through the front door. The first to speak was Lu Xiaoping. "Have you moved here? Are you living alone?" The other speaker was also familiar. That fool Luo Fuyun is causing trouble. "I'm not in the mood to argue with her, so I moved here for now. I just came back this morning. I heard Hiao mention it. Did you really divorce your wife?" Tian Wenjie invited him to sit and poured him a glass of warm water, sighing, 3 kids, Chongyang is ruined, and Chunyang made a mistake. We must protect Xiaoyang at all costs. Divorce is the only way. That day, Tian Wenjie slapped Su Xiaowei and she immediately filed for divorce, taking Tian Xiaoyang with her. The 2 of them went to the Su family that night to discuss the divorce. Since Su's father passed away, Tian Yingzi wanted her nephew to get divorced, but Su Xiaowei had 3 children with the Tian family, and they had feelings for each other, so she held back from breaking them up. Now that Su Xiaowei proposed the divorce, it suited her plans perfectly, and she immediately accompanied her nephew to discuss the divorce. At that time, she firmly disagreed with Su Xiaowei taking Tian Xiaoyang away, and Tian Wenjie also opposed it. Later, Su Xiaowei called the 2 of them into the bedroom to talk, analyzing the current situation of the Tian and Luo families. With 2 of the 3 children basically ruined, if they did not agree to let her take Tian Xiaoyang, the Tian family's lineage might be lost completely in the end. Because of this, Tian Yingzi and Tian Wenjie made concessions and rethought their plans, agreeing to let Su Xiaowei temporarily take their youngest daughter to her hometown, and secretly gave her a considerable amount of savings for support. Lu Xiaoping had already taken a seat at the table and sipped some hot tea. "Brother Jie, this arrangement is correct. The situation is very serious. We need to let sister-in-law take Xiaoyang away from Haiqing immediately and return when everything here stabilizes. Brother, I have to be honest with you. Ever since Chongyang's incident, I've had a bad feeling, and it's been getting stronger these days. I went to the hospital today and heard from the lady that someone is instructing Luo Hansu to take action." Lu Xiaoping had no idea that the person he was talking about was hiding in the back room, filled with regret in his tone. "We shouldn't have kept her. If we had acted sooner, we wouldn't be in this passive situation. If someone wants to target us, even without Luo Hansu, they would find someone else to do it." Tian Wenjie lit a cigarette, his expression dark. Chongyang's incident may not have been caused by Luo Hansu. There might be other forces targeting us. No matter how many forces there are or who is behind it, Luo Hansu cannot be kept. Lu Xiaoping's voice was filled with determination, showing even more hatred than the Luo family's second branch had for her. She cannot be kept, but we must first deal with Chongyang's situation. We have to ensure his safety at all costs. Tian Wenjie had called him over tonight to discuss his son's matter and eagerly asked, "Brother, have you found a suitable person in Sioux City these days?" "I found someone and have already brought them back. We will proceed as planned." Lu Xiaoping had come tonight to give him this assurance. Tian Wenjie sighed in relief. The frustration he had built up over nearly half a month eased considerably. He patted Lu Xiaoping's shoulder heavily, feeling grateful. "Once Chongyang's matter is settled, I will properly thank you. Brother Jia, we don't need to be so polite between us." Their conversation was not very clear, but it was certain that what they were planning tonight was related to Tian Chongyang. Even knowing he had become foolish and useless, they still did not want to give up on this last hope. The two of them talked about many things, being very cautious. Even without anyone else around, they spoke in riddles about important matters, but Luo Hansu still picked up on a lot of key information. An hour later, when Lu Xiaoping got up to leave, Luo Hansu quietly slipped out through the back window and followed him at a distance. When she returned home, it was already past midnight. Zhou and Moyao heard a faint noise and immediately got up, opening the door. "Hansu, why are you back so late? Are you hurt?" "No, I didn't mean to wake you." Luo Hansu entered the house quietly, speaking in a low voice and not turning on the lights in the living room. Zhou and Moyao quickly prepared some tea for her in the dark, then brought her hot water to wash her face and soak her feet. "Brother Moyao, I need your help to assign 2 people to keep a close watch on Tian Chongyang." Zhou and Moyao narrowed his eyes at her words and guessed confidently. The Tian family hasn't given up. They plan to act before the execution? I suspect the Tian family wants to swap someone. Tonight, Luo Hansu had followed Lu Xiaoping to 2 places, one of which had a person locked inside. It seemed the person had been drugged and was unconscious, with someone guarding them at all times. She couldn't see the person's face and couldn't risk alerting anyone, but she gathered some clues from their conversation. Even a death row inmate can be swapped. The Luo family's second branch is not simple. Zhou and Moyao pondered for a moment and asked her, "Hansu, is Tian Wenjie the only nephew in the Tian family? No other siblings or relatives?" "Yes, Tian Ingzi's family only has him as a nephew. The others are gone." Luo Hansu knew quite a bit about the Tian family. Seeing him ask about this, she countered, "Brother Moyao, why are you suddenly asking this?" Zhou and Moyao squatted beside her and shared his thoughts. Tian Chongyang is now foolish and useless, essentially a worthless person. The rest of the Tian family has lost their jobs. Besides Tian Wenjie, the others are average and not particularly outstanding. I believe your second grandfather, being so shrewd, wouldn't take such a big risk to swap for a useless person. Moreover, swapping a death row inmate is not an easy task. If something goes wrong, it could jeopardize the future of the Luo family's second branch. This doesn't seem like something they would attempt. The Luo family, especially Luo Yuping and his son, are selfish individuals. Everything they do is for their own benefit. They would never engage in a losing deal. They definitely wouldn't spend so much effort and money to save that useless Tian Chongyang. It must be Tian Ingzi secretly arranging this behind their backs, but this works in my favor. Zhou and Moyao sneered. Your second aunt is really going all out for her family's future. Actually, everything Luo Fuyun accused her of before was true. She is extremely biased towards her family, treating her relatives as equals to Luo Fuyuan and his son, while Luo Fuyun's status in the family is far less than Tian Wenjie. Luo Hansu did not sympathize with Luo Fuyun and was too lazy to dig deeper into their family matters. At this moment, her eyes glimmered with a deep light. She dug her own grave, so she should get what she wants and bury her whole family in it. Hansu, leave this to me. Just wait at home for the results. Zhou and Moyao took on the task, checked his watch, and seeing it was already past 1, asked her, "Are you hungry?" "A little." After chasing Lu Xiaoping around several places that night, She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. "I'll make you a cup of milk and get some cookies for you." Zhou and Moyao immediately got up and went to the kitchen in the dark. Zhou Moyao worked quickly. His team had already figured out the general timing of the operation during the day. In the quiet of the night, he took Luo Hansu to witness the exciting swap. To save Tian Chongyang's life, Tian Ingzi really went all out, mobilizing the pieces in the detention center. After witnessing them successfully switch in just 2 minutes, the smile in Luo Hansu's eyes deepened. Tian Ingzi had sent the entire Luo family's second branch down a path of no return, hoping that the chaos caused tomorrow would be something they could handle. At dawn, Zhou and Moyao returned, looking cold, and brought back an address, which was exactly where Tian Chongyang was hiding. Luo Hansu had already prepared breakfast, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, and a steaming basket of meat buns. After they both ate their fill, Zhou Moyao went to work and study, while she stayed home to tidy up the dishes. Knock, knock. The kitchen window of the Liu family next door was tapped with a stick. Grandma Liu, who was about to make breakfast, opened the window and saw Luo Hansu knocking. She looked at her oddly and asked, "Hansu, what are you doing?" "Grandma Liu, is Uncle Zhang at home?" Luo Hansu asked in a very soft voice.
He is.
"Quickly call him over. I have something important and urgent to discuss with him." Luo Hansu didn't want to raise any alarms, so she didn't go through the front door. "Oh, okay." Grandma Liu didn't ask much and quickly went next door to call her son. Lu Jingxin was on the early shift today and had just gotten up to wash up. When he learned that Luo Hansu was looking for him, he quickly spat out the foam in his mouth and came over to face her through the window. "Luo Hansu, what's the matter?" Luo Hansu waved at him, signaling him to come closer, and quietly asked, "Uncle Jingxin, there's a chance for a big achievement today. Do you want it?" Lu Jingxin squinted slightly, thinking for half a second, and pointed in the direction of the Luo family's second house. "Does it have to do with your second grandpa's family?"
Yes.
Luo Hansu nodded. "To be precise, it's about Tian Chongyang." "Tian Chongyang? He's being executed today at 8:30 a.m. That's already decided." Lu Jingxin was one of the police on duty today, and many citizens would be present to watch. He had to go to the scene to maintain order after breakfast. Tian Chongyang was swapped out last night.
What?
Lu Jingxin's expression changed dramatically, and his brows furrowed deeply. "Luo Hansu, this is not a joke." "Uncle Jingxin, do you think I would joke about something like this?" Luo Hansu replied calmly, providing no further explanation. Lu Jingxin's furrowed brows didn't relax. No longer doubting her words, he quietly asked, "Do you have a plan? People like Tian Chongyang deserve to die. Allowing such a person to live freely is the greatest insult to the victims. I won't let the Tian family have their way today. The victims he harmed won't agree to let him live either." "Uncle Jingxin, their act of swapping death row inmates is a blatant challenge to the law. Many people in your unit are involved. We should take this chance to clean up these scoundrels. This is a rare opportunity for achievement."
Don't you want it?
Last time she saved Dunzi, Lu Jingxin had returned the favor with useful information. Today, both sides could cooperate for a win-win situation. Lu Jingxin understood her meaning and, after a brief pause, asked, "What do you want me to do?" Luo Hansu leaned in closer and whispered to him for 2 or 3 minutes. They finalized their action plan before parting ways. "Jingxin, what did Hansu want to talk to you about?" The elderly Lu couple had just arrived to ask after waiting for them to finish. Out of caution, Lu Jingxin didn't tell them. He quickly got dressed and said, "Mom, I have something urgent to handle and don't have time for breakfast. Just grab me something to eat. Also, don't go to the execution site today, even if relatives and neighbors invite you. Just say that Dunzi isn't feeling well and that you need to take care of him at home." Grandma Lu thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay, I understand." Lu Jingxin's wife quickly washed an apple for him, grabbed some cookies and bread, and reminded him, "Jingxin, be careful. Don't worry." Lu Jingxin gave them a meaningful smile. "Wait for my good news." He hurried to get ready, and Luo Hansu finished her chores and rushed out on her bike. As she passed the door of the second house of the Luo family, she ran into Tianzi coming out. She stopped abruptly and said, "Grandma, you're up so early. Are you going to collect Tian Chongyang's remains?" Tianzi ignored her, looking sorrowful and as if she were bearing an unspeakable pain. "Grandma, Tian Chongyang is about to die, and he has no descendants. The Tian family will end. Aren't you going to send him off today?" Luo Hansu poked at her feelings on purpose. "Luo Hansu, you won't have a good ending." Having not been confrontational before, Tianzi now revealed a cold, fierce look, staring at her beautiful face. Feeling locked in by her gaze, Luo Hansu felt like she was being watched by a ghost, but having faced death once, she was not afraid. She smirked, "Don't worry, Grandma. Even if I don't have a good ending, I'll outlive you." "Luo Hansu, what are you doing?" Luo Zia, just finishing breakfast, saw her and rushed to stand protectively in front of Grandma. The original character never got along with her, and there was a natural rivalry. Luo Hansu, not pleased, smiled mockingly. "Your grandma is going to send off Tian Chongyang, and I'm just passing by, so I can give her a ride." Not giving Luo Zia a chance to speak, she taunted, "Tian Chongyang is about to eat peanuts today. You three siblings were so close to him, yet now that he's leaving, you're so cold-hearted, not even going to see him off. Our family's matters are none of your business." Luo Zia, thinking about being expelled from the cinema and how chaotic her home was because of her, felt like tearing Luo Hansu apart. Luo Hansu laughed coldly, "Your family's matters are all a mess, and everyone in your family is terrible. Just being related to you makes me feel sick." With that, she shot a disdainful look at her and pedaled away. "Grandma, look at her." Luo Zia pointed at the back of the person leaving, stomping her feet in anger. She wanted to shout and curse like her aunts, but the words wouldn't come out. Tianzi's thin, sharp face was clouded with worry, her eyes glinting with a cold light that sent chills down one's spine. Her voice was heavy. "Don't mind her. Let her be arrogant for a few days." She had already arranged everything at home, but at that moment, she felt an indescribable anxiety. Seeing her hesitate and looking unwell, Luo Zia stepped forward to support her. "Grandma, do you want me to go with you?" "No need. I will go with Wenjia. You and Xiaochen should go to the hospital to take care of your grandfather." Tianzi's steps were heavy, her legs felt as if they were weighed down, and her heart felt blocked, causing a sense of discomfort and frustration. Being a sensitive and alert person, she quickened her pace to catch the earliest tram, rushing to the detention center to confirm the situation. She met up with her niece, Tian Wenjia, at the detention center, and they applied to see Tian Wenjia one last time. When they came out, they looked sorrowful, but there was no trace of sadness in their eyes. The execution site was arranged near the detention center, and many people had gathered to watch. Lu Jingxin led a police team to maintain order. At 8:20, a liberation truck slowly arrived, and the scene quickly became chaotic. When the man known as Tian Chongyang was brought down from the truck, Luo Hansu, standing in the crowd, signaled to the victims and their families, who immediately rushed forward. "Kill that scoundrel named Tian. We are the victims' families. This beast has harmed my 2 daughters terribly. I want to kill him. Police, let us through. Don't block us." Because Luo Hansu had made prior arrangements, it was the victims and female family members who rushed forward, while the men shouted to incite public anger. "What are you doing? Stop them." The staff at the detention center immediately came out to block them, but one family member had already reached Tian Chongyang, shouting loudly, "He's a fake. He is not that monster Tian Chongyang." The staff member's expression changed slightly, and he forced himself to stay calm as he stepped forward to intervene. "Don't say such things. We have verified his identity. He is not Tian Chongyang, he is not." The victimized twins arrived today, wearing hats and masks that covered their faces completely. Their eyes, visible and swollen like walnuts, were streaming with tears. The sisters rushed forward, visibly upset, shouting angrily, "He is not Tian Chongyang, he is a fake. Tian Chongyang is taller, much taller than him. This person is not Tian Chongyang. Take off the hood. He is not Tian Chongyang. You brought a fake to fool us. Police, I want to report this. They brought a fake to execute. Luo Hansu had spent the whole day yesterday gathering these victims and their families, and today nearly 20 of them had come, blocking the guards in the middle. From a distance, Tian Ningzi and Tian Wenjie, the aunt and niece, looked pale as the twins rushed out, nearly collapsing in fear. Aunt, let's go. Tian Wenjie quickly reacted, grabbing a bicycle to hurriedly leave. Luo Hansu had already seen them and, noticing their hurried escape, did not stop them but nodded to the two people assigned by Zhou Moyao. Because Lu Jingxin had made arrangements in advance, reliable leaders from the police department quickly arrived. The angry crowd of onlookers demanded another verification of identity, forcing the guards to remove the hood. He is not Tian Chongyang, he is a fake. The twins stood just a meter away from Tian Chongyang, instantly recognizing him as an imposter. This caused an uproar among the crowd. The man resembled Tian Chongyang somewhat, but he was shorter, with rough, dark skin, clearly a rural laborer who had worked in the fields for years. He was trembling with fear, sweating profusely, his mouth moving as if trying to speak, but no sound came out. He is not Tian Chongyang. He has been swapped. If a death row inmate can be swapped, those behind this are treating the law as a joke. Police, you must expose this person. Luo Hansu changed her tone to address the crowd, and many citizens joined in support, spontaneously surrounding the guards and forcing them back. The issue of swapping death row inmates had severe implications, and the higher-ups could not suppress it. Within just half a day, it had spread like wildfire. The leader of Haiqing immediately issued a directive, and the police quickly moved to arrest people. Except for Luo Yuping, who was bedridden, the entire second branch of the Luo family was taken in for questioning. Luo Fuyuan and his son Luo Hanfeng, along with Luo Fuyun, were taken from their office, while others were taken from the hospital and their homes. Luo Hansu waited for them at the police station entrance and greeted them with a rare smile upon their arrival. Luo Hansu, do you have to ruin our family to be satisfied? He Yuling shouted as soon as she saw her. Luo Hansu glared at her with disdain and said, He Yuling, are you out of your mind? Can't you see who is really destroying your family? Luo Fuyuan seemed genuinely unaware of his mother's plans and was taken aback by her sudden betrayal, his face darkening. Seeing He Yuling talking nonsense at such a time, he shouted at her, Shut up. Luo Hansu ignored the other foolish people and focused on Luo Fuyuan and his son, coldly mocking, even that foolish Luo Fuyun knows how biased her mother is. In her eyes, it's only the Tian family that matters. She knows very well the consequences of switching death row inmates, yet she insists on going her own way. She ran away quickly, not even bothering to give you a heads up. To put it plainly, she doesn't care about you at all. All of you combined are worth less than that useless Tian Chongyang. Her words struck deep into the hearts of Luo Fuyuan and his siblings. He glared at her in anger, saying, Can you be quiet? All right, enough arguing. Director Su of the Reform Committee arrived just in time to hear their dispute. He shot a stern look at Luo Hansu and addressed Luo Fuyuan, Director Luo, regarding the switch of Tian Chongyang. Your family needs to cooperate fully with the investigation. We live in a society governed by law. If you weren't involved, the law will handle it fairly, and you can return after the process. If anyone among you participated, then legal consequences will follow. Director Su, we had no idea about this, Luo Fuyuan said, surprisingly dropping his usual demeanor, looking exhausted and defeated. We will cooperate fully and ensure the police and the Reform Committee capture Tian Chongyang. Tian Chongyang needs to be caught, and so does the mastermind behind the switch. Director Luo, you need to cooperate well, Luo Hansu reminded him from the side. Luo Hansu, I don't need your reminders, Luo Zia glared at her with anger. Seeing her jump out like a clown, Luo Hansu immediately threw the bundle at her. This morning when Tian Ningzi left, I wanted to test something, but you jumped out to stop me at a crucial moment. Luo Zia, do you know something? Luo Zia's face changed dramatically, and she panicked, shouting, I don't know. I don't know anything. You don't know? Then why are you so flustered? Luo Hansu replied, half smiling. Do you think being loud can hide something? I'm not hiding anything. I really don't know. I thought you were causing trouble for Grandma, so I rushed out to stop you, Luo Zia hurriedly explained. She anxiously told Luo Fuyuan, Dad, I just got back yesterday. I really don't know about this mix-up. I only heard about Tian Chongyang from my brother. Those who are innocent have nothing to fear. If you weren't involved, don't panic. Just answer honestly when the police ask you questions, Luo Fuyuan said. He knew they were innocent and didn't mind the investigation, but he was worried that his mother was behind this and they might get into serious trouble.
Ah, innocent?
Luo Hansu found it amusing. Even if you can prove your innocence, what does it matter? Even if you help the police capture Tian Chongyang and bring the mastermind behind this mix-up to justice, your family's good days are over. After saying that, she shot a disdainful look at Luo Fuyuan. Second uncle has worked hard all his life, only to end up with nothing. He should already know what's happening outside and might have been driven to his death in bed. Luo Hansu, no matter what. We are all from the Luo family. Do you really need to kick us when we're down? Luo Hanfeng angrily accused. Think about your actions. Do you deserve to be called a Luo? What right do you have to play the family card? He was the carefully trained successor of Luo Yuping and had talent, but he used it for the wrong things. The original owner had often clashed with him and never regarded him as a cousin. Director Su and others stood nearby, and Luo Hansi showed no respect for him in front of outsiders, deliberately enjoying his misfortune. I was planning to slowly expose your true selves and clean up the trash in the Luo family. Now, I don't even need to lift a finger. The mastermind behind this mix-up is truly a remarkable teammate. Her teammate, who is almost like a god, wasn't named, but Luo Fuyuan and the others all knew who it was. At that moment, each of them felt a lump of blood in their throats. Meanwhile, Luo Yuping, lying in the hospital bed, had just asked the doctor for details. After learning what happened, he spat out blood and fainted. After leaving the police station, Luo Hansu hurried to the next location, which was where Tian Chongyang was hiding. Last night, after swapping the person, Tian Wenjie had handed his son over to Lu Xiaoping for safekeeping. Lu Xiaoping placed him in a private residence near the front grain station and arranged for a woman to take care of him. Knock, knock. Luo Hansu, disguised, knocked on the door, pretending to be sent by Lu Xiaoping. Sister-in-law, open the door. Brother Sheng asked me to bring something. Lu Xiaoping was now called Lu Chongsheng, and Zhou Moya's people had already gathered all the information about him. Most of his subordinates referred to him as Brother Sheng. The woman, being Lu Xiaoping's trusted wife, didn't suspect anything and opened the door, asking, "Didn't you say it would be delivered at night?" Sister-in-law, something big happened outside.
I need to talk to you inside.
Luo Hansu pushed the door open and entered. As the woman turned around, she was knocked unconscious and discarded like trash into the space. Tian Chongyang was placed in the innermost bedroom, staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression dazed. Luo Hansu glanced at him and then threw him into the space, wrote a line of characters on the wall with a brush, and quickly left. Less than 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaoping drove a tractor to bring Tian Yingzi and her niece over. Madam, Brother Jie is right here. Quick, bring him out and leave immediately, Tian Yingzi instructed. Tian Wenjie jumped off the tractor and rushed to knock on the door, only to find it open. His heart sank, not good. He and Lu Xiaoping rushed into the house and saw the familiar brush characters on the wall. Tian Wenjie, furious, pounded the wall and shouted, "You're dead. Brother Jie, let's go." Lu Xiaoping forcefully pulled him out, panic in his eyes as he reported to Tian Yingzi, "Madam, Chongyang has been taken. The person who did it is demanding 50,000 for his return, tomorrow night at the abandoned brick factory in the south of the city." Tian Yingzi slammed her hand on the truck bed, her anger boiling over. "Let's go." At the same time, the police department issued a citywide wanted notice, featuring photos of Tian Yingzi and Tian Yingjie. Lu Jingxin led a team straight to the Luo family's second house to search. The neighbors of the Luo family were shocked when they saw the arrest warrant. Everyone was discussing the matter, and no one was saying anything other than that Tianzi had gone crazy. When Luo Hansu rode her bike back at full speed, Lu Jingxin and the others were searching the area, with police guarding the front and back of the house, not allowing anyone to enter. She squeezed through the crowd and said, "Officer, my name is Luo Hansu. I need to talk to your team leader, Lu Jingxin." Lu Jingxin was searching in the bedroom on the second floor. Hearing her voice, he immediately leaned out and said, "Xiao Zhou, let her in." "Uncle Jingxin, come down to the first floor." Luo Hansu rushed in and headed straight for Tianzi's bedroom, instructing the police, "Search this room carefully. There must be a hidden door." Lu Jingxin gave her a sharp look, but didn't ask further. He instructed his team, "Listen to her and search carefully. Don't miss any details." "Captain, something seems off here." One of the officers was the first to notice something unusual. Luo Hansu quickly knelt down and gently tapped the floor with her hands. After just 2 taps, she confirmed, "It's here. You all step back a bit." The officers looked at Lu Jingxin, and after he nodded, they all took a step back. Lu Jingxin found a flashlight nearby to illuminate the area for Luo Hansu. Following the light, she quickly found the hidden door switch behind the bed. With a click, the hidden door in the floor opened, revealing a staircase leading down. Luo Hansu took the flashlight from Lu Jingxin and said, "I'll go down first. You all stay up here for now." "Be careful, Hansu," Lu Jingxin reminded her. Luo Hansu nodded and lightly stepped down the stairs. After just 5 or 6 steps, she could see the situation in the basement and reported back, "Uncle Jingxin, there's a basement down here, and it's empty except for a telegraph machine." "A telegraph machine?" Lu Jingxin's expression changed, and he immediately followed her down. The basement was small, much smaller than the space next door where treasures were stored. There was a small table with a fairly new telegraph machine on it, and against the wall was a small bookshelf with 3 boxes filled with cash. Lu Jingxin led the team to move everything to the spacious living room upstairs, where the police were counting the money. Luo Hansu didn't get involved and followed Lu Jingxin, carefully searching each room. While they were busy inside, the neighbors outside gathered in layers, all crowded together, chattering nonstop. "Hey, Xiao Zhou, you're back." Grandma Lu was holding a cushion and standing in the best spot, the first to see Zhou and Moyao. She pointed inside the house and said, "Han Su is inside." Zheng Xian asked her to help. It seems she has found a lot of things. Zhou Moyao had been busy with his work in the morning and returned right after finishing. He asked them, "I heard about the mix-up with Tian Chongyang. Has the police confirmed that it was his great-aunt who planned it?" "Yes, it's confirmed. Director Su from the Reform Committee is personally overseeing it. The leaders from the police station and detention center have all been arrested. Over 10 people are involved, and a warrant has already been issued." Zhou Moyao took out a few candies from his pocket and gave them to a nearby child. "Do the other members of the Luo family know about this?" "They are still being questioned. There hasn't been an official announcement yet, so they're unclear about the outcome. However, some neighbors speculate they probably don't know. It's likely that Tianzi acted without telling them. I think they should be unaware too. Luo Yuping and Luo Fuyuan are both people who only care about profit. Taking such a big risk to save Tian Chongyang wouldn't benefit them at all. One wrong move could ruin their whole family. They wouldn't do something so foolish. Don't even mention them. Luo Fuyan wouldn't do something like that either. They've all been tricked by Tianzi this time. I really can't understand this woman's thinking. She is biased against Luo Fuyan's daughter, which I can understand since Luo Fuyan is quite foolish. But Luo Fuyuan and his son are not useless. Now, because of this foolish Tian Chongyang, she has put her own family in danger. Is there something wrong with her mind? Listening to the neighbors' discussions, Zhou and Moyao said, she probably didn't expect things to be exposed. It's a huge joke that so many public officials in the police station, detention center, and even within the Reform Committee are breaking the law, coordinating to help a housewife. The Luo family is completely finished this time. Even if today's events have nothing to do with them, their careers are over. Luo Hansu has always said that their family is not good people. She probably knows many dirty secrets that outsiders like us don't, which is why she shows them no respect. Her grandfather is such a clever person. He must have found out something. Zhou, since the police allowed Luo Hansu to help, do you think she is pushing this from behind the scenes? As the neighbors chatted, they turned to ask him. Zhou and Moyao replied with a formal expression. Before my grandfather passed away, he said that Hansu is here to clear the Luo family's troubles. He answered directly, saying that Luo Hansu was pushing this matter from behind. When the case is settled in the future, she won't be punished. Instead, she will be seen as a contributor. Lu Jingxin and his team worked efficiently and quickly packed everything useful. He arranged for 2 police officers to guard the site and hurried back to the police station with important evidence. Luo Hansu came out with them and saw Zhou Moya returning. She immediately ran over to talk to him. Brother Moya, I need to go to the police station. Uncle Jingxin asked me to give a statement. I'll go with you. Zhou Moya had finished his business for the day and quickly took his bike to take her there. After riding for a while, Luo Hansu quietly told him there's a basement under Tian's bedroom. We just found a telegraph machine and 300,000 in cash, along with jewelry worth 20 to 30,000. With this evidence, even if Luo Fuyuan and the others were not involved in the case of the swap, they wouldn't be able to get out easily. Zhou Moya accompanied her to the police station, where she gave a detailed statement. He also revealed his true identity in relation to today's case and personally met with a communication technology expert to check the telegraph machine's sending records. With nothing else to do, Luo Hansu took the opportunity to ride her bike to the People's Hospital. In Luo Yoping's hospital room, there was a caregiver on duty. When she opened the door, the caregiver stood up and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Hansu didn't answer and glanced at Luo Yuping, who was awake. She approached him with a mocking smile. "Second uncle, it seems that you are still calm and collected while your family is in chaos." Impressive. Luo Yuping was wrapped up like a mummy, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. His eyes were fierce. "Luo Hansu, are you the one plotting behind this?" "Second uncle, don't wrongfully accuse me." The swap for the death row inmates was already confessed by the police and the detention center. It was instructed by second aunt, and a citywide wanted notice has been issued. Luo Hansu had just picked up a notice at the police station and took it out of her pocket to show him. "Here, take a good look." Seeing it, his mouth twitched in anger. Luo Hansu smirked and added, "Your son, daughter-in-law, daughter, and your grandchildren have all been summoned to the police station for questioning. Also, your house has been searched, and some valuable items were found under second aunt's bedroom."
What?
Luo Yoping's voice trembled with panic, and his dark, murky eyes seemed to lose their sparkle in that moment. Luo Hansu noticed his subtle change. Indeed, they were 2 of a kind. However, she pretended not to see it and leaned closer, deliberately saying words that struck at his heart. "Great-grandfather, throughout your life, you have always been scheming and competing, constantly comparing yourself to my grandfather. Over the years, it seems like you've won on the surface. Your family is complete, you have children, and your career is thriving. Everything appears to be just as you wished. But all it took was a little effort from me, and your life's achievements vanished like bubbles. In the end, your supportive partner unexpectedly helped me, leading your whole family into despair, turning your life into a joke. What do you feel at this moment?" Her words were like sharp needles, piercing his body and soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably as he roared, "No matter what, I won. I've lived longer than him, and I'm still alive. You haven't lived longer than my grandfather. You're 10 years younger than him. Are you sure you can live another 10 years? Luo Hansu poured cold water over him, her face showing mockery. "If you want to live alongside your children and grandchildren in prison, you better hold on tight, and don't lose your breath. Luo Hansu, by seeking revenge on my family, you are ensuring the Luo family's end. Do you want your grandfather to be scolded by the elders even after he's gone?" Seeing him bring up their deceased ancestors, Luo Hansu scoffed. "You should know better than I do how much the ancestors cared for my grandfather. He never did anything immoral or harmed the people. He never brought shame to the Luo family. How could the ancestors punish him? Besides, how can the Luo family end? I am still here. And my father, though he is not in the country, still carries the Luo surname and blood. He has probably remarried and had children. They are all descendants of the Luo family. The legacy of the Luo family does not need someone like you, who comes from humble beginnings and only tarnishes the family name. She didn't point her finger at him, but her words struck deep, making Luo Yoping's anger spill over, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Luo Hansu, you beast. Luo Yuping, you are worse than a beast. Luo Hansu never backs down when insulted. She immediately fires back. The caregiver standing nearby awkwardly tugged at her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent in the corner. You uncivilized person, Luo Yuping scolded, pointing with his uninjured hand. With a quick response, Luo Hansu shot back, pointing fingers at others. You really are a refined elder.
Ugh.
Luo Yuping, being older, couldn't handle the stress. After a few exchanges, he was gasping for breath due to the pain in his chest. Luo Hansu had come to provoke him on purpose. Seeing him roll his eyes in anger, she mocked. The verdict for your family hasn't come out yet, and the second lady hasn't been caught. Don't die just yet. If you pass away now, your descendants won't be able to mourn you properly. Don't expect me to handle your funeral. You don't deserve it. If no one from your family comes to take care of your affairs, I'll arrange for cremation myself, turning you to ashes and tossing them in the gutter. If you don't want that, you better find a burial place while you still can. But I need to make one thing clear. As someone who has faced disgrace, you are a shame to the Luo family and do not deserve to be buried in the family grave. I will not allow it. If your descendants try to bury you there, don't blame me for digging you up. Not just you, but your descendants all carry stains on their names. None of them are allowed in the Luo family grave. Luo Yoping's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, and perhaps due to his fury, he tore at his wound, causing more blood to spill from his mouth. Luo Hansu, I am the head of the Luo family. You have no right to decide. You must have forgotten the will left by our ancestor before his passing. If you truly forgot, I can get the will for you. The ancestors of the Luo family likely foresaw his nature and prepared a written will, allowing him a portion of the inheritance, but forbidding him from participating in family matters. Now that their grandfather has passed away, she has cut ties with her biological father, Luo Tianqi, and everything in the Luo family is now under her control. You are merely an elder of your family. You have no right to claim authority over me, nor to lead the Luo family.
Now, I am in charge of the Luo family.
Even if Luo Tianqi returns, he must listen to me. Luo Hansu has always been strong-willed and decisive. When she says something, she means it. Her words today are not just talk. She will act on them firmly and resolutely. Luo Hansu, you are so cruel. You will face consequences for this. Luo Yuping has spent his life competing and striving for the recognition of the Luo family. He has long thought about what will happen 100 years from now. He has planned countless times that when he is buried, he wants his descendants to move Luo Yud's grave so he can take his place in the Luo family. But now, this cold-hearted Luo Hansu has even denied him a piece of the ancestral grave, not allowing his descendants to enter. Her decision is more painful than a knife to his heart or a scrape to his bones. I am not as cruel as you. I am just a fraction of your wickedness. You haven't faced consequences yet, so why should I be afraid? Luo Hansu dismisses his curse and anger, reiterating, I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. Do not think about the ancestral grave for you or your descendants. If you act recklessly, I will ensure you cannot rest in peace. I warn you now, do not come to me later with talk of family ties or morals. We have none of that between us, and your actions do not deserve such discussions. To me, you have never been family. You are enemies. As for why blood relatives have become enemies, you know the reason well. I will not let you go. After saying this, she gave him a cold, fierce look filled with intent and walked away without looking back. Luo Yuping, having lived for over 60 years, has seen many ruthless characters and cold gazes. But when Luo Hansu locked her gaze on him, he felt as if he were being haunted by a vengeful spirit from At that moment, every part of him felt frozen, and thinking of the cruelty in her eyes made him shiver uncontrollably. Luo Hansu, we haven't lost yet. Luo Yuping quickly regained his composure. It seemed like his family had been pushed into a dead end, but as long as he and his descendants were alive, there was still a chance to turn things around. He had previously suspected that Luo Hansu was being used, and now he was certain. She alone cannot create waves, but he cannot let her stay. Her presence is too much of an obstacle. As the head of a Luo family, he must take charge and ensure that those who look down on him cannot rest in peace. He intends to dominate the Luo family's ancestral grave 100 years from now. He will not allow this young girl, Luo Hansu, to ruin his plans. The caregiver standing quietly nearby watched his expression change to a fierce and cold glare, causing her to tremble in fear as she quickly ran out. Dr. Wang, I have things to do at home, so I won't be working today. Please find another caregiver. This caregiver was hired temporarily and was unaware of the patient's complicated background. She had overheard many things she shouldn't have and was now scared of retaliation, so she hurriedly left without even wanting her pay for the day. When she exited the hospital, she noticed that the weather had cleared up. Warm sunlight was shining through the thick clouds. Luo Hansu smiled slightly, saying, "After the storm, the sun finally shines." When Luo Hansu returned to the police station, Zhou Moyao was still busy with his matters. Thinking about the two people still needing to be dealt with, she went to the restroom first. The two people left in the space were still unconscious. Tian Chongyang was carelessly thrown on the floor, while another woman was dragged into an empty storage room, where a bucket of water was splashed on her head.
Splash.
The woman was instantly awakened by the cold water. As she opened her eyes and shivered, she saw Luo Hansu's face and quickly sat up, panicking, "Where am I?" Looking around, she realized it wasn't her home, but a strange place. Remembering the situation before she fainted, she backed away, eyeing Luo Hansu warily. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Stop talking nonsense. I ask, you answer. If you don't tell the truth, you'll end up like Tian Chongyang." Luo Hansu moved a chair over, sat down with her legs crossed, and took out paper and a pen, ready to take notes. "What do you know about Lu Chongsheng? Tell me everything." As she spoke, the woman had already gotten up, glancing towards the door and trying to rush out as fast as she could. But before she could reach the door, a rope wrapped around her, and she didn't even see how Luo Hansu did it. She was lifted off the ground and slammed back down to where she had just stood. Thud. Her body hit the floor with a loud noise.
Ugh.
The woman fell to the ground in a parabolic position, nearly losing consciousness from the impact, her body numb with pain, unable to speak for a while. "I'll give you 30 seconds. Luo Hansu was not interested in wasting time. She had other matters to attend to and was in a hurry. She raised her hand to check the time, counting 1, 2, 3, 30. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Those who were the fastest and most agile were all caught and knocked out by Luo Hansu. With her help, not a single bad guy escaped. "Hansu, you're impressive." When Lu Jingxin finished work, his gaze towards her completely changed, and he invited her. "Do you want to come work with me?" "I work with you? Are you sure you can keep your position?" Luo Hansu gave him a challenging look, then effortlessly grabbed the back door and gracefully flipped inside. "Nice." The other police officers looked at her with admiration and eagerly climbed into the vehicle. Lu Jingxin was the last to get on, smiling widely. "Well, your skills definitely didn't come from just a few days of practice. Uncle Luo never arranged for you to work at the police station, which means our work might not be suitable for you. He must have planned something better for you. In fact, with her education and abilities, she could handle many jobs, but her grandfather hadn't arranged anything for her. He had asked the Zhou family to help her leave Haicheng for a more stable life in Kyoto. Luo Hansu currently had no specific plans for work. She was focused on dealing with the toxic group from the Luo family's second branch. After that, she would go with Zhou Moyao to join the military, and work matters could wait. They raided the first hideout, captured a van full of people, and after temporarily detaining them at the police station, they immediately set off for the next location. After working with Luo Hansu and witnessing her skills, everyone developed some teamwork with her. In the following capture operations, they fully cooperated, and within half a day, they uncovered the black market hideouts in Haicheng. Tian received news of the black market being cleared out in the evening and was furious, smashing things in her room. Find out who betrayed us and make them pay. Madam, it was Luo Hansu. She led the police in the raid. Lu Xiaoping received the news and regretted it deeply, his gaze cold as a snake. We shouldn't have let her live. She should have gone down with that old man. What good does that do now? Tian Ingzi smashed a teacup in anger. Aunt, Fu Yuan and the others have been dismissed and are now under investigation at the police station. Director Ge is personally overseeing it. What should we do next? Tian Wenjie knew his cousin's importance in his aunt's eyes. She wouldn't abandon them. For now, their lives are safe.
They can protect themselves.
Let's save Chongyang first. Once we get him back, we can deal with them.